Hello everybody, welcome to part 2 of the membership drive. Now, first thing we do is restart the timer. There we go. Now, we have been going for about 10 hours and there's less than 2 hours on the timer. What we're going to do now is get in Borg and Rachbot. So let me set up Zoom. Oh, which I did in advance. Smart me. Oh, that was for the Mr. Meeps, wasn't it? Hey. And we're going to go and send one link there. And one link there. And those guys will join and we will have some fun. We are going to cover my debate with Alex Stein, which was a lot of fun. Now you have to bear with me while I am eating because I need to keep my energy up. Borg is joining. So we have Bob with $2. This is for the XP. Thank you very much. Mark says for £2, get farming peeps. David became a member. Welcome to Scrappers. And Bob Knoll read that one. Epic Heart says pee pee poo poo, farming for the XP is fun. Rubik's $2 says, I refuse to give you money. You did it wrong. Hello, Borg. How are you?
Good.
Good to see you again, my friend.
Yeah.
All right, just waiting for Rachbot to join if she's coming. I don't know why I do this stuff to myself.
You just keep forgetting that.
Yeah, I know.
People love you.
No, I love all of you more. Mark says this is definitely not an XP super chat. Yeah, I think the super chats actually supercharge your XP at this point. Is Rachbot around at the moment?
I think so, but
Don't see her in chat right now. Excuse me. Oh, I know Rubik's is horrible. I mean, it is what? It's like midday over there in Australia.
pretty close. Sure, it's close to morning.
Yeah. She was in the last chat. Maybe she hasn't moved over yet. Like 9:15 a.m. over there. Possibly getting Minibot ready for school and stuff. So, yeah. So what have you been up to, Mr. Borg?
Not much. Getting ready for a trip to Italy in September.
Oh, lovely. Whereabouts?
Rome and then Tuscany for a while.
Oh, that sounds lovely. Yeah, Italy can be quite warm around that time of year, actually, as well. People think it gets colder, but that's the time where it actually hits you like a brick when you don't realise it.
Yep.
Yeah, Rachbot is not there. Yeah, it's the only true time zone is here. Are you going to be going to Tennessee for the next debate con?
I'm available.
Be awesome to see you again. Yep, Rubik's, you can absolutely join 100%. Let me send you a link. So, I know Borg has made notes about my performance against Alex Stein.
Well, notes in general about everything.
Tim Davison, $5 says, how many potatoes does it take to kill an Irishman? 0. Oh, right. Yeah, it's a famine joke. I get it. It took me a minute. Oh, there's Rachbot in the chat. Rachbot, darling, I have sent you a link. Feel free to join. Andreas Eldritch for 26 says, did you add David's membership to the timer? The timer adds it automatically. I'm pretty sure it's monitoring the right thing. Yes, it is. Yeah, the timer adds it automatically, so yes. Rachbot, I have sent you the link on X, so you can feel free to join on there. So what did you think of the debates, or the debate against Alex Stein then?
I wish I knew it was the dumpster fire. I would have brought marshmallows.
If Alex Stein is involved, it's going to be a dumpster fire. Like, that's his character. It has to be. Even more so than FTFE. I'm looking forward to part 2, which he's promised me, but he's been busy. Here we go. Rachbot has the link now. Oh, excuse me while I finish my dinner. Haven't had a McDonald's in ages. I forgot how nice they actually taste. Which is funny. A real estate company. Who would have thought they make such good food? Tim Davidson for $5 says, I lost my faith when I saw my pastor with my choir boy. I thought we had something special. No! Bad! Alright. Rubik's, you have the link as well. Right, we are... Where is it? Let me get the actual video up. I need to reset things up. Give me 1 second. And then I have to add another desktop catcher. Alright, here is Rubik's. Hey Rubik's, how you doing? What am I doing? Desktop capture.
Doing okay, yeah. I was trying to find headphones.
That's alright, you sound good. And Rachbot, whoop whoop. Okay. Right.
Beep boop.
Beep boop indeed. How the devil are you?
I'm great. How are you?
Living the dream.
Beep boop.
Right, now I need to get the right screen up. So I have not prepared this because, you know, live. Zoom. There it is. There it is. Right, so you guys go there, and then we want... This needs to be this one. Sorry, 1 sec. Oh, wrong way. No. Wait, just switch them around. Okay, come on. Yeah, that's the one we want. And then this one is you. Yay! I did it. Andreas Eldridge has sent 5 memberships. Thank you very much. That adds 30 minutes to the timer. No, sorry, 15 minutes. Wait, is it adding it? Ooh, I don't think it added it. What's wrong with it? It's not working. It's because I hadn't turned the monitoring on. Alright, I need to add a couple of memberships. Give me 1 sec. So 1, I need to add 17 because I missed the last 2 as well. There we go. Right. So I went to DebateCon and I met 2 of you, and I wish I'd met the other one while I was there.
Oh, I wished I was there.
Stupid globe getting in the way.
Well, it's only like a 17-hour flight or something. It's
I know,
fine.
right? If it was flat Earth, it would be so much easier because you just go the Pac-Man route, right? And it just comes around the other side. We're going to go over my debate with Alex Stein, which was a bit of a dumpster fire. We don't need to listen to the nonsense at the beginning.
Sure, Alex will be taking the position that the moon landings are a government hoax and defending the position that they are, in fact,
Right, guys, if
real
at any time
moon
you want
landings.
to have a comment, say anything, just let me know to pause it and feel free to say what you want. Because this was a bit of a dumpster fire. I want to, as the three of you are here, I do want to, from the bottom of my heart, say thank you for the support you guys have shown my channel. Meeting Borg and Rubix was incredible. Rachbot, the support you have shown my channel, constantly helping me promote myself, and always being here, it means the world. So thank you very much, guys.
Things.
There's a reason why one
Craig,
rate's
the
about to
flat
come.
Oh, I can't wait to the next one. It'll be amazing.
Earth is an ex-Royal Navy nuclear engineer, a powerhouse debater, and YouTube titan who tears apart conspiracy theories with brutal precision, backed by years of experience and degrees in physics.
Wait, I mean to make
and
sure I'll show you the right
nuclear
thing. Hold
engineering.
on.
Please welcome both of our speakers. We're thrilled to have you here, gentlemen.
And
I
just
do
turning
want
them
to
up.
let you
Give me one
know
sec.
that we will have this hand poll where if you happen to lean more towards Alex's position, that the
There we
moon
go.
landings are a hoax, could you slide your hand up?
Smart people.
And post by
Well, thank you and guys for being here. I really appreciate it, and I know it's early this morning, but we're about to get the party started. All right, guys. So if you know who I am, you might not. I'm Primetime 99 Alex Stein. I'm Tucker Carlson's biological stepson, and today we're here to talk about the 1960s.
When Flatzoid and Co. reviewed this debate, they didn't understand the joke he's making about being Tucker Carlson's biological stepson. And they stopped it and complained about him saying that. Because they're too stupid to understand jokes. How do these people function, guys? I genuinely don't understand.
'69 Apollo moon missions and why they were provably false. So my opponent here, Craig, is going to sit here. He's going to tell you, that these moon landings were real, but let's just be real. Let's actually be real. We cannot go to the moon today. We cannot take a man past low Earth orbit today. The farthest that we can go.
Because you don't have the
is
fucking
near the-
funding.
Yeah.
The Artemis missions are trying to, but they're making sure it's safe.
Yeah. But the question is always, well, why don't we just keep going to the moon? Well, because after we did it 5 times, they were like, all right, so we beat the Russians, and we don't need to use that as a political thing anymore. The whole going to the moon thing, it was used as if you vote me in, I'll get man to the moon, right? And once they did that, there was no political reason to keep doing it again. So they slashed the funding.
We have an Apollo capsule that was built to go to the moon, but it didn't go to the moon. It went to Skylab instead.
How much
It's supposed
did
to
they
be
slash the
Apollo
funding
19, but it's Skylab 3.
Yeah. So after they finished the moon missions, how much did they actually slash NASA's funding by? It was a large amount, wasn't it?
Yeah, I do not know off the top of my head, but there's at least 3 or 4 Apollo capsules that were supposed to go to the moon, but didn't go to the moon.
International
They were already
Space Station,
built.
A little
Yeah.
bit past it, but that is less than 400 miles away. But during the 1969 Apollo moon missions, we were able to go 257,000 miles to the moon on 1 tank of gas. That's right. And the power that it took us to blast off from planet Earth and go to the moon, it took us less than 1/1000th the amount of fuel to lift off the moon and come back to America. So it's just impossible. And the idea that you look at what was going on in the world in 1969, and if you look at the origins of the space program, I hate to be like this, and Craig is gonna.
Guys, get ready. He's just about to pull the Nazi card. Are we all prepared?
Yep.
he literally spent like 10 minutes crying about Nazis. It was embarrassing. Government, I'm looking at the poll here because I haven't actually watched that. Will Alex Stein defeat Craig McNeil? Only 24% of people thought he was going to win, which I like that.
But my last name is Alex Stein, and I don't want to get emotional when I think about this. You guys might not know this, but the NASA Apollo moon missions was run by a Nazi. Yes, that's right. A guy by the name of Werner von Braun.
So let me be clear. I want to ask you guys a question. In 1969, how many Nazis were around?
A lot less, I think. 0?
Yeah. Didn't we get rid of those in, like, by 1945?
The ones that were left were in Argentina.
Yeah. So I don't really understand how a Nazi, the party that we wiped out and Hitler killed himself, were running the moon missions. Were they someone that used to work for the Nazi party? Yes. Were they currently a Nazi? No, that's fucking stupid. Oh my lord.
Do you guys know who Werner von Braun is? Werner von Braun was the leader of the German rocket program. He created the V2 rocket that decimated England, decimated Poland, and these ICBMs, intercontinental ballistic missiles, were actually the origin of the Apollo moon missions. That's right. So the rockets that took us to the moon, allegedly, were actually rockets that were first intended to murder and kill people, that were designed by this guy, Werner von Braun. Now, for me, when I think about the Holocaust...
Okay, right. His point here is like, oh, well, that technology is based on something to kill people. But isn't taking technology that was designed for a bad thing and repurposing it for good things overall a good thing, right?
Yes, I think Velcro's another example.
Say that again, sorry?
I think Velcro's another example of technology that we use for shoes now.
Yeah, exactly.
And I think about the 6 million people dying, and I think about the people being put into an oven, and I think about the people being gassed, and I think about the displacement of a whole group of people, and it makes me really sad. I would think that
I mean, I agree with him. What the Nazis did was fucking horrible, and it does make me sad when I think about it, That's got nothing to do with NASA, though.
the Holocaust was very bad. And I don't know about you guys, but I mean, I'm not Nick Fuentes, but Nick Fuentes would probably say that the Holocaust is not bad, but I think we would all agree that the Holocaust was terrible, right? It was a genocide of people. And one of the most important people during the Holocaust was this guy, Werner von Braun. And Werner von Braun is not a good guy, but because he was a smart scientist, through a thing called Operation Paperclip, the Nuremberg trials, not everybody went to the Nuremberg trials. Even if you killed people, if you were a smart enough scientist, you got to come to America, and guess what? Werner von Braun got to have a job with NASA, became very good friends with Walt Disney. Isn't that crazy? Because we live in a time now.
Okay, right. Let's give him the benefit of the doubt and assume everything he's saying is completely correct, right? That a Nazi ran NASA and the moon landing project, right? Let's just say that's correct. Does that mean that it didn't happen? No.
No.
Like, even if the worst person in the world was involved in doing that, and I'm sure there were some horrible people that worked for NASA, it doesn't change the fact that NASA went to the moon.
Where we can't go to space, and they tell us that Nazis are bad, but for some reason, in the 50s, Nazis are cool. So when you look at the origins of our space program, and you look at who was running it, a guy by the name of Werner von Braun, who was a Nazi, the Nazis were great at lying. Nazis were some of the best strategic military engineers. People in Germany are smart. Let's not front. Mercedes is a good car. BMW is a good car. So there is a reason why, even in a terrible thing, like, Craig's going to be like, well, even though it was a terrible war, we shouldn't kill these scientists. Not me. I think if you killed people, you should have got the Nuremberg trial. So I don't like the origins of our space program, and we can get into the shadows. Of course, doesn't make sense that the shadows are basically,
Right, he's finally finished waffling and starts making a point of the shadows. Like, he started talking 4.5 minutes ago, and he's made his first point, which could possibly attempt to debunk the moon landings, that the shadows aren't right. Of course, he's wrong about everything regarding that, but, Do you think he actually believes the things he says, or do you think he's a troll?
Bit of both.
The troll.
Yeah, bit of both.
He's definitely a troll, but I don't know. I mean, he used to say the Earth was flat, but Jaren said that it's not, and then he said it's not. Now Jaren is agreeing with the moon landings. Do you think he might agree with the moon landings? We'll see.
Seems like
running into each other. You can talk about all of the little stuff. They're going to talk about how there's no blast crater when the lunar lander went on the moon. There was not one speck of moon dust on any of the lander pods when it was on the moon, which is just provably false. When you have a huge rocket engine, lifting you down onto a planet, there would be a huge blast crater. But of course, there's no.
Well, unless you land on fucking hard rock, of course. I love this argument from flat earthers that, there would be dust on the landers and there'd be a big blast crater, forgetting that there's no atmosphere on the moon. So there's no reason why once it's blown away it would kind of come back with turbulence, of course. Are we actually the same species as these people, guys? Like, for real?
Sadly.
I don't want to be. No.
No. I mean, I'm sure there's like some evolution separation here. We've gone in two different directions. There's humanity, and then there's these people.
People with half a brain.
Yeah, although, it is impressive that they survived having either not much or none at all in their cranium.
Blast crater underneath the lunar lander. And then on top of that, how they were able to shoot it in later missions, watching the lunar lander take off. I think it was Apollo 14 is the first time they were able to film it. And they said that they were able to do this with a timed camera, that they were able to time it, and it was able to just film the lander go up. All of this is impossible. You know why? Because we didn't even have a fax machine in 1969. We didn't have email. Think about how hard it is to get stuff done.
When was the fax machine invented?
I'm Googling that now.
Also, FTFE, check out the comment Zumi just sent.
1843 was when the fax machine was invented.
So they did have fax machines. What did Zumi just say?
Her grandfather was a mechanic for the Germans and was the worst one they ever had.
My grandfather was responsible for the downing of over 30 enemy aircraft. Still to this day, it was considered him the worst mechanic they've ever had. Fucking hell. That's funny.
That was for wired. For wireless, it looked like it was more early 1920s to 1940s.
So fax machines did exist because the first photo of the backside of the moon was sent on a fax machine. So his big point here, we didn't even have fax, is wrong. You notice how his chance of beating me has dropped from 24 to 16% during his opening statement. Everyone watching have gone, yeah, shit, I changed my mind.
Today with email, we can communicate across the world instantly. We couldn't do that in the 60s. We didn't have a fax machine. So how are you going to communicate to somebody in Florida if you're in Texas without a fax machine? You have to do.
Did you guys know that in the 60s we couldn't phone America? Apparently. Or use radio? There was
Morse code?
In the 60s to communicate
Telegraph.
across distance, apparently. Oh, how does he get up in the morning and eat his breakfast without digging his eye out with a spoon?
Do it over a telephone. So the transfer of documents is impossible in the 60s. So if we don't have the ability today to send a manned mission to the moon, then we weren't able to do it in 1969. I was actually just recently at the Johnson Space Center, and they showed Artemis. Artemis is the new plan to go to the moon. That's not going to happen. But when you look at Artemis, they let us tour it. It looks almost identical to the Apollo lunar landers. It just looks like it's...
You mean it's a big rocket? Yeah, they look kind of similar. You know, most cars look kind of similar, you know. 4 wheels, doors, engine, bonnet, windows. They kind of look the same. Yeah. He is surprised that rockets look similar. Yeah, Emily's got it. Jesus Christ, man.
It's more reinforced. So my point is, it's not even some new technology that they're developing. It actually looks very similar. Now it might be new materials and new computers, but it actually looks kind of similar to the ones that landed allegedly in 1969. So, you know, I just ask you to critically look at this. I know that we all have American pride, right? You know, you're from America, we're the greatest country. But when you look at the space race, for every 100 hours of space time that the Russians had, America only had 20. And you're like, Alex, well, if America faked the moon landing, why didn't Russia expose them? Well, it's funny you say that because Russia was actually the first to go to the moon and take a sample, allegedly. Now, I don't even think they were able to do that in 1969, but the reason why they wouldn't tell is because they're both lying. So they would be telling on themselves by exposing somebody else. So if you're both, you know, thieves and you steal from the same bank, you don't want to tell on one person for stealing from the same place that you stole from because potentially you both could get caught. So,
right. Even if Russia lied about doing what they did, they would still want to expose America for lying because that would be great for Russia. Isn't this guy supposed to be like a political kind of pundit and stuff? Or is he just
unfortunately
MAGA? Woo! MAGA! Woo!
There is an incentive to lie, and everybody in this room knows that there are classified levels of information that we are not privy to, that the government has no obligation to tell us the truth about anything. That's not their job. As a matter of fact, their obligation more is to lie to us and keep us in the dark. So when you have a situation where the space program was created by literal Nazis that lie, that kill people, that put people in ovens, then they get to go to America because they're really smart and build these Apollo rockets that allegedly took us 257,000 miles to space on one tank of gas. It's just provably false. And also I want to harp on this. Forget about all the rocket power. Forget about that, all right? Forget about the lander, how goofy that looks. Forget about all that. The spacesuit,
Oh, God.
on the moon, in the sun, it is 250 degrees Fahrenheit. When you go into the shade in the
Is
moon,
everyone ready for him to explain how he doesn't understand physics? Here we go.
it is automatically negative 240 degrees Fahrenheit. That is a difference of 500 degrees. So if you go from the sunlight in the moon to the shade, that is a 500 degree change. 240 degrees is hotter than the boiling point of water. And that these spacesuits in 1969 were able to just magically go from 500 degrees instantly. That's just impossible. We don't have the technology to do this now. And if you look at the spacesuits, they're going to say the spacesuits were pressurized. That's not true. If the spacesuits were pressurized, you wouldn't see wrinkles in it. They would look kind of like, you remember in COVID where they would wear those big suits and they would blow air in it and how the suits were all puffed up? A spacesuit would not have wrinkles in it if it was actually pressurized. It would be more like a balloon. So
he's comparing a sterile medical suit to a pressurized spacesuit. He's smart. Jay Walk says, for a member for 16 months, says, FTFE, you're an example and a role model to me. Well, thank you, dude. I appreciate that. Your body transformation, despite your pain, is inspiring. How'd you get over the first few weeks? The love and support of my wife, basically. Every time I wanted to eat something, she'd say, no, don't. And then poke my belly or something. Liquid Flames for $10 says, Artemis is the mission, SLS is the rocket, SLS doesn't have a lander, Starship is the lander, SLS is made of leftover shuttle parts. Looks nothing like Apollo. He's wrong 4 times. Thank you, dude. You get to add a minute to the timer.
We don't have the ability to go today. That's like the main thing I want to harp in your head, is that it doesn't make sense. A 1969 Cadillac is not more technologically advanced than a 2024 Cadillac. It's just not. And so the only technology that goes backwards happens to be the Apollo missions. And what's even crazier about all of this is that the telemetry data, the data that we use to tell exactly where the spaceship was the whole time, guess what happened to that? It all got deleted. That's right. The telemetry data got deleted. And then also...
No, it was written over after being backed up. You just repeated a lie you've heard a million times, Alex. Jay Walken says, damn, I need a wife. Thank you very much, dude. 11.99. That means I get to add another minute to the timer. What are we at? Let me check the timer. So we're currently at 2.5 hours left. I've done 10 hours and 20 minutes, guys. Thank you very much. Back to the stupid.
The blueprints for the lander. We're not even able to get the blueprints for the lander. And what's really funny is Ron Howard actually did a documentary about this, and he was trying to get access to a lot of this stuff for his documentary. And NASA said, oh, I'm sorry, we don't have that tape. We don't have that footage. So just the mere fact that NASA would tell you for budgetary reasons they had to re-record over the telemetry data tapes, and now we don't have the telemetry data, it just shows you that it's provably false. So we have a lot to talk about. I didn't even really get into the science aspect of it. I more want to talk about the social aspect of it, because this was a lie done to the American people to win a space race in order to distract us from the Vietnam War that was currently going on. So this was all a distraction, and this is how much people cared about the Apollo moon missions. It was Apollo 13 is the one where they had the crazy thing. They supposedly fixed the lander, or excuse me, they fixed the spaceship with like a toilet paper roll and a sock. But before Apollo 13, on Apollo 12, people were calling ABC, they were calling the news stations, and they were mad that the Apollo mission was messing up their I Love Lucy shows. That's what they were mad about. I'm dead serious. People were more interested in watching I Love Lucy than watching the moon landing. So when it comes to this, and it comes to technology, it's all a lie. I hate to tell you that. And Werner von Braun, the guy that brought us there, was a Nazi responsible for the death of 6 million Jews. So unless Craig is an anti-Semite, which I don't think he is, he's going to have a tough battle,
That's time.
helping a Nazi like Werner von Braun.
Right, guys, thoughts on the intro, Borg?
For one, was Von Braun responsible for 6 million? Probably not. I'm pretty sure there's other people involved. And what does that have to do with NASA?
Nothing.
Nothing.
Rachbot, what do you think of Alex's incredible intellectual opening there?
I agree with Borg pretty much. Like, what does any of that have to do with the Earth being flat? Like,
Nothing he says actually stopped the fact that we went to the moon. He's just said,
my bad, moon landing.
Yeah, he's like, I don't like it. I don't like that there was Nazis involved. Therefore, you have to agree with me it didn't happen. What? Rubix, as you work for NASA, you got to defend your home team here. How did Alex do?
Poorly. Sounds like a bunch of conspiracy theories, and just I don't like the people that were involved, so therefore it couldn't have happened because people I don't like were involved.
Yeah.
And didn't you have pictures of the landing site in front of you, like from those postcards during
Yes,
this
I
debate?
did. I was trying to show him them. Oh, Dave McKeegan says, I'm amazed people were complaining about Apollo interrupting I Love Lucy, given that I Love Lucy stopped airing 12 years before the moon landings. Who would have thought that Alex lied about something else?
Yeah, my dad's first memory is watching the moon landing. He was like 2 years old, and he remembers watching the moon landings.
I remember my nan telling me about it quite a lot. Like, every time I went to see my nan, she would tell me the same story as though I've never heard it before. I'd be like, oh, no, yeah.
Neil Armstrong's from not far from me. Like a 5-hour drive. Off of
Amazing.
Canada.
I mean, you have to say these things. Obviously, you work for NASA, and if you, you didn't, you get fired tomorrow. Neil deGrasse Tyson is watching.
Yeah, I have met him too, Neil deGrasse Tyson. I literally have met him.
I wouldn't mind meeting him.
He's,
I'd be
he's
like,
very disorganized.
He's very disorganized.
Yes.
Yeah, I can
An
imagine.
ADHD, definitely.
Yeah. I'd have to be like, Neil, can you just stop trying to debunk the flat Earth because you're actually not very good at it, mate. Icy Spin has been a member for 22 months. Says moon landings require a container. Right, now some weird dude on the right wants to talk.
Thank you. That's my time.
All right, thank you, Alex. You may have noticed I am not James. I'm stepping in for him here, so he'll be back in a few minutes. FTFE, the floor is all yours. 10-minute opening.
Thank you. I just want to say thank you to James Modern Day Debates for bringing me all the way here from Scotland. It's been an amazing experience, and thank you, Alex, for coming and being my opponent. I appreciate it. I'm Craig McNell. I run the YouTube channel FTFE. Just so you know, I have 2 degrees, one in physics, one in nuclear engineering, so I understand the technology and the science side pretty well, and I'm going to kind of try and stick to that as my main argument. I want to talk about the fact that we're kicking off a journey back to one of humanity's...
Oh, Peck has gifted 5 memberships. Let me check that that's actually gone on. Did it get added? I don't know. I wasn't paying attention. Did it add it? No, I don't think it did. So I need to add 15 minutes myself. Go. Don't know why it's not working. I will have to check with Plan a Walk.
biggest hold my beer moments, the Apollo landings. Picture this, it's the late 1960s, and while some folks are busy inventing conspiracy theories that would make even your paranoid uncle blush, NASA's gearing up to do the impossible, land humans on the moon. The Apollo program, not just a few guys in a tin can, but a series of missions that push the limits of what we thought was possible. Their goals to land humans on the moon, explore it, and bring them safely back home. Simple, right? Just overcome the minor hurdles of vacuums, cosmic rays, and zero gravity. The key milestones and the few things, figuring out how to get a rocket to break free from Earth's wardrobe of gravity without turning into a giant firework. Not to mention teaching astronauts how to moonwalk before Michael Jackson made it cool. Apollo 11, this wasn't just any camping trip, it was the first time humans set foot on a different celestial body.
You know, no idea how many times I rewrote these intros, by the way.
Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin didn't just take small steps, they took giant leaps into history and the hearts of conspiracy theorists like Alex everywhere.
Yes, GCat the Castronaut, every £10 worth of Super Chat also adds a minute. So I have been paying attention to that.
The technological marvels, everything from space food that could survive a nuclear war, to computers less powerful than your coffee maker, yet they got us to the moon and back. Well, some of us can't even get a decent cell signal today. The global impact was huge. This was Earth's selfie moment. Watching its own species step out into the universe, it united humanity, proving that together we could achieve the unimaginable. And the cultural significance, let's just say it gave us more than a few good movies and a whole genre of space rock. So as we blast off into this debate, remember the moon landing isn't just a story of human achievement, it's a slap in the face to every science denier who thinks moon landing hoax is a great conversation starter at parties. So let's talk about third-party verifications. Because sometimes you need a bit more than just your mum to vouch for you. When it comes to proving the moon landing, it wasn't just NASA's word against the conspiracy theorists, we had some pretty serious backup. First up, the Soviet Union. Yes, America's favorite Cold War besties, they weren't just sitting back with popcorn, they were tracking every single move made. If anyone had an incentive to call it a hoax, it was the USSR. But instead of busting NASA, Soviet tracking stations from Crimea to Siberia confirmed every single milestone of the Apollo.
I've not actually watched this debate back myself yet, and God, the camera's not very nice to me, is it?
Point out that, okay, if people, China, North Korea, any of these other countries would have also blown the whistle on us doing this, so...
Yeah, they were all tracking it. They had the ability to see, right?
And so they said nothing, so it's just not Russia. Everyone could have blown the whistle.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, Copyright issues found in my previous stream. Yeah, I thought so. That's fine.
Emissions. Talk about an awkward moment for hoax believers. Then there's the global network of observations from Australia to Germany, observatories that were geared up with their giant space binoculars. They weren't just any stargazing hubs. They were some of the best eyes on the planet, and they were all watching the same thing at the same time, men landing on the moon. We're talking about places like Jodrell Bank in the UK, which snagged transmissions directly from the lunar surface, or the Parkes Observatory in Australia, which famously gave us some of the clearest TV pictures of the astronauts hopping around on the moon. Why does this matter? Because these verifications came from sources with no dog in the political fight, armed with nothing but hard data and a clear view of the sky. They helped cement the moon landing, not just as an American triumph, but as a human one. So when someone tries to tell you it was all filmed in Hollywood basement, just remember the whole world was watching, and not one credible source has ever cried, cut on Apollo 11. All right, so one of the favorite bits of evidence I like to go into is the moon rocks. Forget about your average backyard pebble. These rocks are literally out of this world. First off, we're not talking about just a handful of rocks over...
Icy Spin says 199 that I'm literally losing the debate. Bro. Not really.
One of those moon rocks is at my museum, too.
Yeah. I love the moon rocks. You just have to examine what they look like and realise that that couldn't have existed on Earth. It literally had to have been somewhere else. Otherwise it would have looked different. Mark for £2 says, it's not waterboarding if you use diesel. Oofed. I mean, he's technically correct, but add a minute for that.
600 samples were handed out like galactic party favors to more than 100 countries. Why? To ensure scientists worldwide could roll up their sleeves and get down to some serious moon rock analysis. This wasn't just an American show, it was a global science fest. Now, where did some of these rocks come from? Straight from the moon's surface, collected by astronauts who were busy making history while jumping around in low gravity. These rocks aren't just rare, they're alien, featuring a cocktail of minerals and isotopes that you just cannot find on the Earth. The scientific jackpot these rocks represent can't be overstated. They've given us a window into the moon's fiery formation, its crusty history, and even clues about the early solar system. Each rock is like a chapter of a celestial encyclopedia written in a language that scientists are still eagerly decoding. And here's the kicker. The unique properties of these moon rocks are nothing like what we have on Earth, which smashes any ridiculous claims they were cooked up in a studio. They're the smoking gun of the moon landings, proving we didn't just send cameras to the moon, we brought a piece of it back. Decades later, these are still making headlines.
I don't think Alex is listening, is he? He's scrolling.
No.
He's scrolling.
It doesn't
X
look
right
like
now.
it.
No, he's watching like I don't know some Baby Shark videos or something. Baby Shark, do 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 do.
Why do you need to listen? We're just gonna gnaw it away.
Alright. When I played Baby Shark on the previous stream, I literally got an actual copyright strike for it. Like I have an actual strike because I played Baby
New
Shark.
discoveries, proving their scientific gifts keep on giving. Right, so one of my absolute favorite evidence for the moon landing, and this one is undeniable, is the Grand Prix. During Apollo 16 lunar rover, or as I like to call it, the first off-road moon racing.
Look at Alex, he's
It
smiling.
wasn't just a stroll on the moon, it brought along a lunar rover that turned the moon into a racetrack. This wasn't for kicks. The rover was essential for expanding the range astronauts could cover, making it easier to hold their scientific gear and collect samples. But they had a bit of fun too. Now, the Grand Prix video.
Brandon has gifted 20 memberships, which will add an hour to the timer. Thank you very much, Brandon. That's incredibly generous. Mean. One of the two. Which means we've had 252 new members. We are up to still 3 hours and 40 minutes to go. So thank you very much. Who needs sleep? Red boys, my friend.
Greg, you had a PowerPoint for this, right?
Say again?
You had a slideshow for this thing.
Yeah, but they forgot to set it up so that people could see it.
Well, okay, my critique would be show the evidence, but you did.
Yeah.
We just can't see it. So I'm just saying, you had the evidence, we just couldn't see it.
Right.
You also had postcards.
Neither of my opponents, made a presentation or anything. Whereas I spent a lot of time putting together presentations and slideshows and evidence and stuff. Whereas both Andrew and Alex just waffled and failed to even attempt to enter the argument.
You can tell yours is well thought out and put together properly.
Yeah. I spent weeks revising the script over and over, making sure it linked with what I had on the slideshows and everything bit by bit, I spent time and effort doing that, and Alex just went, but I don't like Nazis.
Wrinkly spacesuits. Oh my god.
Icy Spin 199 says Alex's outburst was amazing. To be frank, you're not wrong.
This gem shows astronaut John Young whipping around on the lunar surface. But forget Hollywood car chases. This was a physics lesson on live TV. The dust kicked up by the rover didn't behave as it would on Earth. Instead of lingering in the air, it shot up and fell straight back down in a perfect parabolic arc. Why? Because there was no atmosphere and a whole less lot gravity. These dust trails are crucial. They visually demonstrate two things. First, the moon's gravity is about 1/6 of that of Earth, which affects how fast the dust settles back down. And second, the absence of any atmospheric drag means no air to suspend the particles. They're in a hurry to hit the ground again. The insights from these simple observations are vast. They help us understand not just lunar geology, but also the fundamental principles of physics in low gravity. So next time you watch the Grand Prix, remember, it's not just a cool space video, it's literally a demonstration of physics. And to say that this was in some kind of studio means they would have to have done two things. One, remove the atmosphere from the studio, and two, change the gravity in the studio. I myself have done analysis on the dust particles to show that their parabolic trajectory could not be in a gravitational acceleration of 9.8 meters per second squared that we experience on Earth.
He's a smart guy.
The retroreflectors. Stemming from the Apollo missions, the lunar reflectors aren't just any piece of equipment. They're essentially cosmic mirrors we left on the moon, which are still serving science to this day. Deployed during 11, 14, and 15, these retroreflectors are designed for one job, to reflect lasers sent back from Earth. Not your average high school science experiment. It's a setup that allows us to measure the distance from Earth to the moon with incredible precision, like millimeters. And why do we care about this? Because it's...
Yeah, but, nuh-uh, right?
Yeah.
Crucial for testing the fundamentals of physics, including Einstein's theory of relativity. These ongoing experiments are carried out by numerous international observatories, demonstrating that the legacy of the Apollo missions extends far beyond those first small steps on the moon. Also, there's the photo and video evidence, which is vast and incredibly large, and none of it is missing, despite what Alex would like to say. The photos and videos, some say they're smoking guns of the grand hoax. Well, no. The shadows and lighting in these photos are all incredibly consistent, so much so that NVIDIA used their 3D technology to trace the path the rays of light would take and simulate where the shadows would fall in the geography that we have on the moon. And they matched up 100% to what all the videos and photos and videos showed. Don't just take NASA's word for it. Independent photographic experts from around the globe have scrutinized every pixel of these. They're not just any expert, they're people that can spot a Photoshop job from a mile away. And what's their verdict? The images are authentic, with geometric perspectives and lighting effects only possible on the lunar surface. These photos and videos have been available for public scrutiny since they were taken. Anyone with enough interest and the right expertise can review them. This openness is what you'd expect from it's not what you'd expect from a so-called grand perception. All right, so as we wrap up our journey through the compelling evidence of the moon landings, let's just take a moment to reflect on what we've covered. From third-party verifications by the Soviets during the Cold War, to independent analysis of moon rocks and ongoing lunar laser ranging experiments, to the physics of the Grand Prix and the regolith being kicked up. Each piece of evidence, from the unique behavior of the dust on the lunar surface to the retroreflectors still used today for precise measurement, builds a case not just for the reality of the moon landings, but also for the integrity and capability of the scientists and engineers who made it happen.
1 minute.
We've seen that this isn't just about historical records. It's about ongoing validation in scientific community. The data and findings are not locked away. They're available for anyone to review and scrutinize. This transparency reinforces the authenticity of the missions and highlights the scientific methods, highlights the scientific methods' role in advancing our understanding of the universe. And thank you very much. I appreciate the time.
Right, thoughts on that? Bunch of nonsense.
You had evidence? You showed the evidence? What more could you do?
I know. In both the debates, I was the only one that showed evidence. And how anyone can watch either of the debates and go, oh, well, yeah. Oh, no, the other person did way better. I mean, with the Andrew Wilson debate, yeah, he was more rhetorically, in charge of the debate because he's a bully and understands the topic extremely well. But he still didn't present any evidence. I was the only one that did that, just like in this debate.
He only said why he thought secular humanism was bad, not why he thought Christianity was better.
Well, and then
there's a semantic difference.
Secular humanism to do that, of course. So, Rach, what did you think of that opening?
I thought that was very well put together. You could tell you worked hard on it, and a very good-looking guy too.
Where? Him? Yeah, he's all right, I guess. I've lost like since then. I've lost so much more weight. Like I was. Happy
I was
with how
just
looked then.
noticing.
I'm like a good maybe 2 stone lighter than that. Like maybe yeah, probably about 8 or 9 kilos, maybe 15 kilos lighter than I was then actually.
Wow, good job.
All right, thank you, Craig. Gentlemen, I know you both.
My
I know the
computer
passion
is
you
dying.
have
I
on
gotta
the
go
subject.
get
We're
the
going to go
charger.
No worries.
to 45
Run.
minutes of open discussion. Yes, sir.
Well, just real quick, I rebut a couple of the things. There's particular, and then we can get to the open discussion. But there was, and I sent an email, but there was like 4 things I just wanted to specifically want to go through real quick, Craig.
Well, yeah, I mean, we can talk about
We could. I know,
yeah,
but just 4 things real quick. So
Craig, you're okay with that?
Yeah.
All right.
just real quick. So you
Yeah, I
talked
don't care about how the debate's set up. I just want to talk about the 4 things that I don't understand.
about bouncing a laser off the moon, correct?
Yeah.
So do you know when the first time we did that?
After they were put up, not long after.
Well, that's wrong. Actually, we did that. MIT did that on May 9th, 1962. So you can see that. So just so Craig knows.
So that's off the moon, not off the retroreflector.
Oh, you see, that's what's so cute.
Yeah.
Is
So
this
the
this guy?
difference-
No, that's so cute. Okay.
So Alex, the difference
Yeah,
there is
uh-huh.
the precision that we can do. Just bouncing lasers off the moon, we don't get the precision, the strength of the signal back. With the retroreflectors, the intensity of the signal that we get back allows us to do much more precise analysis on the distance to the moon. Using the
Well,
basic
wouldn't you
one-
say that we've been able to shine a laser off it? So you saying that we shined a laser off it after the moon mission doesn't prove that we can't shine a laser off
No,
it. Do you
but
see what I'm saying?
the point is there's a very big difference to just shining
Nah.
off moon to shining off a retroreflectors. We can tell by the intensity of the signal we get back what it is.
And you've seen the videos of them shining this laser on the moon, right?
Yeah,
and then they shine it, and then they just look at a computer screen, right?
Well, yeah, they can time the distance and predict what. And there's the thing is they can
Yeah.
point the laser away from the moon, and it won't.
Wait. So what does Alex want? Us to like watch it with our eyes and just? How does he think we're going to measure it? What even is his point?
Don't hit the thing.
Well,
or
can
they
we just
point it
agree
at
that-
the retroreflector? And once they point it at the retroreflector,
But
they
we
get
c-
back such a precise and intense signal that allows them to determine that the moon is moving away or a particular. It's millimeters precision, and that precision is the point of the retroreflectors. Yes, before the retroreflectors, we absolutely could bounce a laser off of the moon, but that didn't give us the precision and the intensity of the signal back that allows us to do lunar laser ranging experiments that are still being done today by children in observatories around America and the world. So the fact that
Well,
children
I'm just
can do
saying we were
this-
able to shine a laser off the moon before the moon mission, so that doesn't prove that we went there. But you're going to say that. Okay, now we got to go. Now, I don't know if you got the article that I sent. You said the space rocks. You're talking about how we have so many great space rocks. That was one of your main points. Well, it's so crazy. I don't know, Jeffrey, you able to pull this up
Oh, is he
on this one?
He's going to talk about the petrified wood, isn't he?
Also, like, what does MIT bouncing lasers off before the Apollo have to do with what NASA did later?
Yeah, I know. He completely avoided the point that we put the retroreflectors there, and we can point it at exactly where the retroreflectors are, and get such a strong signal back that we can tell what it's come off of. Yeah, he's about to bring up the petrified wood story, which isn't even really a thing.
Let me just.
Or you go to Chrome?
That being Chrome, yeah.
So it's crazy, though, that you said that. Yeah, that's one. Click that. Because if you pull this up, so it's just so wild. This is what they called a moon rock. So if you look at this article, and this is NBC News, the Dutch National Museum said Thursday that one of its prized possessions, a rock supposedly brought back from the moon by U.S. astronauts, is just a piece of petrified wood. Oh my God, isn't that crazy? Yeah, that's NBC. I know you guys, listen, I know you guys, they went up there and they brought a bunch of rocks back, sure, but you know what's
Who knows the actual story behind it?
Wasn't it not necessarily from NASA, but someone said it was from NASA? Kind of thing?
But it wasn't.
Yes.
No one from NASA presented anything. Someone mistakenly said something was from somewhere, but it was never presented as an official piece of moon rock. Mislabeled. No one from NASA ever did that.
real funny is having moon rocks actually doesn't prove that we went to the moon, because this Nazi that he didn't mention in his opening statement didn't apologize for the
Hey,
death
so
of
you
6
know
months.
that whether
real
it's a
quick.
Nazi or not doesn't make a difference to what happened.
No, that does make a difference.
No,
it does make a
whether
difference.
he's a horrible
Okay,
person
all
is
right,
irrelevant
all
to the
right.
technological marvels
It
that
does-
came from the moon landings.
It does make a difference, but we'll get into that. But what's funny, because you talk about these moon rocks, so what do you have to say?
So,
why
yeah,
would NASA
there's
give
a
them
story
petrified
behind
wood?
this. When they trace back the the passage of hands, where it never actually came from NASA.
It came from an astronaut.
Yeah, that astronaut.
Who works for NASA? Does an astronaut work for NASA, Craig?
no, it
Craig, does
And I was
Not all
actually
astronauts
incorrect.
work for NASA.
It didn't even actually come from an astronaut. That's not true. The reporting of it is incorrect. Someone said that it was presented by an astronaut, and then someone else gave it to royalty. No astronaut ever presented it to anybody.
Does an astronaut? No, because you just said it doesn't come from NASA. Does an astronaut work for NASA,
If
Craig?
someone works for McDonald's, does that mean every burger they make comes from McDonald's? Did they do it at their home?
I'm saying
Alex?
yes. If I got if an employee from McDonald's.
You hear what he said there, guys? If someone works at McDonald's, therefore every burger they make, whether they're at their home or not, is a McDonald's burger.
I will point out, guys, with headphones in, you're going to turn your volume down for a little bit.
Yeah. Alex properly crashes out at this point.
Gave me something, I would say that was from McDonald's.
So
is
if
what
you
I
went
would
to
say.
McDonald's
Yes.
employee's house and they gave you a burger, you'd say thanks for the Big Mac, dude. No.
Yeah,
you go
because
to
they got it
McDonald's.
free because
Just
they work at
because-
McDonald's.
Just
So
because
you're
he
trying-
works
no,
at
no, no,
NASA
no.
doesn't-
He thinks people that work at McDonald's are like taking a bunch of Big Macs home and then serving it to people.
This is how smart he is.
Right.
A
Now, let me-
NASA astronaut, an employee of NASA, an astronaut gave somebody this
Here we go,
rock,
Alex.
but he's so dumb he's going to say, oh, you know what? NASA didn't give it to anybody. Yeah, the fucking astronaut gave it to him.
So-
The biggest employee at NASA are the astronauts. These are the ones that gave him this fake rock.
you
He's
trying
trying
to
to act
fight
like, no, I'm fine. I'm just saying,
Alex.
this is what I deal with. These people are
He's
So you get an ambulance to stand by
triggered.
here?
No, it just-
Is it, do you need a minute?
No,
Are
I
you
feel
okay?
great.
Look how red he's gone. Look at his face.
Unhinged.
He is so
Oh my
mad.
lord. Oh my god.
Right.
This-
Alex, right, look
the
at me. Alex,
mental
Alex, right. I
gymnastics.
want you to breathe.
Sorry, what was that?
This is the part I think where I almost fell over.
Yeah. Fucking
Uh,
hilarious.
For a
The
second,
mental
just breathe
gymnastics.
in.
My breathing's
Alex,
fine.
no,
The
no,
mental
seriously, I'm
gymnastics you
worried
have to
here.
go through is
Okay,
that you
right.
say this
Now,
petrified
here we
rock
go.
had nothing
Here
to
we
do
go.
with
So-
NASA. It was given by an astronaut. Do astronauts work for NASA, Craig?
Do everyone
Do
that-
astronauts?
Not all of
Yes,
them.
they do. So
So-
then
Other
it was
countries
given
have
to us by
astronauts too.
Yeah. A lot of private, a lot of astronauts now are just civilians or private people, They're-
NASA.
No, it was given to them by somebody that works at NASA. It was not an official.
Give it to
Right.
them. Work for NASA, Craig.
Look at Alex.
Do
He's about
astronauts?
to
Yes,
explode.
they
Ready?
do. So then it was given to
Alex.
them by NASA.
No, it was given to them by.
Do you want an aneurysm? Because that's how you get aneurysms.
Yeah.
Somebody that works.
I
at
do
NASA.
not
It was
recommend
an official
aneurysms.
No.
gift from NASA, and there was never anything.
It
that
was
said,
given to him
Alex,
by an
Alex, I'll just let you cry.
astronaut.
Alex, I'll just let you cry for 5 minutes. So
I'm not
give me
crying.
a second.
Wait, no, Craig,
Seriously,
listen,
you need to
calm
take a
down.
deep breath. It's
But
okay.
Craig,
Right,
this
Alex. So
is-
let me
do you
speak.
see why I'm
Alex, give me one
frustrated,
second. Give me one second. Right. So this was never an official moon rock sample from the place where you got them. He, for some reason, this astronaut thought it was and gave it to someone, but it was never an official gift. It was never clarified as a moon rock. It never came from the moon rock samples, and it's as simple
Oh,
as
is that
that.
why- is that
You
why
can
they-
look back, but every single moon rock that's actually verified as a moon rock can be analyzed and shown it has properties that you cannot get on Earth. This was never said to be an actual moon rock by NASA officially. Okay, someone that worked at NASA made a mistake, just like anyone that works for a company can make a mistake. But that's fine. People can make mistakes. But what we need to do, Alex, is look at the.
Let's talk about the
hold on,
mistake.
one second,
So
let me
what was
say
the
one sec, one
mistake?
sec.
What was the mistake? Do you think
The
that they were
mistake
trying
was-
to mislead the museum?
No, the astronaut didn't know.
So he just found this petrified rock and said, "Oh, I think this is from the moon."
He made a mistake.
You believe that?
He made a mistake.
He just found
right?
this in his backyard.
Not in his backyard.
Yeah, no, again, I was wrong with what I said there. It was actually, it wasn't even an astronaut that gave it to someone. Someone said that it came from an astronaut and then handed it over, and it never did. It was never from an astronaut. No one at NASA had ever seen this before, basically. Icy Spin 199 says, "I'm dead. I love it to death." Yeah, I know. It's fucking hilarious.
And he just found a rock and said, "I'm going to
Alex,
give this to a museum
but
so they can put it
what
on
we need to
display
do
as
is
a moon
look at
rock."
the actual moon rocks that are verified as moon rocks. No one ever said this moon rocks apart from
okay,
that
about
one
this, Craig.
astronaut, right?
Okay, first of all, we know that there's
what we
fake
need to
rocks
do-
in museums.
Alex,
But-
no, stop one sec. What we need to do is actually look at the moon rocks that have been analysed by countries all around the world. And what you need to do is instead of focusing on this one which has been clarified to not actually be from the moon,
It's a
we need to
fake
look at the
rock
ones that were
given
from the
by
moon.
NASA, but-
Yeah, but we need to look at the ones actually from the moon and make explanations for it. So let me
no,
ask you a
Craig's really
question.
smart. No, Craig,
Let me ask you a
no,
question.
no,
Alex, right,
okay, ask me the question, then I'll ask you a
Right, so the point is, we need to look at the ones that are verified that actually form the moon. So I need to ask you, how do you explain the micrometer holes that we find in the moon rocks? How do you explain the isotopes and the radiation that comes from the moon rocks that show they could not have been from Earth?
See, this is why Craig's so smart, right? He says these.
Oh, thank you, Alex.
This is why he says it. This is why.
You heard that, guys? He said I'm smart. Everyone,
I don't think
that.
Craig's dumb. I don't think Craig's dumb. I don't think you're dumb. But this is why you are smart, though, right? You're talking about these moon rocks. Has Warner von Braun ever collected a moon rock here on Earth?
Oh, so he's avoided my question and gone back to Warner von Braun. And what did he say? Has Warner von Braun ever collected a moon rock here on Earth? Well, no, then they wouldn't. There wouldn't be a moon rock. It would be
possible.
Earth rock.
Well, I'm thinking asteroid impact on the moon, the ejecta, and then the Earth's gravity then catches it.
Yeah, that could work.
That would still be a moon rock on Earth.
Icy Spin 199 says, upvote for Craig to show Meltdown once more. Okay, all right. We can watch him melt down again.
Make explanation.
Jack, this supposed to make
to Earth. This it never came from Alex.
Petrified rock had nothing to do with NASA. It was given by an astronaut. Do astronauts work for NASA, Craig?
Do everyone?
Do astronauts? Yes, they do. So then it was given to them by NASA.
No, it was given to them by somebody.
By NASA.
Those ones are different.
Those ones are. Oh my God! So you admit that there are moon rocks here on Earth,
I didn't realize that's your question.
See, I know, but so we already have moon rocks here on Earth.
Let me explain why they're different.
Alex,
they're a moon rock. Listen to the words you are saying. Moon rock from Earth.
Yes.
No. Tell I'm smart.
Hey, I don't think Craig's dumb. I don't think Craig's dumb. I don't think you're dumb. But this is why you are smart, though, right? You're talking about these moon rocks. Has Warner von Braun ever collected a moon rock here on Earth?
Has he collected a moon rock from Earth?
Yes.
No.
So nobody's ever. So there's no moon rocks. Nobody's ever collected a moon rock here on Earth.
By collect, do you mean that after they came to Earth, they then got it? But
yes.
No, the moon.
So has there been moon rocks here on Earth?
Yes, we have.
Yes, they have moon rocks on Earth. That's right.
Because we brought them back from the moon.
No, in Antarctica.
Alex, they're a moon rock. Listen to the words you are saying.
Yes, they found rocks from the moon, but we didn't have to go get them. That rocks fell from the moon here on Earth.
No, those ones are different.
Those ones are. Oh my God! So you admit that there are moon rocks here on Earth, right?
Yeah, of course they're different because they've been on Earth for a long time, and they will show properties of being on Earth for a long time. Danny Turner, my favourite Danny, for £2 says, hopefully you ain't streaming when I come up and see you. When is that, mate? I might still be streaming then. Who knows? But maybe we should just stream together, my friend.
My work has is encased in a resin pyramid. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, awesome.
Try to reduce any interference from our atmosphere.
Yeah, you can tell. You can just analyze them. You Are Mopped, who's been a member for 17 months, says, brother, looking fit. Push-up contest in Nashville. I accept your challenge, my friend.
That's your question.
See, I know, but so we already have moon rocks here on Earth.
But let me explain why they're different. Okay, they're different because
sure.
you can analyze those. And ones that have come from the moon for whatever reason and been on Earth for a long time, you can tell that they are because of the radiation and stuff that comes from the moon.
Sure.
But when there is a moon rock that has been on the moon and nowhere but the moon for millennia and eons, you can analyze those and see that, well, that's clearly nothing else that exists on Earth. So this one anomaly that an astronaut made a mistake and said it was a moon rock when it wasn't, NASA never officially said it was a moon rock. You will never find a report of NASA officially saying that is a moon rock. But the ones that NASA do say is a moon rock are actually brought back.
Okay, hold on. How do I go to Google Chrome?
Right, I swear he was just Googling stuff during the debate. Right. You Are Mocked. It was amazing to meet you in New Zealand. I'm looking forward to seeing you again in Nashville.
Type on Craig's computer. All right.
I'll be there.
I can't wait to see you again. That'd be amazing.
So, can you guys see that? I know it's kind of small.
You should see if you can come to Cleveland. It's not too far from Nashville.
No. I want to rebut this to everything. So we rebutted that we were able to shoot a laser off the moon.
Well, you never rebutted. I rebutted you, but yeah.
Well, we were able to shoot a laser off the moon before Craig said we were able to do it. Okay, now it's funny, Craig. You said that they did a Grand Prix on the moon, and you talked about the space dust, the moon dust, right? And how it was flying everywhere, right? Mm-hmm. Well, it's funny because they had I believe it was a 9,000-pound rocket, I believe.
Absolutely.
And there's not one bit of dust on that lunar lander, and that's right next
Why
to the
would
rocket.
There be?
These things are really handy. Yeah, why would there be dust on the fucking lunar lander after it's blown all the dust away? Did the wind on the moon blow it back?
The
Let me ask you a
non-existent
question.
wind.
Why?
Yeah, exactly.
Why after landing, Alex, would you expect dust to be on there?
Pardon me.
I would
Explain-
expect this is
explain
why,
exactly
because,
why.
because this is how it lands.
Guys,
It's
you're gonna need one of these where it explains.
No, I'm saying there's a 9,000-pound rocket, and
Ready?
how it lands, it blasts power, and I guess the power gets weaker as it goes down. So this fire is causing pressure. So when you cause pressure to something, it causes it to displace. So I mean, if you had any bit of logic and you had a 9,000-pound rocket and you're landing on dirt, there would be dirt spread around. It's just common sense.
Okay, dirt spread around.
On
Or-
Earth.
You said.
You just made right.
You said.
Yeah, on Earth, where there's an atmosphere. He does realize that the moon is, you know, in space. Right?
No, it's in a
Craig,
soundstage somewhere.
On another
Obviously.
related note, Icy Sped just said, gave the link to SIFA in the chat.
Oh, thank you very much. Yes. I actually had an email from them saying that I was literally one of the top donators of the entire year for the what you guys donated towards it. So I want to say thank you to that. And it is still open if you want to continue donating, because they will still receive the money. You're a mop for $2 says, I've lost £50. You might not recognize me though. Good job, my friend.
I was about to acknowledge that. Yeah, I'm down about 20 since February, I would say.
I can actually tell you're looking good. And Rach
Thanks.
as well.
Yeah, I
The
needed to.
amazing progress you've made in the gym, doing all your stuff. Amazing. I'm so proud of you guys.
I've lost 10 now.
Amazing. Everyone's losing
18
weight.
pounds?
I keep getting emails and stuff, and like it does make me feel really good, because the people were like, that I've inspired them to get fit and everything, and that makes me feel really good. So, and it makes me want to kind of do it even more to inspire more people. I love it.
Alex, you've changed your claim. You've changed your claim from there's no dust on.
There is no dust.
No, hold on. You've changed your claim from there's no dust on there to there's no dust spread around. There was dust spread around, but the reason there is no dust on the foot of the
There's no blast crater. There's no blast
I'm
crater.
so sorry that the middle of my sentence interrupted the beginning of yours. If you give me a second. So the reason there's no dust on the foot of the moonlander is because there's no disturbance in the air to push that dust back once it has been blown away. There is no atmosphere on the moon. So as the dust gets blown away from the lunar lander, there's nothing to bring it back. That is going to be the cleanest place around.
Yeah. So this picture's small, but you'll see there's literally nothing displaced. There's no proof that a 9,000
It's right
pound
underneath
rocket,
it, Alex. It's blown
there would
away
be-
from it.
There would be a blast crater of some sort.
No, okay, so
He's right. You guys can't see it right now, but what he showed was a picture proving my point, that all the dust was blown away. Oh, I love it when Flerfs and morons just do my job for me.
So they specifically chose places
There
that were more solid than not.
Sea of Tranquility, is that what they? Is that what
They
chose?
specifically chose specific landing areas that were on elevated positions, that were harder rock, had less regolith. But the point is, in this small image you've got here, it shows directly underneath. Once again, as the booster comes down, it's blasting all the regolith and dust away from it. So you can't see it in this picture because
It's
there's
funny,
no.
you-
Once
you
again, I'm
literally-
still in the middle of my
Sorry, go
sentence.
ahead,
It blasted all the stuff away from it with no disturbance in the atmosphere to get it back, because the atmosphere does not exist on the moon.
Did you guys see how I shut Alex down there? He even apologized to me.
This picture, because
It's
there's
funny,
no. Once
you
again, I'm
literally-
still in the middle of my
Sorry, go ahead,
sentence.
sorry.
It blasted all the stuff away from it with no disturbance.
I told him what to do and he did it. Good boy, Alex.
Nice.
Good boy.
You need to
In the
chew a
atmosphere to
cookie.
get it back, because the atmosphere does not exist on the moon, Alex.
Well, then why was that go-kart causing all of it to just fly all around?
It didn't fly all around. If you'd listened to my intro, let me go.
I listened to it. I'm just saying.
Clearly not, Alex.
You
Maybe,
said that
maybe
they were.
attend-
You said that they
right,
were
so-
on a jeep. That was basically a jeep.
Right,
How
so
did they
I
even
want
get
you
there
to
in the
look
first
at
place?
this diagram on the right.
Yeah.
Okay, the diagram on the right, it shows two things. The two green lines, they are what you would expect on if there was dust particles on Earth. That is what physics says the parabolic trajectory of the dust particles would be on Earth. The other two lines are the trajectory if you did the calculations with a gravity of 1/6 what you would expect on Earth. Every dust particle, if you look on the one on the left, it shows where the dust are going. Every single dust particle followed a parabolic trajectory that showed it was in less gravity. But there's one more thing we need to look at is that they all follow that trajectory without any disturbance going out or coming back. They are being kicked up in a very specific way and coming straight back down with no turbulence, no disturbance, nothing being swirled around like you would see if you did it on Earth. If you watch a dirt bike on Earth kicking up dirt, it goes round the wheel, it flies up, it gets pushed like clouds. But on here, all of the dust did exactly this. It went, woo! Exactly, with nothing to disturb it, and in a place with less gravity that made it do exactly what we expect in a place that has 1/6 the gravity on Earth. So if this was faked, how did they do it? Because they would have had to, if they were on a soundstage, they had to remove the air and change the gravity in the soundstage.
That's not how they'd have to do it. But first of all,
why not?
Because you can actually watch clips of
Yeah,
it.
why not?
Oh, there we go. I've just given like a 2-minute
CGI.
explanation, and he went, well, nuh-uh. I mean, I guess we just shut it down, guys. He said, nuh-uh.
It's obviously
convinced-
CGI. You know NASA had secret special CGI in 1969?
Of course they did, because they were that amazing. DP Debunks says, how did you remove the dirt from your keyboard? I keep having to get new keyboards, mate. Sorry, it doesn't work. The dirt doesn't come off.
That's not how I
No,
did. Why
because,
not?
because they can change the speed of the video and make it look a certain
Changing
way.
the speed of a video doesn't change the fact that there's no
I know, but see,
atmosphere
Craig,
and it behaves
so
with gravitational
funny. I
acceleration.
think it's very funny though. You want to argue about dust, and you see that
I
obviously.
want to argue about physics,
No,
Alex.
I know, but well, then why isn't there any dust on the lunar lander?
I
That's
did,
physics.
guys. Did I not just explain?
A 9,000-pound rocket would displace more dust than a fake Jeep, dude, and that's the sad reality that you
Right,
can't admit
is
that.
there some kind of issue you have converting short-term to long-term memory? Because I just explained that to you.
No, I'm saying that when these astronauts take a step on the moon, they leave a footprint, right?
A footprint, yes.
Yeah.
Not,
So
oh,
this
oh,
stuff
oh.
can be displaced, and it would
What,
literally
what
leave a
do you mean?
footprint.
A footprint isn't displaced; it's compression.
Well, what I'm saying is, when you affect the surface, you're going to have dirt around. And if
Yeah,
you look
and
at
the
the
dirt
lunar
is around,
landers,
it's still there,
there's
but it's
no
moved
dirt
away.
on them. There's none. Yet that
Right,
car,
well, Alex,
it looked
once
like
ag-
they
once
were,
again-
had a damn party in the back. Looked like exhaust or so much dirt. And somehow this 9,000-pound rocket engine was able to land without even displacing so much as leaving even a crater underneath it.
There was no crater.
Brandon says for $2, nuh-uh. Shoot, debate's over. Let's all go home. Yeah. I mean, you can't argue with nuh-uh, right? It's the most...
Oh,
Nuh-uh. Yeah, you're right. I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
nuh-uh.
Damn it. You've got me.
Because it landed on hard rock, and again, all of the dust was moved away. Alex, these are things I've just explained to you. It's like it's going in one side.
No,
and
I
the
hear you.
other.
It's just
I
false.
understand
It's
that
just
you
false.
don't understand the physics and how it would
No,
work.
I don't need to understand physics. It's funny
Well,
because
no,
you
that's
wanna
the
try to be
problem.
cute.
I don't need to understand physics.
You
Well, I was
don't.
talking about one of
No.
the greatest physics and engineering feats that humanity
It's
has
so
ever
funny.
done. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't need to understand physics. That's the argument that I've got.
No, because what I try to do is I try to make the argument for a simple person that you don't have to have a physics degree to understand that a 9,000-pound rocket would cause dirt to move. Okay?
Well, that's
so
the
you don't
problem.
need to, you
People
don't have
with
to
a
have a
physics
physics
degree
degree.
would understand that, Alex.
No, you
People
don't.
that
No,
pass
you don't.
physics
See,
in high
that's-
school would understand that,
see,
Alex.
the
My
smug-
11-year-old
the
daughter
smug-
would understand that, Alex.
The smug and arrogance that you have, as if that you would have to know
This isn't
everything
smug
about
arrogance.
physics,
This is
physics
factual.
to understand that
This is
it doesn't
factual
make
stuff.
sense
Right.
that a rover causes all this dirt to go everywhere, but a
So,
9,000-pound rocket
let me explain to you.
engine
That is
doesn't.
called an argument from incredulity. He says it doesn't make sense. I don't understand it. Therefore, it's fake. Alex, this isn't about your feelings and your lack
No,
of understanding.
no.
This is about the physics and engineering that showed we absolutely. There's overwhelming amounts of evidence that we went. But the
There's
Grand
not.
Prix is
Well,
the
why can't we
absolute
go
killer.
today?
You
Why-
need-
He's dropped even lower. Guys, we went from 24 near the start down to 16. Now only 14% of people think that Alex will beat me.
need
know.
to explain.
I know.
Right.
Then why can't we go
even
today,
if, even
Greg?
if you say that this was slowed down, you
That
need
was
to
slowed down. That's why it has
right,
a
let's go with that.
trajectory.
You then need to explain why there is no turbulence in the dust. There's nothing.
You
to
need to
show.
explain why there's no blast crater whatsoever.
I did.
Yeah, you're gonna.
Oh
because
my
of
lord!
physics.
Guys,
you just say
please
one
use your
word.
facepalm
You can't just
protection.
say. You can't just say. Oh, physics. That means.
I
Oh,
didn't
there's no
just say
blast
physics.
crater.
I
Yeah,
explained
that's
it
all
to you
said, yeah.
specifically that I gave you the mechanism for why it isn't happening, Alex.
Craig, you know that I'm right. Okay, but it's funny you talk about that.
You know that I'm right. Is that how you win arguments? You
No.
I forgot how bad he did in this debate.
Oh,
tell
but-
yourself.
No, it's
So when you play chess, do you just like take your trousers down and shit on the board?
No, see, Craig, the difference between you and me is I'm being intellectually honest. You're not. because I have two examples, and there's a huge difference, and you can't admit that there's
broke
a
me.
That's a sad reality. Is I show you a picture with the dust going everywhere, then I show you a blast crater. You're like,
didn't show me a
because
picture
of
of dust
physics,
going
there's no
everywhere.
dust on it. It just doesn't make sense.
The
There
dust
would be
is
dust.
away from it. It
There
doesn't
would be
go
dust.
back.
Okay,
The wheels are kicking the
you know
dust in a
what's funny?
specific
We
way
can-
that
we can
stops
keep-
them.
If you have half a brain common sense, just ask yourself, why does
So not you. Do none of these people understand irony?
one
helpful
image
if you
have
did.
dust everywhere, and why does the other one not? But listen, we
I'm
can
pretty
talk
sure I
about,
explained that
let's
to you
talk
guys,
about other
though.
stuff. Okay, well, let's talk about what Werner von Braun said if we did get on the moon, because you talked about micrometeorites. And because there's no atmosphere on the moon, that there's tons of micrometeorites, correct?
Yes.
And Werner von Braun even said that if we got to the moon, that we'd immediately have to find a cave to go to because you would be at risk of getting killed by one of these micrometeorites. Yes, he did. Yes, he did. Yes, he did.
No, he didn't. There's
He
a
did
few
say
things
that.
you said that weren't true. For instance,
He did.
so-
He said that they would need to go somewhere. You don't think Werner von Braun brought up micrometeorites and the threat
So
that they had to astronauts?
they didn't say
so
they
you're
have
saying
to
that?
go
Wait,
there
no, real
immediately,
quick,
right?
because you just
Let
called
me-
me a
let me
liar.
explain,
No,
let me
you just
explain.
called me a liar.
I said you got it wrong.
No. You
I said
called me
you
a
got
liar.
it
You
wrong.
said you called me a liar.
Okay, well-
Did Werner von Braun ever talk about micrometeorites?
Yes, but
and the threat that they had to astronauts.
He never said, well, as soon as they get to the moon, they're going to immediately have to go to a cage. Okay, what they did was they considered the impact of micrometeorites and how they might have to deal with it. One of the suggestions was that they find a moon cage because the formation of
What
the
I
moon-
just said. That's literally what I just said, and you
No,
said I'm
you
wrong.
said that they would have to immediately go there. It was just a thought. One of the things that they would do.
That's
Like,
what that
possibility.
was a possibility. That was a thought. So I
That's
didn't
not what
lie.
you said. You just changed what you were saying.
No, I said that if Werner von Braun said the threat of micrometeorites, one of the plans was having to get
No.
to a cave
You
immediately.
said that he said as soon as they get to the moon, they'd immediately have to go.
That
to
was
a
one
cage.
of the potential plans that
Right.
they were, and you
Yeah,
admit
one
that
of
they
the-
thought.
Right, here's the thing. When you
Just
plan,
saying, so-
Alex, when you plan something like the moon landing, you have to consider so many things. And one of the things they considered was, well, maybe it would be sensible if we looked for some kind of cave or something. But they then found out that wasn't really necessary. They picked specific spots. They made sure that they had protections. They made sure the minimum time doing the EVAs. All these things were kind of accounted for in advance. You're not understanding the fact that
No, I understand
they
it. I
tried
understand
to look in advance as to problems that could happen and maybe come up with ways to fix them. Doesn't change what actually happened when they went to the moon landings. One thing you said that I really want to touch on in your intro,
Please.
you said that Russia went to the moon first and got samples. Who the told you that?
That's true.
No, it's not.
Russia went to the moon first.
No, they did not. Russia
they did.
never went to the. Russia went to. Right. Here's the thing. Russia absolutely destroyed America in the space race up until the moon landing. They were the first people to put a satellite in orbit. First to put a person in orbit. First an animal in orbit. But the first people to go to the moon and go on its surface with anything was the Americans. The Russians did not go and get a moon sample and bring it back. I don't know who told you
Well,
that.
it says it right here. Soviet.
Is you
Union-
confusing it with Sputnik?
No, he's about to read something which debunks him and he doesn't realize it. It's quite funny.
16 spacecraft was the first robotic mission to return lunar soil to
The
Earth.
first robotic mission.
That's what I
that
said.
wasn't before the Apollo missions, though. It was
Yes,
just.
it was.
Do you think they had
Yes, it
robotic
was.
missions in the 1969, Alex?
Well, they were the first.
Which
person
kind
to
of
do it.
robots were you?
They were in 1970. In 1970, they were.
Right, so because he read a story about Russia sending a robotic mission to the moon and that they were the first ones to do that, he then just made the assumption that happened before the Apollo missions. That, before 1960, we had robots that we could send to the moon. He's so smart, guys.
They were the first people to do it.
Have you watched Back to the Navigator? The robot in that, the thing that, hello, little
Flight,
boy.
hold on,
that
hold
was
on,
the robots.
hold on.
Not even that time.
Hold on.
What the actual?
Well, I don't believe they did either. First of all, that's why I don't know all the information about the Russia. But I'm just saying Russia faked it. My whole point with that is that Russia did some fake stuff too. So that's why they don't tell on each other.
Everything's fake.
Not everything is fake. Well,
Alex,
it's
before
funny
you go to
because
bed
you
at
called
night-
me a science denier, yet you're the one that's defending a person that killed a bunch of Jewish people. So
I'm not defending.
I need to listen to what you said again there.
don't tell on each other.
Everything's fake.
Not everything is fake. Well,
Alex,
it's
before
funny
you go to
because
bed
you
at
called
night-
me a science denier, yet you're the one that's defending a person that killed a bunch of Jewish people. So
Sorry, he says, you're calling me a science
How do
nerd,
those
but
correlate?
you're the one defending someone that killed a bunch of Jewish people. Those two things aren't connected. It's like
Didn't
he
even
started one
happen.
sentence, right? It's like he's got a script, right? And part of it was on the end of one page, but he accidentally turned 2 pages and started reading it 2 pages on after he'd finished one sentence. Those things are not connected. Being a science denier, Jews being killed by Nazis. What?
So,
I'm not defending.
yes, you
I'm
are.
not once. Right, here's the thing. Only you.
Was,
brought up that.
was the
I
Holocaust
do not
bad? Was the Holocaust bad?
Of course it was. But
So,
that
do
doesn't,
you agree?
that
With,
doesn't
do you agree
change
with
the fact.
Operation Paperclip?
I don't agree with anything that the Nazis
Do you
ever
think-
did.
I know,
I
so
do not care
do you think it's
about
okay,
Operation
though?
Paperclip. I care about whether we went to the moon or not.
I know,
The
dude,
fact
how
that
about
Warner
this,
von
Craig?
Braun.
Has a
Right, hold on,
Nazi
hold on,
ever
Alex,
lied?
hold on,
Do
hold on,
Nazis
hold
lie?
on. The fact that Warner von Braun came from Nazi Germany does not change the fact that humanity went to the moon. Even if he was an absolute monster that murdered children in their sleep, it would not change the fact that we went to the moon. So it's
He's
irrelevant.
defending a murderer. You guys are clapping. He's defending a murderer.
I'm not defending a murderer.
Yeah,
I
you're
literally
clapping
just
for
said-
a murder. You're clapping
I
for a
lit-
murder. Hey, literally, this is how.
Ladies and gentlemen, you were here. I literally just said. Alex, one sec.
He's
Right,
defending
I
a
want to
murderer.
clarify.
I like how the audience are laughing at him.
It would not change the humanity went to the moon. Even if he was an absolute monster that murdered children in their sleep, it would not change the fact that we went to the moon. So it's
He's
irrelevant.
defending a murderer. You guys are clapping. He's defending a murderer.
I'm not defending a murderer.
Yeah,
I
you're
literally
clapping
just
for a
said-
murder. You're clapping
I
for a
lit-
murder. Hey, literally, this is how.
Ladies and gentlemen, you were here. I literally just said. Alex, one sec.
He's
Right,
defending
I
a
want to
murderer.
clarify here.
Well, you know, Warner von Braun did murder people during the
Yeah, I
Holocaust.
want to be
so.
clear because Alex has said something that wasn't true. He said that I'm defending a murderer. No, I specifically said even if he was a monster and murdered
He
children.
was a monster,
Right,
and
but
did
I
his
specifically
bombs.
said even if he was a monster and murdered children, it wouldn't matter in the fact that we went to the moon. But it would matter that I wouldn't like what he did. I would never agree with someone being an evil person. But it doesn't change the fact that the technology from him allowed us to go to the moon. Just saying that he was a Nazi doesn't stop what actually happened, Alex.
Well, I think it does, but it's funny because you talk
I
about.
think
How? How does it change?
I think him being a Nazi does stop them going to the... God, I wish I'd watched this back sooner. This is fucking hilarious.
We talk about
you
the
think
technology.
saying a thing stops it?
Well, we're talking about the technology. The rockets, these Apollo rockets, right? What were they originally intended for? I said it in my opening statement. They were weapons, right?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
So,
War breeds
so I'm
technology,
just
that's a
saying.
fact.
So this guy, Warner von Braun, and you're an English vet. Is that correct?
Yeah, I was in the Royal Navy, yes.
And so a guy that bombed your own country, that killed your own people, you're going to sit up here, a Nazi that killed 6 million Jews, responsible for the death of 6 million Jews, you're going to come up here and defend him.
No, I'm not defending
all
him.
because you think it's so great that we went to
Not
the moon,
once have I
allegedly.
defended Alex.
Yeah.
Can you please show
Well,
me the point in this that I defended him, or did I specifically said that I reject
You said you don't
anything
care
the
if he's
Nazi-
a murderer.
No,
all that matters is we
no,
went to the
I
moon,
said it
so.
doesn't matter in relation to the fact that we went to the moon.
Well,
right?
do
He
you-
could be actually Satan, and he could rip people apart limb by limb.
You'd
It
probably
wouldn't
worship
change
him. You'd probably
the
worship
physical
him then.
fact that we went to our only natural satellite. It doesn't. He was a Nazi, okay? He did bad things. I agree. That's disgusting. Everything the Nazis stand for, it repulses me. I hold the position, see a Nazi, punch a Nazi. I do not like Nazis. It doesn't change the fact that the technological advances that came from the V2 rocket exist. So, yes, I agree with you, Alex.
So they-
the
so-
Holocaust
so-
was a horrible thing.
I know,
Hold on,
so-
let me finish. The Holocaust was a horrible thing. I agree with you. Nazis were evil. I agree with you. Does not change reality.
Well, I think it does, because if you look at Nazis,
It changes reality.
do Nazis lie? Did Nazis lie, Craig?
I'm sure Nazis lie, yes. I'm sure when Nazis were fighting the war, they told many misuse, as did the American military, as did the
Oh,
British
so you
military.
admit that the American military lies?
Well, that's how you do warfare. You lie
There
to
we
everybody
go.
else.
See, right now we're making headway. So he admits that the government will
well,
lie.
let me explain what I'm
Hey,
talking
wait,
about
do you-
specifically.
Do you
Yeah,
agree
hold
real
on, hold
quick that
on.
NASA is a military wing of the American government?
No, it's not. Let me explain to you.
it is.
Let me explain to you.
Even though
Hey,
it was
Alex,
started on
so
military tech.
Here's how the
Okay.
American military lied in a specific way.
Question.
Why are all astronauts experts?
Yes.
Not all
Rubik,
astronauts are ex-military.
is NASA a military wing of the U.S. government?
No, we don't. We have a fraction of the budget the military has.
Okay.
Yeah. You're a federal agency. You do what the government
Yes.
tells you to do. The military are
Yes.
different.
Yes, a lot of astronauts were in the military. It used to actually be a requirement, but it's not anymore.
No. It's just the fact that being in the military, like especially as pilots and stuff, gave them skills that helped them be astronauts.
Exactly.
Signa Step with $20 says, well, we have 3 hours left. Can we revisit JM Truth's zombie movie? I think we should watch that, because it's fucking hilarious. That means I need to add another 2 minutes. Thank you very much.
I'm drinking the NASA juice.
The NASA juice. Yes.
That's
Well,
false.
that used to be, not anymore. You're right. But
Right,
that
so
used
like-
to be. They
like,
were
let me-
all
let me get into it.
military.
Right, the American military, what they did, they lied to their enemies because they were getting bombed. So they made fields of wooden planes to lie to their enemies. Lying is part of warfare. Simple as that.
It's a part of government too. Would you agree on that?
All right, gentlemen, just to let you know, in 10 minutes, we're going to go to Q&A. Alex, you got your 4 rebuttals right there. Craig, did you have any, or you want to continue with this dialogue?
I'm happy with just going through the dialogue. There's some things I want to touch on that you came up in your intro. That's okay. Right,
What about the spacesuits though? Did we touch
Right, yeah,
on that?
we can
Okay,
get to that. That's one of the things. But first, I want to say you said 1 tank of gas. Right, here's the thing.
True.
When you go to the moon, you don't need to have the gas on all the time. You get out of Earth's atmosphere, and then you fire engines, and then you keep going. You turn off your engines, and because there's a vacuum in space, there's no atmosphere to stop you. You keep going, and then when you get towards the moon, you then fire your engines again to slow you down. So, but then when you're on the moon, because the gravity is so much less, the force needed to get off is so much less than when you get off of Earth. You don't need as much fuel, and then again, just a boost to get you to Earth, turn it off, and then when you get to Earth, stop it to slow you down. You can turn it on again to slow you down. So,
Yeah, and the fact that on the moon they weren't launching, the entire Apollo rocket. They were just launching the lunar module in lower gravity.
the 1 tank of gas is fine because you don't need it traveling the entire distance.
Well, just real quick. So the gravity on the moon is 1/6 that of Earth, correct? So why didn't we need 1/6 the amount of power to get off the moon?
Because it's not an exact ratio.
Okay, sure. Yeah, but the amount of power that, and it's funny because this is the term that NASA uses called weightlifting. I guess they used to call it. How much weight can they lift? And SpaceX, they talk about it. If it took us a Apollo rocket, I believe, is it like a 27-story building? No, it's in the 20s, right? It's in the 20s.
Yeah.
And that blasted off. Everybody's seen the Apollo missions and how much gas and smoke and the explosion and how much power it took. And like you see those things and it'll give you chills. It's awesome. It is cool. And these rockets are badass. I agree with you on that. I think, listen, I'm not that far off. I like space too, Craig. You and I really aren't that different. Like most people aren't nerds like us. They're not looking up Wernher von Braun, this and that.
Yeah.
So you and I really aren't that much different. We just have different opinions on one thing. So listen, I'm not that far off. I like space too, Craig. You and I really aren't that different. Like most people aren't nerds like us. They're not looking up Wernher von Braun, this and that.
Yeah.
So you and I really aren't that much different. We just have different.
I don't like that. I don't like Alex Stein saying that me and him aren't very different. That makes me sad. It's not true. You fucking liar.
Opinions on one thing. So my point is, when you watch that, you see how much manpower and how much fuel it took to leave Earth, and then they tell us the moon is only 1/6 our gravity, yet it didn't even get close to 1/6 the amount of power it took to take off from the moon. It was like 1/1000th the amount of power.
Yep.
So to me, that doesn't compute. I would understand it's 1/6. It would take less power.
Yeah, to you it doesn't compute because you're dumb as fuck.
But the fact that it took so much less power than it took for us to leave Earth, just, I mean, it's obvious to see that it's fake.
Again, with respect, Alex, that once again
I
is just an
respect
argument for incredulity. You don't understand the maths and physics behind how much power would be required. Just because the gravity is 1/6 left doesn't mean that's an exact ratio that you transfer over to the power needed to escape the gravitational acceleration of the moon. I can talk you through.
But we can talk about weight, right? So like,
but
an
I
astronaut on the
could
moon.
sit and talk you through the maths, but it's very complicated.
Well, okay, that's cute to say that. I'm sure it is complicated. I'm not arguing with that. But when you're on the moon, an astronaut in his full spacesuit was about 75 pounds. So the lunar lander on the moon would be 1/6 the amount of weight. We can talk about physics all day long. There is weight, it has mass, so just your physics, whatever, it's going to take a certain amount of power to lift weight.
And they calculated that power that they needed and then got off the moon.
And
again,
it's funny because they were on the moon for 33 hours, I believe, the first mission. Where did they go to the bathroom, Craig?
In their suits if they needed to.
In a diaper.
In a diaper. So you're telling me these people are so smart.
They literally wore fucking diapers.
A quick Google would solve that.
They still wear diapers when they do EVA walks.
If these people would
Before
listen to Google...
Before the Apollo mission, those capsules, they had one diaper per astronaut for up to like a week in space. Before the Apollo. The Apollo capsule was the first capsules to have a waste disposal system in it in the US.
Gross.
Before that, they had one diaper. One.
And they shared it between...
To share.
yeah. It was just the one on board, that was it. It was like, you bought the extra diapers, right? I thought you were bringing them. Oh, shit, we got to share again. Well, I'm not going last. Charlene War for $2 says, I've been home for 3 hours now. You have 3 hours left. It is below 3 hours. So, looks like I get to go to bed at, about 4 o'clock in the morning. So, well, maybe
I think it's been like 3 hours for almost 12 hours.
Yeah, something like that.
That's not how time
in the
works.
world.
It's really not. We've broken it.
They can go from Houston, Texas to the moon, but they can't figure out how to poop. I mean,
Well, they did figure out how to poop. They did
yeah,
it in
in a
their suit,
diaper.
Alex. Yeah.
I know.
That's
That's real
is,
smart.
that is figuring
guys,
out how to poop.
Think about how smart that is, guys. We have this great technology, but we had to make these astronauts go there in a poopy diaper the
Yeah,
whole
that
time.
was part of it because
Can you imagine that? Think about that, guys. Neil Armstrong's walking on the
We
moon
still do.
with a
What do you-
diaper
Alex,
full of
hold on,
shit
hold on,
in
Alex,
his
what do you
butt,
think they're gonna
and
do? Do you think
that he's
they're
been shitting in for days. Think about how smart NASA is, guys. They're like,
Do
hey,
you think
we're going
they're
to
gonna
send our
take the toilet
astronauts to
in
the
the
moon.
lander, Alex?
Why not? They have it in the ISS. Why wouldn't they have some sort of device to poop and pee in? We're human beings.
The lunar lander specifically was just to go from the orbiter down back.
Yes,
down,
Michael
right,
Collins
okay,
supposedly
right.
stayed in it. Then they went down. Yes,
and
yes.
The orbiter had better facilities for doing that and stuff, but the lander was they had to think about
Could not
every
poop or
single.
pee, yeah.
They had
What
to
about
think
when-
about
what about
every
when they
little bit of weight, right? So they had to
Apollo
think about
16, they were there for over 3 days with no toilet.
that. Oh, again, they've thought about this.
Icy
about
Spin
that,
in the
Apollo.
chat says that Alex is arguing dishonestly. Well, no shit, Sherlock.
17 guys. They had a diaper on. These
know what?
astronauts had a diaper on for
Alex-
3 days, shitting and peeing in
Alex,
a diaper.
this wasn't a jolly. This wasn't a holiday to the Bahamas where they want to be comfortable. None of them probably felt happy
Craig,
and comfortable
I like
doing
you, and I do
right?
think you're smart, Craig. But
I
listen,
appreciate
we don't.
it.
It doesn't take a
I
physics
don't think you
degree to think that if you had to walk around with your butthole covered in poop, it would be hard to do science. Okay,
Guys, you can't do science with a shitty ass. There we go.
Does he use his ass for science?
Apparently so, yes. Having poop on your butt stops you doing science, guys. You've heard it here.
No one is saying it's not hard, Alex.
It'd be hard to do
no one
science.
is saying that what they did
Yeah.
on the moon was easy. It was one of the hardest things humanity has ever done, and they were probably uncomfortable. They probably had diaper rash. They probably had cuts and horrible stuff from doing that. But it doesn't change the fact that it happened. Some of it was probably extremely gross. They had to turn their own urine into water to drink. That is fucking horrible. Doesn't change the fact that it happened. Just because something's gross.
I love how that guy claps. That guy probably has a diaper
5
on
minutes
right
till
now
the
too.
Q&A. 5 minutes, guys, if you want to move to the
Well,
another subject.
and Craig, I've really enjoyed this debate. We need to do it again.
Yeah, man,
we
absolutely.
can talk about it a little longer because we didn't get into the spacesuits. The fact that we have technology that can just basically transfer 500 degrees instantly.
Well, it's a bit of a misunderstanding of how heat transfer happens in space. You understand there's a difference between heat and temperature, right?
Yeah, I do
Okay,
understand
right.
that. I understand
and
that,
the
yes.
fact that the suits themselves had cooling systems done by having ice open to the vacuum of space, which allowed heat transfer to happen and keep it cool.
Yeah.
Plus, they minimized the time that they
Sublimation.
were on the surface in particular, and they chose places where the temperature and stuff would be less. For instance, when they were near the South Pole, where they spent more time out, the light hitting the lunar surface gives less energy because it has to give the same energy over a larger surface area. So the astronauts there were receiving less energy, so they could spend more time on the lunar surface.
You said it's climate cool that had AC. Did these suits have heat?
Yeah, they had everything to keep them what they needed. They could.
And these suits
heat
ran
if
on
they-
batteries in 1969. The whole limb ran on batteries. Is that correct? Yeah.
Yes, batteries existed even back then.
No, they
That's
did.
the
I
thing.
believe
As
they
did radio signals. You were like, how did people couldn't communicate?
And fax machines. Everything he said has been wrong.
The first images, in fact, is in the 1960s, but still,
Yeah.
Apollo was 1960s.
Oh, man. Alex is batshit crazy. But he's like 6'5". I'm quite tall. I'm like 6'1", close to 6'2". But Alex fucking towered above me.
Radios existed for hundreds of years, and we've been sending. Did you know, for instance, the first underwater cable was actually laid in the 1880s to allow transfer of signals, specifically Morse code? So to say that they couldn't have sent a radio signal during the 1969s is frankly one of the dumbest things I've heard.
It's
and
not
I talk
dumb.
to flat earthers regularly.
It's not dumb. It's not dumb. It's funny that he says that. He's talking about an underwater cable in 1880, but the moon is 257,000 miles away. We didn't have a fax machine. We didn't have internet.
Yes, we did. Well, we didn't have internet. We had a fax machine.
We didn't have a...
We had radio signals which could travel to the moon.
So just the fact that you have Richard Nixon, Tricky Dick, who actually had to step down. He was the president while the Apollo moon missions happened. And how did his presidency end? He had to step down. So
Yeah, I've seen that movie.
They call him Tricky Dick, right? So the
Right.
president that was in...
Hey,
and
Alex,
it's
let me
funny,
ask you a
but
question.
real quick, before you ask your question, I will. How are they able in...
Signa Step with $10 says, "Can I just hear Rachbot say beep boop Signa Step? I'll be forever grateful and a pathetic simp."
Beep boop Cygnus Step.
Yay! Thank you very much, dude. That also means another minute added to the stream.
1969 to get cell service from the moon before...
Cell service.
I know. I know he thinks it's funny, guys. We went to the moon with less technology than a TI-83 calculator, and this guy thinks that they were doing phone sex with Richard Nixon from the moon. It's impossible to make a phone call from the moon. It's impossible to make a phone call from this. I have bad service right here, inside of here. Literally, I have one bar.
Okay.
And this guy thinks that they're on the moon.
Alex, Nixon, I'm pooping in this diaper right now for America, and I love this country, and I would shit in this diaper for the rest of my life.
Guys,
thank you.
Oh, and then we didn't even talk about this, guys. I don't want to play.
Alex, wait, let me
but
respond
I will.
to that.
Everybody, go look at a
Let me
picture
respond
of
to
the astronauts after they landed. They look like
Alex,
their dog just died.
Before you change subject, okay. So you're acting like Richard Nixon got a bloody mobile phone, made sure his signal was there. Hello, boys, how you doing on the moon? Aye, great job.
That's what he did. He's in his Oval Office on a phone, on a landline phone.
What happened was that landline phone was connected to NASA, and NASA then.
Oh, we didn't even talk about
Let
this.
me talk. I'm
Okay,
in the
sorry,
middle of a
but I
sentence.
gotta make this point.
NASA then transferred the phone signal to the radio, which then connected to them in space. The phone was not connected to the people on the moon. The phone was connected to a radio, which the radio was then connected to space. Oh my God.
Okay, but real quick, Craig, because I know we got to get to questions. And I didn't even get into this. This is why we have to do this again. We need to do this again.
Yeah, it's been fun.
So this is what's so funny. We didn't even talk about this. But and this is really the most important thing. I should have brought this up from the beginning before we get into the Q&A. There was a guy by the name of Gus Grissom. I'm sure you're familiar with Gus Grissom. Gus Grissom was the original Neil Armstrong. He was the guy that was supposed to go to the moon first. He was supposed to be the person that actually, first stepped.
He's probably about to say something that's wrong.
One small step for man, one large step for mankind, whatever the hell the saying is. This was the guy that was supposed to do it. And Gus Grissom actually died during a test. This was a test launch. They weren't launching it, but in a test launch, you go into the spaceship, you put on your seatbelts, you go through the launch process, and it's just a simulation of a launch. Well, Gus Grissom actually was doubting the ability of the lunar lander. He actually looked this up. Gus Grissom hung a lemon. That's right. And Gus Grissom was one of the most decorated pilots in the United States Air Force.
No, you're right.
And he did hang a lemon.
Gus Grissom hated the project, and he was so frustrated with the delays and the problems. He hung a lemon to show his frustration with how bad he thought it was. He did not think the lunar lander was going to be safe. A lot of them didn't, right? He was so frustrated with how badly it was being run that he did hang a lemon to show his disappointment in the whole thing.
But we didn't say what happened to him is, guys, they cooked him. They put him in a capsule. I'm not kidding, with 100% oxygen. Doesn't even make sense. Him, a scientist, they would know that you would not want an environment with 100% oxygen.
They didn't.
Yes, they did. Look it up. And he died during a test launch. Him and his he died, and his last words were this. Gus Grissom's last words were this. Look it up. Look it up on your phone. Gus Grissom's last words were, if we can't talk between two buildings, how are we going to talk when we're on the moon? Literally, that's what he said. Here, I'll pull it up right now. Let me pull it up right now. I'll play it to them.
None of that stops the fact that they went to the moon. Someone didn't like the project and was frustrated with it. So fucking what? Means nothing.
Is he saying
that
that they killed him for that?
Oh, that's what he's
implying.
Yeah, he is implying that they murdered him for hanging a lemon and stuff.
And two other people.
Yes.
Just because.
But remember, Alex Stein is dumb as fuck.
That up, if you would start forming a queue here for the Q&A session.
So just to be clear,
Yeah, they did use 100% oxygen. They did.
Yeah,
that is true.
Which is very flammable.
Fire caused by the pure oxygen in the capsule, but that pure oxygen was part of the mix of the air they were breathing.
I know, but there should be oxygen in the capsule, but not 100% oxygen.
Well, the capsule itself was they had a tank of pure oxygen to help with the breathing. It wasn't there wasn't all.
They killed him though during a test.
Well, no, something went wrong.
Yeah, well, he died.
So he is absolutely implying that they murdered Gus Grissom.
And that all led to a complete redesign of the doors. And
I mean, it makes sense
too.
when the NASA is all Nazis, right? They're going to be doing things like that.
Obviously.
Alex, I want to say this has been great fun, mate.
It has been
really
fun.
appreciated it. Yeah. So
let's see.
Edward H. White and Roger B. Chaffee died while conducting training exercises in a spacecraft at Cape Kennedy Launch Complex 34. There was some worn wiring beneath Grissom's seat which had lost its insulation and was exposed to the air as electricity ran through the live wire. Crews outside sealed the module's 3 hatches and filled the air inside with pure oxygen. Then a small movement caused the exposed wire to spark, igniting the highly oxygenated atmosphere. The crew inside yelled for help and tried opening the hatches to escape, but to no avail.
Just in case you're wondering, he did play a TikTok video as evidence during a debate. Yes, that did actually happen.
NBC News recounts. Brief cries from the crew came over the headsets. White yelled, "Fire," and Grissom followed.
Yeah, they added pure oxygen to it.
According to NBC News, Chaffee yelled, "Get us out," while Astronomy.com says he yelled, "Let's get out." Verge?
But hold on, I got to find the Gus Grissom.
They added pure oxygen in there because they thought it would help, but it made things worse. It killed the fact. I mean, he died because of some engineering that could have been better, basically. Not everything about the...
Bad
you know,
engineering that took
let's
us to the
be
moon,
clear.
allegedly, sure.
You know, the technology that went to the moon was archaic. It was dangerous. That's why we don't want to use that technology again. We want much better technology. But I think we should get to the Q&A because there's people waiting.
Okay, here, I think this is it.
He's just looking for another TikTok video.
This is what he says. Yes, he says.
Full-scale simulation. The problems began almost immediately. First, the capsule's communication systems failed.
Copy? No, I didn't read your touch at all. I can't read your touch. You want to try the phone? How do you get the moon? We can't talk between three buildings.
That's exactly what he said. How are we supposed to get to the moon if we can't talk between two buildings? Yeah, Craig thinks we can use radio signal and have a no delay phone conversation.
Oh, there was
with
definitely a delay.
astronauts on the moon, but, okay.
I've shown the delay on the stream. Anyway, that was fun.
Well, Gus Grissom, R.I.P. And his family, Gus Grissom's family, believes that he was murdered. Just if you guys ever want to look in, everybody look up Gus Grissom. All right.
All right, thank you very much, gentlemen. If it's okay, we'll go to the Q&A now with the first question.
Right, thoughts on the back and forth there, guys? Borg?
You did a good job on that. Especially with the meltdowns.
Oh, how are you supposed to deal with these people? Just like Gleason earlier. Just a petulant little child. And then
have a good moderator.
And then that woman that came in, acting all pleasant and nice, and as soon as I just disagreed with her, she started getting all, huffy and patronizing, and didn't like it when I did it back to her.
That's when you just gotta treat him like a 2-year-old, like a toddler.
Yeah. Rachel, what do you think about the back and forth there?
You always destroy these fools, so it's always a pleasure to watch.
Oh, I'm glad that I can please. Right. The Q&A is quite interesting as well, so let's get through that.
This question's for Alex. I'm a huge fan.
Oh, I appreciate that. Thank you, brother.
If the amount of power it took to lift off
Yeah.
the moon was so crazy and incongruent or whatever, why didn't they just lie? Like, why didn't NASA just lie about it being good? Like, 1/6 of the...
Well, because you could just see the footage of it. The footage that it took to lift off. It's just like when you compare it to the structure that it took for us to take off from Earth, and you compare the lunar lander taking off from the surface of the moon. It was like, dude, it's not even comparable, the amount of power. So.
You can see the amount of power when you look at the video.
Well, I mean, you can listen. If you want to believe that, I'm just saying, go watch both videos. No, I know, but go watch those. When you watch the Apollo rockets take off, dude, it is a cloud of smoke the size of a football stadium. It is like the most beautiful sight that you've ever set your eyes on.
Blaze, this isn't live right now. I can't stop him, just so you know.
But when the lunar lander leaves from only 1/6 the difference of gravity, so if you go from being 300 pounds, what is that, like 75 pounds or whatever the math is, it would have there'd be some displacement. It looks fake. I mean, listen, we should pull up a video of the lunar lander taking off. It's just laughable.
It must be real because it looks so fake.
Well, that's what Elon said, yeah. Congratulations to Ashley St. Clair on the baby.
Prime Time 99, what's going on?
Camp on a Blam, what's
My
up,
question's
brother?
for Craig, though.
How you doing, man?
I actually think we went too, but one of the things that always baffled me was not seeing any stars in the sky. Do you want to know what the reason? Is there some sort of reason for that?
They said it was in the sunlight. That's
the
it's like we can't see
there's
stars
two.
during the day.
There's two quotes from astronauts. One when they're in the shuttle going to the moon, and then one when on the moon. On the moon, it was a lot harder because of the sunlight and everything to see the stars. When they were in the capsule, it was a lot easier because less light coming in the capsule to see the stars that were outside. So it was just different situations at the time. If you're looking at the bright sunlight glare, it's very hard to see anything. So at that point, pretty much all he could see was blackness when he was on the moon with the sun in his face.
Okay.
Thank you for the question. Appreciate it.
All right.
Hey. Sure. Yeah, that was a great debate. My question is towards Alex. I totally understand that we should definitely be critical about governments. We shouldn't just trust things. How would you engage the kind of counter-engagement of Russia being like a hostile witness to the moon landing? Like, why would they support the moon landing when it's against their own interests? What would your...
Well, it's funny that you say that because there's actually other issues where governments work in concert to lie to us. So I guess is the question what motivation does Russia have not to expose America, basically?
Exactly, yes.
Well, it's because they did fraud too. I mean, this is my personal opinion. Craig might say it's wrong, but it's like there's and they say
It's wrong.
They say there's no honor among thieves, but there is. It's like look at the Antarctica Treaty. Antarctica Treaty we signed in 1954, Craig, and we've gone to war with countries that we're in this treaty with. So you can go to wars with a country and still have treaties with them on other stuff. So for me, I'm a conflict interventionist. I know you're a veteran. I hate war, and I think war drives America, and that's kind of the problem.
He's a conflict interventionist, yet he screamed at me like a madman about Nazis.
Obviously.
Those things don't go together.
These governments will work in concert and they will expose certain things and not expose others. But like, dude, this is, and I'm not saying this because you're Indian, but if you look at the Indian moon landing, dude, they did not have enough damn chicken shawarma to get that thing to the moon. It looks so fake. Even Craig has to admit that footage
I actually know
looks bad.
someone personally who was involved in the Chandrayaan.
But you have to admit the footage looks really rough, right?
I mean, the footage from space always looks dodgy.
Yeah, I'm just saying the footage looks
Just
dodgy,
because
whatever.
it's not what we are used to seeing because the conditions are so different.
Well, okay, whatever. But my point is that a lot of people are in on it. And if you look at the space agencies, they actually work together. There's like European Space Agency, Roscosmos, NASA. They actually, when they're at the International Space Station, they're all together. So when it comes to space,
that's now. But the International Space Station didn't exist in the 60s and 70s, right? So they weren't working together back then.
And what? The ISS wasn't up there in the 70s?
Maybe it was. I'm not sure. Time doesn't work properly. We're aware of that with the timer on this stream. So
wait till he finds out about the little gateway that NASA is working on.
Yeah.
Or not. Yeah, thank you.
Hey, how's it going? This is actually for Craig to help Alex. Craig, can you explain why you don't see smoke in a pure vacuum when the lunar lander lifts off?
Right. Basically, there wasn't flames like you get on Earth because there wasn't as much power being pushed out. There was. You can actually see, if you look really closely and bring the exposure up, there is a slight trail, but there's so much less atmosphere around to show the colors of the fire. Plus, once it's come out, it dissipates in a different way than you see on Earth. But the main thing is there's so much less energy being put out that you don't see the same big fire that you see when you chuck rockets into space from Earth. It's all to do with the amount of output that's required and the conditions that are in. It's going to change what you're seeing. You're not going to see a flame in space the same as you see it on Earth.
Right.
Just one more thing. And also the difference in friction from the atmosphere, since there is no atmosphere in the vacuum.
The stuff, when
Once
you're on
you're
Earth, you've got to get through the atmosphere, but when you're getting off of the moon, there is no atmosphere there, so there's less energy needed to not only fight against the gravity, but there's less gravity and there's less atmosphere, so overall it needs less.
And it's funny, we didn't even get into, guys, this. Gosh, we got to do this again. We didn't even talk about the Van Allen radiation belts that are a deadly belt of radiation that we can't even go through.
Everyone start hitting Alex Stein up on X and try and get him to come in for a live debate.
Through, and that they said that they would need enough lead where it'd make the spaceship even too heavy. So, but they, like Craig, this is what they say when you talk about this. They say that they found a little hole at the top of the Van Allen radiation belt and they were able to get through it.
So the Van Allen belts don't cover the whole Earth; they're more like a donut.
That's kind of what they say. It's like there's a little hole. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, there's not a little hole. They're more a donut around the Earth, and you could just kind of avoid it, really. So
I don't think you can avoid it.
That's why you're not an astronaut, Alex.
All right, thank you, gentlemen. Next question.
He did not again. Let's all pack it up, guys.
My question's for Alex. Alex, do you know if there was a contemporary of Wernher von Braun that was better at rocketry than he was?
Probably not. No. I think Wernher von Braun was actually a genius. I mean, he was a Nazi, and his rocket.
He said he was a genius. He loves the Nazis.
Kill people, and he decimated England. But no, he was a brilliant scientist. But isn't that crazy, guys, that like you can literally do a genocide, and if you're smart, they'll be like, actually, you know what? You can come over to our country. You're not guilty. So I don't think Craig's an anti-Semite for defending the moon mission. I know that. I'm just saying that in jest. But he does support a Nazi.
I get your issues with Nazis, and I completely agree with it. But to say I support a Nazi is wrong. I support.
You like Wernher von Braun, to be fair.
No, I don't like Wernher von Braun. I like.
You like the Apollo moon missions,
but he didn't make the Apollo moon
missions.
He
was the leader of the Apollo moon
missions.
missions.
Doesn't change what happened, though. I like the result of what happened. I might not like everyone that was involved.
I'm sure Anne Frank would disagree.
All right.
Brandon for $5 says, "Oh no, I'm wrong. Better hand wave dismiss. Got him now. I'm right. Literally all Flerfs ever." Right, that is another minute we need to add to the timer. Thank you very much.
The moon missions?
Do you think Anne Frank would like it that they went to the moon?
I think Anne Frank would think it was amazing.
Were you serious, Anne Frank? If she heard after the Holocaust that they went to the moon and it was done by a Nazi, you think she would be happy about that?
I think she would think it's incredible that we went to the moon. She would probably think it's a really shitty that they used a Nazi, but she went to the moon? Well, that's cool.
I don't think so. She's under the floorboards, like happy that we're on space now, dude. No, that's not. Anne Frank.
She probably didn't find out about it.
She was in the attic, not under the floorboards.
Yeah, I know. You can't even get that right? It's like.
And she wanted her diary to be published. She's actually very vocal in her diary about it, wanting it to be published.
Now, I'm pretty sure that she would think going to the moon was really cool.
All right, we'll go to the next question.
So we talk a lot about 1969, but what do you guys, question to both of you, what do you guys say about the fact that long before 69, the Prophet Muhammad went to the moon on his flying horse and also split the moon in two? This is a serious question.
Well, I've been told specifically by NASA I'm not allowed to talk about that because we're trying to hide that from everybody. So we're going to have to get you in the memory wipe chamber. So,
well, it's funny
in
you say
fact,
that.
if everyone could just for 1 second, just look this way. I'm just going to need you, everyone just look over here.
Men in Black.
Oh, that never happened.
Well, no, a serious answer.
I love how the
I'm
front
a
row just
brother-
cracked up at that too.
Yeah.
It's a Rupert's. We were the front row.
The
Yes.
Quran does say that. The Quran literally says
Yeah.
that Muhammad flew to the moon on his horse and split the moon in two. Yay, religion!
Nation of Islam, and Yaqub, the leader of one of the 12 tribes of Israel, he actually created the white.
Yeah, Cowder actually heard you laughing in the background then, Rubik's, on the actual stream.
Yeah, it was, yeah,
race, and
I cracked up
this
then.
is true through genetic breeding. This is real. Look up the Nation of Islam. Look up Yaqub. It would type it in, Craig. Type in Yaqub. Y-A-U-K-U-B. You'll like this, Craig.
It's all right. I don't need to do that.
Well, Yaqub is this guy, and he created the white race. So you actually are right. They've been in space way before us, and really, we're probably just some sort of like alien species of space travelers.
The fuck is he talking about?
They infected us like a germ, and we just kind of, grew like mold here on this.
Are you okay?
I learned a lot today. Thank you.
Any further questions? If not, we'd like to thank both panelists.
I think there's one more.
Whoa, here
Come
we
on
go.
down.
So I am curious about you talking that fax was not around in 1969 because first we had the telegraph, and I don't remember from history when in time the telegraph was around. I know we're talking about Morse code a little bit, but telegraph is definitely there. And then the fax was there in 1964.
No.
Oh, look at that.
No. Fax machine used by now.
No.
Let's see. I'm looking
But
it up.
if a fax machine is around. But so then there was also something with faxing in the 1800s, but specifically the fax machine is 1964.
Well, they didn't. It says they didn't become common until the 80s.
Common and existing are two different
things.
things.
Is NASA having the same research and technology as the layperson?
Well, it's funny because you believe that we went to the moon with a fax machine. You think that's enough technology?
No. I believe that they can talk to each other with a fax machine, which
I don't.
said they
Well, I don't
can't.
believe NASA used a fax machine back then because if you actually look at it, there's no proof of them using a fax machine when it comes to the Apollo moon mission. So.
There's no proof that there's no fax machines.
Well, they weren't. Okay, a fax machine was invented before 1969. They weren't regularly used because people didn't have numbers to connect with.
But the ability to use them existed, right?
But NASA did not use them when they did the Apollo moon
Did we?
mission.
Does anyone ever say that we sent a fax to the
They
moon?
did
I
not-
don't think that's.
I know because
not sure if that's
it's
a
not
claim.
about the fax machine. It's the fact that they went
You
to the
brought up
moon
the fax machine
to make a point. You guys are sitting here arguing about damn fax machines. I'm talking about how are we going to go to the moon without email, without a fax machine.
I don't know about you, but I don't need an email to go to the moon.
You would need. We have email and all this technology today, and we can't go to the moon. And we have endless amounts of technology. I have a computer that walks around on my phone, and they didn't even have a computer that took them to the damn moon.
They did. It wasn't very powerful.
Yeah, it was a bunch of black women, doing math problems, got us to the moon. Sure.
All right, we'll get another question here.
Can we actually not go to the moon today?
No, not humans. We
Well,
cannot-
I mean,
we can't take a human past low Earth orbit.
Not
That's
humans.
Well, we're certainly working on that technology.
But can we
making it a
go
lot
past
better.
low Earth orbit right now with a human?
We're
No.
gonna see with the next Artemis mission.
But I'm just saying, right now, can we?
Well, no, because
No.
we don't have
Perfect.
we don't have a ship
We
we're
can't.
ready to go right now.
Right. So listen, go look at your fax machine. You're Miss Fax Machine expert. I want you to go fax somebody something.
I'll make sure to go through fax so I know that's not tampered
Yeah.
with.
But it's not about the fax machine. It's about the lack of technology.
You brought up the
that
fax
they
machine,
have
Alex.
Compared to today, and we can't go today. So that is the discrepancy. It's like I don't know how much
Because you
power it
don't
would take
have
to
the
take off from
funding.
the
We're
moon, But I
trying.
know that it's not even
Yeah.
1/6 the amount of power that they use to take off from Earth. That's what they're planning on. I was just at the Johnson Space Center. That's actually the plan. They're going to use robots for everything.
And the question from the floor was they could just send an AI robot, so thank you, Alex.
I'm actually scared of the idea of AI going to space, but
Me too.
every video game, every movie we've ever seen tells us. But this is for Craig, and it's very minor. The guy who had been killed by the oxygen in the fire, I'm afraid I forgot his name.
Gus Grissom.
Yeah, you had said that that our technology was archaic. That was cutting edge technology. That was cutting edge science. The basic problem was we weren't at the right stage of technology or science to do what we did.
Yeah, yeah.
So archaic was the wrong word, and that's not a criticism, but that was that was cutting edge science.
Yeah, at the time, obviously now, but if we look at it today, I agree with you absolutely. Yeah.
Previous discussion, that kind of a thing happened. I just
Yeah,
had to say
I appreciate it. Yeah, no, you're absolutely right.
The smartest people, that was the most cutting
Yeah.
edge science we had.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. At the time it was, there was a lot of, they had a lot of issues with the way it was managed and put together and stuff. Which what the lemon everything's about. But by today's standards, it's archaic. But obviously, back then, those standards, it was the most amazing thing that existed. So yeah.
This is a complete non sequitur, but I just thought I'd know. You mentioned Richard Nixon.
Mhm.
I'm from northern New Jersey. One of my friend's mothers took us trick or treating to Richard Nixon's house in Saddle River.
Did he give you good candy? Did he have full size candy, or did he?
Gave fun size.
Good for him. God bless Richard Nixon.
All right, so that is the end of the debate. What are your thoughts, guys? Let's start with you, Rachbot.
I can't get over the wrinkly spacesuit thing. Like, did he expect the astronauts to come out all blown up? Like,
he is that dumb. So very possibly.
I've heard Flerfs think that has to happen because a marshmallow in a vacuum expands.
Yeah. It's not like you could design a suit to, not expand or something, right?
No.
Yeah.
They think that stitching can't hold pressure. Have you seen a bouncy castle? Borg, you were there. What's it like the second time round?
Still hilarious.
Yeah, absolutely fucking hilarious. Wow, meeting you guys in New Jersey was incredible. Rachbot, I wish I could have met you there, but I understand Australia is a bit
I
far
wished
away.
I could have.
I'm going to try and convince James to do one in Australia. That'd be good.
That would be awesome.
Yeah, just in your back garden.
Oh, private show.
Right. I am going to take a little break. I want to say thank you very much, guys, for coming on and keeping me company while we watch some of my old debates. If I'm still going a bit later, maybe we could review my other debate at some point. But I need to take a little break right now. Borg, Rachbot, Rubik's, thank you from the bottom of my heart for the support you give the channel. It means the world.
Oh, your channel means so much to me. I love giving you support.
Thank you.
Yes.
So I will speak to you guys soon. See you in the chat.
Right. Bye.
Bye. Alright, guys, I'm going to take a wee break while I just recharge myself and use the toilet, etc. Let me get this all set back up. This one, go away. And then this one be that one. Yay, did it. Because I'm smart. Alright, I'll be back in about 10 minutes. I'm going to use the toilet, freshen myself up. There is 2 hours and 28 minutes left on this stream. Every new member adds 3 minutes. And this stream started, 12 hours ago now. With a 45-minute timer. And there's still that left. Be back in 10-15 minutes. Enjoy the video.
What's going on?
Fluffy the Freedom Eagle, your services are required.
My services? What? How did I get here?
NASA needs you to cover for Simon Dan, so we brought you here.
Brought me here? How?
The implant you let us give you.
Now see, I wouldn't say I let you. You put it there whilst I was asleep.
We upgraded it. We can now teleport you wherever we need to put you.
Right, okay, so I've got 2 questions. First of all, how much did this cost?
What is NASA's budget?
About 20 billion a year, I think?
Yes, that much. We had to postpone Artemis.
And secondly, I could have made a video to cover Simon Dan from home, right? You could have just phoned me and asked.
Don't you have a video to make, Fluffy?
FTFE stands for Fight the Flat Earth. Hey, I'm FTFE. I'm from the channel that does to stupidity what Nathan Thompson did to the Jeopardy theme tune. Thanks to Simon Dan for asking me to cover for him, not that I had much choice, whilst he takes time to bathe in the tears of all the flat earthers that he's made cry. A little warning though, I'm a little more, shall we say, savage than Simon Dan is. Any of you happen to enjoy that kind of thing? I'm sure Dan will be kind enough to put a card to my channel up there so you can go and subscribe. But let's talk about flat earthers. Their go-to response when faced with things that kill their religion, like pictures from space, is, "That's fake. It's CGI. NASA means to lie in Hebrew and was founded by Nazis." Well, that's because flat earthers are all morons that have to deny space travel or their fairy tale falls apart. On May 30th, 2020, SpaceX made history by launching people into space from American soil for the first time in 9 years. And of course, this sent the flat earth conspiracy dumbasses into meltdown. Let's start with CC, Chris, from West Chesterfield.
I never understood that, even when I was in high school.
Well, isn't that flat earthers all over?
SpaceX, what a pathetic show that was.
I don't know. I thought it was pretty awesome. I mean, just look at this badassery.
15 minutes or 20 minutes of footage? Of what?
Of them launching 2 people into space. CC, have you seen the video?
Of total nonsense. And then the thing landed back down. That was the, space shuttle. Well, not the space shuttle. I mean the land gear that decided to land down. And, of course, the camera goes out. Like it always does.
Like it always does. Honestly, Chris, at this point, I'm not sure we're talking about the same thing. They have recorded the boosters landing on drone ships many, many times. Granted, not always successfully. But the reason it often does cut out is simple. It's a drone ship with a satellite uplink. That feed requires a direct, uninterrupted line of sight. So when there is a rocket weighing several tons about to land on it, it causes vibrations that disrupt this signal. But here's the thing. People watch those drone ships go out to sea. And when they come back, they have these big ass rocket boosters on them. Where did they get them, and why are they all covered in soot?
I have no idea how it works. Okay, all I know, okay, is what you're watching is all fake. It's all bullshit. They're not going anywhere. There's nothing up there. I mean, there's nothing up there.
I have no idea how it all works. Isn't that just the mating cry of the flat earther? The fact you morons haven't a clue how things work is why you say there's nothing up there. Maybe if one of you lot took a physics course, instead of chugging down tins of lead paint, you would have an idea how it all works. Cece, your ignorance is not a valid argument against something. Read a f***ing book. I wonder if the people you live with put up with your crap.
The sun was standing.
Why don't you stop this bullshit?
Idiot. They're not even any f***ing satellites, and if they are, then they're tied up with a f***ing balloon. Just look at YouTube videos with balloons with satellites on it.
CC giving us a glimpse there of the typical flat earther.
Vince, apparently they prefer the word retard.
Eh? Oh, how very quaint.
Research. A YouTube video. And let's look at that claim about satellites being balloons, shall we? Why don't you take a trip to the remedial classroom, Chris? Alright, be quiet, settle down. Sleeping warrior, take the pencils out of your nose. And Miss Thompson, are you eating the chips of paint again? No, they aren't vegan, they're lead-based, and your brain is damaged enough. Please pay attention. A lot of you, shall we say, special students keep saying that satellites are just balloons. And although there have been temporary balloon-mounted weather monitoring systems, that doesn't mean that all satellites are just balloons. because satellites do things that balloons physically can't. For instance, an American satellite called GEOES-3, or the Geostationary Operational Environment Satellite System, was in operation for 38 years. Launched in 1978 and placed into a geostationary orbit, it was used for weather forecasting for the USA until, once unusable for its original design, it was repurposed as a communications satellite until being decommissioned in 2016. The position of satellites can be tracked by anybody, and a geostationary orbit requires a satellite to be 22,236 miles above the surface of Earth and to have a tangential speed of 1.91 miles per second. Under all known laws of physics, there are no balloons capable of reaching those heights or speeds, let alone maintaining them for 38 years. Now, some homework for you guys. There is a video online by Red's Rhetoric where him and a friend called Astronomy Live measured the speed and distance to the ISS. Please go and watch it and try not to get lost on the way home. I've told you those flat Earth maps don't work. Let's move on to another f***ing idiot, flat earther, who calls himself Level Earth Observer. I've covered him once before on my channel, where he said that cranes prove the Earth is flat. And I know Simondan has covered him a few times as well. He has an issue with the astronauts after they arrived at the ISS and docked. Let's hear what stupid he comes up with.
Meanwhile, supposedly in the ISS, the two heroes have just joined the ISS, coming through the hatch. Pay particular attention to our mate here on the right in the black top.
Yes, they are absolutely heroes. They've achieved something that very few humans have managed to do. They studied and worked hard for years to even be considered, to be accepted into astronaut training, and we should look up to them and strive to be like them. Of course, the mentally deficient herd you hang around in probably don't have the qualities NASA are looking for. But okay, let's watch the guy on the right.
His left hand on the right is almost like he's unhitching a cable. So pay particular attention to the astronaut on the right hand side and his left hand. So let's have a look. And again, what's he doing there? Once more.
Maybe, just maybe, he was putting his hand in his belt buckle, or maybe, just maybe, the arm movement seemed a little strange to us because he doesn't have a downward force acting on his arms like he would on Earth. I mean, I've heard of grasping for straws, but come on, man.
It's almost like our mate there is doing his little trick with his harness there to stop himself moving a bit too far. Again, rumbled.
Guys, is it just me, or do none of you watching see a harness there either? Or even any evidence of a harness? It seems to me that Level Earth Observer is being a dumbass and making things up. But you can all come to your own conclusions. Next up, we have a brief video from a Flerf that thinks Elon Musk has rats over 8 feet long.
Saturday, May 30th, 2020, a live feed was aired by news and government outlets showing SpaceX and NASA collaborating to launch two astronauts, Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley, into orbit to join the International Space Station. The launch finally took place at the Launch Complex 39A in Florida after a weather delay on May 27th, 3 days earlier. Many viewers noticed a small rodent crawling across the Merlin engine during the broadcast.
Yeah, apart from the fact that the apparent rodent would have to be bigger than me, there is only one rodent that I know of badass enough to hitch a lift to space on a rocket.
He's amazing. He's the strongest, he's the quickest, he's the best. Danger Mouse. Danger Mouse.
While that sounds cute in itself, the moment this rodent made his live TV appearance was after the rocket carrying the two astronauts had achieved an altitude of 200 kilometers, which is approximately 124 miles high. And the craft was traveling 13,000 kilometers per hour, which is 8,000 miles an hour, or Mach 10. The rodent moving around on the engine metal was seemingly unaffected by the immense speed, air friction, extreme temperatures, or lack of oxygen. Saturday's footage leaves many clear-thinking scientists and physicists to question the validity of these claims in media productions. A mouse shouldn't be casually walking across the metal engine of a craft supposedly traveling at Mach 10.
I can guarantee that not one single scientist or physicist looked at that and thought it was a rodent of any kind. What you're seeing is solid waste from the rocket exhaust. If we speed up the footage and watch, you can clearly see more of it accumulating. Other angles even show how it builds up and slides round to the other side. There are also missions with better lighting that show the phenomenon more clearly and even see the solid waste fly off into space. That literally took me 2 minutes to research. Flat earthers are all dumb as fuck. To finish off, let's take a look at a flat earther called Tim Osman of the Infinite Plane Society. He thinks he has caught SpaceX faking everything.
Look at the two launches, one on the left, one on the right, or landings rather. These are the SpaceX Falcon 9 landings. The one on the left, which is slightly bluer than the other, is from May the 30th, 2020. And this was this Dragon capsule that took the astronauts to the Magic Flying Castle space station thing.
So, old Timmy Boy has 2 videos up, one which says it was from the recent launch and one that says it is from 2016.
So what I want to draw your attention to is the still shot that we're looking at now, the frame, because these are purported to be 4 years apart. So what we're looking at shouldn't be carbon copies of one another.
And he is actually right. If there is a recording of 2 different events, then they shouldn't look exactly the same. But here is the thing. Flat Earth research fails once again. The footage that says it is from the SpaceX launch a couple of weeks ago isn't. SpaceX haven't even put out a camera angle like that from the recent launch. Someone took the launch from 2016, recolored it, and posted it claiming it was from the recent launch. And then a flat earther saw a video on YouTube and just believed it without ever checking to see if it actually came from SpaceX, which it categorically didn't. An example of flat earthers literally believing anything they see on YouTube. And with that, that is all the stupid that I can take for today. I want to once again thank Simon Dan.
Right, so I'm going to quickly pop over to Discord. Pardon me. Let's just make sure my settings are all good. Mic check. 1, 2, 3.
Mic.
Hello. Microphone. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. That seems to be working. Because apparently, Demok is over in the Omni Discord.
What is a ball to you? What's the definition of a ball?
What have I walked into?
Look. I mean, that's your claim here. So, can you substantiate your claim, please? Explain how balls are related to some divine god or something. Explain that to me.
Perfect Storm. Do you mind if my friend FTFE?
Oh yeah.
I'm tired now. Please, that was fun though. Go ahead. Do you mind if I let FTFE have a quick combo with Demok?
Yeah. Go ahead.
All right.
Hello guys, what's going on?
All right. So hey. Hello, FTFE.
Hello, how are you?
I'm great. How about you?
Living the dream, or surviving.
Just a minute. Wait. Craig Demok. This is going to be a moderated conversation, which means I'm gonna mute you when you're not talking. All right?
Well, that's usually required with Demok, so I'm absolutely fine with that because he doesn't understand how conversations work.
Okay, he wants a demonstration, FTFE. What do you say to that?
A demonstration of what exactly?
Okay, demonstration of what? Go ahead, Demok. Demonstration of what?
Why can't I hear it?
Just mute Demok. Why involve him in this? Just mute Demok.
Okay, so he wants to see a
just mute Demok.
A scale model of Earth.
Just mute Demok.
What is repeating back and forward here? What is going on?
All right. Calder, I think you're hot micing. So DMOC says he wants to see a scale model of the Earth with like airplanes and hot air balloons flying around it.
No.
Okay.
Gravity doesn't allow that.
Welcome to Flat Earth. Welcome to Flat Earth, excuse maker. So your hand is going to be the gravity, and you're going to grab the little hot air balloon with your hand. Then you're going to grab the ball with your other hand. Then you're going to show us with a camera on the ball how we see it in our view and how it's flying around while it's perfectly plumb and then drops down vertically is what you declare. Show us that. And then make it land right, correctly, how it's supposed to land. With a ball. And if you don't know how, you have no idea. None of you motherfuckers know how a ball works to the flight physics of a ball. Because you have no reference but your fucking mind in cartoons.
Okay.
Well, those
All
were
right.
4 words. I've no
Cool,
idea what I
no
was asking.
demonstration. We'll look for your demonstration like I said. That's what I need. I don't need
we were
words.
doing one at a time. I was talking.
You're excuse making.
No, I was in the middle of talking and you interrupted me when I let you.
Yeah, go ahead.
Not interrupted
Go
you.
ahead. This is the moderated conversation. Go ahead, FTFE.
Yeah. Yeah. Just because you don't understand how flight works on a globe doesn't mean that the Earth is flat. On a globe, the atmosphere is in layers around the globe. And when a plane balances its forces to those layers of the atmosphere, making sure that lift, drag, gravity, and they're all balanced, then the plane will automatically follow the curve of the Earth because the atmosphere is curved. You have to stay within where the forces are balanced. And that means the plane will automatically go around the curve of the Earth because the atmosphere is doing so as well.
Okay. All right. So, DMOC, he has explained to you how the layers of the atmosphere works and how a plane flying or some object flying around it would operate. Go ahead.
I like that he imaginates weird stuff and he has a cool religion. What does that even mean and where'd you get your reference? And show us with a real ball so we know you know what the fuck you're making up right now. Stop making up stories and demonstrate that. If you can't, you're just fucking making dumb shit up. Like I said, loser.
Okay.
Yeah, I didn't hear a response to me explaining the mechanics of flight. He just said, nuh-uh, show me it on a ball.
Go ahead, FTFE.
Yeah, he
wait a minute. Sorry.
Yeah, he
muted the wrong person. He
didn't really respond to what I said in any way, shape, or form. He just said, show me that on a ball. I don't have a ball with me right now, but if you imagine a ball and a plane, a little toy plane above that ball, and just rotate that ball underneath that plane, and the plane stays in the same position relative to that ball. That's what's happening. Just because you don't understand it, Democ, doesn't mean that I have to physically show you it, because you don't even have a camera to be able to see me. So can you explain the problem with what I have explained about how flight works on the globe? Could you actually explain why you think that is an issue instead of just demanding something? Actually have a conversation with me, Democ. The way I have laid out how flight works on a globe, please explain what your issue with that is. Thank you.
All right, Democ, what is your issue with that? He's explaining.
It doesn't work on a globe. You didn't demonstrate anything. Nobody knows what you're talking about or making up. What is your reference for all these fucking claims? You have no demonstration for the references you are making up out of your head. You're making up what stuff does and making up layers and making up all this shit. But in our view, the Earth ain't fucking lockstep. We see the thing leave a position from us where we stay stationary. And then it goes away and does its thing. From our view, Earth's not fucking rotating anywhere underneath something. So from a human's view, it goes straight horizontal and then drops vertically down like the sun appears to do, right? Not no moving Earth. The only thing that needs to move is the fucking hot air balloon.
So you only have one factor mind thinking, and you ignore all the other factors that are
Full
involved
story.
in a cosmic scale thing that is
Full story, guy. We
40,000
need the ball.
kilometers.
No, that's what you're
Okay,
doing without a ball.
wait. So
That's what you're doing without the ball. You're making up layers. You're making up gravity. You're making up
Nobody's
all this
making up
bullshit.
anything. We're trying to explain
So
something.
hold on,
No,
Devon.
you're not.
claiming
Put the
we're
video
making it
camera
up.
on the fucking ball. Like I said, put a little
So,
camera on
perfect
there.
storm,
Show me
perfect
your
storm.
perspective.
Okay, so
Like I said, it
going
won't
back
be
and
what you
forth with
said.
FTFE right now. So Democ, you've made it.
And no, a hot air balloon's not lockstep with nothing. The hot air balloon wouldn't go nowhere if it was lockstep. It would stay above your fucking head, and so would the wind. Neither one of you'd be flying. You debunked the globe.
So
okay.
Well, show us how the hot air balloon flies and not the globe.
Are you
not
finished?
the globe?
Are you done?
All right. Yep.
Yep. Cool. Yeah. All motion and speed is relative to something else. The atmosphere moves with the globe, and when you get in a hot air balloon, unless you make it go a particular direction by making it go with the wind, it will just stay there. The Earth doesn't rotate underneath the hot air balloon. Nobody is saying that that is the case. The atmosphere is what the hot air balloon uses for lift. Now, wind is not the same as the atmosphere rotating with the Earth. Wind is when there is high and low pressure areas, so whilst the entire atmosphere is rotating with the Earth, weather systems move independently of that. Those weather systems can dictate the movement of the hot air balloon, and the person operating the hot air balloon will probably know the weather in advance so they know which way the hot air balloon is going to go. I don't have to demonstrate anything to you when you are unaware of the physical concepts we are even talking about, Democ. I asked you a very specific question and you didn't answer, so I'm going to ask it again. I described to you the mechanics of flight on a globe. Could you please describe the issues specifically with what I have explained to you?
Okay. What
The
issue?
issue is you keep talking and making stuff up, and you have a good religion, like I said. Now show us what lockstep air does and how there's lockstep air to a ball somewhere in your hand. What does that fucking mean?
So, Democ, I asked you a question, and I'll ask it again. I described the mechanics of flight on a globe. Could you please specifically lay out the issues with what I described and describe why
shit
they
up.
are a problem? Don't
You
just
made shit
ignore
up
me.
without a ball. Nobody knows what
Again,
you're talking about.
saying
You're
I'm
just
making
making shit up.
but could you please
Without a
go
ball,
through
you're
the things
making
I-
shit up. Do you
Okay.
understand?
Democ?
Great.
All right. So, Democ, you're claiming he's making shit up. How do you know?
Where have you seen lockstep air at on a ball?
How do you know he's making
Where
shit up?
have you seen air stuck to a ball in layers?
So,
Where have you seen that?
Every day.
He's clearly
When I go
making it
outside.
up.
When I go outside,
I've asked you a very simple question.
No,
Democ.
you dumb cunt. You're on flat Earth. Where the fuck have you seen a ball with fucking air wrapped around it?
Could you mute him 1 second?
What is
so I
your
can ask a
fucking
question? Yeah, Democ. Very simple question, dude. I'm not looking for any argument about this. I just want you to answer the question. I described the mechanics of flight on a globe. I explained to you how it happens, the mechanism behind it. Could you please specifically lay out your issues with the mechanics I described? Thank you.
You demonstrated nothing. You're just saying a bunch of fucking useless words. Thank you, loser.
I gave you an explanation. Could you please point out the issue with the mechanics
I don't give a fuck
described?
what you keep making up. Religions are explanations too. Are they good for you? Shut the fuck up. There's a million of them.
So
What are you
could
talking
please lay
about?
out the
Demonstrate.
specific problems you had with what I said.
Religious air sticking to a ball. A ball of air, number one. A ball sticking to that ball of air, number two. A ball spinning while that air sits still or lockstep with it, spins with it, number three.
I explained
Every all the above that
wait.
you have no evidence or
I
reference
explained the
for.
mechanics of
What the
flight.
fuck
Could
is your
you please
reference for a
problem-
ball of air?
Democ, I explained the mechanics of flight. Could you please point out your specific issues with what I said?
So I'm gonna moderate for clarity here. So Democ, you are aware that the reason why we think air sticks to the ball and rotates with the ball is because there is gravity at play.
That's
and
a cool
in order
story.
to have,
Demonstrate that.
just wait. In order to have gravity, we need to have an extremely large mass. So this is not an experiment that would work on Earth inside Earth's
Not my
gravity.
problem. That's your
Wait,
problem.
wait,
for
wait,
making
wait,
that
wait.
shit up.
Just
You
a
shouldn't have
minute.
made that up.
Okay,
Don't
just a
make
minute. So this is not something that will work inside Earth's gravity with a smaller scale ball. We might be able to do it with a smaller ball outside of Earth's gravity. But when you say that's not my problem, it actually is your problem. The fact that you're demanding something that isn't going to work doesn't mean that it doesn't mean that's not what's happening.
So it's not going to work, but you think it's going to work. Now
no,
there's people that
it
think
is.
there's a stationary Earth.
Man Apple
Some people
says, how
think
much
they
does
live
it
on a
cost to
ball
make
that's
you
not
stay?
moving. So show me how
Every
the
10
fucking
pounds
hot air
is a
balloon
minute.
flies around that bitch. Or
$2 per
shut
hour?
up.
Okay, so
Fuck it.
FTFE, I think I think you have reached the end of the Democ dialogue tree.
Yes, yeah. He doesn't have a very big script. In fact, he's one of the
Yeah,
most basic
it's
NPCs
not,
there
no.
is. Yeah. I mean, you know,
Is there anybody else in here who would like to have a moderated discussion with FTFE?
I've scared off most of the flat earthers.
Well, that could happen.
Yeah. They realize how I destroy their little fantasy world so easily. Also, that I'm gorgeous and good at the sex. That just intimidates them.
Okay, I'm going to unmute Perfect Storm. Okay, Perfect Storm wants to talk to FTFE.
Greetings, Perfect Storm.
Democ, actually, I just wanted to add things on his hot air balloon thing. First of all, he could do some little research on something called inertia, but I doubt he's going to do that.
Oh no, that involves intelligence.
Second, when it comes to the observation that quote unquote won't work, could you, Democ, give me a demonstration of grass growing? Because from the perspective that you're arguing, the fact that you can't see grass grow, grass doesn't grow. So, can you explain that to me, please?
All right, Democ, what about gas growing?
Is this kid okay? Did you fall on your head?
Were your parents?
I
did they meet at a family reunion?
We need to know what an air
why
ball
are you
is,
responding
or
with that?
layers of air around a ball. Maybe a vacuum will help you guys achieve your magic fucking excuse
About
story
the
that you
layers
can't
of
deliver.
air, you seem
Not my
unaware
fault. All you got to
the air is leaking
All right.
out as it be.
Real quick. I think it is apparent that that Democ does not have a specific answer for why his.
Can I clarify what you mean there? I think it's apparent that Democ was fed lead paint instead of formula as a child. Is what you meant, right?
Well, I'm not prepared to make that statement, but I can speak to what exactly happened right here. And
Well, surely you
it does
recognize
not
fetal alcohol poisoning syndrome, right?
I don't know. So there are some different Democ hypotheses. One of them is that he has a huge commitment to this bit that he's doing, that it's some kind of art. So
some kind of art.
We're not. Yes, we're not sure that's not the case.
But Democ, the gas isn't, let's say, sticking to the ball. It's leaking 90 million tons of atmosphere into space, as should be expected near a vacuum.
But he does.
Why is the atmosphere not running out? That would be because there's biological life on Earth and other factors like volcanoes and so on, which replenish gases in the atmosphere up to about 140 million tons daily. So it loses 90 million tons daily, but also generates 140 million tons daily. That is why there is a constant atmosphere.
And he wonders about why it rotates with the Earth and everything. And the answer to that is very simple. You need to go back to when the Earth was formed. When the Earth formed, including all the gases that form our atmosphere, it was rotating, right? As gravity pulled all the mass together, just like when an ice skater pulls their arms in, it all started rotating and rotating faster. And everything that is on Earth now, including all the gases in our atmosphere, were in that rotating mass that turned into the globe. So the atmosphere and everything on Earth was rotating, and there's no reason for it to stop rotating. It's as simple as that.
Short answer, inertia and momentum.
Yeah. Bob, $2 says, Demok lives life in all caps. Yes, he does.
Yeah, that's true. He definitely is all caps. Let's see.
So we're all on the same page here now.
Yeah,
I think
I've
we're mostly
got
on the
a
same
question
page.
for Demok about gravity. If he's willing to listen to a question and try and respond.
Okay, Demok, are you willing to take on gravity? I will ask you. Are you willing to discuss gravity?
Gravity's debunked because dirt holds water and containers hold water, not gravity,
Okay,
not the
so
top
I've
of
got
dirt.
a
It doesn't
question
sit on the
for you.
top surface like you claim. Hold on. The claim is like a basketball, a drip of water sitting on the surface is gravity held. But that basketball drip is 250 miles or more high compared to a human. So a little drip of water just sitting there, not moving on your ball, that's your supposed claim of how water's working on a ball and sticking to it. No humans ever walked out to a 250-mile high pond that's on the surface of the water, of the dirt.
Okay,
It's down in the dirt. Gravity debunked.
Okay,
Unless you can show me water stacking on a
so
hill,
Demok,
8 to 16
Demok, can I
inches high.
talk?
Hold on.
Right,
On any hill on Earth,
I was trying
8
to.
to
I want to ask
16
you a
inches
question,
high
dude.
on the
This
sides and
was
the
for me to
top.
ask you a question. So
Gravity is
stop
held by
talking.
dirt.
Demok, you need to stop. Right? I want to ask you a question about gravity, Demok. Okay? If gravity is fake,
It doesn't exist. But go ahead.
right, Demok, let me ask you a question, please. If gravity doesn't exist, then how do you explain submarine gravity gradient navigation, which uses the gravitational acceleration of underwater masses to navigate silently when you can't use sonar? I use this system. It is an actual thing that exists, and it uses the mass attracting mass due to accelerometers changing their position on board the submarine, reacting to underwater masses. That is proof that gravity exists, that submarines use it to navigate. How do you respond to that?
I mean, it's a bit too complicated for him, probably.
Drive it horizontally out of the water. Stick the tip out of the curved water. 11 miles of water will have 527 feet of curb. Just go 2 foot under the water. Prove you live on curved water that's not held by dirt and contained by dirt. That's contained by gravity and curving. You're supposed to show the water's curving. Shut the fuck up. It's my turn. The water curves and your horizontal fucking path has to stick the nose of the thing out. If you can't do that, bitch, shoot a submarine fucking missile through it. A horizontal missile coming out of curved water.
So the answer is, the answer is he did not address anything you said.
Yes, I did. You would have proved your point by popping out of the fucking water, popping the tip of your fucking...
No, he actually said a specific thing about how the navigation system works because it is able to, operate due to its measurement of gravity.
Yeah.
So, you didn't address that. So
let's give you another chance, Demok. Specifically, can you explain submarine gravity gradient navigation that uses the acceleration of mass, attracting mass, underwater masses to navigate submarines underwater? Can you please explain that if gravity isn't real? Give you another chance.
Okay. Well, good luck. Go ahead.
I just told you you're going to run into dirt. Gravity debunked.
But you don't run into the dirt because you can see
water.
It in advance.
You're not going through curved water. You're going to hit dirt there, not curved water. Dirt.
Let me explain something about your
Welcome to Flat Earth.
claim.
Horizontal fucking sailing. Hit dirt.
Let me explain something about the curved water.
Demonstrate curved water with the toy and get your little toy fucking sub and show me how it can't pop its tip out of curved water right the fuck now.
You're created to
show me right. Demonstrate. If you guys don't like it, I need a demonstration of what you're imagining, both of you fucks.
All right, I'm gonna give you a step-by-step demonstration that you can do.
Show me how the water's held by dirt everywhere in it.
All right.
Container, cup, in a bowl.
Demok, you're free.
Make sure all your gravity is contained in the water like a cup in a bowl on your Earth.
Can I speak?
Not on the bottom, not on the sides. It can't pour nowhere. You're gonna.
All right. Go ahead.
All right, there we go. So about water, what you could do, you could just make a pool of water in your bathtub, of course. And you can take several objects. I would recommend sphere-shaped objects mostly in various sizes to help you with this demonstration. I'm pretty sure you have this at
Guys,
home.
the timer is below
What you need
2
to do
hours.
is you dip these objects.
At this rate, I
into
will
the
be
water.
finishing this stream.
And then you
about,
remove the object from the
about
water, and yes, you'll see water
5 in the
drip
morning.
down towards Earth. That's
Which
not
isn't
my
bad.
evidence. That's not my claim. That's not where I'm going.
We've been going
Where I'm
for
going is after the water
12 and a
starts
half hours
dripping,
already.
the object or ball or whatever shape object that you're using here will still be wet. There will still be water on it due to a surface tension. And if the object is round, like a sphere, there will still be a wet layer around that entire sphere where basically water is curving around that sphere.
Signastep says for $20, Demok reminds me of the gloopy Shelovics as an anti-clockwork orange whom Bog allowed the moral choice of doing wrong for the sake of proving what a man can and should be capable of, performing unencumbered.
Prior to this ball being wet,
Shit,
of course
sorry.
you will have the evaporation issue.
Didn't mute myself on that side. Thank you very much, Signastep. That means I had another $2, another 2 minutes as well.
Also supports gravity and the globe, because if you go to the scale of Earth and what we observe on the scale of Earth, well, Earth is barely wet. It's basically like after you remove the ball from the pool, everything has dripped down and there's just a thin layer of water on top. Like, it's 3 miles deep out of thousands of miles. That's really, really tiny. Okay?
Okay, so...
Barely wet. I'm not done, by the way. So, in doing so, as the water evaporates, it accumulates into clouds up in the atmosphere. Yes, and those clouds become very heavy, millions of tons heavy. To the point that they are so heavy, they rain back down, they fall back down to their own weight. That is because of gravity. So that's an example of gravity having the water stick to the ball, because as it evaporates, it rains back down.
Okay. So, let's see. So we don't have much traction on gravity with Demok, or really on anything with Demok.
Yeah, that's Demok.
Real Flat Earther is here, RFE, but I don't think he wants to take a stab at it.
RFE, why are you a flat earther? Silly thing to think, isn't it?
He may not even be online, though, so...
Yeah, some people are just AFK. Themselves.
Well, turn off your fucking computer. It's wasting energy.
But I do hope I made Demok think a little bit there about the dynamics of...
He doesn't have the ability to think.
I just gave him.
I sympathize, but I do not think you made him think about anything.
Yeah, he probably didn't listen to anything, which is the most likely case, but I'm still going to try and do my part.
Signastep gifted 10 memberships,
Yes, well,
which
I
adds
mean,
another
he's been saying the same
half
thing
an
for
hour
years,
back to the timer.
so
Thank you very much, my friend.
I don't believe that there is, you know...
Eventually he'll snap out of it, maybe. Or
Maybe.
You know how old age deteriorates the mind? Well, then it won't be necessarily entirely his fault, because then the mind just can't recover.
No, Demok is, and, you know, I'm going to be nice here, a fucking retarded idiot.
Oh, and that was nice.
Yeah, that was as nice as I could possibly be.
That was FTFE being nice.
Yes.
Okay. Well,
I'll just say, look, I'm not like gonna deny explicitly or confirm explicitly any of these opinions. I'm just staying, let's say, more cordial in the terms of assessing these kind of people.
Yeah, I tried that for a while, but turns out they're mostly scum.
Yes, I understand, and that doesn't stop me from being cordial with someone.
Nah. If someone doesn't deserve cordiality, then they don't fucking get it. I wonder if Demok has ever, you know, done anything useful in his life. Like, what do you think his job is?
Perhaps. Even the dumbest people have. I'm not gonna lie. So
Into the break is here.
yeah, there might be some successes.
Hello.
But they should be rare.
Hey, why don't you clear the floor? I entered the fucking room, you piece of garbage. You should kneel beneath my foot as I step on you. I'm just totally kidding. You know that, right? This is a joke.
Yeah, hopefully.
So, any other flat earthers in here that want to try and give some evidence that the Earth is flat?
I wish.
Ooh, I got one. Do you agree that horizontal is flat?
Do I agree that horizontal is flat? Well, yeah, horizontal line would be flat. Yeah.
Do you agree that horizontal is parallel to horizon?
No, I do not agree.
Okay.
Horizontal can be relative also. If it's relative to a central point, then it's going to be a circle.
Well, how do you know what horizontal is?
Because it's relative to a reference point.
Yeah.
Okay, what's that reference point?
Wherever
So
you are.
either a
My
line
horizontal
or
may
you're
be
gonna-
different to your horizontal, depending on where we are. So horizontal would be something that's, perpendicular to plumb, right? And plumb is different everywhere you are on Earth. Therefore, the horizontals are different as well.
Yeah, so you think that Merriam-Webster should change the definition of horizontal is parallel to the horizon?
It doesn't need to be changed because of the.
It doesn't need to be changed. It seems okay to me. That's why I'm finding it curious why you disagreed with my
Horizontal is
P2.
not parallel to the horizon. That's not a thing. The horizon...
You don't think horizontal is parallel to the horizon?
Well, no, because
you're going to go on record and say that?
As you raise with altitude, the horizon becomes curved, so it can't be.
Well, thank goodness you're not a pilot.
Well, pilots would agree with me.
They agree that horizontal is parallel to the horizon, right?
No, they don't. They agree that horizontal would be perpendicular to plumb.
So the horizontal is a slope?
No.
What do you mean? I'm just trying to define horizontal.
Yeah.
What do you mean?
I defined it for you. It's perpendicular to plumb.
Fixed point.
Horizontal can't be plumb. Plumb is plumb.
Horizontal.
That's exactly vertical, perpendicular
Listen
to horizontal.
coming out of my mouth.
Well, I'm asking what horizontal means, not what the opposite of horizontal means.
I'm at horizontal is perpendicular to plumb. Do you understand the words?
Okay, and horizontal is parallel to the horizon.
No, because
okay.
The
Do you understand?
The horizon is not perpendicular to plumb.
Hold on, you're freaking out, dude. Calm down.
In what way am I freaking out? I am explaining to you that the horizon is not perpendicular to plumb, but horizontal is. Okay?
Yeah, parallel to the horizon, perpendicular to the horizon. Yeah, we got it.
No, I didn't say
yeah,
that.
we fly airplanes and stuff.
Why
are you confused about
You're
this?
not a pilot, so please stop acting like you are. Me, as an engineer, I have studied flight mechanics. And once again, horizontal is perpendicular to plumb. Do you understand the words that are coming out of my mouth?
No, I do not.
Clearly. Signastep says for $5 that I should get Alex O'Connor on one day instead of these absolute morons. I know, speaking to intelligent people is always fun. So do you disagree that horizontal is perpendicular to plumb?
I don't.
I posted a quick screenshot for you to look at into the break within the room chat. It's taken with a theodolite.
Ooh, goody! That's a bingo.
It's called a measurement.
So you're a flat earther then into the break, yes?
Oh, no, I was thanking you. No, I'm a real true globe earther.
Were you a flat earther before you spoke to me?
No, I'm a real true globe earther. Like, I don't know what the
does that
problem is.
mean,
I
a
have it
real
listed
true
on my
globe earther?
page.
What does that
I
mean?
think that the regularity of nature is so miraculous that things are kind of presented in a way that we
Is
have
the Earth a globe
to
or
sort of
not?
group together and figure them out.
Is the Earth a
Like
globe? Yes or no?
I find it a very humanist
Is
endeavor.
the Earth a globe? Yes or no?
There's an Earth globe, yes.
So the Earth that we live on, is it a globe? Stop being evasive with your answers.
Are you reifying models? Are you
No, I
reifying
mentioned
models?
no model. I mentioned no model. I mentioned the shape of the Earth that we actually live on. Is it a globe?
You're a materialist. I think
Is
that
the
is
Earth
a good
globe,
concept.
yes or no? It's a very
I think
simple
that's a good
question.
concept
Is the
to
Earth a
live by,
globe,
especially
yes or no?
with
Is the Earth a
headings
globe, yes
and
or
directions
no?
and
Is the Earth a
elevation
globe,
angles.
yes or no? Is the
But I
Earth a
think
globe, yes
best
or no?
of
Is the Earth a
all,
globe, yes or
it's
no?
better to
Is
look
the Earth a
inward.
globe, yes or no? Is the Earth a
You
globe, yes
must
or no?
look
Is the Earth a
inward
globe, yes or no?
instead of
Is the Earth a
outward
globe, yes or no? Is the
to
Earth a globe,
something that
yes
you
or no?
couldn't conceive
Is
of.
the Earth a globe, yes or no?
Well, you're mixing up terms here.
No, I'm not. Is the Earth
You
a
have
globe,
you have a
yes or
conception.
no?
Okay, well, so how do you define Earth when I
Everyone
ask
knows what
you
Earth means. The
to
Earth is the
define
world that we live on.
horizon? How do you describe Earth? I want you to describe
Is the Earth
sea level,
a globe,
right?
yes or no?
Well, you're just conveying some conceptual incomprehension, and of course,
Listen to the
it's
words I'm saying. Right, be quiet. Stop talking.
globular.
Shush, 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 shush. Stop
But
talking.
you know, globular
Stop
isn't
talking.
a perfect
Stop
sphere,
talking.
right?
Stop talking. Shh.
You do
Stop
understand that,
talking.
don't
Just
you?
be quiet and let me ask you a question. And I want you to
You're
answer.
freaking
Be
out.
quiet.
Why are you
Be
freaking out,
quiet.
dude?
Be quiet. Good boy. Do as you're told.
Right. You're freaking
good
out.
boy. Be
You
quiet.
should calm down. I'll calm down too. I
Calm
was
down.
totally calm, but
Be
I just
quiet.
want to make sure we're on the
You need
same
to shut it
page.
now. You
Are
need to be
you
quiet now. You need to-
smoking some of
Can
the
someone mute him?
good
Just mute him for a second so I can get a word in,
ganja
please?
you got from Indonesia, or Europe?
Seriously, could somebody mute him for a second so I can get a word in, please? Is that possible?
No, just go ahead. That's fine, dude.
Okay, so you're going to stop interrupting me. Right, brilliant. Is the Earth that we live on an oblate spheroid, nearly a perfect sphere, yes or no?
Nearly. I like that term. What do you mean by that?
It's a very self-explanatory term. Is the Earth a nearly perfect sphere, yes or no?
Now it's a nearly perfect sphere.
Yes, because it's an oblate spheroid.
Dude, I just get a weird version you
Why
have,
can't
dude.
you answer a yes or no question? Are you that retarded? Are you literally that
A
retarded?
nearly
And
perfect
answer
sphere. Yeah, it sounds incoherent to me. That was the
That's
joke.
because you're retarded. Most people know what a nearly perfect sphere
No,
is.
you are. That's why you invented a terminology for yourself. Top
Nobody
left.
invented that.
Only a top left would create
we didn't
a
invent that,
1
right?
and 2 position
You know
for
we
that
didn't invent
award.
that term,
And
right?
you did that, and I congratulate
Why
you.
does this guy not stop talking?
Solely.
Right. Like all flat earthers, you're unaware of how conversations work. You need to let the other person talk. You fucking.
I'm not a flat earther.
Yes, you are. Shut the fuck up. Okay.
Oh,
Now,
flat earther is anybody who comes up against the king.
You can talk when I tell you can talk. You are now allowed to talk. Give me evidence the Earth is not a globe.
Yeah, horizontal is parallel to the horizon.
No, it's not. I've already debunked that.
How'd you debunk that?
Because I explained to you that horizontal is perpendicular to plumb, and the horizon is not.
Well, no, that's part of it. Horizontal is parallel to the horizon.
No, horizontal
at right angles to the vertical. At right angles to the vertical. So of course I completely agree with that.
You're incorrect.
Like you just don't agree with the definitions that are put in the dictionary
because you're wrong.
No, you're just weird about like the concepts that are put in a dictionary. You're just very strange about them.
You are wrong.
You won't agree to my P2. That is
I'm not going to agree to anything
the
you say
partial
because you're actually
definition
retarded.
of horizontal, and you're
Guys, you
freaking
see
out.
how flat earthers are
That's
incapable
strange.
of
That's
actual
really
conversations,
weird,
right?
dude. Yeah, and I'm the flat earther. You don't even, you can't even define Earth, dude. You're a weirdo,
I'm just going to turn them
dude.
down a second. You see how Flerfs are all literally incapable of conversation like humans. Every single Flerf, every single retarded motherfucker that I have spoken to today that thinks the Earth is flat does. I'm going to have to turn them down a bit more. Sorry, I'm talking. I didn't give you permission to talk, so now nobody can hear you on my screen. Okay? Lovely. Every single retarded motherfucking Flerf I've spoken to today does not understand how conversations work. None of them have given me the chance to actually have a back and forth with them. They are too moronic. See, right now, I'm not listening to him. I've turned him down. I've told him that. But he's still waffling around like a fucking retard. Right? So nobody can hear him right now because he's been turned down so far. He's just a little noise in the background because no flat earther understands how conversations work. It's as simple as that. Right, guys, we have been going for 13 hours. No, 13 and a half hours, actually, the stream's been going for. And it started with 45 minutes on the timer. There still seems to be 2 hours and 7 minutes, which is incredible. You hear him, he's still waffling in the background. It's incredible. I've told him I'm not listening to him, but he's still going on. So, yeah. The timer can be increased if you add a membership or super chat more than £10. It will go up by 1, or membership by 3 minutes. I will stream as long as you make me. Right, now let's see if this moron's finished waffling. Have you finished being a retard?
Give him more money. He has to make more pension. And this
is my job,
secularists
yes.
some money.
Yes, this is my job, yes. This is what I do for a living. Sorry.
Yes,
no,
he literally does nothing for humanity. Give him money, and I'll keep talking to him. No, I'm trying to make you money, dude. I know you are a charity case of mine.
Oh, of course, yes. You think you are making me money. Lovely.
You are my charity case.
Okay, then give me money then.
Give him money. Give him money.
No, if I'm your charity case...
And make sure you request me...
If I'm your charity case, then you give me money. Come on.
This is pro bono,
donate to my
bitch.
PayPal or shut the fuck up. Come on, donate to my PayPal or shut the fuck up. Those are the two options.
Yes, that is your options, you followers of this religious zealot or whatever he is.
Gorgeous, awesome person that's amazing at the sex. That's what I am.
Okay, donate to that imaginary figure.
Uh-huh. So let's get your face on camera, see what you look like. Come on, turn on your camera.
Why are you being weird, dude?
Turn on your camera. Come on. Why wouldn't you turn on your camera?
Why? So your Gestapo government can come, like, facial identify me?
That's exactly
with their
why
new
I want to identify exactly where you are and send the drone.
Yeah.
Are you scared to show your face?
You're funny, dude. You're so funny.
Yeah, I am. You're right. That's why I'm a YouTuber.
No, I know. Like, Amy Schumer's a YouTuber.
Yeah, she's not very funny, though.
She's hilarious. What are you talking about?
Typical that you would find her funny. So, anyway, got any evidence that the Earth is anything other than...
Why don't you find her funny? Is it because she's a woman?
Yes.
Do you find strong women?
Yes, I'm intimidated by strong women. I'm extremely sexist.
Frightening?
Yes.
Are you intimidated?
Women are scared. I'm scared of women.
You're hilarious. You're hilarious. Let's go back to how you know that horizontal is parallel to the horizon.
I said horizontal is perpendicular to plumb. So anyway, I've measured the rotation of the Earth. I know that the Earth's a globe.
And you know that something can exist in another case it be true as well, right? So horizontal can be parallel to the horizon, and get this, perpendicular to vertical.
To plumb.
Wow.
No,
did I just blow your mind?
The horizon becomes curved when you raise an altitude.
You're my pro bono case, I told you.
Yeah, the horizon becomes curved as you raise an altitude, so you're wrong. Simple as that. So anyway, I've measured the rotation of the Earth.
That was cool.
Anyway, I've measured the rotation of the Earth. I know its globe and it rotates.
No, I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying that you're going about the argument all wrong. You know what I mean? It's like ultimately you could be correct.
We the random, yes.
But your arguments are just piss poor.
Sorry, your mum said that you smell like what?
Come on. Prior preparation.
How does it feel not being invited to any of your family events? Does it make you sad that your family's disowned you because you're so fucking annoying?
I don't know why you're crashing out.
Does it upset you?
Are we talking about like flying an airplane?
Yeah.
Or do you think that you're going to be like nosing down every second?
Are you sad? Are you
to like
sad
account
that your family
for the land dropping out? No, I just want to know. I want to have this argument on law.
How does it feel to have no friends?
Because me as a real true globe earther,
how does it feel to have no friends?
I keep losing a whole lot whenever I present any of your arguments.
How does it feel to have
no
terrible friends? I'm just wondering.
Like you're a fully like debilitated person. You know that, right? That's why you made the whole award for yourself. Did you forget that already happened? We said this.
So how does it feel to actually be so retarded? Please explain it to me.
Mute him. Just ban this guy. This guy's a weirdo.
Says the person that refuses to have a conversation with me because their parents use their soft spot as an ashtray.
So what was your argument?
That your mum and dad met at a family reunion?
Right, that the Earth was a desk toy, a conceptual figure.
Yeah,
a conceptual figure in your mind. And that's why you're talking like this to other adults.
Your mom's a guest.
You're not an adult. You're like the furthest away from an adult that it could be. You are like a demented toddler.
It's like if you just put a black mirror right in front of your face and then lit it, so you couldn't see a reflection and you just said all these things, that would make a whole lot of sense.
Yeah, that was a sentence, only in the sense that there were a bunch of words put together.
Yeah, see, the part of the brain that's like greater, like built for conceptualizing, you don't have that. You have a 45-degree slope where your forehead should be.
Yeah, I have 2 degrees. What's yours?
You have a 45 degree.
I have a degree in physics and a degree in nuclear engineering, energy systems, and fission technologies.
Wait, you sailed around. You're a nuclear sailor, right?
So what's your?
That's why you look like an octopus.
What's your higher?
That's why you look like an octopus, right?
An octopus doesn't have guns like this. So, got anything else apart from your absolute retardness?
I mean, you win ultimately, like tis glob.
The Earth is an oblate spheroid, a nearly perfect sphere. And your mum doesn't like you. She never did.
Sphere.
Yes, a nearly perfect sphere, correct.
A nearly perfect sphere.
Yes, those are 3 words.
Your mom. No, I got your arguments down pat. They're pretty simple.
You're pretty simple.
Again, it's that whole like you're literally looking in a mirror and you can't see the reflection.
You're just doing literally, no, I'm not, you are. Is that the best you can do? Come on. I've given you a bunch of really good insults. Give me some back instead of just going, no, it's you. Don't just do the I'm rubber, you're glue thing. Fight back, you penis.
Is this the best that you can do?
Well, I've given a whole bunch of insults. I'm waiting for you to give it back.
Okay, so this is the best that you can do.
So you can't do it then. You've got nothing interesting to say.
This is the best
You're
he
too dumb
can
to have
do,
a
people.
conversation. You can't
This
even
is
insult me properly.
Give him a round of applause. Hey, you did a very good thing. Oh, everybody's giving you applause.
Yeah.
We love
Listen,
you.
you know he meant nearly. You keep saying nearly to avoid the question. He means nearly. Go ahead and answer.
Nerdly? Yeah. You nearly got it right.
Nearly perfect sphere.
Holy shit. These people don't get anything.
So the Earth is a nearly perfect sphere. I've got a problem with that?
No, it's a completely coherent model that sits on your desk. So I'm totally okay with that.
Yeah, I don't have a model on my desk. I don't know what you're talking about. The Earth that we live
Oh,
on
you don't have
is a
any
nearly
Legos
perfect
on your
sphere.
desk right now, dude? Why you lie, dude? Why are you lying?
I've got a
You have a
bong.
whole drawer full of Legos literally right next to you. Why are you lying?
I've got a bong and a bag of weed.
Oh, you have a whole other room for that. I forgot. Sorry.
Got a bedroom that I share with my wife. Of course, you wouldn't understand that because no woman's ever touched you.
Yeah, no, I understand that. I understand how you sleep in the Lego room, mostly.
I sleep with my wife.
The Lego room.
No, I sleep in
When he
bed
says
with my wife,
wife,
my beautiful, amazing wife.
he means
right next to
Lego
you.
room. Yeah, the one you beat
The one
up
what, sorry?
that homeless woman for stealing. I do think that was base, though. Like,
Say
so
that,
when I
what
call
did
you
you
out on
just say?
that,
You cut
I'm
out.
saying,
Say,
like,
I
this is
didn't
the
hear
one
what you
cool
said. You
thing
cut
that I
out.
know about you.
You
that
cut
you
out.
did.
I didn't hear what you said. What did you say?
Yeah, when you beat the homeless woman in valiant effort to save your wife's bicycle,
What the fuck
I think that was base.
homeless? What are you talking
I
about?
love
My
that
upstairs
about you.
neighbor.
That's my favorite thing about you.
So my upstairs neighbor, who wasn't homeless and was a guy, that tried to break into my house and tried to attack me with nunchucks. Yes, that's the person I beat up.
Yeah,
Correct.
dude. Okay, all right. Tell me more story about this. I love this. This
You really
is
wanna
this
know?
is where you sort of get some balls back.
You really want to know? Because it's something you would never do. He stole my wife's bike and I demanded it back and he refused to give it back. I said I would phone the police and then he tried to break into my house to warn me not to phone the police, otherwise he would beat me up. So I smashed him about like Hulk did to Loki in the first Avengers movie. Twice. And I got arrested for it.
And you told this to your British judge with that, wears that like British wig thing that the judges wear. Like, this is hilarious. Keep going. Keep going. I'm sorry. I'm not.
I don't
even
know that they still do that.
They'd still do that.
I don't
Not
know.
in Fife.
Well, we're asking him.
So anyway, yeah, that's what happened, and I got arrested, and I got a £400 fine, which was the minimum fine that they could give me because they actually didn't really mind what I did, beating up a criminal. And then that fine was paid for by my audience.
That is so cool, dude. Kudos.
Yeah, I think it's pretty cool that I will defend my family. You couldn't have the balls to do that, obviously.
Are you kidding me, bro?
No, I'm just making an observation that you are a
Bro, we're best friends. I mean, I may egg you on.
I would rather cheese
but
break
it's
my
like
nipples
you
than
want to
count
to
you as
me?
a friend.
I mean, you're more wrong than you are right. So
I
it's
don't
like
make friends with
this was like a
retards.
lotto move. This was your lottery. And see, what you should go start doing is doing lottery gambling like streams.
Are you getting
And
dumber as
I
we're
think
talking?
that would probably equalize.
Like, is your IQ
I think you would
dropping
just
like by
blow
the
up.
second?
You would be the next Elon Musk if
Guys,
you were able
do you
to
think
like
he's there, like,
use
eating
the
lead
full
chips and
potential
paint
of your
before
mind, like that movie Phenomena, and then like you would just like move the stock market.
Is he
And
just gonna
I
keep
just want to hear
waffling?
about you being the
See,
biggest
this is what flat earthers
billionaire
do. They
there
just
is,
waffle. They just
number
waffle.
one in the world.
Right, guys, would you like me to leave this nonsense and go and get on with the review? Or shall we just let this fool waffle some more to get clips about how stupid he is? What would you like?
Oh well, that already happened. But play the clip. Let's have fun.
What? No, I'm gonna get clips from the stupid shit you said. Which was everything, by the way. Everything you said was stupid. I asked your mum and she agreed with me.
I know. I literally said that this is...
That you're retarded, yes.
all that you have to offer.
What is all that I have to offer?
Okay. What I have to offer is all that you have to offer.
What do I have to offer?
Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm just asking you, what is it I have to offer?
Is that what you have to offer?
Well, you said that I have to offer. What is it that I have to
If
offer?
you're okay, then you would have that to offer, right?
Have what to offer?
You're okay, and that's what you have to offer.
What do I have to offer? Tell me.
This is LD Brain Witzer here.
What
LD
do you
Witzer,
have
the
to
new brain.
offer? You literally offer nothing to humanity.
Into the break. You got any evidence of flatness? That's
You're
what he's asking
asking
you.
me a very personal question about yourselves.
Yeah.
That's weird
I
as
offer lots
fuck.
to humanity. You know,
You
I
fucking
developed part of
weirdo.
the infrastructure in Scotland for wind farms. So, yeah, I've developed quite a lot for humanity.
Okay, see, yeah, let's hear, that's all you wanted to hear. Just keep talking.
Also, I give people entertainment, and I daily get emails
No,
about
no,
my
no.
fitness. I was in the middle of
That
saying
doesn't
words.
offer anybody shit.
I was in the
Oh,
middle
go
of
to
saying
sleep
words.
to your shit.
I
No,
was
you
in
are.
the
You
middle
said that
of
you
saying
planted
words.
seeds.
I was in the middle of saying
you're
words.
the new Elon Musk. Let's
was
hear
in the
more about
middle
that.
of
I
saying
want to hear
words.
about what is your human
I was in
potential
the middle of
as a
saying
human
words.
being.
I was in
Not
the
you
middle
going
of
to
explaining
sleep.
this. I was in the middle of explaining words to you. Yes. Are you
Holy
done?
shit, dude! Do you have any human potential whatsoever?
Yes, lots. I did 1,000 push-ups 3 times in a row for charity. Raised several £1,000s. I get emails.
Pay him money.
Hold on, let
Pay
me
him
say
money,
something.
people.
Stop interrupting me. I get emails every single day from people saying that I have inspired them to get fit and go back to college.
No,
and
you
university.
inspired me.
So I give lots to humanity. What have you ever given to humanity? Let's talk about you now.
How do you define humanity?
Yeah, and that's where I exit when this person starts asking stupid questions like that. Guys, thank you for letting me in here, but this guy is
again.
too retarded.
Ask him
so
to get
I'm
into
going
any
to leave
specificity.
and finish covering
And
the
it's over.
Catzoid. What a dumbass. See, flat earthers are literally impossible to have conversations with. They're too dumb. Yeah, he was condescending, you're fucking right. Right, so we started this stream at, 2 p.m. That was 13 hours and 20 minutes ago. And we started with a 45-minute timer. There's less than 2 hours, so I will get to finish tonight because clearly this is not going to go on for forever. But that's really not how time works. Thank you, Icy Spin. There was dumb in that room. Signal Step says, remember when Craig thought it'd be done at 10 p.m? Yeah, I know, but it's definitely going to be done in the next couple of hours, so that's fine. Right, on to Catzoid.
Fuck with my livelihood, I will end you. But people's kids
One
What is your livelihood, Som? Do we know? Boston Concerts gifted 5 memberships, which adds 15 minutes back to the timer. Thank you very much, my friend. All right, I want to... What is Som's... Do we even know what his livelihood is? Because I'll go after it. I don't give a fuck. He doesn't deserve anything. God, felony, criminal, misdemeanor. If anyone can find me what David Kane's job is, what his livelihood is, I'll fucking go after it. I'll do it, and I want him to try and come at me and end me. Oh goodness, Dynamite Poop has gifted 10 memberships, which adds another half an hour back to the timer. Thank you very much. Guess I'm... Okay, maybe about 5... wait, hold on. So, if it's 3:30 now, 4:30, 5:30... so, about 6 a.m. I'll probably get to finish. Excuse me. David Kane is his name.
Old Testament.
People's wives and kids need to be left out of it.
Of course they do.
Nobody has got the right to expose anybody's partner or children or where they live or anything. Nobody has that right. And if you're doing that, you need to go and get serious mental health.
And you would think it would be us doing it, because we're the crazy flat earthers, right? We're the nuts ones. So,
what would you like me to go over the amount of death threats and stuff I've had from Flerfs? Oh guys, there's a new CC video. Yes. Oh, CC, we love you. Ugh.
Why are they doing it to us? That makes no sense.
Yeah, right.
Do you know why they do it? They don't have God.
Yeah, well, that's true.
They just have love of balls.
Okay. No, I don't have God, because God's not a thing. But again, 99.9999% of Christians say the Earth's a globe. Alright, you guys want me to do CC now? We'll do CC. Okay. Right. Before we do CC, I need a 10 minute break. Bear with me. Gonna grab a cup of tea.
Pick it up, pick it up. Is it death? Is it potato? Watch the screen and wait for the show. What's revealed, we're dying to know. Is it death or a potato? Check it out. Death or potato? Yes, I'm right, let's go. Death or potato? It's the game that steals the show. Look at the picture, don't make a mistake. Is it a spud or is it a face? Out of the ground or from his own behind? Dirt or potato, what will you find? Right on! Can you tell what's underneath? A derpy mugshot or a root beneath? With every guess, we laugh and cheer. Is it dirt for a potato? Let's make it clear. Hang it up, give it a show. Dirt for potato, let's go. Skank it up, skank it up. Is it from the dirt or a funny disguise? Could it be a tater or a pair of eyes? What's in the ground or lurking around? Dirt or potato, where will it be found? Could it be smooth or full of lumps? Maybe it's grown or someone's big rump. Get your guess in, let's see what's true. Dirt or potato, it's all up to you. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. Look at the picture, don't make a mistake. Is it a spud or is it a face? Out of the ground or from his own behind? Dirt or potato, what will you find? A pile of soil or a starchy friend? Guess it right and you'll ascend. Look real close, don't let it slide. Is it dirt or a potato waiting inside? or a silly trick? Will you pick the right one or end up quick? Whether it's dirt or a golden spud, dirt or potato, here comes the flood. A mystery unfolds, what will it be? A lovely spot or dirt, can't you see? With every reveal, we're in for a laugh. Dirt or potato, it's the ultimate craft. Dirt or potato, guess it right, let's go. Dirt or potato, it's the game that steals the show. Beneath the earth or just pretend, a lump of soil or some dumb trend. Pick your choice, don't hesitate. Dirt or potato, now seal your fate. What's in the box, what will appear? A mash of dirt or something unclear. Make your move, we're almost through. Dirt or potato, it's all on you. Will it be fries or a dirty pile? Guess it wrong and we'll laugh for a while. Test your luck, it's time to go. Dirt or potato, let the guessing flow.
All right, I'm back. Okay. CC, my love. He is my Flat Earth love. Like, he's my favorite thing about Flat Earth. God created this, not science, on our flat Earth. Oh, we've got CC on location. It can't be better than that. Is this all it is? Oh, he does come and talk to it, right? Yeah, dude, you need to talk to the microphone. You're just talking out to the ocean. We can't hear you.
However, I'm now in Long Island. Can I see this? Take a look at the ocean. For once.
I see the ocean every single day. Like, it's literally over there for me.
Let it sink in. See that fucking horizon over there? Do you see the horizon? That does not change no matter how high you go.
The horizon doesn't change no matter how high you go. Yes, it does. As you raise in altitude, the horizon becomes curved and you can see further than when you are lower. Well, that's a good start, CC. Well done, mate.
That fucking horizon never changes. I can see a boat right out there. And I can zoom in on it. There's no curvature. There's nothing. There never will be. God has created a land here that is unfucking believable. And we'll never understand.
Alright, let's talk about that. God created this land, right? Let's make the assumption that God created the earth for us. Well, my question is, why is most of it inhospitable? The ocean, we can't live there. The desert, we can't live there. The forest and jungles, we can't really live there. High altitudes, we can't live there. Australia, we really shouldn't live there. Everything wants to kill you. The best thing in Australia is Rachbot. Like, if God created this earth, why is it such a shit God? I mean, why is it such a shit earth for us? I have to use EpiPens if I eat a peanut, for fuck's sake. Brenda Crates for $2 says, the rise and fall of Reginald Perrin CC. Hey, I've just noticed that your names are now not the @ handles. When did that change? What the fuck? Hello, Emma, you cunt. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with YouTube because it's just the other thing now. Alright, I need a cup of Earl Grey. Picard will be proud. Nah, it's always been inhospitable because we've never been able to live in the ocean.
Okay, that is the whole point of your journey here on this planet. You can't understand what's going on out here. You can't understand what God has created. He's coming over here, isn't he? He's going.
Oh no, is someone else choosing the beach you're on, CC?
All right, we're about to get into a flat earth conversation with someone who's He's a fisherman, and that's fun. He's catching fish. Try to pick a place here on the beach.
Does he think that we could actually hear him?
Okay? You don't want any confrontations with anybody. None of this bullshit. You believe that the earth is a globe? Good luck. Spend the rest of your fucking life with that.
Yeah, we will, because it is. But you guys don't get to go around lying about the shape of the earth without us fighting back.
And that's fine. I don't care.
Clearly you do. It makes you angry.
You want to wake the fuck up and understand what we live on right now? Yes. Then talk to me. If you're gonna be an asshole, fuck you.
He's so angry. He's such an angry man. What? A fisherman walking along the beach? Yeah, I see that.
No, sorry.
I mean, yes, Eric, that beach does look awesome.
And it's been like this for decades, years.
Keep going, CC. Just keep going.
Alright, so it's been a shitty old weekend. And now on a Sunday, we actually have a pleasant. For the last 14 weeks, it's been raining. 14 weekends in a row. It's been fucking raining every fucking weekend.
Yeah, good job, God.
You don't find a problem with that at all? You don't think we're being manipulated with chemtrails and other controls? I got something else to tell you. Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't think he was going to the chemtrails. Ugh. I just thought he was complaining about the weather, but no, he thinks it's being controlled.
Yes, they finally admitted it, that there are actually chemtrails in the sky, but yet I can't even bring up chemtrails with anybody. They still don't understand it.
Those are called contrails. And again, you live close to a fucking airport.
Those are lines in the sky. There we go. Right there.
The irony here, guys, is that he's complaining about chemtrails and poison in the sky whilst vaping. The stupidity.
Want to believe in the spinning wet fucking ball? That's fine. But hey, leave your Walt Disney World fantasy. Us flat earthers could care the fuck less.
We could care the fuck less, yet you're standing at a beach, shouting at a camera, screaming at the sky like a madman. Oh wait, is Dimak in the chat? Alright, guys, have fun with Demok in the chat. Emma says for €2, I'm back. You can take your shirt off now. Not yet. He's yelling at the ocean because there's no clouds to shout at. And no, he did shout at the clouds.
Wake up. And if you're not willing to wake up and look at the facts of the reaction fucking live on, and all the lies we've been dealt, all of our lives, then you're a troll.
You know the truth, don't you, CC? You're that special one. Bethel. Guys, don't time out Dimak unless he's being abusive. Just let him spout his nonsense.
I didn't want to do this. I don't want to be a flat earther, but I am.
Yeah, because you're a dumbass. You're not stupid because you're a flat earther. You're a flat earther because you're stupid.
I'm just happy that tell people this.
Massive thanks to NANA who gifted 5 memberships, taking the timer back up to 2 hours 30. I still see people in the chat that aren't members. What kind of nonsense is this? Smash that like button, guys. Do me a favor. What?
There is absolutely no way we live on this fucking wet ball in space, and all of it is billions of miles away. The sun, 93 million miles away. Wake the fuck up!
We measured it, dude. We tested that claim. Turns out it's true.
NASA! Lies! Bullshit! All of it! It's there to make...
NANA then gifted another 20 memberships. Thank you very much, dude. That's insanely generous. Taking us up to another 3 hours and 29 to go. Okay, so 20 to 4, 20 to 5, 20 to 6, 20 to 7. Well, I'll be finished like around 8 o'clock in the morning, I guess.
You fucking feel like you live on a ball. Comforting. You love the ball, don't you? I know you do. I know you love the ball. Come on, grasp it. Hug it. Give it a nice warm kiss.
Guys, he really doesn't care, does he? You remember how he just said he doesn't care? This looks totally like someone who doesn't care, right? Right, give me 2 secs. So I need a protein bar to eat with my tea. Well, I won't be doing my back and shoulder day tomorrow. I would normally go into the gym in about 3 hours. But I'm here, entertaining you lovely folks instead.
But it's all lies! It's all bullshit! I can zoom in on these boats, and you can see that there's no furniture. But what's the point?
I love the subtitles. There's no furniture. Hey, Cece, once the boats disappeared over the horizon, zoom on at them, bitch.
Just trying to enjoy myself here at the beach.
He's just trying to enjoy himself at the beach. So why are you making yourself so angry recording a video?
Alright, let's do a little curvature chat. Test.
NA with for $6.66 Hail Sagan. It's my birthday. I want to see you go till you can't. Hey, wait. If it's your birthday, shouldn't you be getting the gifts, not me? Happy birthday, NA. Many more. Everyone in the chat, I want to say happy birthday to NA, please. That can't exist if the Earth is flat. Can't see anything else, CC. Not very good weather. I just want to read Dimac's comment in chat. Alien God Light Star Planet being low, Light Star Satan Jesus Sun UFOs or Cool Star UFO spaceships are going to evolve to a pile of shit than a chicken. Okay, I demand a song from that. Someone make those words into a song. Jeff C, I don't need to worry about being sleepy. Okay. Right, here's some words of Demox.
Hi. Climb up the top of the globe like water sitting on sides of hills. Water pond is tall. Water walls are cool. What the what is a water wall? Micro nothing guy on ball. Water stacks up on all hills, and the sides of hills and cliffs have water on them vertically. Still waterfalls, not moving globe physics. Gravity is cool, huh? Raids verde. So a ball with no dry spots. All with water stationary lull on all of it. Curves, hills, mountains, dips, walls, cliffs, canyons, all covers with the perfect gravity layer of water. No people, only water stack. What the fuck is a ball? Where's our tall water wall? Eh? Put some little Legos on the ball, line them up so all comers touch like reality. Low globe gravity hold water to surface, not ends in surface, not below dirt, flat earth. Dirt holds water, not gravity. Tubs, pools, ponds, lakes, rivers, all under dirt land, always above the water. The globers just debunk pools, ponds, mud puddles, tubs, waterfalls, cliffs. No water sitting in all cliffs. Hills, canyons, no dry parts of a cliff. Hey. So all water, no dry land. All water, no dry land. All water, no dry land. Ball hell on a little water ball. Hey, no pools, no wild. No dry spots. Whoa, yeah. So walls, pools, cups.
That's just fire. But I want his most recent comment, the one that I read out, made into a song, please. Alien God Light Star Planet. Make that one into a song. $2 says Demox song in your DMs. And that takes me up to adding another minute onto the timer.
Hard to see out here. I mean, the screen on the Beal McDowell's is. There we go. And it's gone.
Yeah, angular
Where
motion
did it
too soon.
go? Oh, I don't know. It's too close. You can't see it, right? It looks like it's. Oh, where is it? Here we go. Let's take a look. But I can't see it from the shoreline.
Yeah, now zoom on it, watch it go over the horizon, and then bring it back.
Where'd it go? Oh, I don't know. I can't see it from the shoreline. I don't know. Is that going to prove flat Earth to you? No, it's not. We can't prove that the Earth is flat. But yet, they think they have proven that the Earth is a globe. Us flat Earthers can't prove anything other than.
Someone clip that.
Us flat Earthers can't prove anything that the Earth is a globe. Us flat Earthers can't prove anything. Us flat Earthers can't prove anything.
Once more.
Us flat Earthers can't prove anything other than our perspective. Okay? Other than looking at things and understanding that there is no curvature. That there's nothing.
The horizon disagrees with you.
Everything.
Yeah, I was told that you're the same species as me. I think that's a lie. I agree.
Politics. All of it is bullshit.
Hey man, the rot set. How you doing, dude?
It's there to keep people divided, keep you confused. Keep you happy about the lie and everything that they have told you. And that's what it's all about.
Pardon me.
All the taxes, all the tariffs, all the bullshit that's involved. Pay taxes at all. Nobody made this. We didn't make this. God made this. If anybody deserves to be paid, that's God. Not the government.
God deserves nothing but contempt if he's real. If God is real, he's a fucking cunt. Hold on, where is it? Sorry, 1 second. Yeah, just checking I got JM Truth zombie movie that we can watch later. If I can find it. Yeah, it is there. All right, cool.
Us flat earthers can't prove anything.
Thank you, DP. That's perfect.
Flat earthers can't prove anything. The government is there to tax you, take your money away from you, keep you confused. And they have to do this. You have to control billions and billions of people. I'm not even sure if it's billions, but whatever the fuck it means, it doesn't matter. You've got to control people. If you don't control people, they be mayhem. Okay? All these street activists and all this bullshit that's going on over one fucking thing, you really believe it? It's bullshit.
Yes.
Do you realize how many...
NA says, for $6.66, this is just the rambling of a madman. Yes, you're right. Just the Messenger, $4.99. Just watched debate with Don Lee. As expected, the Fat Earther provided plenty of evidence and measurements of curve. And when I say plenty, I mean none.
Once they figure out that every fucking thing that they've been told is a fucking lie. Everything from the beginning, from the day they were born, is a lie. You want to see street activism? You'll see billions of people overtaking the government. That's why they can't tell anybody about this. That's why they gotta fucking lie and make you think you live on a stupid, fucking, ridiculous solar system. This universe that's endless, that just continues on forever and ever and ever, and you're insignificant, and you're a little piece of sand on a beach, and you mean nothing.
Have you ever seen such an angry man standing in such a gorgeous location?
That's what they want you to make you feel. Us flat earthers understand
Nothing.
That we're not that insignificant person. That we need.
Every flat earther is insignificant because they've never attributed anything to contributed anything to society ever.
Something here. We're all meant to do something. What that is, I don't know. You'll have to find it out yourself.
Best CC video ever.
Look, I think there's something that making me feel my channel and letting me a part of my life. I'll do some more videos.
Please do, because we missed you. Is this the UFO one? NA 666 says, "Hey bud, just noticing everything from your jawline and arms. You were looking good. Keep on keeping on." Well, thank you very much, my friend. I appreciate it. I've worked fucking hard. I really have. So I appreciate you noticing. Get down with some Democ wisdom.
Sonics have DNA cells, blood, heart, nerves, brain memory. Did you evolve from cat shits? What the FTFE is the stars, planets? Gonna evolve to what species is Earth, animal, chicken, dino. Stars are gonna evolve live. We can watch through sunlight past evolution, huh? Light worshippers. What thing is the sun? Gonna evolve to a monkey-like whale. The Earth is dirt. Your cousin is dirt. You evolve from dirt, so all of Earth will evolve to what animal? What's a moon evolving to? Evolution retards. Your globe, dirt is evolving to your grandma or a dinosaur. Alien god like star, planet being low like star. Satan, Jesus, son. UFOs are cool. Star UFO. Spaceships are gonna evolve to a pile of shit than a chicken. What the fuck is a star? UFO planet. Can't figure out a UFO, flying by the pilot law. What the fuck are guys retarded? You think you know, fuck all alien lights. Spectroscopy of UFO, what the fuck if the UFO retards? Making up what twinkling stars are light boys. What the fuck is a globe's reference? Who's had a little ball to study it? Every single idea of an impossible Harry Potter. Globe, magic is fake, a ball in physics. Lab debunks the globe, no globe physics. No one can know globe physics, only imagine you're right. What the fuck? No globers, want a reference. Water Hill Globers, what the fuck is that? The Water Hill pond is cool on a globe. I walk up to the bottom of and get a ladder or something and fish on top the curved 20-foot high water pond. It's not deep, it's on top. The dirt water can't lake taller than the hill and house. Put your house right next to 50-foot pond. Your house can't get wet, gravity holds water. There it can't move, climb up the top of Tuba Globe Lake. Water sitting on sides of hills. Water pond is tall, tall water walls are cool. What the FTFE is a water wall? Micro nothing guy on ball. Water stacks up on all hills, and the sides of hills and cliffs have water on them vertically. Still waterfalls. Not moving globe physics. Gravity is cool, huh? Retarded. So a ball with no dry spots, load water stationary lull on all of it. Curves, hills, mountains, dips, walls, cliffs, canyons, all covers with a perfect gravity. Layer of water, no people, only water stacked. What the FTFE is a ball? Where's our tall water wall? Put some little Legos on a ball, line them up so all corners touch like reality. Low globe gravity, whole water to surface, not in surface, not below dirt. Flat earth, dirt holds water, not gravity. Tubs, pools, ponds, lakes, rivers, all under dirt. Land always above the water. The globers just debunk pools, ponds, mud, puddles, tubs, waterfall, cliffs. No water sitting against all cliffs, hills, canyons, no dry parts of a cliff. So all water, no dry land, ball, low, low, low.
on the little water ball. No pools, no walls, no dry spots. What the fuck? So walls, pools, cups.
Now, people may disagree with me, but I think AI makes alright music. Point in case.
The law rings up to make no sense. Perseverance, who cares what words I don't make mean, huh? The law, I don't like your words, so I pick my favorite words.
What's real? Why'd you stop?
What's real, non-real, super contained, metaverse, first person. Low meta is an angle, real fake. This is so physical, hit 'em up, chastise every gun bitch that tries to stop me too talk. All humans can do is word salad or make up stuff. Disagree versus agree, it's not around, he's deaf, another deaf one. You can't hear, LOL, not a ball, it's a tear. Low, no dirt in the middle. No dirt in the middle, no, 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 no dirt in the middle.
Yeah, ETV song.
No, 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 no dirt in the middle, no, 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 no dirt in the middle, no, 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 no. Low, no legs up to make no sense. Perseverance, who cares what words I don't make mean, huh? Low, I don't like your words, so I pick my favorite words. What's real, non-real, super contained, metaverse, first person. Low, meta is an angle, real fake. Is it so physical, hit 'em up, chastise every gun bitch that tries to stop me too talk. All humans can do is word salad or make up stuff. Disagree versus agree, it's not around, he's deaf, another deaf one. He can't hear, LOL, not a ball, it's a tear. Low, dirty middle, low, dirty middle, no, 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 dirty middle, no, 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 dirty middle, no, 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 dirty middle, no, 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 dirty middle. To make no sense, perseverance, who cares what words I don't make mean, huh? Low, I don't like your words, so I pick my favorite words. What's real, non-real, super contained, metaverse, first person. Low, meta is an angle, real fake. No dirty middle, no, 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 no dirty middle, no, 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 no dirty middle, no, 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 no dirty middle, no, 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 no dirty middle, low dirty middle.
Literally never get bored of that song. Right. We are still covering Flatsoid, which we started on. Well, 14 hours ago. 14 hours ago when there was just 45 minutes on the timer. And now there's 3 hours on the timer. Stop breaking time, you damn kids. How's the tat looking, guys? Pretty fucking awesome, right? Pardonnez-moi.
Has ever been able to explain it. So if your level of acceptance of something is you're not allowed to say that it doesn't, just because I don't know how it works. Well, how many people need to say that something doesn't work until we know it doesn't work? Eventually, we have to get to the conclusion that something will never work, and we move on from there, and we just leave it. We don't stay on something and say, well, we still think the Earth's flat no matter what, even if it doesn't work.
Okay, right.
There is a.
Let's do a poll. Right? What do we want? Do we want either more cat Zoid or JM Truth's Mooey? Up to you guys. Dimac says, water above all gravity rolls, lol. Dude, you're the best lyric writer I've ever met. I fucking love it. Now Dimok says, gravity makes Kevin Costner Waterworld, lol. Don't we wish we were as smart as Demok? Guys, don't we wish that was the case? Alright, we're going to give you a couple of minutes to choose. In fact, what we'll do is we'll play this song once more. And by the time this song has finished, you guys will have decided what we're going to watch next.
The law rings up to make no sense. Perseverance, who cares what words I don't make mean, huh? The law, I don't like your words, so I pick my favorite words. What's real, non-real, super contained, metaverse, first person. Law, meta is an angle, real, fake. This is so physical, hit 'em up, chastise every young bitch that tries to stop you, Tupac. All humans can do is word salad or make up stuff. Disagree versus agree, it's not around, he's deaf, another deaf one. You can't hear, LOL, not a ball, it's a tear. Low, no dirt in the middle. No dirt in the middle, no, 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 no. No dirt in the middle, no, 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 no. No dirt in the middle, no, 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 no. No dirt in the middle, no, 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 no. Low, no legs up to make no sense. Perseverance, who cares what words I don't make mean, huh? Low, I don't like your words, so I pick my favorite words. What's real, non-real, super contained, metaverse, first person. Low, meta is an angle, real, fake. Is it so physical, hit 'em up, chastise every gun bitch that tries to stop me, Tupac. All humans can do is word salad or make up stuff. Disagree versus agree, it's not around, he's deaf, another deaf one. He can't hear, LOL, not a ball, it's a tear. Low dirty middle, low dirty middle, no, 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 no. Low dirty middle, no, 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 no. Low dirty middle, no, 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 no. Low dirty middle, no, 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 no. Low dirty middle, to make no sense. Perseverance, who cares what words I don't make mean, huh? Low, I don't like your words, so I pick my favorite words. What's real, non-real, super contained, metaverse, first person. Low, meta is an angle, real, fake. Low, dirty middle, no, 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 no. Low, dirty middle, no, 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 no. Low, dirty middle, no, 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 no. Low, dirty middle, no.
Right. Clearly everyone wants to watch JM Truth's movie. So let's get that. If I can find it. Hold on. There we go. Right. Now, brief bit of history on this one. There's a flat earther called JM Truth, who was an expert in everything, according to him. So much so that he's also an expert filmmaker, as well as being, you know, a gardener, a yoga teacher, a modified sniper, and everything else in the world. He made movies. And he made this movie. This is The Inevitable. Enjoy. Aren't you loving the camera work, guys? So, worst start to a movie ever? Maybe?
What? I hear you, you know. What? I can hear you, fucker!
You guys asked for this.
Leave me the fuck alone! Stay sharp. BAM!
Wonder where he got these actors from.
Focus, Darcy. Come on, you gotta stay awake. Okay. Let's try the coffee.
There you go, Rich Bot. Yeah, drinking coffee like that's not really gonna help. Stun Brothers film. Jump cut, no connection, that's right. Yeah, the projector sound in the background. Well, this is the best bit, right? The previous scene, audio, vocals, right? But now, for some reason, it's a silent movie. Pete, I'm gonna head. What time y'all gonna be back here? Sometime tomorrow, says Steele. Pete, tomorrow night? Alright, don't go pulling no John Wayne bullshit now. Now you realize what happened, don't you? They were saying these lines, but they just forgot to turn the mic on. So I'm just having a little stretch in my legs, and then I'll sit back down. I will never understand a single frame in this movie, says Monkey Cat Pat Pat. I agree. Okay, let me just set this back up. Quite. There we go. Stan says, I think we should head right down here. We can find everything we need right here. What about the hospital? Wouldn't that be better? No, the hospital is where the infected are. We only want to go there if we want to die, with a random double space between the if and the we. Pete, wow shit, there's an abandoned flea market across the street. Stan, sarcastically to Pete, you want to go to the flea... Oh my god, they're actually putting like fucking directions on there as well. Downtown Shelton, WA. This is so bad.
gonna get us killed.
Oh shit! You're gonna be so wet.
They remembered the mics all of a sudden. The mics are working again, guys.
Fucker. You two check out the bar.
I owe you one.
Yeah, you do.
What do you mean? You owe him one. I'm the one that pulled your sorry ass off the fucking bar.
Yeah, you pulled my ass onto the ground onto a chew can. I don't know how you put up with this shit. I need to keep back off my wife. Yeah, I'm sorry, man. I think I need a shot. I'll take one. Yeah. To us?
Why is there still that projector sound?
Here you go, Goldilocks.
Darcy.
Oh, I hate vodka. Give me another one. And them.
God, give me another one.
Yeah, give me it. Don't waste it all on him. Come on now. What else we got back here?
Stan. You plan on getting in the clinic if it's locked down like the rest of this godforsaken town?
Really?
So I got Pete. He was all locked up.
Yeah, I had a mispicked youth.
With a name like Locke, I figured you'd be the lock picker.
Come on, Mike. Ain't no lock picker. Pete's lock picker.
Yeah,
Yeah, you know.
It's like the fish.
You were named after a fish?
Yeah. My daddy's saying he likes to run some families.
So what about Pete? He's not named after a fish.
Pete? That's not his real name.
Like, in what way is any of this advancing the story? In any way?
You say anything, fucker, it'll be the last thing you do.
Calm down, I ain't gonna say nothing. So what is this supposed to be? Puffer Pete. Puffer. Don't know I said that now. You puffed the magic dragon, Pete?
God damn it, look! Fuck did I tell you? There's a reason I go by Pete.
I'm playing.
Let's get out of here. Asshole.
Puff the magic dragon.
Alright, Lock Pike.
Yeah, he did sing the step, you're right. Ugh. After this, I am going to go and freshen up with a shower, and then we get back into covering for Catzoid and his crew being dumbasses. Still got half an hour of this movie to get through.
Watch out, bastard, do this.
Why is there a TV playing in the background if this zombie movie is like everyone's dead?
Shit. I got a bad feeling about this.
Why just as they walked in did that guy fall over? I'm so confused. Oh my god, you did what, Icy Spin? Ah! Wait, where is it? How can that be both 1 and 3? Right. I will provide zombie actors for your movie. JM Truth Productions. Starting at $100. You will provide zombie movies actors? Holy shit. Nice AI advert as well.
Oh shit. That explains why we lost the broadcast.
This is actual war crime, this movie. Oh, Dimax in the chat still rambling.
Go! Goddamn fucking small room!
Worst zombies ever. Bart, you're watching it. Deal with it, dude. And increase the speed. Oh, we're back to silent movie. Silent movie, except the sound of the bottle was there, of course. Was that an artistic choice? Because it wasn't a very good one. Oh, this is my favourite bit. Still trying to get the next Flerf on.
Hey, look out!
I'm sorry, but we have to see that bit again. Half silent movie, half not. Stan, freeze! Something's coming! lighting right. Oh. No, now they're a T-Rex instead of a zombie. So bad.
Hey, look out!
Door, you can't just kick that in.
Are you okay? You okay? Darcy, look at me. Look at me. Darcy, look at me. Darcy, look at me. Look at me. It's gonna be okay. It's gonna be okay. Trust me. Oh, God. It's gonna be okay. I'm so sorry. We're gonna get out of this. Listen to me. We're gonna get out of this. We're gonna get out of this. I promise you. I promise you. We're gonna make it out of this. Right? Calm down, baby. Calm down. Calm down. Okay. It's gonna be okay.
He seems happy. We are down to 2.5 hours on the timer. I've been going for 15 hours.
Oh no! No! God damn it!
Yeah, just shoot him. Just do it already. The kindest thing to do. Yeah, let him do it. That'll work.
What are you doing, Darcy?
Sorry, Pete. But you're infected.
So, you're just gonna gun down your friends, huh?
Gotta protect myself.
You want me to give you my revolver?
Worst dialogue ever.
It's a good idea, but it won't change anything.
Darcy.
You're infected.
Darcy, he's still peak for right now. Let's wait a sec. Let's wait till he changes.
Yeah, but in a minute, he won't be. It's infected.
Fine. If I die, I swear to God. No, wait! I'm taking you with me. Pete. Darcy's pregnant. What? That's why we came into town today. We came to town for supplies. What the fuck are you talking about? We came to town so that we get supplies for the birth. You telling me you sacrificed your entire crew for a kid? No, Pete, it's not like that. It looks a lot like that to me. My brother died today.
Does anyone know what's going on with this awful movie?
You should have been a cowboy.
Sounds like my son's up playing on his PC. Mark W says 4 accents in 1 sentence. Amazing.
Are you okay?
Just stay back.
I just want to make sure you're okay. You've got blood all over your face.
Darcy! Come any closer. Just stay away from me.
Shoot him. Do it. Then yourself.
Come on.
Then JM.
You're bleeding.
It's not my blood.
Oh, they've turned off the mics again.
Darcy. You know what you're gonna have to do? Change is inevitable. You're gonna have to put that gun right here. You're gonna have to put the gun right here and pull the trigger.
No.
I'm gonna kill you.
No, you won't. You wouldn't do that. You wouldn't do that. You wouldn't do that.
I'm so sorry.
Don't. Please don't.
You're just as pretty as the day I met you. You're gonna have to shoot me. Raise the gun and shoot me.
Do it.
Shoot me!
No! 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 Dave, please. Oh, God.
I do it. Do you think either of these actors have put this on their like IMDb? Yeah, I know, GCat. I fucking agree.
So would you like another cup of coffee, or should we bust open the wine?
I really don't think we should be having wine in my condition. Do you?
Pregnant?
Or pregnant.
We're pregnant?
You're pregnant.
Well, we'll see how that goes, Borg, if we're still going when it's, appropriate time to do that. It's only 2.5 hours on the timer at the moment, so... It's not that funny. Wait, she's crying? Oh, I can't tell because you're acting so bad. Hey Joe, how you doing? It's so cringe.
Oh, that's so fabulous. I can't believe that. Oh my god. I'm gonna be a dad.
This has to win some kind of award for worst movie ever, right? Hey, Selexis, some of the acting in porno is pretty good. Just watch my OnlyFans. Shoot him!
Don't!
Did you say Only Hands? Yes, my Only Hands account. I love the lighting, you mean the lack of it? People were harmed in the releasing of this film. Yes, Euro on steroids, 100%. Zombies don't just scream like that. That zombie sounds like he's in a porno right now. Like, listen to it. It sounds like a porno. Maybe not with a scream. This is like a porno movie we're screaming in.
And stay away from me. Do you hear me? You stay away from me! No! Stay away from me!
Yeah, the zombie understands what you're saying.
Me? Stay away from me!
Do you hear me? It's not how normal people talk.
I love you! Do you hear me?
There's only 10 minutes left, guys. We can do it. We all work together. We can get through this. Wait, was that a dream? I'm confused. What was that cut all about? The wanking dead. Andrea's Eldritch, that appears to be the case, yes. Blood splatter at close range, I guess. Yeah, me either, Joe. It sounds like porn. Speed up a bit. Half of the dialogue is, ah, you're right. I've no idea, Andreas Eldritch. Remember, JM's a fucking moron. Hey, Nikki. We're watching JM Truth's awful zombie movie. So speed up a bit. Gotta get through it a bit quicker, right? So what, her zombie boyfriend is now in a different room and she's at a table waiting for him? When did the change of position happen?
Leave me the fuck alone!
Mark wants me to make you feel the pain.
Stay sharp. BAM!
Do you think he wrote this?
No!
at that point, you fucking idiot. So, what did we learn? Anything? Bruce, I don't think you... are you getting... Is it buffering? Seems to be right now.
Well, I'll be dipped and rolled. You see that, cuz? Locke got himself made undead.
Oh my god.
Hey, Locke, you stupid bean.
Why would you pull the zombie over? Worst god effects ever.
Can't save him, send him.
Godspeed, bud.
Shit.
Oh, zombified.
Hey, you like that?
Do you like that?
You like that? I like that.
doggy?
like it if he's like foaming at the mouth and shit.
Well,
Until you see the foam.
that was fucking awful. Okay, my guys and gals. Crashes for $5 says, well, at least he had a better understanding of After Effects. Wonder if he figured out how to pan a camera yet. Lol. Right, guys, we have been streaming for like 15 hours, 16 hours, and there's 2 hours and a bit to go. I'm going to go and have a freshen up. I'm going to have a shower, and then I'll be back, and we will continue and get through the fucking Facatzoid nonsense. Okay? I noticed a big drop in the viewership for a second. Did it buff? Did it buffer? Was there a problem? What happened there? Maybe it was watching Jay and Truth. It keeps jumping and dropping. I'm very confused as to what's happening with that right now. Yes, Joe, absolutely. Right. We have... I am going to go and have a shower and freshen up, and I'll be back. In the meantime, here's one of my favourite videos that I've made. Enjoy learning about Santos Bonacci and his wonderful attitude. Right. Apparently it is buffering for some people, but I don't see buffering on my end. I'm confused. Give me a sec. I think it might be YouTube and not me, guys. All right, so just try refreshing. Some people getting buffering, some not. Very strange. Right, anyway. I'll be back in about 20 minutes. Enjoy Santa and his elf. Hey, I'm FTFE and welcome back to the channel that does the stupidity. What the Joker did to Robin.
Sir, I'm sorry to report that Robin's mission was unsuccessful.
Oh, what do you mean, Alfred?
Well, sir, unfortunately it seems that young Master Todd was beaten to death with a crowbar by the Joker and left in an exploding building.
Oh, Jesus, that must have really sucked. Alfred, prepare the Batmobile. It's time.
Oh, finally, sir. You're going to take down your arch nemesis.
To go back to the orphanage and get another orphan, give him some very basic combat training, a suit that doesn't really offer much protection, and send him after my enemies again. We will clean up this city. They will.
Very good, sir.
I'm Batman.
So, I have debated many a flat earther. Hundreds, in fact. And they're all fucking stupid. Most are also horrible humans that seem to have far too low an intelligence to realise that they are actually horrible humans. But then, there's the scum. People, for instance, that send you death threats. Now, I'll be the first to admit I enjoy triggering a Flerf and have sent the odd unfriendly email to Nathan Thompson, but there's a line, and threatening to kill somebody is way past that line. Recently I debated Santos Bonacci. I'm going to cover the stupid things he said in the debate, but also here is the story of what happened before the live stream for episode 58 of Flerfs Are Idiots.
We're living on a disk, floating through space, with a tiny sun.
Thank you for joining me once again as we take a look at people so stupid they think committing a crime and then posting it online is a good idea.
Hey guys, check this out real quick. Space is fake. You're not on a spinning ball. They're gonna teach you, listen guys, they're gonna teach you you live on a spinning ball. That doesn't make it true. It's not real.
We are going to go over some of the batshit crazy and insanely wrong things that Santos and his magical elf Dobby said during our debate. But first, it's story time. Santos and I started our communications via email. I was polite, for me, and simply tried to arrange a time for debate. Santos was... well, maybe you should just hear what he wrote to me. Over to Grandpa Craig for a bedtime reading. Why, thank you, young FTFE. Yes, children, gather round. Prepare for a magical journey into the mind of a flat earther for Flerf story time. Come closer. No, don't be scared. Come closer, children. There we go, young'uns. Settle in. Today we read from the personal writings of Santos Bonacci, a person who describes himself as a man of love and patience, and he runs a spiritual retreat in Mexico where you can go and listen to him teach you how to be a better person and a spiritual being full of love and compassion. Oh, doesn't that sound lovely? Are you ready, children? Well, here we go. Santos, the spiritual leader, writes to FTFE and says, listen up, fuckface. Listen up real good, cunt. I make all the rules, and you will suck my dick, cunt. The show will go how I want it to, 'cause your mother is a whore, and mine is a good woman, so you lose. So since your mother's cunt stinks like shit, I'm gonna run the show how the fuck I like to. Get it, dumb cunt? And you're going to make a perpetual fool of yourself. Remember, cunt, you came to me. I didn't come to you. so I will call all the shots. You better be able to prove you're Jesuit Santa Bull cunt, or you will be on my target list forever, and I will make you the poster child for an upside down jackass forever. Wasn't that lovely, children? Santos and FTFE tried to have a conversation that they agreed to, but due to the fact that Santos huffed too much glue as a child, he wasn't able to properly work Hangouts, even though everybody on the entire planet has been using it non-stop for the past 18 months. So Santos and FTFE carried on communicating and arranged another day to talk. Here is what Santos said. Fuck off, dumb cunt. You'll get your humiliation in due time. You are a faggot and a degenerate liar. We will see you on Wednesday. You, audience, is made up of faggots, degenerates like you. Mine is made up of truthers and warriors, no comparison. Definitely your mother was a whore and a slut, and you need your throat slit. And it will happen, cunt! I thank you for joining me here today, children. I hope you enjoyed today's trip into the mind of a flat earther. See you next time on Flerfs Storytime. Goodbye now. Look, I know I'm not the nicest person in the world when it comes to conversing with flat earthers.
Vince, apparently they prefer the word retard.
Eh? Oh, how very quaint.
But there is a line. And I'm pretty sure he passed it with the death threats and the things he said about my mum and, you know, pretty much everything he said in emails. Although if somebody could please tell me what a Jesuit Santa Bull cunt is, I'd very much appreciate it. Please leave your explanations in the comments. Okay, so we've covered Santos being a well-spoken, friendly, well-adjusted member of society.
Listen, please, brother. Please, you don't have to be like that. You don't have to be like that. I promise you, I will consent. I promise you, I will consent to any. I will accept any of the things that you can prove before. Please, oh, dearie dear.
What about some stupid, I hear you cry? Well, if you've seen the full debate between Santos, Dobby, Elf, be quiet. I can literally use Universe Sandbox
Listen, you
2.
degenerate, vaccinated swine.
Elf,
you call me
please
Elf.
be quiet.
Call me Elf again. You're gonna see. You're gonna see what's gonna happen to you.
Please be quiet, Elf. I'm talking to Santa.
You're gonna regret it. You're gonna regret those words.
Of course, Elf. Now please be quiet so I can talk to Santa.
There you go. That's it. That's it. Watch. You're gonna see.
And me, then you know there is plenty of stupid to go over. Santos started his pseudoscience nonsense by not understanding what a scientific model is, whilst trying to claim he knows the only model of the universe. Let's have a listen.
Just talk. Just talk over them.
All right, I'm going to talk over this moron. This is what the ancients described as how the universe works. This is every system works. The model of the universe, there is only one model. That's how I know the model, the true model. There is only one model, and it's the model of the atom. The atom is a fractal of the human being.
Excuse me, the fuck did you just say?
The atom is a fractal of the human being. Oh, hi, welcome to Flerfs Restaurant. What can I get you today? Oh, hi. Yeah, I think I'll have the word salad, please. Yep, certainly. And what dressing would you like with that? Oh, dressing. I'll get the spicy pseudoscience, please. Yeah, no worries. Excellent choice, sir. I'll get our head chef Santos right on that for you.
It is a fractal of the solar system. It is a fractal of the universe. Everything is self-similar from the microcosm, macrocosm.
So you may not have heard over my hysterical laughter there, but he said that as well as being a fractal of a human being, the atom is a fractal of the solar system, a fractal of the universe, and that everything is self-similar. So if I've translated the bullshit correctly, then he's saying that everything looks like an atom. Well, here is the best image of an atom we can get. As an individual atom is smaller than a wavelength of light, that means that you will never be able to see anything more than a fuzzy dot. But as far as we can tell, atoms appear to be spherical. So let's compare a sphere to a human. And then a human to the solar system, and the solar system to the observable universe. Yeah, they don't look anything alike.
There's only one
quick question before you carry on.
For
Do you
all
think you're looking good so
people
far?
out there in the world, there is only one model, and it's the atom. So
The model with the flat
take a
Earth
look
is
at this
the
picture
atom.
here, right? Have a look at this picture here.
Oh my God.
There's the flat Earth.
There we have it, guys. The flat Earth. So, you know when Flerfs say to us, all you have is NASA cartoons?
The plane of inertia of every magnetic system. Every atom has a neutron. That is the plane of inertia. That is the only place where matter can exist. Scientists have proven that the matter happens at the neutron, at the plane of inertia.
Wow, so much wrong there. Let's break down his claims one by one, shall we? Moving on from the fact that he totally failed to show anything that could be considered a model in science. Not that you can show a scientific model, because that's not how it works. Claim one was every atom has a neutron. So no, they don't. This is a hydrogen atom. Hydrogen makes up about 73% of all mass in the visible universe. The hydrogen atom is the most simple and most abundant atom in the universe and consists of one electron in an orbit around a single proton. What's not in a hydrogen atom? A neutron. So according to Santos, 73% of the universe doesn't exist. Claim 2, the neutron is the plane of inertia. I mean, I can't debunk this, mainly because although they are all words in that particular order, they don't mean anything. So on to claim 3. Scientists have proven that matter happens at the neutron. 2 secs, I'm just going to make a quick phone call. Hello, scientists. Hey, how you doing, guys? Yeah, good, thanks. Listen, so I've been talking to Santos Bonacci, and he says that you've proven that matter happens at the neutron. Well, yeah, I know science doesn't prove things. Yeah, he's a fucking idiot. Yeah, I know that most matter in the universe doesn't have neutrons. I know, what a fucking numpty, right? Okay, never mind. Look, just carry on, guys. So I spoke to scientists. They didn't do that, and they all said that you're a fucking idiot. So next, we're going to go over Santos claiming that the aether, a hypothetical medium that light travels through, exists. Of course, anyone with the ability to use Google can find out that the ether has been disproven for over a century, mainly thanks to the Mixon-Morley experiments and, Einstein's introduction of relativity. But Santos presents what he says is proof of the aether that was produced by an unknown Italian scientist. Let's have a look, shall we?
So Pierluigi Gina, who is a real genius and scientist, he worked with Marconi, they invented the radio.
No, he didn't. That was a lie. That dude is known as a pseudoscientist nutbar, not a genius, but please continue.
He worked with Marconi for 10 years and they conducted experiments to see whether the Earth or the ether was moving. And they came to the conclusion, proving with this scientific experiment in his laboratory in 2003. So, full screen. Here's Pierluigi. He's in his laboratory.
I'm not prepared for that.
First thing he says, I want to establish first and foremostly that men believe that the Earth is turning, but the Earth is stationary.
Wait, did you just say the Earth is stationary? Bob?
If the Earth is spinning at one rotation every 24 hours, that means that every hour it has to turn 15 degrees. And if the gyroscope is mounted anywhere on Earth, it's going to drift. In today's 21st century navigation systems, they're using what's called a ring laser gyroscope. It is extremely precise. If we could simply get one of these ring laser gyroscopes, we would be able to prove once and for all that there is no rotation to the Earth. One of the people in the community actually purchased one for $20,000. But what we found is when we turned on that gyroscope, we found that we were picking up a drift. A 15 degree per hour drift.
Thanks, Bob.
So Marconi and Pierluigi Iguina discovered that there are two energies, solar, which they call the ether, and earth, which sounds like ether, earther and ether.
So it sounds the same, brilliant.
So the interviewer is saying to him, you're saying that the earth is stationary. He says, yes, the earth is stationary, and I'm about to prove it to you.
It looks like a carnival machine.
So he's going to show us how it is easily provable that the earth is stationary in his laboratory. He is now going to go and turn on a switch, which is going to be a strobe light that is connected to the antenna in the earth, and another strobe light, which is connected to the antenna up in the air. And this is the effect in his studio.
So he turns on a strobe light. Well, what was the prediction? What would a strobe light show? Why is he using a carnival machine to try and do science? What the fuck is going on? Please, Santos and Dobby the elf, just go to the remedial classroom. Okay, shut up. I'm hungover. I hate my job. I hate all of you idiots. Let's just get this over with so I can start drinking again. Just quickly, I marked your test scores. Mr. Truth, you scored 10 to the negative 17. No, that's not a negative number. It's just a really small number. Basically, you're stupid and you fail. Anyway, science does not prove things. This is a fundamental part of science. Science gives evidence to support ideas, but never claims to be complete or have all the answers. Science is a tool and does not prove things. In science, proof comes from maths. I know maths is a scary thing to you fucking idiots, but that's just how it works. But most importantly, you cannot do science with a carnival machine. That's it. I'm done. Get out. Don't. I hate my job. And that is all the stupid that I can take for today. But before I go, I want to give a massive shout out to my patrons and channel members. Your support allows me to do what I love and give you the awesome flirt busting content that you love. If you are a supporter via Patreon or being a member, you can get access to the special Discord chat room. And if you'd like to become part of Team FTFE, then hit the join button next to the subscribe button to become a channel member. Right. Been putting it off, but it's time to get back to it. Seems to be. There we go. Right. Hello, everybody. I'm back. Did you miss me? Oh shit, where's my phone? 1 second. I need my mobile. Right. So let's do an update on the stream. I started streaming 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. I started streaming 17 hours and 20 minutes ago with a 45-minute timer. There's 2 hours, well, less than 2 hours on that timer. Incredible. If you want to keep me going, the way to do that is to add a membership. Now, I do not expect this to go like the others have. That would be ridiculous.
Model that very simply says, of course, you would see 80 degrees north, the opposite of what you would see 80 degrees
Sarah, you're not allowed to go to sleep. I have not given you permission.
south 6 months later, because that's how the globe works. It's what it predicts. It's what it calls for. So, and again, it's the exact same, meaning that if you were to measure the lowest, which looks about right there, the lowest spot in the sky, if you measured that, it'd be 15 degrees. If you notice, it's exactly north. Okay, what I figured out in the south, whoops, didn't mean to move up.
Again, you're using a computer-generated model, not reality.
Yeah,
one that's not even accurate, mind.
To compare to reality.
Yeah.
He's literally doing what the globe is. Yeah. I mean, he used to call the globies out for this. I mean, he used to call the globies out for this. So, oh, can you guys just show us reality, not just some computer-generated model? What you doing, Jaron?
He's using the model, which shows what the globe says, to compare to reality. I know you're too dumb to understand this.
Right. Figured out in the south was by watching the sun. I said, man, every time the sun gets to its lowest position, if I walk towards it, it will adjust up by 1 degree every 69 miles. And we were, remember, it was like 15 miles or 10 degrees low or 15 degrees, wherever it was in the south. And I realized, oh, I bet you we're 790 miles from the pole, because you could just figure that out by how many times do I need to go towards the sun till it, sorry, it was at 15 degrees, but by going towards it, it's going to lift. And every time it lifts 69 miles, you would do it 10 times. It would lift 690 times or 690 miles you'd travel. And that's where the South Pole is. Because what that would do is raise that sun to 25 degrees. And then what would that move the 35 degrees behind me to? 25 degrees. There's only one place on the earth that would allow the sun to go around you and stay at the same height the whole time. That is the North and South Pole. And
wow. Profound, Jaron. While showing us a computer-generated image and making this claim. Remember, they didn't actually show us this happening in real life. They just claimed it.
They showed you the 24-hour sun, and there is video of the 24-hour sun in the north as well. These things exist.
They did.
No, Morocco, we cannot.
To believe them. Treating it like it's real. That's what I get off these people that come out there trying to reaffirm that their observation was not a lie. I'm sitting there going like this with them. I'm going like this. No. If you lied about this, you're lying about other shit, and I throw it out the window. Sorry. Everything you come back with is garbage because you lied.
But they didn't lie about anything. Yeah, N6, you're right.
All right.
And that is what we saw, 15 degrees and 35. But now I can infer from that there's a South Pole. We know the South Pole's there. Flat Earth wants to keep pretending that it might not be, which is them creating a paradoxical world where we have a North Pole.
Can I mention something?
We have a North Celestial Pole. Underneath it, we have a North.
He inferred the fact that that's most likely 15 degrees, but I haven't actually seen any Google Earth measurements showing that sun is 15 degrees or whatever he's trying to claim. Because he's showing the sun, but he's not actually showing any measurements. No. He's saying, oh, yeah, that's about 15 degrees, and that's what we saw. But there's no measurements here. Like, even
the measurements were taken when they were in Antarctica. Just try and pay attention, guys.
If it is CGI, at least shows measurements. Like, there's none. He's just inferring, oh, yeah, it's probably about 15. Like, okay, I mean, I don't see any math to back that up.
That's what Witsit did.
North Pole. We have a South Celestial Pole, which is exactly 180 degrees from the North Celestial Pole. What's below it? Flat Earthers will never answer that because it completely destroys the model. You can't say there's a South Pole because on a flat map, everywhere is the South Pole. South Pole is in all directions and everywhere. So my question...
The South Pole is an arbitrary position. It's literally an arbitrary position.
It's not an arbitrary position. It's an actual position.
How many times do you have to explain this? And then they come and straw man and say, oh, but show me on the Gleason's map where the South Pole is. Show me on your Mercator map where the South Pole is.
Exactly.
It's a damn map.
But yeah, we could do that on the Mercator map. And we can actually do it on the AE map as well. Because we know the position of the South Pole.
Exactly. And that's probably what he's talking about, isn't it, really? With the South Poles everywhere at once there on the Mercator map. You know what I mean?
That's interesting. During the debate, Austin calls him out for saying the sun was at the 15 degrees. So they can't even agree on the elevation of the sun. Then that tells me they were lying.
Yep.
Yeah. a bit of inconsistencies there.
Oh, and by the way, guys, they're saying I'm lying about them saying where our address is and stuff. Literally, you can go into my Flerf wiki and you can see he says if you want more about me, go to Jack of All Trades, and Jack of All Trades literally every day posts my my home address on his posts, and
No, he
YouTube
doesn't.
refused to take it off. He literally tells
He
everybody
doesn't
where I live.
post your home address
Every
at
day.
all. That's a lie.
Lawyers involved.
It's ridiculous, man. It's beyond a joke.
So yes, when I say they do give people opportunities and ways to get people's addresses, they do.
See, I don't fuck with the law. I'm my own justice.
It just takes the piss. I'm saying it's beyond a joke. It's not even beyond a joke. It's sick. It's actually sick.
When you go to the privacy policy on the Flerf wiki, it's a blank page. They don't even have a privacy policy.
You can't even contact anybody on Flerf wiki. They just give you rules that you should obey, and that's it.
I mean, remember when you messed about with that page?
Who do you think you're going to contact?
How quick was it before it was
You think
changed
it's like a customer service number?
That's because they were watching it in real time.
Okay.
To you, Austin, is with this. I get what you're saying, where you're saying, well, no, you're just claiming that you don't know how a flat model works. So at what point do we throw the flat model away if we've now falsified it, technically, in the way that at least the map that you don't ascribe to? But do you understand that there's no other map ever coming, that there's no other, the AE map is the continents laid out correctly, with the tropics laid out correctly, with the equator laid out correctly. Those are not movable because they're not man-made. They are features of the place that we live. The sun furthest south, Tropic Capricorn, furthest north, Cancer, and the equator is where it's above on the equinox. So my question is, if there's never going to be another map, and the flat Earth map has been falsified, then what is your hope by staying a flat Earther?
It hasn't been
Where do you think, what's going to happen? How could that, how?
I said it hasn't been falsified, though. You just claim it's been falsified.
Literally was falsified. They went and did it.
They're still using it. They're still using the azimuthal equidistant map, Jaron. There was nobody went through in the Pentagon and everywhere else and said, all right, everybody, we got to stop using the AE map now because Jaron Campanella claims to have seen a 24-hour sun in Antarctica.
No, then no one uses the AE map. Stop being silly.
None of that happened. None of that happened. Nobody said, oh, wait, hold on, you guys. We got to rethink this strategy for this attack because the AE map, well, it's no good. Will Duffy totally debunked it because what he did, he went and said he saw a 24-hour sun in Antarctica, even though none of the shit that we saw matched with the weather or anything was like nice.
Copium.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ, man.
I went and did this elaborate, bloody, silly TFE thing, thinking that luminaries in the sky can tell you about the shape of the Earth. Went down.
Oh my, are you going to get over this script, guys? Seriously.
The debate with Sean, and he throws himself right under the bus by saying, "Oh, Sean, can I just point out that you're talking about the sky, and we're meant to be talking about the shape of the Earth?" Like, come on, bro. Wow.
That was a different debate, you fucking idiots.
How could that ever be answered? It would have to be, number one, we create a new map, which is impossible because the continents are laid out correctly. That's the AE map. Or we figure out there's a magic formula of repeating suns and duplicating suns. So is that really what you're hoping for, is some sort of miracle? Or do you understand that you'll never explain it? Because it hasn't been explained in hundreds of years, if not thousands.
Okay. You said a lot, right? So
we can take it slow. I just want to know, what is your, do you acknowledge that in the north right now, today at 80 degrees north, they would be seeing the inverse and complete opposite of what we saw?
Yes, it certainly seems that way. Now, I mean, we had one trip and we saw one location, but it was pretty close to matching. Like, I don't even think it actually matched perfectly some of the elevation angles, but pretty close. Sure. But here's the thing, right? For one, it's like, how are we even determining what is the opposite? Like, what are we talking about right now, right? We're talking about a model. And so you're bringing up the AE map. The AE map uses the same fictitious observer in the center that the globe does. You actually have to just assume the center of a globe, use a fictitious observer, and then look at the sky, and you're actually going to map out this projection. If you're talking about the South Pole, if I were to take the center...
No, none of that's true.
Point and move it over 5 or 10 degrees, now everything changes drastically, right? We don't even have the same positioning to observe the sun at all as the AE map because it's just a projection. They both have fictitious observers. And this is
exactly, it's just a projection, and that's what they keep telling them. And they keep strawmanning, saying, "Oh, you guys, show us based on this projection map that that they're trying to strawman us." Where is it? For the last time, that's not what we live on. We don't live on a damn map. You guys don't live on the on the Mercator map. We don't live on an AE Gleason's map. You can use it for certain things, okay? Because that's what it's made for. But you don't live on it. It's the same with when it comes to navigation. There's a reason why ships use different scale maps when they get closer inland than when they're out in deeper seas.
Yeah, they use
It's because
charts.
they wouldn't be able to use the same map.
No, they use charts. They use sections. And
Sectional
nobody
charts.
uses a world map to navigate. Okay, so all you people that claim to be sailors and all this other bullshit and using sextants, watching Pirates of the Caribbean does not make you a sailor. Okay, that doesn't make you a sailor.
No, actually being a sailor makes you a sailor. Like I was.
At all. And no one, even if you have, used a world map to go anywhere. All right?
Just some way to get out of it is very important. It's very important to understand that these are just maps and projections and models that use fictitious observers and assumptions for convenience sake. We then did this over the course of time, and now we have generally what we observe matches our map or our model. And you keep saying you keep bringing up the AE map as if I'm supposed to answer for that, and you say, well, were you expecting to have some other? For one, if you wanted to play the projection game, you can move stuff around and get a bipolar. If you take that away from the south and move it in, you get a bipolar projection, and you would say, well, then how would this work on the bipolar? And you're going to try to critique it. Well, they're all just projections. I don't reify.
Yeah. You saying something? Okay.
Treat any of those as if they're real. I know that they're not. They're just projections, and they all have issues, and you make consistent refractive corrections. And this is very important because this kind of got lost with the first one. We're talking about the refractive conditions required for, let's say, celestial navigation for CelNav. You have to use planar corrections, actual empirical measurements, then correct to even try to get the refraction. And you don't just use Snell's law. We use planar measurements, then correct, and we can't even actually use this. So one group of 69 miles, which is such a slam dunk for the globe, it's the complete opposite. That doesn't actually happen in reality. And then try to correct for refraction. We don't use typical refraction. We then actually have to account for planar geometry to even do it, right? So, and then that kind of spills right over to, well, then we definitely can't have a situation where when we look at the star and we see the position of it.
What's going on with the audio?
In relation to a mountaintop, we take a planar geometry measurement. As soon as it started cultivated by the mountain, we're like, okay.
Troll, you even look like a troll.
Look to observer, right? It'll come down to the top, we look at the time, it matches the perfect planar geometry measurement.
There we go.
Meaning if I'm on a flat earth and I stand right here, I look at a mountain, the star gets occulted by the mountain, and I take an angle to the top of that mountain, if I go stay on top of that mountain and take another measurement to that star, it'll actually make a straight line all the way down from star to mountain to observer, right? It'll come down and basically complete part of a triangle.
If it was over a curved Earth, you wouldn't get the same angle. You know why? Because it means you would be over the curve from the last observer. So you would have to look up to see that same angle. You don't. Globe debunked. Very easy.
The fuck did he just say?
You know why? Because it means you would be over the curve from the last observer. So you would have to look up
to observer, right? It'll come down and basically complete part of a triangle.
If it was over a curved Earth, you wouldn't get the same angle. You know why? Because it means you would be over the curve from the last observer. So you would have to look up to see that same angle. You don't. Globe debunked.
None of that made any sense for Katzoid. I don't think you understand what angles or directions or looking up mean at this point.
Very easy. Luca, you shouldn't bet any more money, man.
Oh, dude, he's not betting, is he?
Is he really
trying to bet me? He's trying to say Jack of all trades doesn't put my address on. I literally got it on screen now, but I don't need to show it though.
No, he doesn't.
These people want you to jump through hoops to prove
He's
to them
never
some
put
dumb
your
shit.
address
And it's like,
up.
go away.
Yeah, really, Luca.
Luca, I'm sorry, you're a troll. You even look like a troll, man.
You're acting like a child, Luca. You're a 25-year-old kid.
Well, this is the reason why Luca was banned in the first place, because of this kind of shenanigans. So it seems like he's going back to his old ways. He wants to get not welcomed here anymore.
Yeah. Keep giving him too many chances, man.
Get to be a victim now.
There's just so much I can take from him literally talking bullshit about me.
Mm-hmm.
This Luca thing's been going on nearly 2 years.
Yeah, isn't it? Yeah.
So yeah, anyway. If you don't believe me, go to Jack of all trades and look on his posts. I don't need to dox myself, as you could say, right here.
Okay, let's do that, shall we? If I can find him, that is. Jack of all trades. Right, let's have a look at his post and see if we can find his address. Don't see it here. The Thambizini gaslighter. No, that's the area he lives in. It's certainly not his address. No, I haven't seen your address yet. Yeah, no, I'm looking for your address. Maybe can you guys point it out to me? Maybe I'm missing here. Nope. We're 9 days back now and I don't see anything. I think Flatsoid lied. Oh, no, really?
And touching on that real fast, like with your address, it's like, do they have your permission to do that? Absolutely not.
Not at all.
If I were to love my neighbor as myself and we're like recording something outside or something, and if you ask me, oh, Derek, please don't record my house number or my car vehicle numbers, I would absolutely honor that. And so it's like, who are these people listening to exactly when they breach sacred things?
Yeah, I've literally had to take my address out, guys. You see there? See that red mark?
Yeah, but there's young kids that live in that house.
That's not your address, dude. Literally not your address. That the area that you live, which is easily, that's not doxing you. That's not your address.
Exactly.
Like, that's sick.
Yeah. Yeah. He's sitting there saying, I bet you this, I bet you that. Like, he's like, I bet you $10,000 flat. She's like, hold on, babe. I bet you got 10,000. He hasn't said this. I'm doing it as a joke, for goodness sake. He's like, I bet you $10,000 flats that you can't find your address on there. But I tell you what, once you find it's there, I'll start putting a condition on it, and then I'll just pay.
Here we go. I just had to literally ban someone in my chat for giving my address to everybody in the chat as well.
See what I mean?
No one gave your address.
Sick in the head. There's 4 kids in the house, and you're literally putting them at
Let me put it this way, guys. The town I live in is like 20 kilometers wide. Okay, so yes, it's literally my address.
No, it's
Hey, I'll tell you what.
saying the town you live in is not your address.
Anybody wanting to come over to my house and shit, go ahead. I'll be waiting for you. Okay.
I'm like that way.
In fact, you get lost. Just go ahead and get a hold of me. I'll tell you how to get here. Trust me. I'll bring you right here to my house. I'll invite you in, really nice and comfortable. You just go on ahead. I'll be the most hospitable person you ever met. Just come on in.
And it's like anybody who is like, giving energy to that person who's like trying to dox others, it's like that's a bad root that leads to.
Nope. Still not seeing any let's have a look at this. What's the population? The population of where he lives is 65,047. Oh wait, actually, in 2016, 96,000, right? I live in Kirkcaldy, which has about 50,000 people. If someone says I live in Kirkcaldy, that is not doxing me. Let's find Keith's house, shall we? Oh, look, no. Oh, we're not going to be able to find that. Point out where his house is, guys, because he's been doxed.
The bad fruit. Like, don't even lay a hold of that nonsense.
Do you know what? Their mom should have swallowed.
Babe, that's disgusting.
I mean, I've had other people that came over before from friendlies. You know, Lowry and Nicole, they came by here during their travels. Mojo's been here. Mike from THC's been here. Go ahead, man. I'm not hiding from anybody. You got to just remember, you play stupid games, you win stupid prizes.
I had someone come on Messenger, come on Facebook.
You're so big and hard, Som. I'd love to take you up on your offer.
Facebook and do the same, and he was sent from, not sent, I don't know, but he was one of FTFE's lot, going on about, yeah, he's come to my door, so I'll give him my address, come to my door.
Oh.
Sorry, what's that about me?
I had someone come on Messenger, come on Facebook and do the same, and he was sent from, not sent, I don't know, but he was one of FTFE's lot, going on about, yeah, he's come to my door, so I'll give him my address, come to my door.
Oh. Well, that never happened.
I said live, come to my door, it's there, and come. You haven't come yet. He says I don't live.
Hi, Luca. Hi, Luca. He's been warned. Luca's gone. There we go. Okay.
What did he do?
Hi, Luca.
No, he's saying I'm lying. He doesn't agree. He's calling. So, bye, Luca. By the way, you owe me $1,000, which.
Yeah, we all heard it too. We got it on record that you.
His mom definitely swallowed.
Wow. Okay, let me just play here.
And there's a specific angle that the flat Earth would predict. The globe Earth predicts something completely different. It would be much lower. It's on a globe, and it matches the flat Earth prediction
But
every
Stellarium
time
matches,
consistently.
right?
What?
Stellarium is right when it tells you what the angle would be from the mountain.
Yes, the thing is that we're talking about the input. The one measurement you're making is the actual observer. The observer is making that measurement. What's the time that the star is occulted by that mountain? And then we're going to compare that. It makes a perfectly straight line where it wouldn't on a globe. And so what all the globe proponents have been trying to do is claim refraction, trying to find out any way they can to claim refraction. And they can't with this, though, because it's occulted. It isn't there. It's not even there to talk about to invoke refraction. It's not even applicable. So this guy doesn't help. Like if we act, like these always just get thrown under the rug. These are like major.
Are you saying because someone went behind a mountain, refraction's not happening to it? Because that's really stupid.
Problem. So we're
Look at Jaren's not even listening to him.
Of course he's not.
He's just like playing around there with Google Earth. Like, oh, look how beautiful this globe is.
He's adoring his chin fluff, whatever that's called.
Yeah, good attempt at a fucking insult there, Mr. Chubby Tank Top. You look like the quintessential wife beater. Now, I'm not accusing you of beating your wife. I want you to be clear here. I am not saying that PJ beats his wife. But the way you are looking right now is the quintessential wife beater look.
Said.
Claiming the globe is a physical geometry changing our physical positioning, and that's why we see the sky the way we do. Then how come whenever we start to get down where hyperbolic visual space would be expected to converge, that's what we see. We can't use the globe, or we can't even navigate. Then we try to make corrections. We have to use plane measurements, plane trig, plane geometry to even make the corrections for the refraction that we're presupposing. So this is a major problem for the globe. And this, I want to hit something meta, and I'm going to give it back to you. This is the meta part here, right? That you're like, because this is what I don't understand. Right? I believe you that you're saying you don't.
None of it is a problem for the globe. I just want to make that clear. That's it. You're just fucking stupid.
Understand how I'm still a flat earther. You don't get it. I went there with you, and how do I not see it? And you think that I'm not stupid. I mean, you don't get...
Did you have a super chat again, Lasonic? Oh, sorry, Lasonic. I missed it totally. I'm so sorry. I was busy. We got other stuff. I really apologize. Lasonic says, $5. If there was truly a 24-hour sun, it would be posted everywhere. It would be indoctrinated in every elementary school, like space, dinosaurs, aliens. 100% agree. Notice that they don't really teach 24-hour sun rays.
Schools don't tell you about aliens. And I learned about the 24-hour sun in school.
Really? It's more kind of
whispered about
on a need-to-know basis.
Yeah.
But I thank you for the super chat. Really appreciate it. I agree. And I still don't see where they really presented a 24-hour sun as they claim.
No, they didn't.
But like
Apart
I said,
from
even
the
if we do
videos.
accept it, it would just show a local sun, not a 93 million mile away sun. So it doesn't really matter what they do. It still backfires them badly.
It's local.
Except
it's
it
just
matches
the thing
what we
we're
would
trying to
see
call out
with
is
a
their dishonesty
93
in this
million mile away sun.
I mean, when are we going to get this mockumentary one day?
I know. I thought it was April. It was
I want to
coming
see all these so-called experiments that they did.
Yeah, the hours that they were able to do in 2 days, of which the time of having to disembark, unpack, and pack and re-embark on their flight in a 2-day period, with 2
Wasn't
days
2
totally
days.
unaccounted for.
It wasn't 2 days, and Dave didn't fucking sleep.
Okay, so you did all these experiments in that short period of time. Oh, okay.
Yep.
But that's the weird thing, though. I mean, even if you go to McToon's channel and you look, he's got like his own, where he's alone. It's like, that sort of looks like it wasn't even at the same time when everybody was there. It's
What?
almost like when he was alone there. And I still do believe that Duffy and McToon went earlier. And they did what they did. I don't know. It just doesn't seem very kosher to me.
Right, so MC Toon and Will Duffy went to Antarctica earlier than everyone else, apparently. This is a fucking new one.
I mean, I think they all went eventually, but in the beginning, I don't think it was. I think it was just McToon and Duffy. I mean, why would McToon try and do another 24-hour time lapse all on his own while the rest of them are bike riding or whatever at the camp?
What are you talking about?
But then again, that was the time that Whitsett was trying to defend his Vapesit nonsense, getting Benjamin Owen to try and cover for him. You know, when the smoke was coming out of his neck? Yeah. That was quite funny.
Hey, I got some cold Arctic breath right here in my pocket, I think.
And I really agree with Porter on that, where it's like Austin would have spared himself a lot of trouble if he had just been clean.
Mm-hmm. But that's what I said. If you just be honest about it, it's a different story. There we go.
What's up now?
That's a lot of. wait. I got you bigger. That's better.
There's some breath. What's up now?
Oh.
Duffy's latest video talking about Critical Think's weight experiments, claiming they prove a globe. We've actually debunked that. I don't know if you watched my debate against Critical Think. Well, debate.
No, you haven't debunked it. You went nuh-uh and didn't understand it. And it was a good debate that I hosted, yes.
The guy literally couldn't even do any controls. There's no experiment there. It's invalid. I mean, when they asked him, okay, well, why didn't you have any controls? He just says, why must I? I got the results I wanted.
No, he didn't say that. That's a lie. There were controls. The control weight.
That's it. That my mate Harry is taking that from 16. It's just 16 stories up, and tell me that's 93 million miles away.
PJ, that's 93 million miles away.
Well, yeah, we tested with radar. But I tell you what, it's not is in those fucking hills. That would be retarded.
And that's just 16 floors up, which is probably about, I don't know, 150 foot.
Hold on. Is he saying the sun is lower than 150 foot? Wow.
That's so true. Look at this comment. Duffy's videos are green screen setup can be forced filmed by terrorists under duress vibes.
He's actually watching that good time.
Oh, beautiful.
But that's him falling backwards. That's him falling
Why
back.
is it sitting bottom up? I don't know. Maybe because the trees are in front of it.
Hey, PJ, where's your spanner, boy?
He's on.
There's no mods in the channel anymore.
quiet of my room, I sit inside. They call me pretty boy, but it's a lie. My YouTube spanner's gone, that blue wrench of mine. I can't do it, babe, it just ain't right. I really don't understand it. Where did it go? A tool so simple yet it helped me grow. Through every twist and turn, every video plan, now I'm lost without my trusty spanner in hand. I can't do it, babe, I just don't understand it. I can't speak a word, my heart's in a bandage. Without my spanner, I'm just a man. Pretty boy's lost, can't follow the plan. I searched high and low, through every drawer, hoping to find it, but it's gone for sure. Each click, each edit, every clever fix, all halted now, without my spanner in hand. I can't do it, babe, I just don't understand it. I can't speak a word, my heart's in a bandage. Without my spanner, I'm just a man. Pretty boy's lost, can't follow the plan. So here I stand, tears fall
the pictures.
like rain. Pretty boy aching, can't escape the pain. I'll keep on searching till the end of the day, for my YouTube spanner won't let it slip away. I can't do it, babe, I just don't understand it. I can't speak a word, my heart's in a bandage. Without my spanner, I'm just a man. Pretty boy is lost, can't follow the plan.
Look, I actually don't care what anyone says. AI makes fucking good music.
The 16 story.
Ah, look at that. We are down to 1 hour 20 left on the timer. That's amazing. I might even get to go to bed at some point. This has been a 2, 3, 4, 5. So I've been streaming for like 17 hours. Struggled to count there. And there is less than 1 hour and 20 left on the timer. Amazing.
No, but the guy's like, why is it sitting bottom up? I don't know, maybe because it's going away.
Oh, wow.
The trees are closer, and that little hill is closer.
Wow.
Yes, I think Sean did a good job moderating.
Yeah,
Wow.
yeah
Okay.
so that was
So
how they falling backwards.
I just got to quickly move my daughter. Give me 2 seconds, guys.
He bred. That's scary.
Don't forget, I got that debate supposedly with the guy David Leggett from Facebook tonight. Now, he's been crickets ever since he made that challenge, and I said, okay, I'll set it up, and I sent him all the pertinent information, StreamYard link, and a link to the YouTube show so he can share it with all his friends if he has any. And it's been crickets. It's been crickets.
Oh, I know that. No doubt.
So
yeah, I offered to take his place, and it's been crickets. Crickets.
Yeah, if he shows, we're going to be having that. If not, I'm going to go ahead and present my case and win by default.
Why not? Why not? Why not? It doesn't even have to profit.
You've never won anything in your life. You are the constant loser. Mark, thank you for the support, my friend. Well, I'll be finished in the next hour or so, so I'll probably be joining you in bed. Well, not you in bed. I'll be getting in my bed. Wait, what?
So, yeah, it's been set up since late last week.
Cool.
So there's no excuse.
He hasn't said anything since, yeah.
No, he ain't said shit.
Do you need to... add the minutes.
That's how these guys are. Even like these.
Oh,
little
and
shit
Emma
birds
M
over
comes
here,
in with 30 minutes of extra time with 10 gifted memberships.
They're just
Thank you,
little
Emma.
Creeps.
Emma, you're a
creeps.
cunt.
They're children. They literally are children.
You awesome
in their
fucking
minds,
cunt. You cunt.
They may be inhabiting adult bodies, but their brain.
Emma, I've never known anyone that is such a cunt. You are such a cunt that other cunts are jealous of your cuntiness.
Is like no bigger than a 12-year-old's. Their mentality.
Right.
They're, in fact, I've met some 12-year-olds that are actually.
Well, still less than 2 hours to go.
More like a 4-year-old.
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry about that.
Get it. This is how
you know some I don't.
Okay, well, how I feel though, right, is like I don't understand how if there is an entire list of
Emma, you know it's not getting offensive. I love you, you cunt. You're the good cunt. You know that.
reputations, geometric reputations that need to be addressed. If I come over here and I see something that we previously just didn't have access to, that was the issue. We didn't have reliable access to it. That's how we felt. So that we wouldn't verify it. How am I going to see that and then be like, okay, well, I don't really know exactly how that would work on a flat Earth. And then somehow it just nullifies the whole other list. Because what you're saying, right? You're saying you're bringing up the appeal to incredulity. And if we just do that, what are we just going to sit here forever? Because what I'm saying is you're saying it can't be true because you don't understand how it could be true, which is an appeal to incredulity. And you're saying, well, then we're just going to sit here and not know.
Emma says, just yanking your chain, honey. You calling me a cunt always gets me off. Well, my job here is done.
How stuff works forever. Apply that same thing to your side. When I ask you about the star, it's going to be, we don't know how it works. It's going to be, think about the long list of reputations of the globe. Currently, your response to all of them is going to be like, I don't know how it works.
Well, I don't know any. So you're telling me there's observations that you just said that it doesn't work, that we do 69 miles. But let me just say this. So if you know what your degree of latitude means, right? So if we're talking about the difference between 42 degrees and 32 degrees, we know that that's 10 degrees. And so we know that is the distance between those two locations would be 690 miles. So are you saying?
Solixis has actually got Ashton's curse. No, Solixis is not getting any gifted memberships. Make sure you're not on a branded channel and that you have the ability to receive gifts turned on. Emma's not done after 5 times. He can go all night, all day. My wife's going to get jealous.
Saying that if we measured it, it wouldn't work out? I don't
know. That measured distance.
Emma's just happy that I scream her name when I come.
As you would say, is a calculated distance. It's not a measured distance. He does know, even over the water, it's a calculated distance. So, Jaren, can you please go measure 100 nautical miles for me, please? Go ahead. Let's see how well you're going to do.
Yeah.
With the right equipment, he could.
I don't understand how you can say it doesn't work, yet it's how the world is meant.
No, I'm saying that generally speaking, that relationship is somewhat accurate. We're actually using planar geometry to even do it. And if you were to go into the real world and try to let's just assume there's a globe and it's 1 degree per 69 miles, and I'm actually like, oh, look, it's kind of cloudy up above me, but I see some stars that are like 10, 15 degrees above the horizon. If I actually start navigating using that, I will not be able to do it. If I assume there's a globe, it won't work. And that's a major problem because this side would predict that. My prediction would be that.
That's how they sail boats. That's how they sailed boats. That's how they found the South Pole. That's how they found the North Pole. Everything that they've done is through the stars, and you're just throwing it away.
Yes, through the stars on a flat Earth. You do know the first Celestial navigators.
No, Mr. Tambazzini, whatever the name of your place is. Not on a flat Earth. Nothing's ever been done on a flat Earth. You know why? Because the Earth's not fucking flat.
Phoenicians, they were flat Earthers, Jaren. Literally the people that came up with celestial navigation were flat Earthers. Why?
No, they weren't.
Because they sailed around a flat Earth.
Celestial navigation is based on a globe. So, what the fuck are you talking about?
Not hard to understand. What? I don't know. It seems to me that like Jaren literally has become some weird robot.
That looks a little bit waxy.
He might
Someone
be AI.
that followed the
He might
evidence.
be AI.
Oh, yeah, it must be weird to you.
It could be.
They deep faked him. He's still in Antarctica. They buried his ass.
He is the South Pole. Buried upside down from his head to his shoulders.
Way and saying, oh, we wouldn't get anywhere. We wouldn't actually be accurate. But that's
no. I'm saying. Yes, there's no doubt that we have a well-established relationship between the sky and how we navigate. Like, no one can dispute that. But the point is, like, why? Why is it the way that it is? Why do we see it the way it is? Why are we able to use it reliably? You're saying it's because it's a globe. We're physically changing our angle, our orientations, making the stars look different. right? That's the claim. But in reality, that doesn't match the evidence. I'm saying, well, we're on a plane, and the way that we see is not in these perfect infinite straight lines. That is factually not true. We can even disprove it with railroad tracks. So we would expect there to be
railway tracks are still straight, even if they appear to converge. What?
A pretty solid relationship right in the middle, the little sweet spot, until we get to the extremities where it's.
Have you noticed Jaren's not really paying attention?
No.
But we saw this all the time when he does a debate. Like where, like, was it once we were like joking with him? It's like, oh, he's probably drawing boobies. Yeah, because that's all he does. He never really concentrates, quote unquote. It's always some kind of weird, doing whatever, not listening to what's being said. Because Whitsett has been repeating himself constantly now, trying to explain to him what he's saying. And Jared just goes back to the default, acting like he hasn't heard what he said. So could that just be that he just doesn't pay attention? Or could it just be he's just a moron?
For Catsoid is calling somebody else a moron, guys. How does that make you feel? Harnold gifted a membership. Thank you very much. Adding 3 minutes to the timer. Absolutely incredible. Remember, as Plannerwalk has got the app working, 5% of all memberships and super chats will be going to Plannerwalk.
Could be both.
Have been converge and become logarithmic. That's literally what we see with curved visual space. Is what we see. We mapped it out. We mapped it out. Is what I'm saying. It's reliable because we mapped it out. There's no doubt that's how we see the sky. The debate is about why do we see the sky that way.
Yeah, I get you. Because I just measured from 20 degrees to 30 degrees, and it's exactly 687 miles, which is.
You didn't measure anything. You're not measuring on Google. Damn, he's calling that a measurement, guys.
Yeah, I said that.
It is a measurement. That's literally making a measurement on Google Earth. There's nothing else to call that.
I mean, yeah, I know.
He put a line on Google Earth and says he's measuring.
Yeah, I know. He's not calculating or anything like that. He's measuring. Physically measuring. Yeah.
It's the same thing they do with maps. Mm-hmm. So, oh, look, I measured it. You retard. You've got a paper representation you're measuring. What the hell are you talking about? How do you measure across the ocean?
Quite easy. You sail across it and pay attention to how far you're going.
I mean, they do know, even when it comes to planes where they fly over the ocean, they have almost like a dark time that they're not able to know where the plane really is.
That's right.
They have a calculated time where the plane will appear.
Projected. It's a projected calculation. That's not really showing up on GPS.
That's why you get planes. Yeah, that's why you get planes that disappear, because they don't realize the plane's gone down until it's too late. It's like, oh, well, the plane should have showed up by now, but the plane hasn't shown up.
Otherwise, they could have pinpointed where that MH.
Arnold just called PJ the ginger massive head injury ogre. That's fucking hilarious.
370 had disappeared at right off as soon as it went off the screen. It should have just went off the screen. What happened was it didn't end up where it was projected to go, and they had this vast area that they had to try to search. If it had been actually being tracked, they would have known exactly where it went down or where it went missing.
Mm-hmm.
Excuse me.
No, I agree. Whitsett is definitely not debating like his old usual self here.
No,
that's why I do think this is really kind of just a show.
Whitsett has been destroyed. He has been removed from the flat Earth scene. Let's go and have a look at Whitsett's channel and see what he's been doing. Uh, 4 months since he posted a video. His last live was the Flat Earth comeback 2 weeks ago, and then Etheric Summit advertisement. He's doing a lot, huh? He hasn't put a post up for over a year.
I think it's partly damage control for Jeremy as well.
Because think about it, Wit's not really calling him out on his bullshit. He's just...
No, he's very timid. He's not aggressive like usually against he would have been against, say, Platoon or whatever.
There was a movie I watched the other night where it was Gerard Butler, and he was this airline pilot, and he was taking this flight, and at the last minute they put a fugitive that they were taking back on his plane. Anyway, they flew into a storm, and they ended up having to make a ditch landing. They landed on this island somewhere in Indonesia area, right? But the airline had no idea. They had no idea other than the fact that it hadn't arrived on time or anything, and they had to figure out. They said that whole area where you could be at is huge, it's vast, and there's no real governmental jurisdiction of any kind there. There's like all kinds of pirates and shit like that live on these islands. And anyway, that was the whole thing, was the fact that here they were down, and it was an inhabited island, but they had no idea where the plane was until he finally found a phone and got able to make a message out, and they could figure out where the plane was at. But that's a great example of that they're not actually tracking the airplane. It's a projected course.
Mm-hmm. And that's why I always laugh when I say, oh, but there's satellites. Well, if there were satellites, they wouldn't need to do what they do over the oceans with planes.
What? Why? You know, we have different things, right?
They would literally easily just know there's a plane.
Yeah.
You just know it, guys.
Think about it. You wouldn't have any missing planes. But because it's not a globe, there's missing planes. Let's put it that way.
Does he think that satellites from space can track the position of every single plane? That's not how that works.
You know, what you would expect, 69 times 10. And then
Yes,
what I'm saying is, so
magical
those
cat
two
girl,
are not
yes.
within the refraction zone, being at 20 and 30 degrees. So what you could do is then just move here and do it again for another 10 degrees, do it again for another 10 degrees, and you would keep going until you've done 24,901. That's the whole sphere. You're saying at some point that would break down. That's a paradox. Where does it break down?
KSC says apparently they're no longer partners. Because I was wondering. It's like, yeah, if I also put his whole virtual conference, Jaren is no longer involved a business partner, which is why also was surprised Jaren agreed to the debate being behind a paywall. Well, that's some good news then. I'm glad about that, because it really would suck if they were still business partners, and that would...
Yeah, as I explained, they're debating. Did Jaren get paid for it? Possibly. I would have been demanding to get paid part of the money for being on a debate behind a paywall.
Really gives some weird vibes. Mr. Jingles, he is just timed out. He's not banned or anything, so he's still there. But thank you for your super chat. Appreciate it. Appreciate all the support, guys.
Now, where does it fall apart? Where does the Earth stop conforming to being a sphere? Because it does everywhere else. Just like, so the next thing I wanted to get into, and that's just...
Well, wait up, though. Like, I want to bring up a flat Earth evidence.
Okay.
Because, like, realistically, the star...
Hold on. Are you ready, guys? We're about to get some flat Earth evidence. I think it's the first time.
Being occulted by the mountain is not answered, right? Like,
yeah, I mean, I think that's a kind of a new thing that I think that people are working through right now. I don't fully understand it because of the fact that you're using stellarium, which is giving you the curved Earth angles, correct? It's not giving you flat Earth angles. It's giving you curved Earth angles. But you're saying you're taking a location...
No. Stellarium is just like Google. All the measurements are done from a flat Earth. Okay? Just because they
no measurements are ever done from a flat Earth.
Visually make it curved doesn't make it a real curved Earth. Just like you have a GoPro, you can make, where you put it and you change it so it looks like you're like in this little sphere. That's practically all Stellarium and Google do. That's why you have the stars underneath your feet in Stellarium. It's because they've taken the map and they've just wrapped it around a ball.
No, because it's based on a globe and the position of things relative to the globe. Is it possible for a flat earther to speak without lying?
It doesn't make it a ball, Jaren. Those measurements are still based on elevation angles based on the flat Earth. They must remember all these distances and everything's done. Cartography is literally done locally, okay? And remember, he said locally always has to take flat, correct?
Yeah.
So by his own admission, even the cartographers measured flat.
No, not in the fucking slightest. As Will proved in his video yesterday, the Earth is measured curved.
I just wish Jaren would have called him out. I mean, Whitsitt would have called Jaren out on all this. But now they're concentrating on actually really idiotic things like, the stars, 69 nautical miles away. So what? It doesn't make it a globe.
From where Stellarium is not even talking about. You're further back than that, right? Stellarium is just telling you where the mountain top to the star is. Is that correct?
Yeah,
and
yes.
You're drawing your location back here and saying, oh, now if we draw an angle...
We're all Golga Frinchians. Morning. I thought Craig said the stream would be finished about midnight. Yeah, I'm an idiot, I guess. But it will be finished in the next couple of hours. That's 100%. There's just no way it's going to keep going. So, and here's the thing, right? because I didn't think it would keep going, I haven't planned anything after this. There is another debate due, but the Flerf has ran away. He's not responding anymore.
Angle to that mountaintop. Right, so you're kind of adding something that the stellarium's not accounting for.
Well, that's the whole point. Is like the one measurement you're taking is you're standing there, you're looking at the star, you're looking at the mountain. Once the stars are occulted by the mountain, boom, write the time down.
Night rage ball.
So why wouldn't refraction come into play? I don't understand what you mean by that.
Because, okay, well now the star's occulted. We're accounting for the position of the star once we're not even seeing it. It's occulted. So how are we going to say the position of the star is because it's being refracted? It's not. It's about an
Could it be somewhere? So when we see the sun set, they say that it's actually still above the horizon, right? It's gone, but it's still there. Or what, it's always somewhere about a half a degree off of where we think. So that would be the same with stars, meaning that if you're accounting when a star gets occulted by a mountain, it would make a difference as to where it's refracted to. Is it refracted above the mountain, below the mountain? Is it?
Usually it's above the mountain, because a mountain usually would be about 15 degrees, correct? Well, depends how close you are to the mountain.
What do you mean a mountain would be about 15 degrees? What the fuck does that even mean?
I would say usual observation.
What does he mean a mountain would be about 15 degrees? That makes no sense at all.
Observations usually show the mountain to be a bit below 15 degrees, or sometimes depends on the distance again. So, but it's still not going to change the fact about the argument what's it bringing up. It makes a straight line. The fact that you get the same angle measurement on top of the mountain and below the mountain shows the Earth isn't curving away. Because if it was, you wouldn't get the same angular measurement. You would literally have to look higher up while you're on the mountain because you would be curving away.
I think that would matter, but it doesn't matter in your case because you're not actually taking any information from the location that you're at. You're just measuring. Stellarium's not taking that into account at all, correct? Am I correct in that? Stellarium doesn't.
Did he just say you don't have to take it because you're just measuring? So if he's measuring, then that's flat. Stellarium is just not making.
If you're measuring, does he just think that measurements equal flat? That you can't measure without flat? Why didn't his parents love him? Seriously. Why did no parents love the flat earth children?
Anything to account. So let me just do that again. Sorry. I've got to make sure that's what he said.
Is it refracted above the mountain, below the mountain? Is it? I would think that would matter, but it doesn't matter in your case because you're not actually taking any information from the location that you're at. You're just measuring.
Yeah, you're not taking any data from the location. You're just measuring. Exactly. The fact that he's just measuring and getting the results means it's flat, Jaron. You just debunked yourself. Because why would you get the same measurement?
What?
You didn't think that one through, did he?
Why are none of your panel calling you out for that dumb thing you just said?
Come on, Whitsett. You don't have to look so dumbfounded. Just debate it, man, with that passion that you usually have.
Stellarium's not taking that into account at all, correct? Am I correct in that? Stellarium doesn't know that you're taking an observation of the. No. It's just telling you from a mountaintop to the star, this is the angle. Correct? That's correct. That's what Stellarium's telling you. And then you're saying, well, if we step back further and measure to that mountain, then it matches a planar angle. And does that? I guess where I'm confused is that then matches Stellarium or doesn't?
No, it doesn't match. It doesn't match.
Who's saying that it's a planar angle? I guess is what I'm trying to say. Not Stellarium.
No, this is the issue. It doesn't match the globe, right? The globe claims that the 69 mile per degree is a physical, like a real physical effect. We're physically tipping away. It's not an optical effect. It's not an apparent effect. It's a physical effect. We're physically moving, right? Sure. So, okay, well, the star gets occulted by the mountain, and then if the fact that we can connect that observation with a perfect straight line, right, shows that there isn't a physical effect of 69 miles per degree because of globe geometry.
But Austin, but get refraction.
What? But refraction's a thing. It's not being a parrot pointing out that something is happening.
Austin, but get refraction. That's what they're going to say. Remember, they're going to say that straight line is actually curving. That's what they're going to tell you.
Right.
It can't be. And the flat Earth prediction is exactly what it's supposed to be, but the globe is significantly different. The default, everyone just always says refraction to everything, so that's all that they say. And you say it's kind of a new thing. Well, it's been months right? And most of the globes just keep on trying to find different ways to say somehow it is refraction, but it's not actually optical.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, it was funny at me to the beginning, because this is when I was answering everybody about we don't look at lights in the sky to figure out the shape of the Earth, and then 2 weeks later, this celestial theodolite comes out, which is looking at lights in the sky to figure out the shape of the ground. So I just kind of dismissed it on its face, and I guess
What it does was he took, they take the observation or measurement of with the theodolite looking at the star. It's using the ground to do this, Jaren. It's not using the sky. It's the observation or measurement of with the theodolite looking at the star. It's using.
So you're looking at the star.
Using the ground to do this, Jaren.
You're using the ground to look at the star. What the fuck are you on about?
It's not using the sky. It's just you.
Are the stars in the sky or on the ground?
Using the reference of the star's location. So the elevation angle is just the reference of the star. The ground is what's being measured here.
Right, guys, I need to take a 10-minute break and have a stretch because my back is hurting. So I am going to put this on, and I'll be back real soon. Where is it? Which one was I going to put on? This one. Hey, I'm Fight the Flat Earth, and welcome back to the channel that douses stupidity in petrol and then offers it a cigarette. Today is episode 21 of Flerfs Are Idiots, and... Hold on. Hello, Fight. Hey, NASA, how you doing? Wait, what? You're docking my shill pay? But why? You're sending me an audio file. Hold on.
Introducing the most technologically advanced, topographically accurate, pseudoscience Earth model the world has ever seen. A model capable of making advanced pseudoscience predictions about our world with stunning 3D animations and an easy-to-use globe comparison mechanism. Ladies and gentlemen, I introduce to you the Flat Earth model.
Sweet bejeebers, they've got a model that's bad. Can you send me some help?
Ahoy hoy, I'm playing a walk.
Can you send me somebody else? Yeah, I mean, I don't know how I'm supposed to fight the Flat Earth with him. Like, but, I mean, I know he's a member of SEAL Team 6. Yes, Mr. NASA, sir. Certainly, sir. I'll do my best, sir. Goodbye. I love you too. So, looks like I'm being joined by Planar Walk to tackle the world's first Flat Earth model. This is episode 21 of Flerfs Are Idiots, and it's for Slappy the Clown, otherwise known as Nathan Oakley, and his lapdog, Quantum Eraser.
We're living on a disk, floating through space, with a tiny sun.
Right, let's get on with this. I mean, I guess it's game over, right? If they've got a model, then it's game over.
That's it, man. Game over.
So yeah, I don't know what I'm gonna do. Slappy the Clown and his little manservant are very excited about this. Oh, talking about Quantum Eraser, he is one Flerf that I'm yet to christen with a nickname. So leave your comments below for the new name of Quantum Eraser. But anyway, let's see this model.
So, without further ado, on behalf of the Supreme Council and my highly esteemed and distinguished colleague who has been knighted.
Hold on, knighted? Nah, I need to check that. I'll just access my Freemason Satanic phone book directory. Yeah, hello Lizzie. Yeah, sorry to bother you, it's Fight. Yeah, quick question. Did you knight Nathan Oakley, the Flat Earther? Liz? No, I don't think Nathan Oakley is actually knighted.
Sir Nathan Oakley, it is my honor and privilege to present the only model of the Earth that has seen the light of day over the past 4 years.
Oh God, no. This is it. We're done for. Are you ready? Here it is. The Flat Earth model.
Here it is. Brought to you by our Flat Earth friends over at Google Earth. Hashtag same team.
Hold on. Did he just say that Google Earth is the Flat Earth model? Google Earth?
I can't. What the fuck?
Oh, dear me.
Oh, holy fuck!
Okay, stop. I'm sure there's a really good explanation as to why they think that Google Earth, which is a globe, is the flat Earth model.
They seem to have hidden it in plain sight. So I didn't bring you here for us to gawk at this. Remember, we have 2 predictions to test.
You know what? I bet any predictions made with that model will be correct, considering it's the globe that has Antarctica as a continent at the bottom and not an ice wall around the edge.
Right? One at 500 miles and one at 1,000 miles. So let's take the 500-mile measurement. We'll wing on over to the Med and jam with Mick and the Stones. What do we got here?
Did anyone see all that curve he just went over then? On the flat Earth model, man, Quantum Erasure is a picnic basket short of a picnic, huh? Flerfs often tell me that I'm too chicken shit to debate him. I've always said that no, I'll debate anyone, but in QE's case, I don't know if I want to debate him. It would feel like kicking a bag of kittens. I kind of feel sorry for him. I wonder what it's like to go through life being that fucking stupid.
Well, we have a 500-mile distance between the shore of Sicily and Libya. So let's take a look here. So everything's in plain sight. We're going to take an elevation of point T. And what do we got? We have 4 feet. So let's wing on over to Sicily. What do we have for an elevation in Sicily? Well, we have 4 feet.
You guys do see where this is going, right? It's 4 foot above sea level on both points. If you don't already, you're going to need a pair of oven mitts or some pillows taped to your hands.
Right, let's take a wider view. We'll get an elevation profile. So, from the shore of Sicily, for 500 miles, as you can see, we have a 0.00 vertical drop. In fact, it's 508 miles. Validating the first prediction of our flat Earth model.
Today, I offer you this gift. A nuclear facepalm.
Guys, I am so sorry. Pillows would not have been enough. Yeah, that's some extra special stupid sauce. This has to be one of the dumbest things I've ever heard in all of my life. He thinks that elevation above sea level should take into account the curve of the Earth. Like, if you took a point in Ireland and a point in New York, it should show that in New York it's negative 3,000 miles. What an absolute dumbass. Please, just go to the remedial classroom. Alright, morons and retards, settle down and shut up. Today we're going to explain what elevation means in regards to the Earth, which is a globe. I said it's a globe. Okay, before we start, Mr. Truth, I couldn't mark your school project. There was too many errors in the spelling, including your name spelt wrong, the title spelt wrong, the day and month spelt wrong, and the rest in an unreadable Comic Sans font. Got 2 days to do it again. Anyway, this is simple, guys. Look at this half of a globe. These lines are all the same length above sea level. When you connect them, you get a level line. You wouldn't expect something that is showing height above sea level to show curve. That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. And I spend every day with you dumbasses. Thank God that's home time. Get out. I hate you all. Where's the vodka?
The Globetard's only port in the storm against our model is this claim. Elevation is measured from the center of the Earth. That's just code for gravity. right? They put gravity into everything. I think it's in their scrambled eggs in the morning.
I don't eat eggs for breakfast. I eat flat earthers. Just check out my playlist of debates. I've been in loads.
Right. So that is every point along the surface of the Earth is equidistant from the center of the Earth. Our retort, A, from their alma mater wiki. Elevation is not to be confused with the distance from the center of the Earth. And B, how in the world can they make the claim when they live on in an ellipsoid?
Stop, guys, please. I'm begging you. Don't facepalm again. I've done some research and found out what happens if you facepalm too much.
Can you tell us what's wrong with her?
Yes, allow me to demonstrate. Could one of you do something stupid?
I got it!
Just as I suspected. Your daughter's been facepalming at your stupidity for so long it's becoming dangerous. Take a look at this x-ray.
So the ignorance of QE is quite staggering. He's obviously referring to the whole Neil deGrasse Tyson said it's shaped like a pear thing. I mean, just look at these two circles. One of them is perfect and one of them is not. The difference is barely noticeable. It's so small that you can't even tell that this one isn't a perfect circle. It's the same with the fucking Earth. Your flat Earth model, my hairy ass. Try again. You embarrass yourself and your entire movement. We're going to go to Planner Walk after this brief interlude.
Nathan, question. You ready? How do you convert meters into kilometers?
I don't know. How do you convert meters into kilometers?
What's the correct way?
You tell me.
The correct way is divide meters by 1,000.
So if you have a meter and I divide that meter by 1,000, you don't think that would give you millimeters?
Meters into kilometers, Nathan.
You just said
That's
you
what I'm
divide
talking
meters
about.
by 1,000 to get kilometers. So you're saying I divide something that is 1 meter long by 1,000, and that will come out to a kilometer value.
Nathan,
it sounds
let's
like
keep on track.
you are quite literally retarded. You do not divide meters to come out with kilometers. Why would you divide a value that is given in meters to come up with something larger, i.e. kilo, meaning
Because,
thousand?
Nathan, because the thing you don't understand is that it's a ratio. Did you do maths at school?
Why would you divide a meter value when trying to come up with a larger value? Dividing something makes it smaller.
Oh dear.
Ahoy hoy, I'm...
Shut up!
So as you might know, I went on Nathan's show
This
recently.
arrogant little millennial prick.
You know, it'd be very nice if I could actually talk.
You're just fucking retarded.
So essentially, what I was trying to do was
Shut up!
This is why it's impossible to argue with Nathan. So I was pretty much trying to explain to Nathan why Google Maps does not show that the Earth is flat. And so obviously they started a little game called What's My Fallacy? The problem is though that fallacies don't tend to work if the argument is incomplete. So if I say something like if the Earth is round then up is not the same for everyone, that is not fallacious in any way. Nathan would call that begging the question. However, I've not begged the question because I've only said if A then B. I have not said B therefore A. And that was going to be my first premise, but I wasn't allowed to finish because I've got these forbidden words. You can't say spinning, you can't say globe, you can't say round, you can't say gravity. So essentially, you're forbidden from making any kind of rebuttal to Nathan Oakley on Nathan Oakley's channel. But I'm on Fight the Flat Earth's channel, so I can basically make any rebuttal to Nathan Oakley without getting interrupted.
Yeah, that makes you a millennial little prick.
I spoke too soon. But anyway, here's my rebuttal to Nathan Oakley or Quantum Erasers Flat Earth model. Premise A, direction is never absolute. An example of this would be if we were on a globe and I was in one country that's on the opposite side to a country that another person is in. We would have different ideas of what up is. Premise B, height is about the relationship between 2 points but only on one axis, and that would be the upwards axis. Premise C, some definitions of level just mean having no part higher than another part. And lastly, premise D is elevation literally just means height with respect to a level, like sea level.
That means shut your stupid fucking mouth.
Now, would it surprise anyone if Nathan didn't actually attempt to offer a rebuttal to any of those 4 premises? All he did was attack the examples that I gave, trying to explain the first premise to
You
it.
unbelievable little bastard.
But the real problem there was I was interrupted.
You somehow think that's fucking Earth curve.
So as I was saying before I got interrupted, the problem is that there would be so many interruptions that by the time...
stupid shithead.
There were so many interruptions that by the time I got to the next point, the previous point has been completely lost on them.
And rather than letting me get to the end of my example, you talk over the top of it when I get to the conclusion each time.
But if Nathan had have followed those premises through, it would have been self-evident why his so-called model did not prove the Earth was flat.
Fucking turd in the punch bowl.
But anyway, I have better things to be doing right now, so wait, he's over that way, isn't he? Back to you, Fight the Flat Earth.
No, I'm over here. Never mind. Make sure you guys go and subscribe to Wolfie6020's son in the link up there, if I remember to put it in. Now, before we go, let's look at Nathan Oakley being a dumbass again. In this clip, Nathan tries to explain why things appear to disappear from the bottom up on a flat Earth.
So for a long time I've been trying to make the analogy that if you take off a pair of shoes and back away from them, you will see them disappear eventually due to their angular size being too small to see. And you can induce this effect by reducing the angle. So the angle of attack is essentially what causes things to disappear from bottom up. So in this example I've set a book at the end of this very long hall which they play table tennis on, so it's incredibly flat.
They play table tennis on, so it's incredibly flat. And that's good enough for you, is it? When trying to demonstrate this incredible new discovery of angle of attack, your methodology is, yeah, looks kind of flat to me. You fucking idiot.
And as you can see, as I lower my angle, the book disappears. Now purely by chance, as I was doing this, somebody came along and actually picked up and removed the book as they were clearing away the hall while I was doing this. But just by luck, there was a woman with a pair of shoes on actually lifting the book out of place, which you can see here. So as she reaches down, the book and her shoes disappear.
And her hand!
Purely by chance, but very
because
handy,
it's on a different
as it
fucking
matches
level.
the example I give. So the shoes vanish. The person who has a bigger angle, obviously they're larger than their shoes, is still perfectly visible. And this is exactly the same as a pair of wind turbines disappearing into the distance, or anything disappearing into the distance due to angular size, or the angle of attack being too limited to see the item.
Okay, let's wrap this up by showing people what an absolute clown you actually are. Yeah, the bottom of those items, they're probably going to disappear first because they're in another room, which is clearly a little bit below the perfectly flat because you said so table tennis floor. And that's all for today, guys, but before we go, I want to say a massive thank you to all my patrons.
The thumb still burns. Right, how are we doing? Started the stream at 2 p.m. yesterday, which means I've been going for 17 hours. We have less than 1 hour 20 on the timer, less than 1 hour 15 left to go. So I will be probably finishing the stream by about 8 a.m. in the next hour and a bit. Probably just enough time to get through the rest of this derp.
Because if he's here and he takes that angle measurement, he's able to move closer on top of the mountain and take exactly the same line measurement. Guess what is being measured? The ground, Jaren. It's not the sky being measured. Where you want to come and say, I see your sun in the sky. I believe it can only happen on a globe, so therefore flat Earth is non-existent.
Mark says 17 hours, so 50 plus to go then. No, probably not. Not this time. There is no way that this time I'm going to be going for like 60 hours. And you know what? I'm cool with that. I mean, I can't believe that I've had this amount of support. It's absolutely mind-blowing.
Literally, while I ignore water, always seeks level is flat when seeks level. Everything needs containment. I don't observe movement. I don't observe gravity. But yet, you're a globe now. Ignore all the 99 evidences against the globe for one idiotic false dichotomy that doesn't even dictate.
There is no evidence against the globe. There is just you being fucking stupid.
whether it's a globe or a flat Earth, and then want to claim, okay, it's a globe now. Literally stupid. I find it ironic because it's exactly the same what Ranty did. Ranty was always like the guy for perspective.
And then he figured out the Earth wasn't flat and that he was wrong. Yes.
And the irony is, he went into, oh look, I see Blackpool Tower, and I don't believe in perspective anymore, so therefore it's not a flat Earth, it's globe. This guy,
no, using perspective, it showed him that the Earth's a globe.
Always used to fight. The sky doesn't determine the ground. What is he arguing for? Oh, the sky determines the ground now. It's very embarrassing watching these people, Maria. It's quite crazy.
Look into it a little bit more, but I guess I still want to go back to what you said because it still doesn't make sense.
Hey, Bruce, how you doing,
Why
dude?
couldn't we just measure in 10-degree segments on the Earth to stay away from this?
Oh, you can. But
so we would calculate, and that would come out to 20.
I tried Selexis, but I couldn't get it to work. I am not that computer literate. No one's talking to you, Alexa.
24901.
But you're saying why can't we just avoid the part that falsifies the presupposition that we're on a globe? Because I don't want to, because I'm bringing up that it falsifies the globe. You know, like.
Right, but if there's refraction, that's why we're not taking those angles, because they'll be off. So if we just take the angles that we can see, this, say from 15 to 80 or 90, well, that is sufficient to get us to the shape of the Earth.
But they use empirically derived formulas to correct the stars, so that they use actual observations with planar geometry to actually make the corrections with
He keeps saying it's planar geometry, but it's not. It's just a lie.
Nav, which is not the same as like Snell's law, like refraction. They actually have to use planar geometry to try to make these corrections. And you're saying
they base it on Fermat's principle. So they ignore what refraction actually is, and then they use some of Fermat's principle, and then they base their refraction off of that. But yes, they always used to have to ignore.
I had to teach you what Fermat's principle was for Catsoid. You said it didn't exist.
All the basic fundamentals of what it actually is. But that's just how a globe works, Darren. What's it? By the way, guys, I don't think I would have ever paid $65 to watch this. I don't know about you guys.
No,
most people wouldn't have, but clearly some did.
I was glad that I
I wouldn't pay 65 cents.
I mean,
Ask Darren how
the
many
votes right
watched.
now, 116 votes. Was the debate worth $65? Yes, 14%. No, 84%, and in between 2%. But I don't know. I just don't get that passion from Whitsitt in this debate. The one that he usually has.
Yeah.
Where he usually, fights tooth and nail. But now it's just like he doesn't really care.
It's because we broke him. I broke him. When I met him in New Zealand, I destroyed his ego. I tore it apart. When he was live on stage, and me, Rubik's, Borg, Pat, my wife, and all the others, we sat there with our facepalm protections, laughing at him, and he fucking hated it. It was brilliant.
I don't know. I don't know if you guys get that same feeling.
I said that, man. Yeah.
Hands tied behind his back. Like he's not allowed to go so far.
It's weird.
Mm-hmm.
Because he's letting Jaren overtalk him.
Also, there's the fact he's probably depressed about having to get divorced and stuff, and split half his stuff with his wife.
Letting Jaren give all these fallacies constantly. He's literally letting him just do what he wants to do and say the most idiotic stuff he wants to, and all Whitsitt's doing just in there all calm, saying, "Okay, let me explain it for the 10th time now for you." It's like, really? That's getting nowhere.
I will say it's somewhat baffling that you're able to just default to
no, not even
default so comfortably now.
No, it's not that it's so comfortable. It's that they have an explanation that has been measured and does show to be the case. I've seen examples of refraction myself, but here's what I want to go back to. If people understand that the latitude that you're at...
All right, Jaren says that not many people actually paid the $65 to watch it. Hardly any. So it's not like it made him a bunch of money.
Is your angle to Polaris? There's no getting around that. If you measure your angle to Polaris tonight from wherever you're at, it will be your latitude.
Yes, which requires a flat Earth. Exactly, Darren. It's an elevation angle. That's literally what he opened with.
So if we know then that somebody at 45 is going to see Polaris at 45 degrees and somebody at 35 is going to see it at 35 degrees, then we just need to measure the distance between a person at 35 and 45, and guess what you'll get? 690 miles every single time, because the Earth is a sphere and it works.
No, because it's flat. Literally, the math is based on flat Earth.
That's a lie. No math is based on a flat Earth. These are just things you say as a religious mantra.
As in a linear fashion like that, or I don't know what you call that, in a very equal action like that, every 69 miles, 1 degree, and that's how we have the whole Earth is mapped. Now, I want to ask...
it's calculated. It's a calculated presupposition based on the actual astronomical latitude.
How is it a presupposition if it's the measurement of miles?
It's not a measurement. You measure one... Okay.
But I'm saying I just think if we measured...
That's the time of like open?
Calculated.
That's the open cross-exam time.
Yeah. That's really short.
30 minutes has been completed.
Not
schedule number 2. I guess schedule number 2 we'll have some other stuff.
Calculated.
Because I had some other things I wanted to show people, but I do think, Austin, one thing that, and maybe I'll find something specific for you.
Whereas an elevation angle requires the Earth to be flat, because it's not a tangent. Stop listening to McToon. He was
Hey,
telling
Flatzoid
rubbish.
in the chat, how you doing? You're a decent Flatzoid, though.
I mean, literally,
You're not for
McToon
Catzoid, you're
taught
Flatzoid.
Jaren you can get a tangent or elevation angle off of a pen.
Yes, that's right.
But I think that you need to watch my show. I get it. I do too many live streams. You don't want to watch it. I get it. But it's also the same thing that every other flat earther's done. So all I see is people running around saying, we don't understand what Jaren's doing. We don't understand. But I've literally done an entire series, an unplugged series of 12 episodes where I went through every single evidence and every single piece and explained it thoroughly. So if people don't understand my position, or why do I just accept refraction? Well, it's because once I saw that the South operates as the globe calls for.
There we go again. Always just reiterating, going back to his, I saw the sun in the south. Okay. So what? So what if you saw the sun in the south? I live in the south.
He saw the sun for 24 hours, which wouldn't be possible if the Earth was flat and the A map was correct. How are you not understanding this? Oh no, guys, by the way, Keith just told us why he lives in the south. He's just doxed himself. Bruce Wayne, I'd fucking love to debate CC. Like, that would be the most amazing thing ever. Should we give him a call? Oh, what time is it over there in New Jersey? It's like midnight, right?
South. I see the sun in the south every day of my life. You could have just asked me. Yes, Jaren. The south is a real place. Maybe you didn't realize that.
And then we saw the sun setting right to left in the south. So that immediately, let me give...
What's he talking about?
Setting.
Setting right to left.
What's it setting?
Does the sun set left to right by you guys? Because he makes it always sound like it's opposite.
Yeah, he's not telling you which way, okay, is he? He's just saying right to left.
I mean, if I stand this way,
Uh,
left to right, okay? This
Yeah.
way, right to left,
Yeah.
okay? So, Jaren, which way do you have to be facing for it to be left to right or right to left?
I'm not even going to...
give one example because I think it's my best proof that nobody's been able to, come up with an answer for. And I didn't even know this. I've never heard a Glober say it. But everybody who's in the north, when you look at a sunrise or sunset, so I'm talking about looking east or west only, not north, not south. We're looking at sunrise or sunset. The sun will rise left to right, and it will set left to right in the north.
No, it always rises east and sets in the west, Jaren.
Yeah.
As he literally becomes so retarded, he doesn't understand if you turn around, it will be left to right. If you turn that, it will be right to left.
That's what he's saying.
That's what it always was.
But if you look
Always
east,
was. He's
it
probably
does
just showing
this
his true
one...
colors now.
Yeah.
He's saying that if you look east, it does this one particular thing, which is only explained if the Earth is a globe. The dumb burns. Right, guys, we are down to 1 hour left on this stream. I will get to go to bed, well, like 8 o'clock in the morning, which is a strange time to go to bed. But hey, it'll work. I want to thank you for your support. It's been absolutely incredible. 313 new members. The stream has been going for like 17 hours. So thank you very much. It means the world.
I mean, okay, let's go to Sean Hawkins' favorite program, Paint.
Come on. There should be one called Crayon. Get an app called Crayon, surely.
Crayon.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that'd be a Flat Earther's favourite one point, although they try and eat it.
Showing.
Yes.
Okay. So, I wonder if I can make this thicker somewhere. Okay, north, east, south, west. Sharon? Okay. Let's say you are standing looking north. Now the sun is rising from the east and setting to the west. Which way is that coming? From your right to your left. Correct?
I can't believe you have to explain this to people.
I know.
Now, let's change and go the other way. Still rising and setting. Now it's coming from your left shoulder to your right shoulder. Guess what? You're in exactly the same location.
That's his fucking point. Ugh.
You've just turned around.
Now I'm confused. I can't get home. I'm so confused.
Yeah, we
now.
believe that, PJ.
Good God, I'm
Literally just
afraid to
turn
go to
around.
the kitchen now.
Oh, I don't know what's so hard to understand that. So when I keep hearing this idiotic argument, oh, it's left to right and then it's right to left. Which direction were you facing when this happened, Jaron?
I just say turn around.
Told you.
Just turn around. Stupid. God, no wonder this was so easy for him to lay on people. People are really dumb. They really are.
Yeah,
For the
we're
most part,
aware.
people are
You're
just
a
retarded.
person and you're
I
really
swear.
fucking dumb. Demok still in the
For every
chat.
single person, every day of the year, no matter what. End of story.
Problems with his stream?
What's happening, man?
Oh, I thought it was just me then.
Yeah, I don't know.
I thought it was just me.
Flats is froze.
Yeah, he's froze.
Yeah, he cut out there for a second. Hopefully he'll come back.
Uh-oh.
Ooh,
Something just happened with my system, too.
weird. It's frozen as well. I think he is actually frozen. Yep. Yeah, he might be back.
Is that it? Did
He's went internet went for a bit. Straight after yours.
He's back.
Hey, there he is.
He could be. Oh, he's back. There
Like,
he
what's
is.
about a comment? You're like, I don't think my internet's coming back on.
Oh,
There it is.
Wonderful.
But my internet went out a few times today. We had some weird stuff happening as well. Sov went out straight after you. His internet went for a bit. Straight after yours.
Because I know they said there's something wrong with the.
Don't mess with Jaron. This is what happens when you mess with Jaron, is that right?
Okay, let's see.
Back then.
Let's see if we can get past the crossfire. Then we're probably gonna have to do a part 3 tomorrow night.
Mm-hmm.
Oh God, is there part 3? I didn't realise. Oh God, there is a part 3. Oh no! Oh, I thought we nearly finished it. Oh shit. That's not good. I'm sad now. Well, it doesn't matter because we probably won't get to do it because there is 58 minutes left on the timer.
Let's tell PJ to look in private chats.
No, I won't look in private chat. So, why would I look in private chat? Somebody in private chat says look in private chat. No. Why should I look in private chat to entertain you? No thanks.
It's Sogs. It's Sogs.
Oh, is it Sogs? Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, I thought it was a troll. Sogs, sorry, bro. Sorry,
He's saying
bro.
hi to Vicky.
He's saying hi to Vicky. All right. Sorry, Sogs, bro.
Oh yeah, let me send a new link to Soft quickly because I had to make a new link with all the damn trolls that kept coming and spamming us constantly by sending us threats.
I bet not a single one of them sent
Sorry
you a
about that,
threat.
Sogs. I was thinking, no, because we already had a troll in the bucket chat. I thought it was just a troll. Tell me, look. Sogs is cool, man. Why stuff? Fine.
There we go. I emailed you, Sov. There we go. Okay, let's see if we can carry on.
Sure. And every single sunset goes right to left. When we were in Punta Arenas, we saw the sunset severely right to left, way different than we've ever seen before. The sun's never done that to any of us in our lives because the south is the inverse of the north. Now, get this. This is the paradox of flat Earth. Can an item that's going in one direction be seen by two people looking in the same direction to be going in opposite directions? And I know it sounds convoluted, but if you have two people in the north and the south both looking west at the same sunset, we're talking about the same sunset, can they see it going in opposite directions if the Earth is flat? How would that be possible, right? So you'd have a sun going around, and you'd have people south and north looking west, the sun's setting, so it would always go to the right. On any flat Earth that there'll ever be, it'll go to the right. But we saw it going to the left. Now, here's the crazy thing.
What?
You've seen it?
If I look to the west, the sun comes from behind me.
Yeah. Yeah.
Bruce Wayne says, did you hear the news about Putin? No, what's happened?
That's right.
Just like you in the north, if you look to the west, the sun comes from behind you. The sun always rises in the east and sets in the west. It's literally like this guy's brain has melted or something. I don't know.
It's now become smooth.
Did you hear what he said, Sav? He said if you look at west in the north, it's going to look different to someone that's in the south looking west.
Why?
You look west. It doesn't matter where you are.
Wow. Yeah, it looks different west. If I look west right now and I'm in my house, I see a wall. And if I go outside and I look west, I see a mountain range. So yeah, depending on your location, I guess looking west would be
what happened
different
with Putin?
because you're in a different location, but you're still looking west. Oh my God.
But I mean, remember, Jaren did put his compass upside down in Antarctica.
Oh, I know.
Little Yogi Bear campground.
And then when we looked at all of the people giving their different souths in Antarctica, they all had different souths. It's weird. It's like you guys are standing at the same location and none of you can decide which is south.
The lack of understanding is, it's like, it's
Oh, and I want to point
effort
out, when
to
you're in
be this
Antarctica
stupid.
at the 24-hour sunlight, how did they determine what north or south was? By using the stars, if there were no stars to see?
Right.
Oh yeah, we saw the celestial South Pole. How? You said it was daytime the whole time. How the hell are you seeing stars?
Yeah, no, that's brilliant, man.
God.
Maybe that's when they cut the feed.
You guys are so dumb.
Probably. Then deleted it.
Do you know if somebody on the day that we saw the sunset right to left in Punta?
All right, I need to use the toilet quickly. Back in 1 sec.
Wait a second, this is something to. How could the sunspots look the same? Seen from the north, if you are looking at the backside of the freaking sun. The backside of the freaking sun. You've got 14.7 psi at sea level or out in space, even near the moon. They say it's 10 to the negative 11 torr, that's negative 2 billion psi. Negative 2 billion Unchained mind, sovereign soul, winds of reason can't take hold. You stare the facts straight in the eye, then twist the facts and still deny. Floating free, violating natural laws, beyond the reach of common cause. No gravity to bring you down, no stars above, just glass all around. People will try anything, man, to reaffirm their stupid belief. They're scrambling, man, all over the place, and I'm like, okay. Mass attracts mass. Where's the mechanism? Where's the energy? Where's the energy coming from? Where is it coming from? See, this is why Newton never published it. They waited till after he died. He
Yeah. So, Mark, you're right. Fuck you, F Grudge. We were down to less than an hour, but now we're back up to 1 hour 22 because F Grudge gifted another 10 memberships. Thank you very much, my friend. I really appreciate it. / hate you. No, I don't want to go to sleep or anything.
The sun is the greater light, and the moon is the lesser light. The moon is its own light. I've got the picture, right side of the moon in the sky at the same time as the sun.
Another great song by Conspiracy Music Studios. And we had another 5 memberships, which is another 15 minutes. Thank you very much, Mr. E-Man. BB, who's been a member for 3 months, says, thanks for the great marathon. As always, love your channel. You're one of the first anti-Flerfers I found. I love how you crush them with no sugarcoating. Yeah, fuck the flat earthers. That's what FTFE stands for, really. Mr. E-Man, we're making fun of Witsit. We're making fun of Flatsoid. We're making fun of Sov. We're making fun of PJ.
If you were in the north, you saw the sun set left to right. So imagine that. We're in the south, watching the sun go left. They're in the north, watching the sun go right. That's a paradox on a flat earth. How could you have 2 people looking the same direction, have a sun going in 2 opposite directions? Well, the reason is there is a shape that would call for that to happen. There's a shape that says...
Jaron, do you want me to submit that question to Austin? Austin, do you want to answer that question real quick before we move on to the next segment?
Well, I'm ready to move on. I want to make like a meta point, though, that I feel like everyone wants to say, since you kind of got that off. Give me like a 30-second thing, and then we'll move on, whatever. This is the issue.
I'll give you 1 minute.
Okay.
Take a minute.
I want to say this again.
Yes, for 30 seconds.
Like, we saw something we didn't previously have access to. It requires us firming the consequent. You don't know how it works on the globe. You reified the AE model. I get all that. It doesn't automatically wash out all the geometric refutations of why flat Earth is a thing in the first place. That is my point. That is my point, though. You would have to then diligently, logically, go provide sufficient rebuttals to all of those geometric refutations, where it doesn't matter what you're still stuck with.
What happened to falsification is independent of replacement?
That's my point. That's my point.
Literally his point, Jaron, you moron. Literally his point. You want him to replace your belief system because you can't...
No, we want him to falsify it.
I don't know.
But he failed when he went to Antarctica to falsify it.
He's brain melted.
I just paused it instead of unpausing it.
Didn't you say I have to replace those things? So you're saying I have to do that?
No, I'm saying you actually have to address the geometric refutations, not replace anything. You're asking us to replace the globe explanation. Wait, you're asking us to replace the globe explanation, or it must be a globe. That's what you're doing. I'm saying we falsified the globe explanation over here with like 100 things, and then you're just you have selective amnesia.
No,
gentlemen, before I want to jump in real quick because we could go.
That is so true, Whitson. He does have selective amnesia.
Yeah.
No. Jaron has just realised that he was wrong and is brave enough to admit it. Yeah, I was waiting for that, Bruce Wayne. He's going to be putting these nuts on my chin. Harno's been a member for 18 months, says PJ doesn't laugh. He cackles.
What?
All night, I'm sure. And some of these things you're talking about are in some of the questions that have been submitted, so you get a chance to readdress some of these things.
Okay.
So for the next segment, we'll go 30 minutes here. We'll take questions from the audience. We got quite a few questions coming in, and they do not. The questions do seem to be meaty. I think you guys are gonna, have a chance to really dig in with each of these. The majority, I just got to warn you, the majority of the questions are for Jaron.
I wonder why. Okay, so we'll have to do the
that's how it
Q&A
works
part
with these debates.
Yeah.
Guys, we're going to have to do part 3. I've got at least another 90 minutes to go. So, yeah, part 3. I can't believe the support that I'm getting. Absolutely mind-blowing.
Yeah, I wonder why a majority of them are for Jiren.
I think what he does, because most of them are for Jiren, is he says both of you answer them, sort of thing. Yeah.
Wait. What I meant to do... Oh, I don't wanna! But, I just want to point out how well your channel's doing there, Keith. With a whole 949 views on something streamed 10 days ago.
Sun itself is not a...
But he did in a few... Jiren, he kind of lets both...
Yeah. Yeah, I'm sitting at almost 3,000 views for the first for the first one. The second one's creeping up to about 1.5 now.
Oh, that's good.
No, it's not. Why do you just lie? Part 2 is at 1.3. And part 3 is at not even 1. Why did you lie?
It's good. It's getting there. But it's good to see the subscribers started going up again. So good to see all the new subscribers. Thank you for coming. Appreciate you all.
My subscribers are dropping
Yeah, let's
lately.
see what they actually ask questions and if they actually answer the questions. Let's put it that way.
I would like to give each person 2 minutes to address the question. And if it's a question for both of you, then I'll allow each of you 1 rebuttal for 1 minute after you hear your interlocutor's answer to the question. You guys cool with that?
Sounds good. Yeah, Jaren, you want to go full screen?
Yeah, I can do that.
So he lets both of them kind of...
So Austin, just to be clear, you will get
Sorry?
I'm saying, so he kind of lets both, whether the question's for Austin or Jaren, he kind of lets both of them have a go at it, sort of thing. I think that's what he's saying.
Oh, okay, yeah. Because, he said he actually gives them 2 minutes to answer and then actually gives an opportunity to rebut as well or something like that.
Right.
Yes, Bruce Wayne. Would you mind gobbling these nuts?
Hey, Ryan, what's up?
Hello.
All right.
How's it going? What?
Get
you
on
call him
with it.
Cookie? What?
Cookie. Cookie calls him.
So you
Or
both
mine.
get 2
Right, I
minutes.
get you. Cool.
Yeah, but whoever the question
Oh,
is addressed
wait.
to
Before
will
we actually
speak first.
get going, we actually got votes going. I forgot about that.
No.
Because it's something called a measuring. Okay.
All right, guys. So we have Charles.
Okay.
All right, guys. So we have Charles is asking, Jaren, how does an observation of the sky change what the floor is?
Good question.
It doesn't change what the floor is. It can show you what the floor is. It never changed. The Earth has always been a globe.
Because it's something called a measuring stick, right? So just like you can use a ruler, why can we use a ruler to go measure things? Because it's a standard. Every ruler is the same, and so we can use it as a measuring stick. The sun is the biggest and most accurate measuring stick that the world has ever known. It's the most important thing that there ever was.
A measuring stick.
How do you work? How can a sun be a measuring stick if you can't even work out the
Listen to him.
distance to it or know how far it is?
Excuse That was a big bong hit. Excuse me. We do know the distance to it. We've measured it. But you're cutting him off before you even let him make his point. So maybe if you listen to him.
Oh, it's a sun. A sun is not a measuring stick. A sun is a reference point for calculation.
Right.
Well, you can measure an elevation
does
angle,
help.
but you calculate things based off that measurement.
Right.
The sun itself.
Yeah, DP, there is some mental problem there, you're right. DP Debunk says it's not just that he lies, it's that he lies against things that are so easily proven to be lies. So obviously false. It's legit crazy.
Is not a measuring stick or a measuring tool. Heck, even on their globe, they claim the sun is refracted, for instance, 15 degrees difference. It depends. So even if you claim, look, there's the sun, you don't actually see the sun at its actual position according to your globe. Quite sad.
And it is a measuring stick because it moves in very predictable 24-hour fashions. We know exactly where it will be in 400 years, 4,000 years, 40,000 years. We know exactly where it was 2,000 years ago. So that's because the sun works as a measuring stick. So once somebody gives you a map and tells you you live here, the very first thing you should do is see if it jives with the known measuring stick. Because if it doesn't, then guess what? The map is wrong. Period. There is no instance of ever a measuring stick.
The measuring stick he's on about is known because it's been observed for thousands of years, not because it's been predicted.
Exactly. Yeah, it's just bad.
You missed this point. The fact that we can predict it because of the observations that we've made is the point. You guys are always so far off the mark. It's crazy.
Based on recurring events. I mean, it's been observed.
Cyclical.
Yes, it's cyclical. It's been observed for thousands of years, and people have jotted down the cycle. So it's literally just a recurring event that has been presented data to always happen through centuries and thousands of years, and well, that's it. It's just repeatable. There's no, how can I put it, prediction made out of it, because it's literally post-diction. It's been made many, many times. It's always happened, and it's still going to always happen.
That's right.
Until the world ends. That's about it.
Oh, do you know we were talking about the other day, Jaren's face, and we kind of worked out he's got the touch-up appearance thing on, smoother on. Well, remember, I was showing Sov how to do it the other day, wasn't I? So I went to my settings and put it up to take a screenshot to show him on Messenger. And I didn't realize I was streaming today, and at the end of the stream, I came up full screen on my own. And I was like, oh, my skin looks not bad today. I had the touch-up appearance on. I was like, what the heck? I could see it. I was like, it looks really good today. And I was like, yeah, I know why. So I had it on whole stream. Didn't realize.
Yeah.
Jaren doesn't have a filter on, so
being wrong when it's actually the measuring stick, right? So you can never have, this
Yes, Mr.
measuring is
Man,
wrong
100%.
because this ruler's wrong. Well, then the ruler's not a measuring stick if it's wrong. Just like the sun, it wouldn't be a measuring device if it was wrong. It's perfect. That's why we use it for calendars, for dates, for time, everything, time, you name it. The sun is used for.
A measuring stick is used for measuring things, like physically. The sun is not used for measuring things physically.
it's a metaphor, Keith.
The sun is
Fuck's
literally
sake.
just, again, a reference to an elevation angle. That's it.
Yeah.
I hope really Austin actually takes him up on that.
For that. So if you can observe something that is not possible on the map somebody gives you, then you can immediately hand them the map back and say, you're wrong, I don't live here. Well, guess what? That's what the AE map has had happen. Now, I get Austin's point. He's saying he doesn't believe in an AE map. But then then you don't believe in anything, then the Earth doesn't have a shape or a look? Can you give me any idea what the world looks like? Because if you're going to tell me it's a flat Earth, then it has to be flat. And I know that the only flat map that can exist is the AE map. Now, you can disagree with that all you want. I spent 6 months trying to figure it out, and then I got to the point where I said, because the AE map because a flat map has to have the continents laid out correctly, has to have the tropics and the equator, therefore the only map that will ever be flat is the AE map. Now, you could say there's
all maps are flat.
All maps,
Yeah, he's not talking literally.
That's a retarded statement he's making. He's literally trying to straw man again.
It's still weird hearing him. I mean, I know he's always been or there for the money. But it's so weird hearing them say this.
Actually hearing it, yeah, exactly.
What, babe?
And it weird how fast he went straight back right into the
Yeah,
road,
he
like,
did, yeah. Yeah.
Sounds like he's been
Yes, Bruce, I have.
Yeah, he just turned straight
That's
up
the thing.
around.
But that's the thing. He's become so retarded that it's literally like this was always his thing behind closed doors, which I still believe. I still believe it was just a plant. Like I said, if the person really was honest about him, I don't think how he's acting now is how he would act. Because I know, especially, let's say if I decide, okay, guys, I've had enough. I'm moving to the dark side. If I don't stop
Loving the
my
quotes,
channel,
Mark.
I would probably try and do something else. You know what I mean? Move away from it totally. Or if I do it, not be calling every flat earther retarded and going on and crazy and trying to be a hypocrite and go against everything literally I've been fighting against. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
The way he's going at it is showing the guy was just dishonest.
I think Austin said there's a bipolar model that completely destroys all observations. Again, if you have a bipolar model, the sun would be coming up the other side, so it would be rising in the west to people in Russia and Africa. Just it doesn't make any sense. It's never. That's why you've never heard it pushed, because this is why there's no other map
that would be
pushed. Have you ever
stupid,
wondered why
right?
there's no other flat Earth map?
Whoa. Who was the one pushing the Gleason's AE map the whole time?
Well,
The
that's
guy
it.
on screen there.
Yeah, who's pushing them up? Exactly. I mean, his Jeranism thing used to be that kind of thing, but now it's got a red cross through it.
And what have we been telling him all
Yeah,
these
because we
years?
know it's not flat.
Jaren,
He
stop
figured it
pushing the
out.
map. It's a reification model. People use it as strawmans, and that's exactly what has been happened all this time. They've been using it as strawman against Flat Earth. And now, the guy that's also been warned and told not to do this is the one using it as a strawman. And now he's playing victim and saying, oh, that's the only map you're the one that pushed it.
Yeah.
He was literally the guy pushing it, even though everybody told him don't push it. You know what I mean? So it's quite sad. The dishonesty from this guy is
Can't
beyond
wait for it
me.
to finish.
He's got a short memory.
Very short.
I don't think I think it's selective memory, to be honest.
Selective, yeah.
Like all the people he's calling retards are how he made his money.
Yeah. It's true.
Yeah, remember he asked.
Yeah, they were retarded enough to give a flat earther money, and now he realizes that.
How much? Hundreds of dollars just to have lunch with you guys. Like, yeah. What does that tell you about the guy?
Yeah.
No,
Thank you, Jaren. That's
Let me know
done.
when the 2 minutes are up. Just last time. Or give me
All right.
10, 20
I try to
seconds.
give you a little bit of grace period after, so that we're not
Thank
too strict. Austin, you have 2 minutes. The question is, how does an observation of the sky change what the floor is?
Yeah. So it's independent of physical measurements of the surface. It is. But my approach is that you don't just like turn your head to things. Like, right. So I'm all for like trying to understand it, right? Because again, actually seeing the occultation of that star, well, that's actually technically in the sky. Now differences. We're using a physical measurement of the surface there, right? So we have a linear baseline, a specific angle that creates a straight line from observer to mountain peak to star, and there's an occultation. It's physical. And then hopefully there'll be a question about cell nav in here where I can hopefully explain and correct exactly the issue with the globe there. But I will just say, to answer the question more directly, it's like, actually it doesn't. You don't prove the surface of the Earth strictly by making a singular celestial observation or any celestial observation for that matter. It requires a lot of presuppositions, and just frankly may not be the answer people want to hear.
Well, actually, mathematically, you can fucking prove it. So, shut the fuck up, moron.
It is just affirming the consequent. To say the 24-hour sun in Antarctica proves the globe requires a logical fallacy. It like literally requires it, and then shifting the burden, appeal to incredulity, etc. So,
Yes and no, Jaren. I just wish you would have actually rebutted what Jaren was bringing up, not just saying the same generic thing, though.
Yeah.
I didn't even share.
Yeah. I mean, I think
again,
he's got a habit of doing that he's already got something on his mind that he wants to get out. I suppose he forgets about what he has to rebut. You know, maybe.
Yeah, Austin waffles.
But yeah, the thing is that I don't disagree. I don't disagree with what he just said. The point what I'm trying to make is he's not actually taking on what Jaren said and actually, you know, calling him out for his verification. I think that's something he should have done.
No flat earther understands what reifying means, and I find that hilarious because it's one of the biggest arguments.
Right.
That's the issue with it. The reason that it doesn't prove what the ground is because it requires affirming the consequent and presupposing what you're seeing the sky from in the first place.
Okay. All right. Thank you. So another question, it's a nice follow-up to what you guys were just discussing here. Anonymous is asking, is cartography real? Why does every map of a large area require distortion?
Yeah. Is that for
this
him?
Is for both of you. This is for both of you.
I know
so
why.
Jaren, you can go first.
Well, obviously because the Earth is a sphere, and so
yeah, the Earth's a globe, and to put it onto a map, you need to distort it, because that's how you make a 3D thing onto a 2D thing.
No, it's not obviously why. It's because the larger the area, the more inaccurate it is. Let me try and give you a kind of logical.
Yes, Tiny Captain. They never
kind
understand
of
that.
argument to this. If you guys take a laser pointer, for instance, and you point it at a target that's, let's say, 10 feet in front of you, you're going to quite easily hit that red bullseye on that target.
Yeah.
Now move that same target a kilometer away.
Oh, yeah.
It's going to be much harder to hit that bullseye. Now try and move that target to 20 kilometers away. That's practically going to be impossible to hit that target.
Mm-hmm.
This is what happens with cartography.
What?
So when they do their measurements, they do what we call local measurements. Okay? Cartography is based on planar surveying, just to let you guys know. The geodetic surveying comes after 100 square miles, and nobody observes or tries to measure 100 square kilometers. You know what I mean? In an observation, they do local measurements and they just link them together. Hence the transcontinental systems.
Right. Yeah, but all those local measurements that they do show that the Earth is a curve to it, because you add up the triangles, and the triangles have internal angles. And if the internal angles of those triangles add up to more than 180, then it can't be a flat triangle. It must be a spherical triangle.
It's just based on horizontal datums. So they've got the horizontal datum and they just link them together. The baselines are all horizontal. Now, because you've kind of puzzled them together, you have now got your distortions.
Baba Ali makes a good point. Fakatsoid thinks that distortion means inaccurate. But no, if there's a distortion with a key to tell you how it's been distorted, then you can apply that transformation. What are these people doing up so early? Goodness me. My son was up at like 4 o'clock in the morning to play PC with his friends. Hey, did you know, right, that you can rotate your wrist like that without rotating your wrist? Watch. Right, ready? See? It's like this. Okay, now I go. I'm going to keep my wrist unrotated. And now it's the other way around. Turns around when you do it. It's crazy.
By adding, let's say, 10 links together. Those 10 links together will show distortion compared to just having one kind of thing. Shot, thanks for coming, Luca. Appreciate you coming in.
You're welcome. Thanks.
Cheers, man.
Cheers. Bye, guys.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
So yeah, you guys want to add anything to the cartography?
When was Luca in there? I didn't even notice that.
No, I mean it's such a big. The world's such a big place. I mean, the shape of the continents, lands, and all that. I mean, how could they get it accurate? You know, it's there's no way you can measure it physically, is there? So they have to calculate, and there's no way you can get that shape or actual measurements perfect. Calculations perfect,
especially over the oceans.
What is he talking about?
And the cartographers don't do anything over oceans. They can't.
I mean, land erosion, stuff like that will kind of change things as well. I mean, not that it erodes that quickly, but, you know, over a period of time, things change shape and that as well. And I just can't see how they can always get it exactly right.
He's right. Over a period of time, things change shape.
But yeah, it's
like my arms changing shape.
Like I'm trying to explain, like when we explained last time with the airplanes, when they go over the certain parts of the oceans, they aren't able to track. So they have to calculate how long it would take for that plane to sort of get to a certain distance, to a certain place. Now, notice this is all measured, not measured, calculated, okay? It's not measured at all.
My left shoulder
it's
and left
very
knee, Mr.
easy
E-Man, so I
to
know
place a landmass on a map, but it doesn't mean it's 100% accurate. When even a boat goes over the ocean or a plane flies, they don't exactly take the same set path. Yes, they might be taking a relative path that's okay. They're flying this direction, blah blah. But you can never fly exactly the same. You can go off drift, off course. You can be picking up headwinds, everything, you know. So there's always anomalies to counteract. There's always variables. So they don't take exactly the same distance.
That Coriolis will mess up.
What is he babbling about?
I don't know why the people are moaning. The Globies are moaning that there's spamming in chat. Spam away, guys. The more chats in my chat, the more that pushes in the algorithm.
My thinking said you should have a string vest on because you're Scottish, and then Elder Bear said Rabsy Nesbitt is your dad apparently.
Oh, Rabsy Nesbitt's my dad. Oh, I see.
Like,
Okay.
grow up.
My dad's name's not Gregor Fisher. His name was William Cruikshank.
God, where's PJ in Scotland, man?
Gregor Fisher's not my dad.
Bruce says, "What's your tattoo
Gregor
of?" That's what it's of.
So he's actually saying he was born in England but raised in Scotland. So he's got. So
that's so cool.
He's not actually Scottish by birth.
Oh, that's kind of cool. So it's actually your mom that's Scottish by birth.
No. I'm saying Gregor Fisher's not Scottish by birth.
Ah.
My dad's Scottish by birth. No, my mom's English.
Ah, okay.
English. My dad's Scottish one, yeah.
Elder Bear's projecting.
Yeah, he is, yeah.
So's try thinking.
Because I've got a vest on to keep cool.
Try and think.
No matter what map you ever make, will always have issues because a sphere has a certain amount of.
Good God, they were boring me with their waffling then. Guys, we've been going for 18 hours on this stream, right? 18 hours. Started with a 45-minute timer and there's like an hour left. Ah, looks like around 9 o'clock I will get to go to bed, I guess.
Surface area, and a flat piece of paper will always have more, and so you're always going to have distortions.
Okay, Austin?
I'm trying to get it to where we're both on the big screen when we answer, but yeah, because it's simply a projection. You're trying to fit a projection. You're trying to fit measurements, usually typically using the sky, and then put it on a projection. So it's always going to have distortion, and just depends on how you move it around. The bipolar model, ironically, it's like exactly the same as the globe. You can move it around 5-10 degrees, whatever direction. It is literally just a distribution with a projection, right? It's just a projection, and you use a fictitious observer for a central point. So the answer is like, yeah, there's always distortion because they are just projections. They're inherently flawed, right?
Exactly.
Like none of them are actual realities.
Yeah, exactly, Austin.
When you say fictitious observer,
Yeah, no, Austin. Maps, every single map is a projection of the globe. And each of them come with a transformation that you can apply.
do you mean that they take the person to be at the center of the Earth?
Yeah.
Yes.
Right. Okay, but that is the same angle that you'd be on the surface.
Yeah, that's the point, Jaron. That's why we call it Hell's angles, because you literally have to place them on a flat plane. Otherwise, it doesn't work. So hence why you have to put the person in the center of Earth.
No, that's not putting it on a flat plane. The center of a sphere is not a flat plane. What the fuck did he just say? I'm a big fan of haggis, Bruce. Curious UK, yes, I am still going and I'm quite tired. But I'll be finishing in about an hour, so it's cool.
To make that angle measurement. And then all you do is you duplicate it to the surface to give it a tangent. So, and that's the only way you can get it working. That's why we laugh when they say, oh, guys, it can only work on the globe. No, you literally have to create it on the flat Earth to make those angles.
Yeah.
I don't know if people really understand. So maybe...
He's getting the crane out again.
Maybe I can get a Sean Hawkins' favorite program out quickly.
The crane program.
Let's see. Replace window. There we go. Is it showing?
Yes.
Okay. So what happens is this would be your standard globe. You would have your zenith, so that'll be a vertical. Right there. This would be the this would be where you're standing on the Earth. And now you're taking a measurement to a, let's say, stars here. Okay. Got a star. You want to take the measurement. Obviously, this star has to have a zenith as well. And you can't have it like that, you guys need to have it that way. You understand?
Wait.
So let's just make that blue. But
No. When the star's above you, you would have it into... Why would you just have it going arbitrarily to a random point? Like, towards south? No, of course you do this, because that's how you apply the angle. Oh, JB, I've no idea. YouTube just changed it without me knowing how or why.
Because you are using your the trigonometry, you're going to require the stars to go like that, because you need to double. So what they do is they make this measurement from the observer to the star that way, and they've got this angle measurement. So they've got an elevation angle. Let's say that's 45 degrees. You measured the stars at 45 degrees. The only reason you could do that was because you took
What's the blue line
from the
there
center
for, you haven't
of
used
the
it.
Earth, and you just duplicated the angle. You understand? So this is
But you've
literally
not shown
duplicated.
that.
So that's why they end up having a linear function, because they just keep duplicating the angles like that.
Right.
That's it.
Right.
So
No,
the zeniths
it's not
keep
in the
duplicating,
fucking
and
slightest.
that's why you can have the same angle measured here.
Yes, Rach, but
You'll
what
have
in the
them.
holy Newton is that shit, correct?
That's it.
Cool.
I did have the whole thing on a presentation, which I did present before, but I seem to have accidentally deleted all my presentations.
No way.
Yeah, so I don't
What,
have
the
a
tight ones and
Dumb.
everything.
Right, I need to do the toilet thing again because I've broken the seal now. Back in 30 seconds.
The law rings up to make no sense. Perseverance, who cares what words I don't make mean, huh? The law, I don't like your words, so I pick my favorite words. What's real, non-real, super contained, metaverse, first person. Law, meta is an angle, real, fake. This is so physical, hit 'em up, chastise every gun bitch that tries to stop you, Tupac. All humans can do is word salad or make up stuff. Disagree versus agree, Stein is not around, he's deaf, another deaf one. He can't hear, LOL, not a ball, it's a tear. LOL, no dirt in the middle. No dirt in the middle, no, 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 no. No dirt in the middle, no, 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 no. No dirt in the middle, no, 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 no. No dirt in the middle, no, 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 no. Low legs up to make no sense. Perseverance, who cares what words I don't make mean, huh? Low, I don't like your words, so I pick my favorite words. What's real, non-real, super contained, metaverse, first person. Low, meta is an angle, real, fake. Is it so physical, hit 'em up, chastise every gun bitch that tries to stop me, Tupac. All humans can do is word salad or make up stuff. Disagree versus agree, it's not around, he's deaf, another deaf one. He can't hear, LOL, not a ball, it's a tear. Low dirty middle, low dirty middle, no, 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 no. Low dirty middle, no, 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 no. Low dirty middle, no, 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 no. Low dirty middle, no, 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 no. Low dirty middle, to make no sense. Perseverance, perseverance, who cares what words I don't make mean, huh? Low, 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 I don't like your words, so I pick my favorite words. What's real, non-real, super contained, metaverse, first person. Low, meta is an angle, real, fake. Low, dirty middle, no, 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 no. Low, dirty middle, no, 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 no. Low, dirty middle, no, 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 no. Low, dirty middle, no, 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 no. No, dirty middle, low, dirty middle.
Right, we are down to less than an hour to go. So we're going to get through as much of this as we can. Thank you guys for your support. It's been absolutely incredible.
Everything, the perspective of the graphic, all that's gone.
Wow.
Which sucks. So, but I am planning on making new ones though. So, looking forward to that. Just haven't had time. Okay.
It's the same angle.
Yeah, but you're just like admitting that, yeah, you just have to presuppose the idea of some fictitious observer in the center of a globe.
You don't have to. It could be on the surface. It'd be the same angle. You're just taking that and saying that it means something, but it doesn't mean anything because it's the same angle.
Well, no, if you actually utilize that method and then take the distances, then everything's 3,959 miles away from you in the sky.
Right. No, I'm saying that if you're talking about the angle from the fictitious observer to the celestial sphere is the same regardless of if you're at the middle or on the surface.
Yeah.
Because the line would go through that person on the surface, right?
Yeah.
Well done, Jaron. So you just literally conceded then. You don't do it on a globe. You require a flat horizontal baseline.
Well, no.
Hence, you need to take it to the center.
Going to the center is doing it on a globe.
Of Earth, so you can make this angle measurement. That's how you get your radius value in the first instance. How do you think Aristophanes got the radius value? It's because he took it to the center of Earth. Why did he have to take the center of Earth? Oh, because he needed the flat baseline. He needed the horizontal angle to have an elevation angle.
It's an imaginary line, though. So, is the flat Earth imaginary? It would appear that is what you're suggesting.
Elevation angles require a horizontal base. If you're taking it from the surface of Earth, Jaron, that means it won't work because your surface of Earth curves. Hence why you need a flat horizontal plane. And because you need the sun, in this case, or the star, to be on the same plane of the observer to finish the trigonomic triangle, it debunks the globe.
So Jaren
There's no
actually
triangles in
just
celestial
debunked
navigation,
himself.
so you fail there.
Yeah, but you to know where you allegedly would be on the surface to get that angle, you have to actually have the sphere, thus the center of it, to go get that angle in the first place. You would say, yeah, if you do have the sphere, you assume the fictitious observer in the center, then you're on the surface, it's the same. Yeah, because the angle has to still come out from the center to actually claim that that's what the angle is in relation to. It requires a fictitious observer in the center.
Look at this.
Yes. That's the entire point, Witsit.
Literally, you're required.
Isn't he the one that says you can't do anything with angles?
Yeah, he says you can't do F4 with an angle.
Yeah.
Literally, if you don't have an angle, you can't do anything. Everything's made up of angles, actually, if you haven't realized that.
Everything is made up of angles. No. Two, three, four, five, six, seven. Right. So, yeah, I've been streaming for 18 hours, guys.
Heck, even the clothes I'm wearing is based on angles.
What?
Your coffee mug you got is based on angles.
Show me the angle on here, dude.
So yeah.
Right. So I guess where I'm getting confused, I just want to go back to where when we keep talking about, you're saying it's an affirming the consequent. Where I get confused, isn't that just a wording thing? So if we say if the Earth is a sphere of 3959 in circumference, then the horizon can be no more than blah 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 blah. When we just leave out refraction from that equation.
No. The thing is, Jaren, and you've been told this many times, if you have a set radius of 3959, then based on geometry, your horizon may not be further than 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Okay? So
Yeah. And that's what we find every single fucking time. The horizon's where we expect it to be.
So if you are a 6-foot person, your horizon can only be, 3 miles away. That's it. Now, that is what your geometry dictates. Now, if you want to claim refraction, you've literally thrown your geometry down the drain. Because your geometry is physical.
Having refraction doesn't take away a physical thing. Both can exist at the same time.
If you're claiming it's now optical, it's no longer a physical curve, and therefore you can't claim it. Oh, guys, by the way, type 1 in chat if you think me and Jaren should have a debate. Type 2 in chat if you think me and Jaren should have a debate.
I thought you weren't debating Globers.
I don't think Jaren will.
I was going to say, I don't know if he'd be able to stop slagging you off to be able to debate. You know what I mean?
Because
Jaren
I'm
hasn't been
sorry
slagging
to
off
say,
Witsit
Witz is
here.
kind of letting us down. Like I said, I got nothing against what he's saying. It's just
Witsit lets everyone down, even his mother.
how he's attacking it. He's not really doing his old self, trying to show he can. So yeah, guys, go and set it up with Jaren. I'll be more than happy to debate Jaren and actually show how it's supposed to be done.
Yeah, I think there'd be no competition in it, that's for sure.
No, it'll just be the fun of it.
Yeah, of course.
Modus tollens cannot be fallacious, by the way, Bev. It's logical. It's literally logical. A logical statement. How can it be fallacious?
Huh. Right. I'm going to ask Darren a question.
But let's just leave the equation alone. So can't I word then?
No, I don't debate Toon. I want nothing to do with that clown. And he's already been debunked on celestial navigation many times, Mr. Jingles.
You've debated them a few times. What's the point?
He's never
What
been
debate?
debunked.
The guy can't debate. He has no way to debate that guy.
He knows how to act like a Karen.
Toon is almost as good as a debater as me. In fact, he's much better in many ways. Because, you know, very much like me, he brings evidence to debates.
Oh, he's good at that. Good at that.
Mm-hmm.
My supposition the same way. So can I say if the Earth is flat and the sun goes around in a circle, in a clockwise circle, then there can be no 24-hour sun in Antarctica. There is a 24-hour sun in Antarctica, so the Earth is not flat.
That's a false dichotomy, and it's affirming the consequent again.
No, it's a modus tollens, just like you guys do.
Just doing it. Just
He's
doing it.
literally Stinger Duffy, exactly.
Yeah, Mark.
I don't understand
very
how he
sad.
doesn't
He is. He's
understand that
after
this
the
is
clout
literally a
that Jaren's
fallacious
got.
argument that's based on a false premise. And note, he's also claiming this based on, again, a straw man AE map. That's it. He's straw manning the AE map. It's the same kind of thing I had with Duffy when he was like, oh, show me on the AE map where the South Pole is.
Yeah.
I was like, okay, show me where on your Mercator map the South Pole is. It's the same thing. That map wasn't created for that.
No problem. Mercator map. South Pole. You can literally get the position of the South Pole and put it on where it should be on the Mercator map. It's like round here. An actual position, a physical thing.
There's 7 of them. Which one do you want?
We're down to 50 minutes left, guys. Really appreciate the support. It's been absolutely crazy. Thank you very much. Sorry, my legs are a bit swollen. I'm just giving them a rub. Bear with me.
What's wrong with? I just worded it exactly like your Black Swan. Why is that not okay?
I didn't even hear exactly how you said it.
Okay, so
And no, that's not exactly worded like the Black Swan. Totally wrong. That's insane. Worded exactly like the Black Swan. What's this guy talking about?
He worded it exactly like the Black Swan.
Yeah,
He
we've
just
got a
did your
lot of
modus tollens.
Jaren fanboys out here. By the way, guys, all Jaren fanboys, can you please hit the likes? Share the show. We got like 90 people watching, so I'm sure we can get more than 16 likes.
90. I got double that, and I've been streaming for 18 hours.
So we've got the
Weird.
votes up to 56%, 56 votes already, so it's going up at least. Who answered the question more honestly? Jaren, 41%, Witsit, 30%, both 2%, none, 27%.
So they think Jaren actually answered
Black
it
Swan is
honestly.
if the Earth is a
Nice.
sphere of 3959 miles. So that's the presupposition. You have to make that assumption. Okay, if
That's your globe claim. Your globe is claiming.
Ace makes a very good point that for Katzoid going back into the flat Earth stuff just shows that he can't let go and that he's not interesting enough to make the Bible stuff work.
A radius of 3959.
Right.
Okay. So the Black Swan is saying, okay, let's take this on a logical statement of modus tollens based on your claim of a radius of 3959. That's it.
And that's
the Earth is
exactly what
sphere,
Jaren
if
did
it's
to you.
3959,
But the other way
then the
around.
horizon can only be this distance based on this math.
No. The horizon can only be this distance based on the geometry, and the geometry comes up to 1.22 times the square root of
Yeah,
the
and the
observer's height in
maths of
feet.
the geometry.
You're supposed to know this by now, Jaren.
That 1.22 times the observer's height in feet, that's maths. Flatzoid?
We've literally explained this to you many times. How can he not even know the math for this? It's kind of been drilled into him.
drolled into him, apparently.
So I find that really ironic that Jared
Especially with these
still doesn't even.
observations and stuff. Yeah, the observations he's done right now. You'd think.
How can he have been in this arena for so long? The Black Swan has been around for so many years, and he still doesn't even know the modus tollens. Really bad.
Really bad.
Really.
You go out and observe, and it's actually not that. Therefore, we've now falsified the globe. Okay, so if we change that to now, if the Earth is flat and it has a sun that goes around in 24 hours in a clockwise motion.
No. That's, again, a fallacious argument. It's a straw man.
No, it's what?
That's literally not what's claimed.
In 24 hours in a clockwise motion.
No. That's...
And you go out and observe, and it's actually not that. Therefore, we've now falsified the globe. Okay, so if we change that to now, if the Earth is flat and it has a sun that goes around in 24 hours in a clockwise motion.
No.
Yeah.
That's, again, a fallacious argument. It's a straw man.
No, it's not. That is what the flat earthers say. That the sun goes round in a clockwise motion. Like this. That's what you guys say. Maybe not being in space like that, but hey.
That's literally not what's claimed. Remember, on the modus tollens based on the Black Swan, it's based on a claim of a set geometry. When it comes to what you're trying to use, a straw man of the sun circling on what's probably a EMAP, that's not a modus tollens. That's just a straw man. It's literally a false equivalence fallacy. Hi, Brenda. How's it going? Just to let you know, we're not debating tonight. We're reviewing a debate.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. How's it going?
Just fine. You don't really understand what a modus tollens is, do you?
I just said we're not here to debate. We literally here to review a debate.
How can you review?
It was just a question, not debating.
Jaren's argument if you don't understand it.
Bye, Jared. Bye, Brenda.
Yeah, I know. What's the point?
Yeah. Anyway.
You don't like the hard questions, do you, for Catzoid? Brenda, that was perfect. I love that. Thank you.
Brenda literally doesn't know what anything is. Brenda thinks Shu is a phenomenon. Brenda thinks there's such things as 11 horizons. Brenda also thinks a donut is space-time. So Brenda...
No, Brenda doesn't think any of those
literally
things.
doesn't understand that Brenda's a man. Definitely can't tell me that I don't understand modus tollens.
Brenda's not a man.
Let's go on.
Then the
That's a dumb thing to
south
say.
cannot have a sun that circles
Why don't they
the
Brenda?
opposite direction. And if it does, we go out and observe. Guess what? We went and saw that it does do that. Therefore, the flat Earth has been falsified. What's different about my claim than the flat Earth?
Because for one, you're just like claiming there's like no apparent sun, and then straw manning putting the argument or putting
You're
the claim
doing the
on
same
it.
thing with refraction.
No,
No, nothing here says.
The
Nothing here
globe
says
model
refraction.
is just claimed. There's just a definitive geometric claim. There's a physical geometric horizon.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
So
What do you think? So what's not claimed in a flat Earth? Do we claim that the sun goes around? Yes.
No. What it's claimed is we observe the sun move around in the sky. That's it. You guys claim it's not the sun. You guys claim it's the Earth. There's a difference. So in other words, you first have to establish the Earth is the thing moving, not the sun, to make the argument. Because the argument is not the sun is moving left or right. The argument is the sun is moving or the Earth is moving.
Yeah.
So you have to go then and
measure the
show
Earth.
how
Done
the Earth is moving, not the sun. Not say, oh, look, guys, I think the sun is moving left to right because I don't understand directions. Therefore, it's a globe. No, that's literally a fallacious argument. The guy literally brings up red herring and expects it to be a logical argument.
Bruce Wayne says, have you ever or would you ever run a triathlon? I've done one marathon, I've done one half marathon. My wife, however, has run a triathlon. If once I get my legs sorted, I'm gonna be doing all sorts of shit like that. All right? Once I've got a prosthetic, I'm gonna be climbing every mountain in the fucking world.
Well, I mean,
so we've had an additional 2 minutes back and forth on top of each other's answers.
Let's finish that one though. I want to finish that because this has bothered me the whole time. Is that I don't understand how Nathan Oakley goes around telling people.
What has Nathan Oakley got to do with what you just said? This is one thing I don't get. Yeah, but I don't get it. So always bring up Nathan Oakley and QE for some odd reason.
The question of Fakatsoid debating Jaren. I'll read you Jaren's response here. I said, would you debate Fakatsoid? And he's like, Fakatsoid? God no. He's a dishonest prick. But so is Witsit, and he debated him. So hey, maybe, right? Maybe I can talk Jaren into debating Fakatsoid, and I'll host it on my channel. 40 minutes left, guys. This stream will be done by 8:30 in the morning. So thank you very much for the support. It's been absolutely incredible.
Okay? They are their own people. Everybody else is their own people.
Yeah.
Okay? That's it. If you have such a beef with Nathan Oakley, then debate Nathan Oakley. You're not debating Nathan Oakley right now. You're trying to debate Austin Witsit. You literally just got your ass handed to you, and so because you can't accept that also your time ran out, now you want to bring Nathan Oakley into it. It's like, what?
Give you guys 3 minutes, and I'm going to pause the timer, okay?
Thank you. So I just want to know why it's not the same. So in that sentence, if the Earth is a sphere, 3959, then the horizon can be no further. Okay, great. But what they're not mentioning there is that there's refraction that causes things to be higher up.
The modus.
I said to Jaren, but you debated Witsit, and he's a dishonest prick. He's like, well, yeah, but Flatsoid is just retarded, though.
Tolerance is based on your geometry. Your geometry simply states your radius value of 9359 requires the horizon to not be further or closer than 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. This is based on your geometry. It's a physical shape.
Yes, and that's the case. Physically, that's where the horizon is. For me, 6'1", the horizon is just over 3 miles away when I stand at the shore. Now, might it appear further or closer? Because of refraction? Yes. It doesn't change the physical aspect of where it is. 39 minutes to go.
Physical sphere. Refraction has nothing to do with the physicality of your sphere. Unless you are claiming your sphere is not physical and refraction causes it to physically grow or physically get smaller.
Yeah.
Is this so hard to understand? And this is why I call these guys retards.
So when we do go observe, if we do see it a little higher up, that doesn't falsify the globe. It means refraction is there. Now, I'm just saying it doesn't mean that that's a fact. It means if that's the claim by the globe, then we have to at least look into it, not just dismiss it. But when I try and put that into a flat Earth saying, now all of a sudden it's not allowed. I can't say.
Are you crying that you don't want to, that we don't let you reverse the burden of proof onto us?
That's not what he's doing.
Remember, he's the one making the claim, yeah.
No.
He's the glober, is he not? He's not. He's making a claim of a specific radius value of specific geometry.
Yeah, which they checked when they went to Antarctica.
Why
they checked
does
that's
Flat
true.
Earth have to
Turns out
worry
it is.
about anything else? Because you guys made the claim. We're just saying, listen, yeah, based on your idiotic assertion and claim, you've given an affirmative case. Let's show you how that affirmative case is false. That's how arguments work.
For Moses Tollins, he's saying if P, then Q.
Exactly.
That's what he's saying.
If P, then Q. If not Q, then not P. It's as simple as that. That's modus tollens. That's a
And
logical
that's exactly what
argument.
Jaren was doing back to you.
Hence why Bev will never get these things.
I mean, Bev will never get anything because Bev's a retard.
The Earth is
And
flat.
child abuser.
Then and has a sun circling 24 hours in a clockwise formation. Those two things are part of the flat Earth model.
No. The sun always rises in the east and sets in the west. Full stop, Jaren. That is what is observed. You're trying to
but that means
straw
if the
man
Earth is
again on
flat,
the
it's
AE map.
circling.
The map you always pushed for 10 years.
The implication, if the Earth is flat, is that the sun circles above us. Doesn't matter what map it is, that's what has to fucking happen.
Doesn't mean anybody else has to pretend to follow that reification fallacy that you pushed. Literally a hypocrite.
Right.
The same thing as saying if the Earth is a sphere 3959, then they say, then the horizon could be no more than, well, then the sun cannot do backward circles in the south. Doesn't go along with our premise at the beginning of this. We went and observed it does do backward circles in the south, so therefore the Earth cannot be flat.
Jared.
So I agree. I would actually agree that that is not a correct statement, but I'm actually trying to point out more that the flat Earth statement is incorrect.
No, Bev, the black swan is not a fallacious argument. It's literally a modus
literally is.
tollens. The fact
Very
that you're calling a modus tollens
'Cause you're
fallacious
ignoring
shows you
stuff.
have no actual logical.
It's almost the modus tollens that ignores physical aspects of the universe like refraction. Excuse me. "35 minutes to go. We got 35 minutes to go."
Induction in your brain.
It's nice to see, though, that Bev's no longer sitting on the fence.
Yeah, I'm glad he's fine. He chose his side because he was always on the fence for so long. But I'm glad he chose the retarded side because I think he'll be an embarrassment to actual logical thinkers.
No, Bev's retarded.
About splinters in his ass.
Live replay's not available for this video for some reason.
You can't just, because they didn't even take refraction into account. I don't understand how you go around telling other people that they are using and affirming the consequent when that's what the flat Earth is doing. They're saying, oh, well, we don't see curvature, therefore the Earth's flat. Hey, we don't see water bend, therefore the Earth's flat.
That's not affirming the consequent. That's just literal a true statement.
No, that is literally affirming the consequent. If the Earth was flat, then the water would be flat. I see the water flat, therefore the Earth is flat. That's affirming the fucking consequence.
That's it. There's no affirming the consequent. You know what affirming the consequent is? Begging the question, affirming the consequent. I believe the Earth is curved because I see boats go over the horizon based on my belief. Therefore, the Earth is curved. Do you understand? You actually had to put a step into play to affirm the consequent.
Right.
We don't have to put any step into play. We just say horizon straight. Great. That's the statement. There's nothing further than that. All we have to do is when you claim that there is something happening like curve, and we say, but okay, let's test this curve claim out. We don't see it. Therefore, it's false. That is just a deduction of logical, empirical evidence that we observe no curve. There is no begging the question. There's no affirming the consequent.
There is. You are affirming that the Earth is flat because you can't see the curve, whilst ignoring all the things that show that there's a fucking curve.
Because to affirm the consequent, you first have to beg the question. And you can't beg the question to say, look, it's not curved.
To affirm the consequent, you have to beg the question. No, that just shows that you don't understand what either of those things mean.
It's just an observation.
It's again, guys. I think I'm actually in the mood to debate retard Jaren.
Yeah, Jaren would not want to debate you in the fucking slightest. He thinks you're far too retarded.
Okay, try and set it up with him. Let's see how this goes.
Who are the ones doing that? No, that's so I don't understand where there's this. Globe Earth is doing that, but the flat Earth, we just say that the Earth's not a globe, and no, you're going around making claims, and those claims are, not holding up when you actually water doesn't bend. What? Water does bend. It's probably the most bendable substance that there is.
No, water doesn't bend, as you could say, when it seeks level. So when water seeks level, in other words, it's at rest. When water seeks level at rest, it is flat and level.
Have you ever tried picking up a bar of water and bending it over your knee flat?
No, it just runs off. I mean, if you think about the idiotic belief of the globe, they literally have to believe that water flows uphill.
Yeah.
Because if you are on a ball, every horizon towards you, away from your feet, is tangent down.
Yeah.
So in other words, if I stand on one side of the ball and you stand on the other side of the ball, to one of us, that downwards.
But that's no uphill, okay? Because it's about towards the center of the Earth. And all the water is being pulled towards the center of the Earth. North is not up. South is not down.
Running river is going upwards to the other person.
That's
Because
right.
the one is higher than the other.
That's right.
Thank you, Mr. Jingles, for your £2. Really appreciate it. It says, will PJ put a knotted handkerchief on his head? Why?
Will I? Why would I do that?
He's probably saying
I don't go out and sunbathe. I haven't got a bald head. It's usually people with bald heads that do that so they don't get burnt in the head. I haven't got a bald head, so why would I do that?
But thank you for the super chat. Really appreciate it.
Yeah,
Yeah, you just need to put a bandana on your head and then maybe get one of those teardrop eye tattoos.
Maybe I could.
Yeah,
I didn't realise we'd gone back to primary school.
I know.
Get a golden
Because I'm wearing a short sleeve T-shirt. You know what I mean?
It's getting hot, guys.
Because it's warm. I don't usually wear short sleeve T-shirts all the time.
Yeah.
Blooming hell, how dare I wear something that looks like a vest? Blooming hell. I've even got a pocket here. It's not a vest. Look, pocket.
I think you should go visit Sean Hawkins and borrow his kilt.
Yeah, why not? Why not? I know. Go ahead.
Okay, all right. Jaren says that he'll do it if I host it. Okay, all right. Who wants to see Jaren debate Flatsoid? One sec. All right, okay. So, for Catsoid wants to debate Jaren. Jaren says, well, set it up. Let's get it done.
It's crazy, eh?
Why they hide behind their crusty little socks.
Yeah.
I mean, appearance doesn't make a person who they are. That's very shallow.
Pour it on your
Yeah,
body,
Austin.
bend around you. All right, go ahead.
Austin, what's your response here?
Okay, yeah, this is an argument from ignorance. So it's like X is true because you cannot prove that X is false. Right? The assumption of a conclusion, because of the lack of evidence to the contrary, right? And
yeah, that's what you do when there's no evidence to the contrary of your position. You kind of dismiss that other position.
That's an argument from ignorance, but it's very specific. For one, I want to say this: you're saying you didn't even account for refraction. You keep saying that. Okay, no, just because someone said a word because they needed to say that something is not where it's supposed to be doesn't mean that it's real. What type of refraction? Terrestrial refraction? How does that work? All of a sudden, when they change what refraction is and apply it to something that isn't even analogous and take the actual physical horizon and say something's looming whenever the type of refraction because they needed to say that something is not where it's supposed to be, doesn't mean that it's real. What type of refraction? Terrestrial refraction? How does that work? All of a sudden, when they change what refraction is and apply it to something that isn't even analogous, and take the actual physical horizon and say something's looming whenever the horizon's looming.
Well, those were a bunch of words. None of them really meant anything.
Yeah, that's the thing. They use Fermat's principle to claim, oh, we don't need a physical barrier because we use a principle that it's just conceptual anyway to claim.
Did he just say that Fermat's principle is just conceptual? Not a fundamental aspect of refraction? Fermat just turned in his grave.
Claim that it's the same as refraction. Terrestrial refraction literally has the radius value cooked into it. It's baked into its foundations.
So
you can't do
incorrect.
terrestrial refraction if there's no radius value into it.
Yeah. I mean, totally off of what he's talking about here, but I wonder what Jaren thinks about gas pressure and containment now. I mean,
Well, Jaren understands gravity's real. So there's that.
Gravity, man. He believes in gravity all of a sudden, remember?
okay.
Remember, everything he's literally fought about, against 10 years and told people how stupid they are for believing it. Yeah.
He's realized he was wrong.
Like I said, I'm planning on making a video where
It shows that he is a man of character, that he can admit that he is wrong after doing that for so long. 25 minutes to go. This has been an incredibly good stream, guys. I want to thank you so much.
old Jaren debates new Jaren. So you hang on with that.
That'd be a good one. That'd be a good one.
And I still want to do it with Ranty as well.
Nah, that'd be even better. His stuff is still up on Brandon's channel, so
yeah, it's still there.
Yeah.
When looming is a relation to the horizon, right? They just said the word refraction because the horizon wasn't where it's supposed to be. So when we say, yo, here's a physical geometric limitation.
Yes, we say refraction because that's what is happening.
Based on the assumption that the Earth's a globe, the evidence doesn't match that. That's like a very rigid, specific, geometric, physical claim that comes from the globe. We tested it; it's false. It's falsified. And just saying the word refraction doesn't work, right?
Just saying the word falsified when you haven't taken into the account that what their explanation is.
That's the point. We did take it into account, and we actually have to ask.
Literally, Jaren, he just said we actually falsified it. To falsify something,
What's happened to Flakatzoid?
you literally have to take.
RateSpot for $10 says 25 minutes to go. If you take your top off, I'll take off mine. Picks or it never happened. That adds a minute. Thank you very much, RateSpot.
Take things into account. You literally have to waste it.
You sound those strange flats. You sound very echoey, like you're underwater a bit as well.
Oh.
Sorry, I see my sound change. Is that
That's
better?
it. That's
That
it.
changed my settings again for some reason.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm trying to mute all the time because the people are busy drinking coffee behind me and talking. But yeah, like I was trying to say is I have no idea what I was saying. What the? Oh yeah, to falsify something, you literally have to take things into account, which he says you didn't take into account. It was experimented. So yeah, by definition, Jaren, you were wrong.
No, that's not how that works.
Ask them to even specify it. And when you actually get into the quote unquote expert that they cite, he actually uses planar geometry, and then he doesn't actually apply Snell's law. It's a singular medium differential. And then he actually, people on the internet totally exclude that part and they just act like, oh, we know this works because it's refraction, and they claim it's looming when looming is in relation to the actual horizon. So and it's a category error, and they just reify the R value, right? And then they just expand it. They just take everything in question.
I just think that when you're talking
Words, all wrong, no category error. Refraction works exactly as we say. Looming is just a description.
Exactly that, Jaron. What he's claiming, explaining to you, is your terrestrial refraction already has begging the question of a radius value. It then accepts a radius value that's just pre-assumed, and then sees
and then matches it. Nothing's pre-assumed. We've measured the radius. We don't need to presume it. We know it's there.
An optical effect and say, oh, you see, this optical effect seems to just be doing what we wanted to do when we wanted to do.
Stoney,
so
he
therefore
did.
affirming the consequent, claiming, well, it's making our curve...
Stoney was a name of a good friend of mine from the Navy. I miss that dude.
...disappear. Hence, like my little 11 frames thing. It's the same thing. It takes the curve away. Well, if it takes the curve away, you don't have curve to begin with, Jaron. That means that it's not a physical curve because your geometry means it's physical. So you're claiming your Earth is either growing physically or it is shrinking physically based on optical effects. I don't think they know what difference...
No, that's not what's happening. No one's saying that the refraction is physically changing the position of the horizon. It just, what you see changes because the physical horizon, the light coming from it, has gone through a refracted path.
Between optical and physical is.
About that particular issue, it's funny that Bo says he went out there and that was one observation of 6 months. So what Flat Earth seems to have done is gone out and waited until there was enough refraction that the back water was way up higher and it looks like the horizon is super far away. And so then we took that observation and said we refuted the globe, which is insane because you just got done saying that we don't take one observation and we don't say from that we destroyed something. We don't take the one observation of the sun.
Did he just argue for a flat Earth?
Like titty
I'm
cat.
going to rewind this quickly. It sounded like he was arguing for a flat Earth and then fighting himself.
It sure sounded
that's
that
what
way.
happened.
It does.
Yeah.
I mean, Jaron even picked up these.
Let me just quickly rewind it a bit and see, because it did sound like he was fighting against himself there. Let's see.
And waited until there was enough refraction that the back water was way up higher and it looks like the horizon is super far away. And so then we took that observation and said we refuted the globe, which is insane because you just got done saying that we don't take one observation and we don't say from that we destroyed something. We don't take the one observation of the sun and say that we proved the globe.
He literally debunked himself. Yeah, so you took multiple observations to debunk the globe, the one you're busy fighting for now, Jaron. And then he realized he did that. Did you see that? And while he was busy saying the sentence, he just said, no, let me talk about the sun.
Yeah.
You literally guys are talking about water being flat right now and refraction, and now you're moving to the sun.
But yeah, that's what I'm saying. You're saying you just don't take one evidence and then that's it. What's he done with the TFE thing? I mean, it's not even evidence.
That's exactly, it's hypocritical. That's exactly a good point, PJ. Because he claims now, well, I claim I've seen the sun for 24 hours, so therefore it's
That's not just a claim. He fucking recorded it.
Be a globe, which you just literally said you should do multiple things to be able to verify it.
Right.
So how did you verify it if you just did it once and you're making a claim, which we still haven't seen evidence for, by the way? Which is really sad.
Why does he keep saying he's not seen evidence of the 24-hour sun when the fucking videos were out?
But you will take the one observation of the 1 out of 180 days of a higher horizon and then say that falsifies the globe.
Dude, this is super important that you're not understanding the difference here. The globe model makes a very specific claim that, if the Earth, this is what the black swan has, if the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, then the horizon is a physical geometric edge, physical obstruction, physical geometric horizon is at 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. That is the globe's claim. They made a positive, definitive.
Mathematical. But see, even Witsit knows the math. What's wrong with you, Jaron? Why don't you know the math, man? Should have known this by now.
He does.
I'm happy to see Witsit's actually starting to get a bit more, what I'm gonna say, chutzpah right now.
Animated.
You know what I mean? Yeah,
he's got a bit more spunk.
Yeah.
So that's a good thing to see. That's a bit more of the old Jaren. A bit more of the old wits that we miss.
Specific claim. It's a very specific. Well, it's a mathematical claim about a very real physical thing. It's a physical location.
Use don't ever work that way.
This is the point. The globe makes that very specific claim. You're over here, then you say, well, flat Earth can't be true because if we assume that the sun's in an actual position and then I tell you what the map should be, then the sun shouldn't do this. That's not the same thing at all.
Yeah,
There's
that's
Yes, it
literally
is.
begging the question, affirming the consequence. That's exactly what he's saying.
Right, your modus tollens leaves out so much. Your modus tollens says that, well, if the Earth is a sphere with this radius, then the horizon can be no further than this. We see the horizon further than this, therefore the Earth can... But that ignores the refractive effects on light. It's so fallacious.
It's a fallacious reasoning. It's literally based on fallacious reasoning. The votes have gone up. 69 votes. Who answered the questions more honestly? Jaren, 39% has gone down. Wits at 32%, it's gone up. Both 3% and none 26%. Ooh. And by the way, guys, please hit the likes. I'm sure we can get them going up because we have 81 people watching at the
Why
moment.
don't you guys
and only
smash that like
23
button on my
likes.
side?
What's going on?
Stingy, man. Stingy.
Stingy, yes. Stingy.
Can't bring themselves to hit the likes, but yet they're here every night watching.
Yeah.
Physical. There's a geometric refutation on the table because of a positive claim. It's physical, and refraction doesn't work for the black swan, by the way. But
yes,
you're saying the word.
Why not?
I explained why, because you actually have to assume the R value.
Yeah, he explained why like 3 times.
You don't have to assume anything for refraction to be a thing.
You first need to assume there's a radius value.
No, you don't.
There you go. You've already begged the question.
But
you first beg the question that there is a sphere to have a radius. Then you beg the question that there is a set radius value for that sphere. Then you look.
None of those are begging the questions because we've measured those things. And the shape of the Earth doesn't change, that refraction happens.
Out, ignore the fact that your geometry requires that set radius value to be a set distance, and then claim see, therefore globe.
Yeah. Didn't you used to understand this?
19 hours we've been going, guys.
That's the thing. That's the sad thing. I don't think Jaren really ever understood really anything.
Maybe
Jaren was actually the man more or less on I don't trust NASA.
Well, yeah, he was a lot.
You know what I mean? He was more that, making fun of NASA kind of thing.
Yeah.
But when it came to science or when it came to, logical arguments like the Black Swan stuff, he just never could get it in his head for some reason. And I know why.
It's because he's
was always a
smarter than you
glober.
guys and he can't think down to your dumb
I think
level.
he knows it's flat, though. I think he knows that.
Guy was it's sad. Remember, guys, if you want me to debate Jaren, smash that like and let him know.
value, and then it's a category error. You just extend it out infinitely because they say that it's looming. Looming's an effect in relation to the horizon.
No, but you're just using words, though. Well, is refraction.
Butch Convoy for €5 says, "Good morning, Craig. Long live the flying spaghetti monster. Praise his noodly appendage." We have 900 seconds left of this stream, guys.
Using words.
With you.
I just want to ask a question. If you speak, are you using words to speak?
Well, I would hope so.
You're not using them very
He's
well,
just
though, are
using
you?
words. Yeah, the reason you're saying he's just using words is because he's literally handing your ass to you, Jaren.
Just use the words. What a statement.
You just hit me with the "I'm just using words, bro."
Well, you just used words,
Yeah.
a bunch of words that don't
Was
make
word salad? Was that word salad?
I didn't want to say word salad. I didn't bring the little Hidden Valley
Come
Ranch
on, man.
with your face on.
He is saying that you're doing word salad, though. That is what he is pointing out. You are word salading, Witsit. He wishes he had some ranch for you, dude.
No, I mean,
all right, guys. All right, we've spent a lot of time on this one.
Hey, go ahead.
We got quite a few questions here. The audience are thoroughly enjoying this. The questions are really rolling in here. This one is for Austin. Austin, what is NavCell and how does it apply?
Go ahead.
Wow. So like dyslexic question.
Cell
Cell nav.
NAVCEL, NavCell.
In other words, he's asking what's celestial navigation. I just want to point out that Austin did ask earlier, and hoping someone asked about celestial navigation. So let's hope he's actually going to say this.
No flat earther understands celestial navigation. It's as simple as that. If you understood celestial navigation, you would know the Earth's a fucking globe.
Argument correct.
Okay, well, I'm saying like cell nav, like celestial navigation, right?
Duh.
So this is like a super important part, right? When we're talking about how I was explaining how that they always say 1 degree per 69 miles, they act like it's proof the Earth's a globe. We can go out there, we know how to navigate perfectly because we can just assume we know the Earth's a globe, so it's curving at a certain rate. So as I go across the surface, I'm tipping at a specific angle at a certain rate. So the stars are going to change based on that angle. 1 mile or 1 degree per 69 miles. That actually isn't true. It doesn't work like that. It regularly needs corrections, and they tell you can't even utilize the angles like all the way up to like roughly like 15 degrees, and then around even the 90.
No, they don't say that. That was all a lie. You've just repeated the same lie that you told earlier.
Degrees. What? There should be no refraction looking straight up, right? But if there's actually curved visual space, we expect that. So then how do they correct it, right? So so if you say like, do they just use like an apparent raw angle or the celestial refraction corrected angle? And
Yeah, there's a reason why the Celestial Navigation Almanac gets updated. Every year they update the almanac. There's a reason for that, guys.
Yeah, because the stars change positions. They have to update the almanac, the thing that tells you the position of the stars, when the position of the stars change. That makes absolute sense.
I wonder if Globies ever think of that. Why does the almanac have to keep on getting updated? I know it's because the star isn't physically going underneath the horizon. The globe is not physically rotating to give that star to go under the horizon. That's why. Because it's an optical position. The only time it has a physical position is what's called the GP, the geographical position. The geographical position has to lie on the same plane of circle of equal altitude based on the observer's measurement. So when the observer sees a star, for instance, let's say 30 degrees in the sky, that is used by trigonometry, and you get a distance based on its elevation angle measurement.
This isn't ranch, but you get the idea.
So yeah, it's based on a flat Earth, guys. The GP of the star has to be on the same plane as the observer making the measurement. So if the star is, let's say, 3,000 nautical miles away, that means that's a plane, a flat horizontal plane of 3,000 nautical miles. It's only a flat.
None of that was right.
Hence why they take the angle measurement when using the sextant and sticking it to the center of Earth. Hence Hall's angles.
they're using the corrected angle.
Nothing you said there was correct.
Right, you're claiming that it's refraction, and that's somehow what's going to fix it. So then is it a solution? Do we actually use certain variables for a refraction equation, and that's how we fix it?
I want to put the dumbest... We probably have to do this every stream. Find the dumbest comment to put up. I think this is it by far now. You can't geometry... What? No, it's not this one. Where is it? I agree you can't geometry this sky. There we go. This is the one I was looking for. The real globe is non-geometric. If I could say just how dumb that question is, I would literally be burning brain cells to try to figure out how to make it sound less dumb. It's so dumb, it's literally causing me to not really think what I should say. That's how dumb that statement is.
Keith, I've listened to you for like 12 hours. My brain is like mush.
A
at this
globe,
point, dude.
aka a spheroid, is literally geometric. So if you're claiming your globe is not geometric, you don't have a globe.
Riker. Riker. Come here. Riker, come. Riker, come. Come here. It's my puppy. Hey, Riker, up. Hey. Riker, up. Oi. All right, then. You can go out. Didn't want to be in here. We have 7 minutes left to go, guys. Yeah, Commander Riker's a big boy now.
What's up, Roger? How's it going?
Not too bad, sir. How about yourself?
Very, very good. Thanks, man.
Welcome, Roger. Yeah. Hello, Derek. Hey, PJ.
So, what are your thoughts so far on the retardedness of Jaren?
Oh, I can't even comment on it. It's beyond me. But you know why?
Let's get
like angle.
You know.
Use like empirically derived solution, meaning like the answer is empirically derived. They actually use different formulas for every like angle band, right? Like every segment of the angles. So the input is just height and or angles. There's no temperature, there's no pressure at all in those corrections. So it proves it has nothing to do with refraction. It's actually an empirical physical correction, right? Normal refraction has temperature and pressure.
Yes, Muka, I do need sleep, and I'm very much looking forward to, in 5 minutes' time, going to bed.
Celestial refraction does not. So that's a big problem, right? I mean, how does that work? And the way the answer is the way that it works. It's just because it needs to work. It just has to work. So that's what's so frustrating about it is that is brought up as if direct evidence for the globe. That's like it's terrible for the globe. Doesn't work at all. They claim refraction, but don't actually use refraction equations or variables. They don't even use like temperature and pressure. They don't even.
No, my stream's still up and running, Brad, but it's good to see you. Thank you for coming.
Is that Roger, did I hear?
Yes, that's me.
All of the words that Witsit and Fakatzoid is saying are just blurring to one at this point.
Me?
Yeah, Roger, how you doing?
Pardon me.
Ah, beautiful. What's the movie for tonight, sir?
Butterfly Effect. We've got The Chosen, two episodes of Chosen, then the Butterfly Effect. Now I've got to do Butterfly Effect 2 and 3 throughout the weekend as well. I don't think I'll do both like 2.
Wait, there was a Butterfly Effect 2 and 3?
2.
Flat out, aren't we?
Yeah, we've got to be all on his way.
There you go.
Premium guy.
I don't care what you guys are saying.
Empirically
there are ad blockers. Yeah, I got one of those.
claiming like actual refraction, right? They're using empirically derived angle measurement corrections, and they're using.
No, I'm not grifting. I'm literally just using the platform for what it's meant to be for.
Yeah, I wouldn't say that.
Let's put it this way:
Flatzoid is grifting.
Is someone stupid if someone, let's say,
like, am I grifting?
Let's say you need a car, and someone decides, "Hey, I want to bless you with a car."
300
Is
seconds.
it stupid to say, "No, I don't want to accept your car just because you're giving it to me"? I'll rather go and just not accept it and do something else. Do you think that's a clever thing, or should you just accept it because it was gifted to you?
Oh,
I should accept it.
Yeah. Okay.
If it's given with a
Hey,
with a
I
kind
want
heart,
to.
of course.
Robbie Davison in the chat from Celebrate Truth, the ex-organizer of the Flat Earth International Conference and one of the awesome ex-Flat Earthers. I want to welcome you to the channel, Robbie. This is the first time you've been here, and thank you for popping by. And he has just launched a 24/7 live stream. Features a lot of great videos. I might even see myself. Keep up the good work. Let's have a quick look at that, Robbie.
What a
I think
shocker.
this is the 24/7 live
Sometimes,
stream.
when the stars
Oh,
on
look,
the
it's
dome
me.
align just right, we get a glimpse into the inner workings of the Flat Earth workflow. A chance to see what actually happens in the extremely rare event that they actually do any real work to try and demonstrate or calculate anything they speak.
That's quite funny. I go straight onto it and I'm on there. God, that was 6 years ago. Jesus. Eclipse Chris became a member. Welcome to Scrappers. Thank you. That adds 3 minutes back to the timer. Guys, do me a favor. Go and subscribe to Celebrate Truth. Because he actually found the truth.
Yeah. No, let's do another scenario. What happens if you go and give a service to someone? Like, let's say you mow someone's lawn for pay. And then they moan that they have to pay you for giving the service that you're doing. Who's in the wrong there? The one moaning or the one that literally is doing the service?
That's just business.
So I want to ask you guys something. Am I doing a service here?
Hey, Robbie, as you're in the chat, I want to ask you a question. What's your thoughts now about what Logan Paul did? Right? I mean, I know at the time you were probably quite pissed off, you know, your conference and everything, but do you see the humor behind it now? Like, you get why... I mean, I'm no fan of Logan Paul, don't get me wrong. But Robbie, you know, how do you feel about what happened with Logan Paul now? And Mark Sargent storming off and stuff. Honestly, what's your thoughts?
Of course.
Yeah.
I'm presenting entertainment for these trolls, am I not?
Yeah. What would they be doing otherwise?
Yeah. I mean,
they're here. I'm whining about it. So there you go.
Why would you watch someone you don't like every night?
I mean, I get PayPals here and there, but I mean, nobody can call me a grifter. I mean, I
no, but that's what I'm saying. I'm literally doing this because of the trolls. I'm making a point.
It actually costs me to go streaming. It costs me. We're paying for streaming or not.
Yeah, exactly. Me too. It costs me money to do this, guys. I have to pay for internet.
Bruce,
I have to pay for electricity. I have to pay for restream. Come on. This isn't free, guys.
Cost me money.
The Ironworks doesn't want to watch commercials. He sent a super chat.
Yeah. Thank you, Ironworks, for your super chat. He says these trolls have nothing better to do. Trolls bring nothing but works. There's a reason I'm trying to say for the
He's not paying. I'm putting out
80% of everything.
Go reviewing the debate videos.
Because of trolls hijack dollars a month.
Verify that and that money back to lend.
I'm living today, so.
I just want to point out debatable details.
I got that locked
in planar geometry to do
Finally. I do not want to just hear them waffle. Like, that's painful.
So, you know, celestial navigation is not good for the globe at all.
All right, thank you, Us. Jaren, did you want to address this one?
Yeah, I just,
I'm buying a power grifter, he says.
Saying that the 69 miles per degree doesn't work, but if that's the case, then we wouldn't have your latitude lines, which are all over the Earth. Wherever you live right now, you have a latitude. The reason you have that latitude is it's the angle from where you're at to the pole star.
Yeah. Which requires a flat Earth. You literally didn't listen to a word that Jaren What's just said.
Okay, everybody needs to make sure they watch Will Duffy's new video, which I covered earlier. We did a live viewing of it, which debunks what Flatsoid just said there. Hey, Robbie, I can appreciate that. Right, so I asked Robbie what he felt about Logan Paul, and he says, with all my conferences, I wanted all to be welcomed, even if they wanted to be laughed at. Even if they wanted to laugh at all. Looking back at the mockumentary now, it's pretty funny, to be honest. Yeah. All right. Robbie, I like that. I like that you can see the humor in what happened, right? Because it was fucking funny. That was the only funny thing that Logan Paul's ever done.
Man, this is getting I keep on saying Jaren Witzer because they both... Oh.
Yeah.
Jaren. Maybe listen to what it says in future before answering, because you're literally making him have to repeat himself.
You know what Jaren's using? He's using that Mercator and the equator from the 69 miles per nautical miles. That's what he's going by the Mercator as an absolute. That's why they quote that 69 mile crap. Nautical miles, sorry.
Well, guys, this has been an incredible stream. I started like 19 hours ago, really, which is mental, right? And when I started, there was a 45-minute timer. And then we broke time. Because 19 hours later, there's still 2 minutes on the timer. I love doing these streams with you. They're absolutely incredible for me. I have a lot of fun. I hope you guys get entertainment out of it as well. Punishing me, not letting me sleep and all that jazz. I love this job more than anything. I haven't got around to doing the videos because I didn't realize that this would go on so long. So that is something that I'll be doing over the next couple of days, is getting the first couple of episodes of the new version of Flerfs Are Idiots recorded. And we're going to get this channel back up and running the way it should be. From the bottom of my heart, guys, the support, I can never say thank you enough. The Trying Scotsman's gifted a membership, taking it back up to 4 minutes. Yeah. I just can't say thank you enough. Oh, Mark sends it back up to, never mind. I was about to finish. Right, well, in that case, I need to use the toilet. Excuse me. Fucking joking. Right. I'll be back in just 2 minutes then. Nope. Wrong one. That one.
The law rings
2
up
minutes.
to
See you in a
make
sec.
no sense. Perseverance. Who cares what words? I don't make mean, huh? The law, I don't like your words, so I pick my favorite words. What's real? Non-real. Super contained. Metaverse. First person. Law meta is an angle. Real fake. This is so physical. Hit 'em up, chastise every gun bitch that tries to stop me. Tupac. All humans can do is word salad or make up stuff. Disagree versus agree, Stein, it's not around. He's deaf, another deaf one. You can't hear, LOL, not a ball, it's a tear. Low, no dirt in the middle. Low dirt in the middle. No, 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 no. Low dirt in the middle. No, 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 no. Low dirt in the middle. No, 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 no. Low dirt in the middle. No, 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 no. Low, no legs up to make no sense. Perseverance, who cares what words? I don't make mean, huh? Low, I don't like your words, so I pick my favorite words. What's real? Non-real, super contained, metaverse, first person. Low, meta is an angle, real fake. Is it so physical? Hit 'em up, chastise every gun bitch that tries to stop me. Tupac, all humans can do is word salad or make up stuff. Disagree versus agree, it's not around. He's deaf, another deaf one. He can't hear, LOL, not a ball, it's a tear. Low, dirty middle. Low, dirty middle. No, 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 no. Low, dirty middle. No, 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 no. Low, dirty middle. No, 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 no. Low, dirty middle. No, 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 no. Low, dirty middle. To make no sense. Perseverance. Perseverance, who cares what words? I don't make mean, huh? Low, 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 I don't like your words, so I pick my favorite words. What's real? Non-real, super contained, metaverse, first person. Low, meta is an angle, real fake. Low, dirty middle, no, 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 no. Low, dirty middle, no, 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 no. Low, dirty middle, no, 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 no. Low, dirty middle, no, no.
Yeah, Robbie Davison in the chat says that he is so happy that he got out of the Flat Earth cult. It took 10 years, but he is thankful for the final experiment and Jaren's honesty. Yes, Magical Cat Girl, I did.
So
one more
clearly,
right.
everywhere is mapped, everywhere is correct. And if we take the distances between those lines, we will figure out that it's 69 miles for every single degree. And if you times that by 360, you get 24,901. So I don't know where you would ever start thinking that, oh no, it doesn't, they don't actually use it because of refraction. And when it gets close, we're not talking about that. Everybody's latitude is known, and it's their angle to the pole star. That's how we...
Angle to the pole star. Elevation angle. Welcome to Flat Earth.
The Earth is not measured flat. The Earth is measured curved. The Earth is measured curved.
Well, welcome back. Have you ever been here in the first place?
Yeah, I think he has somewhat. I think he's doing this for the money, like I said.
Of
But
course, he thinks he knows it's flat. He knows it's flat.
Yeah, but when you lose
licking
Polaris,
bits
you
its
can't
beard.
use those latitudes. You have to go off other stars. They couldn't.
Excuse me.
That's as far as they can go to the equator. That's as far as you can see the North Pole, right? Yeah. So that's where it stops. That doesn't mean that the angles change further out and go around to the end of a ball or any kind.
Wow.
Map the Earth. So again, for it not to work would be that you have people where they're not actually at. But we know that anybody who's at 37 degrees, go out tonight and measure the angle to Polaris. It will be 37 degrees. That's what it will be. And the other thing is, are you trying to use the Nathan Oakley line that we can't measure angles from a curved baseline? Is that what you kind of are saying something close to that, but I can't tell if it's what you're trying to say is the same thing? When you're saying that we, okay.
No, but the actual extension of the baseline is a problem for the globe. The actual accurate
Why is
extension
it?
of it.
Yeah, because I don't think that's what they're actually taking it for.
Again, the fact that the baseline is extended through to the center of the Earth is not a problem for the globe. It makes sense on the globe.
Right, because like if I were to ask you, if I went outside my house, if the Earth was a sphere or if it was flat, would I have the same outside my house? Be identical, right? There'd be no way. There'd be
Real
nothing
quick, I'm sorry to interrupt, guys, but
What?
And then
I don't get it.
Did I just hear Austin say he doesn't agree that you require horizontal?
Toe Fungus £5 says, I woke up and the first thing I hear is spit shitting for Catzoid. Thanks for the brain damage. Well, thank you for the minute added to the timer.
Horizontal baseline for elevation angles.
Go back.
Robbie Davison, Celebrate Truth says, come over to the channel anytime. I'm running a lot of videos in my new 24-hour live stream to help wake a few more up and get out of the flat earth cult. Cheers. Pleasure, Robbie. I am glad you came, and I will absolutely promote you on my channel. And Robbie, please, you and I, let's have a chat about being an ex-flat earther. I would love to do that for you.
Back a little bit. Just want to rehear it.
But he is claiming that the extension of the angle is the issue. So, Austin, that's a hypocritical contradiction, because to have that extension, you require the baseline to be flat in the first instance. No flat baseline, you can't have the extension.
So this is the bigger globe. That's what we're going.
The baseline is not the surface of the Earth. Never has been, never will be.
For now. You get it?
So,
yeah.
Why is it that Austin's literally just like almost trying to act like,
Why can't he say Austin? Why does he say Austin?
For Globy kind of thing now. And Jaron's trying to act like flat earther in this debate too.
Weird. Yeah, but I think this is what they're going by, a bigger ball, because the extension could curve past that point. That's what they're saying, almost. It's
but just listen to what he's saying. Look what Jaron's asking him, and look what he's answering.
Trying to say is the same thing. When you're saying that we, okay.
No, but the actual extension of the baseline is a problem for the globe. The actual accurate extension of it.
Yeah, because I don't think that's what they're actually taking it for, right? Because like if I were to ask you, if I went outside my house, if the Earth was a sphere or if it was flat, would I have the same outside my house? Be identical, right? There'd be no way. There'd be
Real
nothing.
quick, I'm sorry to interrupt, guys, but it looks like it shows that the webinar is about to end in 4 minutes. Is there a way that we can extend it, or will it automatically turn off?
I don't think it should automatically turn off, but I'm gonna try to check it. Yikes.
So yeah, he literally just agreed with Jaron.
Great organization there. Good job.
Because Jaron's claiming that you
guys, please go and check out Celebrate Truth on YouTube. I watched this video the other day, and 100% you guys need to watch it.
you can't have a for an angle. You can't.
See you later, Alexis. Thanks for hanging around, my friend.
You can have a curved adjacent. That's impossible.
Thank you, Robbie.
You cannot have a curved adjacent for an angle measurement. An angle is literally two straight lines or rays meeting.
Toe Fungus became a member. Thank you very much.
At a vertex. That you can't
turn off, but I'm gonna try to check it. Yikes.
So yeah, he literally just agreed with Jaren. Because Jaren's claiming that you can't have a for an angle, you can't have a horizontal baseline. You can have a curved adjacent. That's impossible.
He's not saying that in the slightest. Toe Fungus gifted 5 memberships, taking it back up to 25 minutes. I was just about to fucking stop. I was like a minute away. Hey ho, guess not.
Cannot have a curved adjacent for an angle measurement. An angle is literally 2 straight lines or rays meeting at a vertex. Literally the opening of that angle. Let me draw.
The surface of the Earth is not the adjacent.
And we're not talking about a tangent either. We're talking about a straight angle. Yeah.
Yeah. I can't believe I actually draw this out again.
Yeah, then was already on about
Okay. An angle requires 2 straight lines.
Yeah.
Okay. That means if those lines are not straight, the base is not straight, you're not going to have the same angle measurement. This is the same angle measurement no matter how far distance you take it out.
Yep.
Yeah.
Always gives the same angle.
Yeah.
Okay?
Go the other
Yeah, and this line here is not the surface of the Earth.
direction, you're going to have the same problem too.
Yeah.
Now the problem these guys have, if you have this and you have a curve adjacent,
but that's not
every angle is different. This angle measurement's different than that one, it's different than that one, it's different than that one. All these angles are different.
Every step.
That's not
the
an
dumb it
angle.
burns. It actually hurts.
You know, if you do math like that, you won't find your position.
Thank
to
you,
be
Toe Fungus.
exact.
I really appreciate it,
You'll
mate.
never know what the angle is because it literally has to be 2 straight lines. Those 2
So what's
straight
the-
lines meet at a vertex. So that
It's
means
like
that vertex angle measurement will always be a straight along those 2 rays.
Yeah.
If you have a curved ray, you can't have a measurement angle.
Well, he's right. You can't get an angle when the surface is curved like that. You need to put a tangent to it. But the surface, or the baseline that you use to make the angle is not the surface of the Earth. So it doesn't matter. That means the adjacent is not curved.
Oh, they're lost because of it.
That's it. DD, it has to be a horizontal when taking elevation angle because it's in relevance to the ground. It's in relevance to the horizon.
It's in relevance.
So what happens is when you have
You're
the
just making up new
star
words now.
measurement, that angle is relevant to eye level to the horizon. So your eye level is what sets that base of horizontal to the star. And because that star literally has to be on the same GP as you as the observer, it means the Earth cannot curve underneath you. So no, the baseline cannot curve. The baseline has to be straight, horizontal.
And it is. It's a fucking tangent. I can't wait for the penny to drop for these people one day because they can't go their entire life being this dumb, right? Sorry, one sec. Oh.
Horizontal. Flat.
Matt Hooks has been a member for 37 months and says, "Come on, everyone, we
and
keep
Wesley,
Craig
you
going
can't
for a while
use
yet. Get going with those memberships. I can still see some grey names in the chat. Sorry, Craig. No, it's okay. I'll go to sleep in 20 minutes. Thank you."
Geometry in this process, you will not find an exact longitude or latitude. Horizontals are parallel, all of them.
No, they're not.
They don't curve.
This is the rebuttal again, guys.
You're wrong.
You're wrong. I got it.
Wow, that's brilliant.
What's the point?
The rebuttal is you're retarded because you think the baseline is the surface of the Earth, and that's just not true.
Taking the time to write that, to type that. Just type back fast. No, I'm not.
But he's saying you're above.
Oh, you're
the
so
level
funny,
of Earth.
PJ.
Yeah. Level.
Okay.
What's your definition of level, Wesley?
Okay, let's quickly do this for the people. The angle of elevation is the angle formed between a horizontal line of sight and the line of sight to an object that is above
a horizontal line of sight. Now, let's look at the bottom line there. Is that the surface of the Earth, or is it imaginary?
the horizontal. In simple terms, it's the angle you look up from when viewing something above you. This is literally... There we go.
Is that a hypotenuse?
That's an elevation angle. That's literally what you look at when looking at a star. So when they measure...
And do me a favor, Flats. Point out here, which bit is the surface of the Earth? Ow.
Latitude, or calculate latitude, the measurement is an elevation angle towards Polaris from the observer. That adjacent is literally the same plane. The GP of the star has to lie on the same plane of the observer. If you are claiming it is on a globe, it won't lie on the same plane. It will
No,
have
it doesn't
a new
lie on the
zenith,
same plane.
and therefore you cannot complete.
There is an imaginary line between you and the GP of the star. Imaginary. It's not real. It's a line of sight.
Complete the triangle. You cannot complete the trigonomic function.
Don't pretend you know how
That's
to do
it.
trigonometry.
Second is a thing, man.
Yeah, and you've no idea how to do it.
And the only difference that you could have in that reference would be an elevation profile, correct? That'd be the only, you can go above or below the horizon. It can drop or it can raise, but it's the horizontal still the 0 point, right? Doesn't curve around.
Wesley, the link is literally above. But remember, like I told Brenda, this is not a debating stream. This is a reviewing stream.
Yeah, so get on with reviewing
Besides,
it.
last time you came in, we showed how dumb you were. No triangle.
I bet that didn't happen.
Literally, Sekatoa is a triangle, Wesley.
Sokotoa is not a triangle.
Well, no triangle. Literally, Sekatoa is a triangle, Wesley.
Guys, there you have it. Sokotoa is a fucking triangle, apparently.
The trigonomic function is a triangle. Don't try and do McToon's rubbish because you're going to be sadly embarrassed.
You have been destroyed by MC Toon many times.
Okay, let's carry on.
If anyone else is in here and can help at the same time, that'd be great. I'm gonna go try to change it.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh my goodness, the pressure's on. We technically could start another one, but that would be really lame.
Can I pee?
4 hours. Save.
Oh.
Did it change? Yeah. I think we're good.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
So he only set his summit up for like 4 hours. That was dumb. Mr. E-Man says, Flerfs are humbly proud of how well they do algebra. Oh, they're so humble about it as well. So humble. Yeah, the angle's a hypotenuse, guys. Remember that.
So, but if we went outside
We've
my
got
house,
another minute on this, and we'll move on.
Thank you. So if I
What just
I did
happened?
that personal.
I do that a lot.
What happened?
another minute on this, and we'll move on.
Thank you. So if I
Oh, it wasn't me. I didn't do anything.
if the Earth are sphere, correct?
Let's try this.
I do that a lot.
I have no idea.
We are all Goggle
Okay,
Frinchins gifted
let's
a
try this
membership,
again.
taking us back up to 15 minutes. Thank you very much, my
Not
friend.
change if the Earth was flat or
You
sphere,
can't?
correct?
Can you stop it
Of
now?
the size that they say.
Wait, what did you say?
So in my front yard, if the Earth was sphere or if it was flat, would that change my front yard? If the
No.
Earth was okay, so then we can take angles to stars from quote unquote curved baselines because it wouldn't make a difference one way or the other. You're using the latitude. You're using the tangent, which is technically the flat Earth.
Well, we're technically, like, if you want to ask technically, you know, like on the smallest, most imaginable scale ever, our front yards would be different technically, but practically,
but I'm talking about
practically.
Okay. Sorry, let's go back to paint again.
This is pedantic as hell, isn't it? It's like, Jesus. In my front yard,
Paint
this
is like the
Home
most
Depot
advanced
Earth,
thing they've ever used.
It's really literally what he's doing. He's smoking
Okay.
some crack.
Let's quickly show Jaren why it won't work on a globe. You guys ready for this? Okay, this is your globe.
Yeah.
Sure, I've never
Okay.
seen this before.
All right, guys, if you have one,
This is a star.
this
the
is
star
necessary.
you are observing. This is the observer standing on the top of your globe. Hey, let's look out towards the star. Now, let's put out the tangent they want. Okay, you got your tangent out.
That's not a tangent.
Can anybody point to me where the zenith of the star is? Okay, we got the zenith of the observer here. Okay, correct?
Oh my god.
Where's the zenith of the star?
In space, dude. In space.
This way, correct?
Yeah.
Right. So the tangent would like be going down here. Right? Not along there. That's not a tangent. That's actually looking up into the fucking sky. Flatsoid doesn't know what a tangent is, guys.
Yeah.
So the zenith of the star is not this way.
No.
What's that? Is that a triangle?
Oh.
Which you literally have to make a 90 degree, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
You have to measure. In other words, this would be, let's say, 90.
There's no triangles in celestial
This
navigation,
should
dude.
be
Okay.
a measured 45. What does that mean? Oh, this is also a measured 45. Why? Because the internal sum of the triangle sits to
Give me one sec.
100.
Emma, I thought you were making me coffee. Sorry, the wife made me some coffee. Coffee? We are 11 minutes and 50 seconds left to go.
180. That's how you're going to work out how far you are away from the star. Now, let's do it this way. Now, let's say you don't have the 90. What angle is this, guys? Oh, you don't know.
Sure.
Got
No,
no
you
idea.
understand? The problem is,
My
if you're
bad. Hold on.
standing here looking up,
Mhm.
that is a 90 degrees. But this isn't a 90,
No.
to the observer.
No.
So, in other words, it doesn't work.
It works if you do it properly. But you don't know what a tangent is. You fucking talking monkey. Oh, I did it again. I'm sorry, talking monkeys. My bad.
It's like an imaginary line into nothing. That doesn't work. No.
It's really idiotic that they think that a tangent would work. The reason they move to the center of Earth, aka have Hell's angles, is because they need to duplicate that angle to give
hold on.
the star
The Catsoid has responded.
a actual.
Right, I'm arranging the Flatsoid Jaren debate. Right, let's do it. Yes! Flatsoid and Jaren debate is going to happen.
92 completed the triangle. Why? Because they need the Earth to be flat to make the measurement.
Yeah, I was going to say, remember, Wesley, when I asked if you were drawing a chord line to the center of the Earth to get the radius to begin with? That's exactly what you guys do. That's a pre-assumption. Now, if you just use that horizontal line that you're actually measuring, you won't get that at all.
Rachbot, you know that the DMs for my OnlyFans is where you get to see that stuff, okay? Guys, I actually have an OnlyFans. I'm not kidding. Like, I genuinely have one where I get naked all the time. You should check it out. Am I being serious? Who knows?
Oh, you don't even need that chord to the Earth. That's how you get your assumed radius. That's how the globe was made, dude. But it was made with flat Earth elevation angles to begin with.
Nope, because the Earth is measured curved.
That's the whole point of this, exactly. So when people come, oh look, he's just wrong. Wow, brilliant, man.
Toe Fungus
Great
£5
remarkable.
says, feel free to insult the talking monkeys. Just let us insulting Toe Fungus.
We're taking an angle
Toe
to
Fungus is way smarter than Flerfs.
Technically, but like practically, no. But the issue is that we utilize an extension of a horizontal baseline. And again, when we actually take these angles and they don't match, we have to make corrections. And what does the globe claim? The globe claims refraction, but do they actually account with refraction formulas? No, they don't take temperature and pressure and make the corrections. They actually take strictly height, strictly angles, and planar geometry to make the corrections. So
those corrections are based on the almanac's updated versions, though, Austin. You just have to point that out. They do change it yearly because the positions of the stars change. Do you know that?
So the question now, guys, is, am I being serious about my OnlyFans? You're all wondering, aren't you? Hey? Yes, for Catsoid. The positions of the stars change, and the almanacs get updated, so the people that Celestial navigate based on the globe don't get lost. Yeah, but he drew it at the wrong point. He drew the tangent from the person's feet, which is wrong, right? The tangent should be from their eyes down to the horizon, right? All right, let me demonstrate what I mean. I'm gonna crack out paint. Okay, so Flatsoid did this. All right, he's got the ball, and he's got the person here, right? And then his tangent was this person at their feet. But that's not how it works, right? The tangent is from their eye level to the horizon. Not from their feet straight out. Because you don't look at the world with your feet. So when Flatsoid drew the tangent here, he was wrong about the position of the tangent from the perspective of the person doing the measurement. That's why when you've got like star up here, right, and then that's the GP, and then you have those lines, right, and you apply the dip correction here to get what it is. I'm an artist. Wouldn't you just, Rachbot?
That. Yeah. So in other words, they aren't exactly where it would have been before. So you have to make corrections to know exactly where the GP sits. That's why, let's say you measure a star at 38 degrees this year. Next year, measuring that same star at 38 degrees.
Mark says that my latest is already up on Pornhub. How did it get leaked there? My OnlyFans is on a paywall. I mean, I don't have an OnlyFans.
Could mean you're in a different position.
See you later, Insta man.
That's why you have to correct to know where you actually are. The corrections are there to make it more accurate. If you don't take corrections, you can't make it accurate position.
Well, they want to know what the elevation of the North Pole is. It's 420 feet above sea level, according to Wikipedia. So that doesn't change anything at all.
Actually, make it work. You have to make the Earth flat on top of acting like it's flat, on top of measuring like it's flat, and then you claim that's the proof it's a globe.
You don't act like it's flat, and you don't measure it flat.
Those things are just start treating it like a sphere when we don't even notice that. You would treat it like it's flat. With a
and they debunks himself again. Yeah, treat it like it's flat, but believe it's a globe.
The fact that you morons think he's debunking himself is extremely funny. Right. So it looks like it's going to happen. Looks like we will get Flatzoid versus Jeranism, right? And I'm going to host it. Oh my god. It's going to be amazing.
Jaren.
The usual.
Keep going. Yeah, there you go.
The usual.
I'm gonna treat my Chevy like it's a Ferrari.
It might start going faster.
Yeah. I'm just gonna believe it's a Ferrari. It might look like a Chevy, but it's actually a Ferrari, guys.
See if you can get 180 out of it tomorrow. Eh?
Yeah.
So
I should probably call up. I should probably call up the Ferrari mechanic workshop and say, when are you guys going to service my car? And they say, okay, what model do you have? No, it's probably a Testarossa, and then I show up there with a Chevy Captiva. I think they're going to laugh at me.
A little bit.
I think I need to do a video called Flat Earthers versus Analogies, because they don't get them.
Yeah. So Jaren, when Jaren says, well, we observe it flat, but we actually think it's a globe, you literally sound retarded.
So if it was actually a sphere of that size, wouldn't we actually just treat it as a sphere of that size?
Well, right. That's what I was thinking. It's like, well, that's the problem. We don't observe what they're saying the size of the spheroid Earth is. Yeah.
Quite crazy.
The dumb burns. It really does. It really, really, really fucking burns. Right, guys. Time for the stream to be done. Been going for 20 hours. 20-hour stream. I'd say that's pretty good. It's a pretty good stream. And it's all thanks to you. I want to thank everyone from the bottom of my heart for the support you've given. I want to thank Borg. I want to thank Rubix. I want to thank Rachbot for coming on and helping me do the review. Toefungus, the XP is basically you chat and you super chat and it gives you XP. It's simple as that. I hope you've enjoyed the 20-hour stream, guys. I certainly have. Doing this for you is the best thing in the world. Like I am one of the luckiest people that is alive with the job that I get to do. And never fucking mind, because Mark's back in. Look at me getting ready to finish. What a fucking idiot I am. Never mind, guys. I I'm like, it's 60 seconds to go. And Mark's like, fuck you. You do realise that means more for Catzoid, right? Right? If that number goes up, we watch more of him. I'm just saying. Oh, and Toe Fungus gifted 5 memberships. That's up to 30 minutes. Oh, well. No sleep for Craig. Do need a quick pee, though. Back in 2 minutes.
Yo, it's Whitson. Gets it. Step into the mic, bro. Talking flat earth. Get ready for the hype, bro. Ace algebra in school, honors too, bro. Gravity's a lie, yeah, I'm in the zone, bro.
Oh, and
Electrostatics, that's the real deal, bro. They say the earth's the globe, but that ain't right, bro. I'm the best flat earth debater, bro. Humbly, opposition ain't on my level, so, but let's not get too technical, bro. This is so funny. You're getting crushed, bro. I'm schooling you, bro. You are literally losing the debate, bro. You are so out of your league, bro. This is so funny. You're getting crushed, bro. I'm schooling you, bro. You are literally losing the debate, bro. You are so out of your league, bro. Our model, though, not defined in full, bro, is superior. Your model's falsified, bro. Van de Graaff generator, electrostatics amaze, bro. Made objects change weight, just a phase, bro. 100 volts per meter electric field, you know, bro. Flipped it with 400,000 volts, whoa. Small things floated, defying gravity like totally, bro. Next I'll rub a cat to a brick to show. This is so funny. You're getting crushed, bro. I'm schooling you, bro. You are literally losing the debate, bro. You are so out of your league, bro. This is so funny. You're getting crushed, bro. I'm schooling you, bro. You are literally losing the debate, bro. You are so out of your league, bro. MC Tune and Globers, you can't deny, bro. Witsit gets it's here to testify, bro. Most times I don't remember you exist, yo. I'm the flat earth king, you better believe it so. Moon phases are like a magnetic cycle, bro. Center of a ferrocell, image magnets glow, bro. Charge up and down, etherically displaced, yo. Kinematic equivalence explains it all somehow, bro. It might sound tough, but let's skip details, yo. You might believe I have an amplitude for math, ho. It's all just a lot of salad in my words, yo. Words, yo, words, yo. This is so funny. You're getting crushed, bro. I'm schooling you, bro. You are literally losing the debate, bro. You are so out of your league, bro. This is so funny. You're getting crushed, bro. I'm schooling you, bro. You are literally losing the debate, bro. You are so out of your league, bro. And what happened is they brought in Einstein to totally save their physics redefined, to flip physics all on its head, bro, to keep Earth moving around the sun, you know. And in the magnetic torus field, I say the path of planets fits perfectly, yo. This is so funny. You're getting crushed, bro. I'm schooling you, bro. You are literally losing the debate, bro. You are so out of your league, bro. This is so funny. You're getting crushed, bro. I'm schooling you, bro. You are literally losing the debate, bro. You are so out of your league, bro. If this debate was a rap battle, I would have totally won, bro.
Again, I know it's AI, but I fucking love it. Hello, Dave McKeegan. How you doing, my friend? No, you're right. There's not enough bros. That is very true. Right. So I was about 25 seconds away from finishing this stream. But no, you guys don't like FTFE. You don't want to let FTFE go to sleep. Or see his family. Hug his children. Kiss his wife. Perform for his OnlyFans. There's no OnlyFans, I'm lying. So instead, I'm going to punish you guys by making you watch Flatzoid with me. Yes! Flatzoid and Jaren are both up for it. Nice! Right, 1 second. Okay. He's down. I'm just checking with both of them what their availability is. Boom. Guys, this is going to be the most epic thing ever. Oh my god. I don't think you understand how excited I am about hosting that debate between Jaren and Flatzoid. It's going to be the best thing in the world. Oh my god. I'm not excited. You're excited. Hey, Planet Walk, by the way, your thing has worked perfectly. The only thing you need to work on for it is to make it automatically count the and increase for the super chats as well. Like, I would like it to, if possible, be able to calculate when all the super chats come in and whatever currency it is, it says, right, so every £10 worth of super chats, it adds a minute as well. But I know there might, problems with conversions and stuff. But if you can do that, that would be even more amazing. You absolutely awesome person, you Planet Walk. Fucking, you're incredible. I'm so happy that I've known Planet Walk during, her career on YouTube that I've been part of. Watching her develop from who she was to who she is now. The confidence that she displays, and frankly, the energy that she gives off in such an incredible way is something that I'm very proud to say that this person is my friend. Hello, Emma. You cunt.
A tangent. But I just have one question. You said again that if they have to make adjustments. Nobody's making adjustments to their latitude, right? I mean, if I'm 37 degrees because that's my angle to the pole star. There's no adjustment.
Right, 1 sec. Emma, come here for 1 sec. All right, Furniture Plus will be here between 1 and 3.
To that. Nobody's adjusting that.
There's no adjustment to that. Why do you think the adjustments are done in almanacs?
The almanacs that give the adjustments based on the globe. Oh, I fucking wonder.
You don't need an almanac, guys. So according to Jaren, you never need an almanac. You can just look at the star. It's how high it is. So therefore, you don't need an almanac. Oh my word. That is a very ignorant.
Emma's complaining there's not been enough naked
statement
Craig.
to make, Jaren.
A little bit.
If anybody gets, please, I mean, I would like to hear somebody tell me that there's a location on the Earth that's off by more than 1 degree. I don't think that's even possible. Like, you're telling me that there's somebody at 47.
Now, bit of vanity, bit of flexing here, but I was a big old fatty, right? But now look at this. Not a fatty anymore. Now I'm going to put my clothes back on now, Emma. I hope that was good for you. Did you come? Okay, cool.
1 degrees that measures the angle to the Polaris and it's 53 degrees? No.
No.
Well,
no.
No, what I'm saying, there is no refraction getting in the way of our latitude, and our latitude lines are a certain distance away from each other, and if you measure those out, they equal to the 24,901.
Emma says for €2, oh yes, baby. Just like that.
So I get that you're saying, oh, that's just some arbitrary math. Well, no, it's not, because we have the Earth mapped. So
Okay,
if
but longitude and latitude is
Thanks,
how is that?
You're literally saying you have the Earth mapped by basing a what? An optical measurement to a star using elevation angles.
Yes,
which
Rachel, I
requires
know.
a flat Earth.
And there's refraction that is involved with the stars too. There's an incident change between there, and they make up for it in their math too, but they have to get rid of their terrestrial refraction to do this.
No, they don't. Terrestrial refraction is just the refraction you get on Earth. You fucking retards.
They have to flatten it all out. Yeah. Then you have to go back and calculate it. The
Mark
other way,
W says he
just
got
to get
one
the
off.
Observed location of the star.
Look, I get naked just for you guys. I hope you like it.
How was that accomplished? It was reverse engineered from observations of the sky, right? And then they actually
When you would
apply
ever do.
correction. They apply correction angles over long distances. Didn't actually go physically measure anything. They do calculative corrections over long distances, right? That's what they do. This is where we go all the way back to what we were talking about earlier, which is like, well, how are we actually seeing? Because you're presupposing we're seeing in perfectly straight lines infinitely, and that the only reason the stars are changing is because I'm tipping over on a ball, and we actually don't see that. So if I
Yes, we do. We see exactly what we expect to see if we were tipping over on a ball. Emma, for €2, says you're actually enjoying this. Don't you, cunt? Don't you know it?
say the Earth's a plane and we don't see in perfectly straight geometry, it's
Sure, Mark. Next time I'll kiss at the camera for you.
curved visual space. You say, no, actually, we see in perfect straight lines infinitely far, and there's nothing between us and the stars is how we can see it, and they're crazy far away. Like, okay, let's go test it out. Which one matches reality? It's actually the first one, because when we start to get to like 15 or even more degrees close to the horizon, it all begins to get logarithmic and compressed in as if it was converging in curved visual space.
Look at Witsit pretending he knows what the word logarithmic means. Isn't he adorable?
It would not do that. And it's not just refraction, because again, it also, that you're not allowed to use up close to 90. That's where the refraction was supposed to be the least, when you're looking straight up, right? That's what they say. They say you look straight up, there should be basically no refraction.
Lake Titicaca Frog says C.UNT. A new programming language? It's adorable trying to let, like, Witsit pretend he knows what words like logarithmic mean.
Fraction. Yeah, they cannot use close to 90 because, well, if it's curved visual space on both close to 90 and the edge, you would expect there to be an actual logarithmic change.
Yeah, and that's why usually when you do these...
Witsit, where's the muscles on your arm, dude? All I see is a big vein in a place you shouldn't really have a vein. It's got a vein there. No, you get the veins. That's like an injection vein.
Celestial navigation observations, you have what you would call an HO, because that's the true correction. If you don't do a true correction, not going to have a actual distance.
You get lost pretty quick. you get out of
lost
reckoning
very quickly. Sometimes if you don't do the correction.
Dave McKeegan says Witsit knows words. Witsit knows all the best words. I had the best words. I had the best. He's so humble, just like Trump.
You can be like 100 kilometers off.
I think
that's quite detrimental.
Clark was off reckoning in the southern oceans all the time, from what I remember, to be exact, using their longitude and latitude grid for the globe, actually. He was going to go out.
Emma, you and Mark can fight over the kiss, okay?
And prove the globular model wrong, and he went further than he should have. And he was way out of reckoning most of the time. I think it was 40 miles to 20 miles out of reckoning between longitude and latitude on the regular. So
yeah, I know God is.
Their system isn't
taking the piss out of
perfect by any means.
Oh, no.
But they use that global coordinate system. That's why it matches up for their longitude and latitude, especially.
This is just like a chamber of idiots squawking at each other. trying to outdumb each other constantly.
Especially in the north. But when you get to the south, not so much.
Not true.
Change. It wouldn't be a 1-to-1 linear ratio, and that's what we see in reality. And conveniently, they'll never tell you that. We have to go look at the actual manuals and find out, wait a minute, why did they tell me I can't use this? I thought it was super easy, 1 degree per 69 miles. It's not. This makes perfect sense. It's exactly what we expect if visual space is curved. So now we expect it off. It's real simple, like caveman math, let's use straight lines. But, that's what they say.
Yeah. Gentlemen, we need to move on to another question real quick. Casey's asking, I hear ball earthers routinely invoke the argument that flat earthers don't have a map. However, it would seem to require a king's commission for such an undertaking. What kind
Lies! This thing about you must have the king's permission to make a map is just a lie.
kind of assets and costs do you both believe are associated with the creation of map making?
Well,
Jeremy, you go first.
We've already done it. You can make observations of the sun. We know where the tropics are. We know where the equator is. Once you have that, you verify the continent shape, which we've pretty much already done, and the layout, which is pretty much already done. So there is, the reason that they say there's no map is there's no map that matches real-world observations. You can draw a flat Earth map and be happy with it if you want. The A map works for just drawing it, and it actually.
But the guy's argument is, well, I don't know how to do a map, and the king says that you have to get king's permission. I don't know whoever came up with that, but it's a fucking lie.
If you look at Dave's app, it actually kind of shows where the sun would be above for the most part.
Yeah, what king? There's lots of kings.
As long as you don't go too far south. But regardless of that, it might be a king's undertaking, but it would be fruitless because we've already mapped the Earth. And so...
Who's this we?
I know.
Humanities. Homo sapiens. You wouldn't know. You're not part of us.
We already mapped the Earth.
You just became a glober like 6 months ago.
Yeah, but I mean, there is no mapped the Earth.
No.
Cartographers map locally.
So are you saying they're not mapping the Earth? Are you saying that we have not mapped the entire Earth? Yes, we have.
Okay.
Emma, who is a bit of a cunt. No, that's wrong. Emma, who is a mahoosive cunt, has gifted 5 memberships, adding another 15 minutes back to the timer. Pardon me. I'm never going to see my family again, am I? Thank you, cunt.
And they treat that flat, don't they? When they do
yes.
But
Dave McKeegan asked Burger King, and he said it's fine.
Just locally flat,
They kind of like take a...
Guys, I don't know how it's possible, but Glober Mum was just gifted a membership. Rest in peace, Glober Mum. I don't know how it's possible, but hey.
You can say it's like a puzzle piece. They take different maps that's, done using cartography and...
Magical Cat Girl says, will this go for 4 days again? Nah. There's no way. I'm pretty sure that's it at this point. Like, no one else is going to donate. It's been ridiculous so far. And I'm pretty sure that's going to be the end of it. So thank you guys. I really appreciate it.
And then they mush them together. They kind of build a puzzle together. And that's how they make a layout of continents. That's why you constantly see through history, the layouts of the continents do change a bit.
Oh, yeah, they do a lot, actually, if you go from 1700.
What did he just say?
Together, they kind of build a puzzle together. And that's how they make a layout of continents. That's why you constantly see through history, the layouts of the continents do change a bit.
Oh, yeah, they do a lot.
No, they don't. The continents don't change over a couple hundred years. I don't want to be the same species as them.
Actually, if you go from 1700 and up,
they change. So, yeah. Sorry, Mr. Jaron. There's no we mapped the Earth out. That's
yes, there is. Humanity's done it.
Argument you fall on because you don't actually have anything other than trying to push again, a straw man onto a flat Earth, and because your globe is
Flatzoid just did strawmanception by strawmanning what a strawman
is debunked, you need now flat Earth to replace your belief system. We don't need to replace anything. We don't need to become cartographers. We don't need to worry about we don't need a map.
Yes, you do.
All we can do is literally say, dude, check yeah, you made this claim, it's falsified. Deal
But
with
you
it.
haven't falsified
We
it.
don't need to do
Ever.
anything further than that. If you claim it's curved, you say, okay, look, yeah, where's the curve? It's not here. You debunked. If
We show
claim,
you the curve.
Oh, look,
You go,
yeah,
nuh-uh.
the Earth is rotating underneath us. No, it's not. Look at this. It debunked. We don't need to replace. We don't need to make maps just because you want a map. If you want
Yes,
a map,
you
then
do.
go do out and become a.
We've got the maps. We don't need to do it because we have the maps. We have the globe. The entire Earth's been mapped out. But if you guys are saying that the Earth is flat, then the burden and the onus is on you to make an accurate map that represents the positions of the continents on the planet. Or the pancake world. Wherever the fuck it is.
cartographer and try and map the Earth out if you really want to.
I don't think he has the resources. Neither do
No
I.
one does. No one does. That's the whole point of this.
Well, the governments are happy with the globe. That's more likely what they're going to try to cling into. So.
Yeah, it's based on control.
I wonder if he's going to continue doing his NASA debunk stuff.
No, because he knows the Earth is a globe and that NASA haven't been lying. Not once has any space denier ever been able to show how NASA lied. Excuse me, I need to adjust my balls. Women will never understand the hassle of sitting down when you're a man.
He does play it because I think I did saw something where he was like debating McKeegan on the moon landing things.
Yeah. Okay.
So he's still going to use probably some of his flat Earth stuff.
Yeah, I can show you, Wesley, if you ever do an equal elevation angle. They do that when they do celestial navigation. They use 90s the whole way up and down. The only reason they do that because sea levels and topography get in the way. You can't get a level exact measurement. You have to go above you to get it. That doesn't.
Well, again, those were all fucking words. It's so funny listening to them, like they're pretending they know what they're talking about. It's cute.
Make the Earth curve. They don't do curved 90s to that angle. You know.
Let me just see. I want to quickly get something up for this guy. It's amazing that the same people always want to.
I'm not tired. You're tired.
Say we're wrong and stuff. Just can't take 2 minutes to just go through a channel and just look at the content. You know what I mean? It's quite sad, don't you guys think?
We go through your channel and look at the content, and our brain gets very sad.
I think we're getting ready to show you, Wesley, if you just hang on a minute. Yeah, when you're at sea, Mr. Jingles, they go.
Yep. Sorry, just talking to Flatzoid in the background. I asked Flatzoid, hey, what's awesome? I'll get the debate arranged. What's your availability? And his response was, work something out and let me know. That is not an answer to the question, what is your availability? So I've rephrased it as, okay, I'll get back to you. Is there any days, times you cannot do?
They go above themselves and they do an equal elevation angle. That means all parts are equal level.
Mm-hmm.
You ever study celestial navigation, you could figure this out for yourself.
Right. So he says evening, Friday or Saturday. Perfect.
I want to see if it's this one. Sorry, guys, give me 2 minutes. I'm just trying to see if it is this. This is one of them.
Yeah, baby. Who's excited for the debate between Katzoid and Jaren?
Okay, that's the one. While I'm looking for the other one, we can see.
That's a lovely, lovely claim, Mitchell. And I challenge you to find me a citation.
Good lord, look at that fatty with the stupid hair.
From anywhere that says that. If you do find me a citation that says everywhere inside of a circle of equal altitude is flat and level, I'll delete my channel. And I'll also delete Simon Dan's channel.
Wait, what?
They still got channels live.
Oh, so he's going to show me the inside of a circle of equal altitude is flat and level. Let's wait for this. Imagine a pole connected to a flat surface. Yes. That doesn't say that the inside of a circle of equal altitude is flat and level. Yes, that is just an example of what it would be on a flat surface. But in reality, circles of equal altitude are not flat and level. And nowhere there does it say that inside of a circle of equal altitude is flat and level. Emma gifted another membership because she's a cunt. Yes. No, there's absolutely no triangles involved in celestial navigation. That literally wasn't instructions for celestial navigation. And it's also being very, very basic. Of course, we can show you all the actual instructions showing that it's a globe and there's no triangles, but you're just going, nuh-uh. Yeah, there's no triangles in celestial navigation because that is not a representation of how you do celestial navigation. It's a basic premise to get you used to the idea. I wonder why you don't show the rest of that document. I want to try and find that quote that he's using. But what I'll do is I'll just bring this over. Oh, look at that. Oh, no triangles. Nope. Nope. Weird. Right, if someone could, if possible, find me the link to the thing that he is using. And I guarantee the rest of it disagrees with him. Michaela has gifted 5 memberships. Thank you very much. That's another 15 minutes added back. Guys, we were at 20 seconds to finish. See, this is not instructions on how to do celestial navigation.
Got that other one as well.
Why won't you show the rest that shows that that's just a basic concept?
Yeah, that was just hold on, man. I got another one. This is a short. I wonder if I can get.
And by the way, that's the killer soundtrack. Classic.
Why? It's my what's that music? It's on my channel. I got copyrights.
Emma
to that
2 year
music.
says, you're actually enjoying this, don't you, you cunt? Oh, I read that one already.
So, yeah. Yeah.
You take a sight of the sun. You are one.
One sec. Why is that not doing it? What the actual fuck? Oh, right, I don't know. Okay. What is? Have I broken this? I'm confused. Speedbean has gifted another 5 memberships. Thank you very much. Alright, there we go. I don't know what I did to fucking that then. That was weird. Ah, thought I'd find it so I could actually see the thing he's using, but maybe not. Because I have seen this instruction manual he's using, and the next bit shows about globes.
Yeah, another one as well. What's to the
But an arc between you and the point, but usually can be measured to triangle, and it's to 90 measure bar. Take a sight.
How do you get to 90 again? How do you get to 90 again?
quite weird.
No. And then you got to draw a chord line through that
I'm
bulge
trying
of
to
the
find
earth.
the video, but I can't seem to find the specific one I was looking for.
Just get on with it.
Bothering with it.
I mean, the other side of South America. Doesn't anything.
But okay, let's carry on.
Who let the Smurf in?
You're not going to come out with anything. If it's flat, then you would come out with the AE map. I mean, there's no other way. It doesn't matter what you map out. You're not going to get continents into Africa is not going to be on the other side of South America. It doesn't work. It doesn't happen because the sun goes in the order that we know. So therefore, we know the layout of the Earth, and it has been tried on different shapes, and it only works on one. And that's will forever be that way. I've now realized that. There'll never be a way that you can match observations of the what we see with a flat world because the Earth's not flat. So it's unfortunate, by the way.
Austin, would you like to address this one? What kind of assets and costs do you believe are associated with the creation of map making?
Something insane that's impossible to even fathom for one, like free exploration, and then of course in today's day and age, probably lots of money as well. But it's much more about the resources, the amount of people, and the amount of time that it would actually take to do it. It's not particularly realistic. Like, yeah, sure, we have some maps, but they're just maps. This is actually the problem: is people, Jaren, really, you think that there has to be an accurate map of reality, and there will never be one. There will never.
Yes, there does need to be an accurate map of reality. For fuck's sake.
One, there's not even one of the globe. You think the globe is accurate, but you're
No,
correct. The globe,
you're not gonna let you say that.
Wait. The globe is made from a coordinate system. The globe is made from a coordinate system. That's all that it is. You presuppose the actual sphere. Then you're going to look at the sky. You're going to reverse engineer the coordinate system. Then you're going to make the map based on that coordinate system. That's why you're going to always have distortion. It's just a projection, and you can move the center around, and then it changes. Am I
Are you
lagging?
saying the globe? The globe has. You just said that the globe is a projection, or is the globe an actual model of the Earth?
the map's a projection. All the maps are projections.
Yeah, it's quite simple. All the maps are projections.
The globe isn't even used. They don't ever use a globe when they do any navigation. They don't edit.
Well, that's a fucking lie. They use the globe all the time for navigation. Literally, that's how they get places. I think I found his presentation that he uses. Right. Ah, there we go. Right. Found it. So, for Catzoid, was showing this one, right? But then you just go to like the next page. Now. Oh, wait, hold on. Now let's stop. Now, let's make two changes to our situation. Make the pole infinitely tall and make our surface spherical. This is from the same presentation. Now we have something similar to the Earth and the navigational stars. Now our circles look like this. Now we need to relate this concept to the navigation triangle. If we know the altitude of a star is measured using a marine sextant, we can draw a circle of equal altitude of radius equal to the co-altitude, the distance between the GP of the star and our AP. Oh, look at that! No triangles! So, for Catzoid, only used this. Imagine a poll. He just took the first couple of pages and ignored the next bits. All he had to do was go to page 4 instead of stopping on page 3. But flat earthers can't count that high. Matthew Altwit for $5 says, this is one long hour. I swear 4 hours ago it was 1 hour. I know, broke time again. Alfor Afrofire 11, $6.66. Hail Sagan. All hail the Satan and his luminous globe of deceit. I am definitely serious and part of a conspiracy. Well, that actually means I need to add another minute as well. I don't want to. What a liar, eh? I need to make myself something to eat, possibly a protein shake. So I want to give me 2 minutes. Back in 2 minutes.
Yo, 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 it's Roger, man. Packing my bags for the frozen land. Got a fundraiser, keep it tight. Gonna prove the earth tonight. The final test is near. Flatzoids watching, have no fear. He's heading down. He's on his way. A live stream rolling night and day. Marching straight to the South Pole sign, or straight to the dome. It's all divine. Roger swears he'll show the score, keeping it honest across the board. Roger's heading for Antarctic ice. Gonna walk to the wall, won't think twice. Gonna stream the sun as it fades away. Be
the board. They call him clueless, toothless too. Say he just repeats the crew. Follows Flatzoid, step by step. Never had a thought himself. But now's your chance. It's do or die. Prove it flat. Go touch the sky. Roger's heading for Antarctic ice. Gonna walk to the wall, won't think twice. Gonna stream the sun as it fades away. Be the hero of Flat Earth today. Roger led well. The Flerfs so bold. Keeping it honest across the board. But hold up, wait, I smell a trick. The funds he raised, just a tiny bit. If truth is out there, why so cheap? Where's the cash? Where's the fleet? Flatties, send your man to fight. Expose the globe. Prove yourself right. Roger's heading for Antarctic ice. Gonna walk to the wall, won't think twice. Gonna stream the sun as it fades away. Be the hero of Flat Earth today. Roger led well. The Flerfs so bold. Keeping it honest across the board.
I was clever break. Started shaking it and I hadn't closed the lid. Conspiracy Music Studios, everybody, go subscribe.
About the globe, and they take coordinate systems that are based on.
It's an ornament.
Now, my wife's going to the gym. I want to go to the gym.
It's an ornament. It's an ornament.
Austin, just say it, dude. Come on.
Just want to see. Is this one will open? Oh, I have to become a member to read it. I used to be able to.
This is
read
like
the
my
whole
main source
article.
of like
Oh,
nutrients.
I'm not talking
Doctor,
about a map. I'm talking
not
about the globe.
our president is a rapper
The
and
globe
convict.
model with
Been American
3D
58
globe
months.
with some
Says,
people
guess
on this
what?
side, some people on this
What's
side,
that,
some
buddy?
people upside down from the other people. That map, that globe model.
What about it?
Well, because it's
It's made from a coordinate system.
Yeah, that's how you would make it. That's how would you
Do
make
you not get the
Earth?
point though? It's not about how you would make anything. It's like we just make the coordinate system using the sky, reverse engineer it, and then we make the maps based on that. So okay, so you.
Dr. Not, our president is a rape, G rapper and convict. Gifted another 10 memberships, taking it back up another 30 minutes. Guys, I was literally ready to finish. Like 30 seconds away from hitting that final button.
You have to presuppose it again. You have to reify and affirm.
Sure, but that's what you do. If you're going to test things, you presuppose something and then see if it matches observations. So if we presuppose a flat Earth, we notice that it doesn't match observations. If you presuppose a globe, it does. That's the difference.
Well, first of all, coordinate systems are not the same as like physical data, like physical measurements. And we actually take physical measurements and take actual data. They're horizontal consistently. This is what we keep on talking about. We take the coordinate system, we presuppose the globe, we make a coordinate system, reverse engineer it, then we're going to make projections and maps. That's why.
No, you say reverse engineer, but you've never shown that it's reverse engineered. That's just something you say.
Maps are so blown out of proportion in this discussion, they're useless. It doesn't matter. When it comes to the truth of the matter, it doesn't matter at all. Literally.
The map is flat, and a flat map can never match the real world. That's why.
Just in general, the map.
Oh, let's put it this way. We don't live on a reification fallacy, Jaron.
No one is saying we live on a reification fallacy, Flatoid. He's saying that if the Earth is flat, then it should be mapped accurately. But it's not. The only accurate thing is the globe.
Stop trying to push a map onto everybody and reify it by claiming that should be what's happening. Do you live on a Gleason, on a Mercator map? I'm clearly you're gonna say no. So do we live on an AE map, guys? No.
Do we live on a globe? No. And
No.
I can tell you this
No.
from personal.
We do live on a globe. That last one, yes. Yes, we do. That was nice.
Experience. I actually, when I was younger, in my teen years, I mapped out a 2,000.
But guys, you can stop
section
gifting memberships
in
now.
South Carolina.
Like,
I
seriously.
did not wrap that around the ball. I actually drew maps of where creeks were. I got distances to them from where I was at. I knew where I was at all times. I had marks, landmarks where I was at, and none of it was ever curving anywhere at all. It was just a map. And if you do mapping in straight up cartography, you don't even take the globe in consideration. There's, I don't get it.
And if you're doing mapping, you don't take the globe, you know, the thing you're mapping, into consideration. How'd you get out of bed in the morning without, like, breaking your legs? Guys, can you believe I've had 381 new members? It's pretty insane. But stop it, please. I'm tired.
Anyways, yeah. People that map don't go, oh, I want to map a globe today. No.
Okay, I want to quickly show you guys something. Can you guys see this?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to read this out quickly to you guys. The Sumner Line was a monumental advance in the art of navigation. It constitutes a method by which from an assumed latitude and a single sighting of a celestial body known at time a line can be charted on which the
So there's a Flerf that's supposed to be coming on to debate me again. Don Lee, I spoke to the other day. And instead of coming on, he's just sending me reels like this. Why is there no audio?
Age-old topic people have debated for decades. Stanley Kubrick filmed the moon landings, and he tells us clear as day in the film The Shining. Now, this is an age-old
No, he doesn't.
Topic people have debated for decades, so let's talk about it. In the film, little Danny is playing on a carpet with a unique set of patterns, which closely resemble NASA's launch pad for the Apollo missions. Okay, probably just coincidence.
No, they don't. In the fucking slightest. What?
But suddenly out of nowhere, the Overlook Hotel rolls a tennis ball. And then Danny stands up and the answer is revealed in an instant. Danny's wearing a sweater with a rocket that says Apollo 11. Now the audience watching the film is literally seeing a symbolic launch of the Apollo 11 as Danny rises from the floor.
No, he's not. He's just got a shirt on.
So Danny, in his Apollo 11 sweatshirt, is then heading to the room 237, the very room he was warned about. Now in the original book, the room is 217, but Kubrick changed it to 237 because the moon, as we are told, is 237,000 miles away. Now,
no, we're not told it's 237,000 miles away. The distance to the moon changes quite regularly.
A funny story, or Toy Story, Woody and Buzz come into references with The Shining. You can see it here on the carpet. It's the same thing we saw earlier, and this was done.
Right, so now we've gone from The Shining to Toy Story to prove the moon landing. Didn't happen. Always recorded by Kubrick.
On purpose. Then there's a reference to 237 when using the computer, another one on the license plate of this garbage truck, and another on the camera of the daycare center. And it even says Overlook, the hotel where The Shining took place. Now, here's a photograph you don't see often. In 1966, Kubrick is seen meeting with NASA officials and employees as well as Arthur C. Clarke. Pretty damning photograph. Just...
In what way is that damning? The people met. Big fucking deal.
3 years before the first moon landing, Kubrick happens to be running with NASA and a well-known author of sci-fi books and the man who helped him create 2001: A Space Odyssey. A #1 box office hit for mental conditioning of the masses. And then, what do you know, 1 year later, the first Apollo mission takes place. You know, at some point, you have to see the signs for what they are, being more than just mere coincidence. And of course with Disney, you do enough research and you'll find out that Walt Disney was a Freemason, a dark occultist obsessed with magic, and deeply connected with NASA to help propagate the idea of space travel.
Walt Disney had absolutely nothing to do with NASA at all. That's a complete lie.
Travel to the masses.
And who gives a fuck if he was a Freemason?
You have Nazi scientist Werner von Braun, lead rocket engineer of NASA, thanks to Operation Paperclip, and the world's greatest animator of his era. But we'll get more into that next time. It's pretty clear that NASA, Hollywood, and Disney are all interconnected, so before you fall for the
So you fucking say, right, instead of coming back to debate me, he's sending me these shit
fake
things.
Stanley Kubrick interviews and behind the scenes footage, understand Kubrick has been seen with NASA officials before the movie, during
So
the
what?
movie, and left plenty of clues in both The Shining and The Odyssey. If you
No, you just say that. Oh my fucking god. Seriously. I'm just going to send him a Zoom link. Let's see if he's brave. Well, the answer is no. He's not brave. Oh, that one.
Probable position lies. The sumner line is at a right angle from the observed body, as shown by forging analysis and charting.
That's a right angle, not a triangle.
In 1875, the French commander Marc Saint-Hilaire found that the altitude of a star represented a constant distance from the projection of the star's radius from the center of Earth.
Yeah, and you can only have the center of a globe, the sphere, when the Earth's a fucking sphere.
Howell's angles, guys. In this other words, the altitude observation is constant at any position on a circle drawn with the focus at which the altitude is 90 degrees. The sumner line is a tangent to the circle of equal latitudes, which is based from the center of Earth, guys. Just to let you guys know.
Right. So that's where they develop their latitude lines.
Exactly. Why don't they do it straight from the surface of the sphere? Oh,
because that doesn't work when you are using tangents. Not that you know what a fucking tangent is.
Because it wouldn't work. No. It followed from St. Hilaire's insight that the sumner line must lie somewhere perpendicular to the line of bearing of the observed body at the distance which differed from the assumed location by amount proportional to the difference in the true observed elevation and the calculated elevation. This direct application is called St. Hilaire's line of position.
Drove to the gym.
The true position can be nearer or farther toward the bearing of the observed body than the assumed position. The correct direction can be found by assuming the exaggerated condition. Suppose the true distance was several hundred miles farther away. The star would appear lower. If closer, the star would appear higher.
This is all based on a globe. How is he not getting this? All right, because he's retarded. Hello, Raging Tomato. How you doing? Hey, glad to see you here.
Thus, if the star actual elevation is lower than the elevation computed by the assumed position, move away from the star to find the true position. The amount of movement is equal to the difference of 60 nautical miles per degree. Suppose,
and every single part of that is because the Earth is a globe. The flats are just so dishonest that you wouldn't even show the entire thing.
That Captain Sumner had used this method of St. Hilaire estimated position 51 degrees 35 blah blah blah.
Hello to everyone that's just joined me from the Raging Tomatoes channel. I very much appreciate it. I'm currently doing a stream where every membership gifted adds 3 minutes. I've been streaming for, oh look at that, 20 hours. Tony, my friend, welcome.
And then look at the almanac.
And I kind of been saying it.
Oh, wait. What are they using? Sakatoa.
Yeah.
Oh my.
Yeah, you don't need a triangle to make Sokotoa work. He thinks Sokotoa is a triangle.
Is that a flat plane?
Looks like it to me.
No.
Bearing to the star, in this case the sun, and the
No,
person
that's not a
with
flat plane.
sequel-
Look,
secret,
it's a sphere.
Circle of equal altitude.
So dishonest. Where was it? I can't even remember where the thing I was showing. Here we go. Yeah. So remember, guys, he is just showing this part, ignoring the next page. This is what he is currently showing, right? That. Okay? So he's showing this and where the tangents are, right? And he's so dumb, he doesn't even realize that he is currently displaying a sphere.
Is that on the same plane?
It is.
Oh my
And
word!
you would use
Using
a
using trigonometry.
Simple. I
Oh
don't know where
my!
that's 69 degrees. I don't know where that came from.
Oh my! That's weird.
I'm going to challenge Flatzoid to do some trigonometry live. Because that'd be fucking hilarious. Right, guys, we're an hour left. Oh, Tony, of course you can, my friend. Always happy to have a PhD Tony on. Guys, we've been going for 20 hours. We started with 45 minutes on the timer. Now on the timer, there's 1 hour and 7 minutes. After 20 hours. Ooh. Infinite Craigs. Tony's going to come on and respond to this stupid claim. Hello, Tony. How are you, my friend?
I'm well, thank you, Craig. How are you?
Not tired at all, I promise.
Well, after 20 hours, you must be young. You must be young and lively then.
I'm 42,
I just
dude.
I just wanted to respond to this absolute nonsense that that trigonometry requires a plane. It doesn't. There is an entire field of mathematics called spherical trigonometry. Calculus relies on angles between curves. There is not a single mathematician, physicist, geodesist, surveyor, astronomer, or indeed just a simple physicist who agrees with this interpretation. It's nonsense. Flat earthers have come up with a variety of slogans that they just use to short circuit the conversation. One of them is Earth measures flat. Another one is Leo's Level Earth Observer's demonstrable physical reality.
Yeah.
These are just slogans that are designed to shut down the conversation. Nobody who knows what they're talking about agrees with any of this spurious nonsense. It's gibbering ignorance. It's pure, unadulterated ignorance.
Yeah, and it's hilarious that they will take that ignorance and double down on it so often. Like I've just displayed, Flatsoid showed that first 2 pages of that instruction for celestial navigation. If he'd only gone to the next page, which says, now take that concept and apply it to a sphere, and here's how it actually works. They have to lie. I mean, there's no way he couldn't have knew that the rest of that said those things. So he had to show that and purposely lie to everybody just to try and get his point across.
Yes, the unadulterated mendacity and malice. He knows that he is misleading his audience, and that he is trapping them in an intellectual cul-de-sac. But he shows no regard. This, to some extent, sort of exemplifies the evil of religion. This is where religion becomes evil, where he's doing this because he's motivated by a desire to sort of prosecute his religious ideology, and it compels him to lie. It compels him to mislead people, but that's okay because getting people to believe in his religion is worth lying.
It's more important. Yes,
it's a greater good, and this is when religion becomes a deadweight social loss, and this is why I think that he should really reconsider what he's doing, because he's doing his religion more harm than good.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's the fact that he will sit in there in that echo chamber, say these obvious lies that only take the most cursory glance on Google to show that they're a lie, and all the people in his little echo chamber would just go, "Yeah, you're right. Oh yeah, you're right." It's disgusting. It actually, it's physically repulsive to watch sometimes.
Well, it is again the religification, and this may sound like I'm against religion. I'm not against religion. People should feel free to believe in what they want to believe. But you're not free to do evil, to do harm in support of your religion, and when you do, you're going to get called out for it. But if you look at the religification of flat earth channels, you look at Nathan Oakley, they get together and they have this communion. They have this ritual that they do every day.
With their mantras,
and it's the same here. They have these sort of pantomimes that they play out for the benefit of their congregation.
That's the right way to put it. That congregation is the right word, because watching a Nathan Oakley stream is very much like going to mass. You just repeat the same mantra that you hear every time, and you just nod and smile and believe that it's true.
Yeah, I think that it's really, really, sort of that they have to know that their claim here is just nonsense. But they're making it anyway. They know that every expert on the face of the planet, every subject matter expert on the face of the planet, just violently disagrees with them, but they assert that this is fact. It's just not a fact if everyone who knows what they're talking about disagrees with you.
No, they don't know what a fact is, but they will make it out as though it's facts, and they will twist and manipulate words and meanings so that they can make it seem like they're the ones that are in the right, and they don't care about the lies that they tell. Like this whole thing right now, the Flatsoid is telling everyone that he's being doxxed because somebody mentioned the city that he lives in. Apparently, Tony, mentioning the city that you live in is giving out your address.
Well, I mean, I'm not, this information is stuff that he makes available.
Yeah.
Right? He keeps on making this sort of stuff available. People know the city that I live in. A lot of people know what my real name is. A lot of people know where I work. You go online, you say things, you have to live with the consequences.
Yeah.
And the fact that people have recorded it, written it down, or whatever, that's their decision. But it's something you've got to live with, because you put yourself out there. You made a decision to make your name available to other people. You made a decision to make your IP address available to other people. You've got all sorts of, you can't blame other people for writing this down. You put it out there. So he's only got himself to blame for any negative consequences. That being said, I do not encourage anybody to confront him. I do not encourage anybody to publicize material about him. As far as I'm concerned, he's an irrelevance. He's a lying sack of shit, but he's also an irrelevance.
Why be so mean to sacks of shit, Tony?
Well, that is true. They are useful. They are a very effective ameliorant. They
have a use, unlike Flatsoid.
Nourishment. They do bring nourishment to soil. Whereas, again, I'll repeat the phrase "dead weight social loss" is more what Flatsoid is.
There's a reason no flat earther has ever contributed anything to society. No invention, nothing ever.
Yeah, well, we can have arguments about that, because I feel like Ranty, for instance, despite having been a flat earther, did do some good things even while he was a flat earther. He did make some good presentations. He did do some good investigations. I feel like, they don't invent something. And this is the thing. They talk about, you just because you don't have qualifications doesn't mean you're wrong. That's true. But if you don't have qualifications, your work hasn't been assessed by subject matter experts. In other words, it hasn't gone by peer review. Your understanding hasn't been formally assessed by some form of examination, and you have no real world accomplishments, then why should anybody listen to anything you say? You have demonstrated no capacity to comment meaningfully on this topic, and until you do, you're irrelevant.
And he always will be irrelevant. However, I'm very much looking forward to the debate between him and Jaren.
Okay, well, that would be good.
Yeah, they both seem to have agreed that they will debate on my channel. So I'm trying to arrange it for this weekend, and that'll be fucking fantastic.
Well, I expect the same. I expect the same sort of evasive bullshit that Flatsoid normally comes up with. He refuses to commit to a position, refuses to make claims, requires that other people read his cherry-picked stuff, and then says, "Well, I didn't claim anything, so I'm not going to defend anything." That's his, and then attack the character of the person for stuff that was said in other contexts. That seems to be Flatsoid's entire debate tactic. Again, like the majority of flat earthers, you could write a very simple script to argue, and his entire raison d'etre is to sabotage any attempt at meaningful communication, any meaningful exchange of ideas. I expect him to bring the same obstructionism to his discussion with Jaren.
There's a flat earther in the chat right now called Some Dodd that says Jake the asshole owned me. Well, he calls me a retard years ago. Jake the asshole.
Yeah. Well, it's sort of, this is the thing. If you believe that there are people in the flat earthers constantly tell me I got beaten up by Kyle Adams, or I got beaten
oh my god,
by Ross, by Flat Earth Aussie Jesus, or by or by Whitsett. The opinions of delusional people don't interest me. And that's not why I'm in these debates. I'm in these debates to make information available to those people who are on the fence and sort of considering the two options. That's sorry, I just need to respond to something. But I do. Flat earthers have basically invalidated their opinions. You may think that I lost that debate. That's fine. I don't care. Nor do I think that debates are how facts are established.
No.
That's done using evidence.
So I'm just looking at this this fan of Jake the asshole in the chat who thinks he destroyed me. I will take things that never happened for 500, please, Regis.
Yeah, Jake the arsehole is a particularly vapid flat earther, very performative. But he also curates his channel. I left one comment. It's sort of, he got covered by Simon Dan. I left one comment on his channel explaining all of the observational data sets that just contradicted his claim in a video, and he just deleted the comment. There was no attempt at defense. There was no attempt at argumentation. He just deleted the comment. So he's got, so if you're a fan of Jake the Arsehole, just know that he has no interest in or respect for observational evidence. He's just in it for the appearance, hence the stupid hats.
Yeah. I mean, it's brave that he wears like a knockoff Jamiroquai cosplay as a hat. I've got to impress.
I think he's going for the Mad Hatter, isn't he?
Something like that. And Dodd says that I'm a crybaby, yet here I am saying that I will take on you and Jake at the same time. Not like that. Chill out. Dodd, if you were
at least you're aware you wandered directly into that interpretation.
Yes, yeah, exactly. Oh my goodness me. Yeah, Dodd, I spoke to Jake once, and that was when he came on my channel while I was already streaming, cried like an infant for 20 minutes, and then rage quit. And then I did a video destroying him. Yes, so please point out where he destroyed me. We'd all like to hear it. Do you know, Dodd, that everyone in this chat thinks you're an idiot? Yes.
This is the delusion that they live in, where they're the ones who have the correct information, the correct interpretation. They're the ones with they're the ones with the insights. It's just not true. They're just not relevant. They haven't done anything.
No, they are pet rocks.
I beg your pardon?
They are pet rocks at the most.
Well, yeah, I don't know that you would laugh at a pet rock, but you will laugh at a flat earther. It is something of a pathetic waste of a human life.
Oh yeah,
that
I
you
agree.
Spend your time and energy and effort doing this bullshit rather than something constructive.
Yeah.
You could do something constructive with your life, or you could waste it on being a flat earther, on pursuing a fantasy for which there is not a scintilla of observational evidence beyond we see too far. There is an entire field of science dedicated to the study of the shape of Earth and Earth's gravitational field and its rotation. It's called geodesy. It's got its own publications, it's got its own conferences, it's got its own professional associations. You're wrong if you're just flat out wrong when you disagree with an entire field of science. Anyway, sorry, I'm carrying on, and I might have to go and get myself some food.
Well, Tony, I want to say once again, thank you for coming on and giving me your expertise and opinion. I agree with everything you said, as always. Guys, you can find PhD Tony on YouTube at PhD Tony. Please go and check out his excellent science education videos. Tony, as always, thank you very much, my friend. I'll speak to you soon.
Thank you. Take care.
All right, what we're going to quickly do, guys, is finish this stream and start a new one. Remember, all you need to do is stay in the live chat. You'll be automatically directed over to the new one. So I'll see you over there in just a second.